Chapter 101 Zhu Zuyun's initiative. Xiao Wu is embarrassed. How does your highness plan to arrange us? Go directly to the spirit hall? In the Rose Hotel, Zhu Zuyun put down the teacup in his hand and asked, No, I have other arrangements for you guys and I won't go to the spirit hall for the time being. Wang Shenmeng looked at the two sisters for a moment and smiled at their slightly uneasy presence. In 2 years the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition will be held. I plan to form a team to participate in the competition and you two will participate as team members. Participate in the Soul Master competition? Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other and asked curiously, Are you representing the Spirit Hall to participate in the competition? I heard that the Spirit Hall has a golden generation which is very powerful. Can we sisters be used? Not the golden generation. I plan to form a new team as the second team of the Spirit Hall and then participate in the competition in the Tiendu Empire. Well, let's make up the third team and go to the Xingluo Empire to participate. This is in line with the status and influence of our Spirit Hall. Zhu Zuyun's eyes lit up. Then is your highness also one of the team members? Wang Shenmeng smiled, shaking her head. If I go down in person it would be too bullying. All the people combined are not enough for me to fight and there is no point in such a game. Xiao Wu was almost furious. Seeing Zhu Zuyun holding her head high and chest out, a magnificent sight, she was discouraged and resentful and said coldly, Isn't it just relying on 2 pieces of fat? What are you proud of? Ling Yuan Douluo was depressed and his good mood was gone when he got up early in the morning. Wang Shenmeng looked at her serious nonsense with a smile but did not oppose her. Zhu Zuyun smiled happily. I didn't expect that I could continue to participate in the competition after leaving Xingluo Empire. It's really great. We sisters will definitely not embarrass His Highness. I wonder who our team members are. Therefore he really didn't notice when Zhu Zuyun came last night. Well, in addition to Xiao Wu, Yin should also be included. I think San Ge will be very grateful for his arrangement. Xiao Wu glared at her fiercely and said aggrievedly, Master, what going on? What were you doing just now? But she still couldn't persuade her sister in the end. She felt very complicated. Damn it, Zhu Zuyun, that bitch actually dared to betray me. I wanted to do it myself. For so many years I have always remembered your highness, but I didn't know where to find you after we parted that day. I was so happy to see you suddenly yesterday. Zhu Zuyun proudly puffed out her chest. That can't be helped. Who made your highness like it? Who made some people not like it? But as long as Zhu Zuyun was around it would never be so easy for this hateful dead rabbit to get rid of the status of a slave and turn over to become one of the mistresses. If Tang San was severely punished on the field it would be a great blow to Tang San's heart. He said softly, Why is Zuyun here with me? Xiao Wu laughed wantonly. Seeing Zhu Zuyun's face becoming more and more gloomy and her teeth clattering, she couldn't help but feel guilty. She glared at him unwillingly, picked up her clothes and ran to the bathroom and pretended to be blind. Although Zhu Zuyun didn't know how powerful Wang Shenmeng was now, he defeated Soul Master Davis in seconds 5 years ago. At that time His Highness had at least the fighting power of a Soul Master. Zhu Zuqing bit her lip and nodded gently. Early the NET morning, Wang Shenmeng woke up on time but was surprised to find that the person NET to him had been replaced by Zhu Zuyun. She knew everything about the girl's actions last night. Seeing that they were not the closest relationship, she pretended not to know. Whether she could use him or not was one thing, but if that bitch dared to betray her it would be absolutely unforgivable. Even though Wang Shenmeng was thick-skinned enough, he felt a little uncomfortable with Xiao Wu's aggrieved eyes. He got up, put on his clothes and went to the bathroom to wash up. Zhu Zuyun shook her head and smiled shyly. It's not what you think. His Highness didn't do anything to me, but the result is almost the same. From now on I am His Highness's person. Don't feel uneasy or guilty. Sister is willing. His Highness is a very good person. Sister has had a good impression of him for a long time and doesn't feel wronged or unwilling. Now the suspicion has been confirmed. This bitch really hooked up with a wild man behind his back and put a big healthy hat on himself, which made him feel like 1,000 ants biting in his heart, and he wanted to slap the bitch to death. Otherwise, seeing that hateful woman holding her beautiful breast and showing off her power, she was afraid that she couldn't stand it and rushed over to teach her a lesson in anger. Davis first subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and then became angry. You wait. At this time Zhu Zuqing heard the movement and walked in from the living room. Her face flushed a little and asked. She was of course aware of her sister's actions last night. She didn't know what she felt in her heart. She just felt that all of this was a sacrifice made by her sister for her, which made her feel guilty. She once stopped her sister. Even if she had to sacrifice, she should sacrifice herself. No need to say this feud has been made. Zhu Zuyun has never been easy to bully. Sister, you last night. Now 5 years have passed. With your talent and the training conditions of the Spirit Hall, your combat power may not be inferior to that of the Soul Emperor. It is indeed too much to participate in a competition with a group of the highest soul sec cultivation. Zhu Zuyun smiled and greeted her very humble and polite. polite and Ling Yu and Douluo nodded lightly. That was originally her position, but it was taken by another new woman. It was simply unreasonable. Davis stared at Zhu Ziyun puzzled. Wasn't she in the Xingluo Empire? When did she come to Soto City and hook up with this kid? When the two brothers saw Wang Shenmeng and the others, their faces suddenly changed. Dai Mubai was fine, but he showed hatred to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu stood up fiercely and shouted, "Why don't you say that you are older? You are 5 years older than me. You are older than me. You seem to be SI years older than me. You are older than me. You are older than me. Ha 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 ha." The two people's gentle voices woke up the rogue rabbit. This is also an important reason that prompted her to act boldly last night. If she didn't deepen the relationship with His Highness, what if His Highness opposed taking in her sisters? Would His Highness have a disagreement with her teacher for just 2 followers who had just been taken in? She didn't dare and didn't want to gamble, so she simply put aside all her concerns and threw herself into the fire without hesitation. It was not only for the future and status of her sisters, but also for her own wish in her heart. Hello senior, the key is that she can't beat him, otherwise she really wouldn't mind making that woman's 2 pieces of fat bigger, some so big that they are deformed. Will the owner still like them? Tisk. She had originally felt a little sympathy for Zhu Ziyun's rough situation in the Xingluo Empire, but at this moment she was only left with strong anger and dissatisfaction. In her eyes, Zhu Ziyun had changed from a pitiful kitten to a shameless 6N. Wang Shenmen's eyes swept over the 3 girls. There are only 3 of you at present. I will find a few more later. It should not be difficult to make 7, but it is not so easy to win the championship. I am looking forward to your performance. Zhu Ziyun snorted softly, thinking that this dead rabbit would not be able to help but take action. Then she took the opportunity to teach this ignorant rabbit an unforgettable lesson, so that she would not always provoke herself without knowing the sky and the earth, and maybe ruin her good things in the future. Davis was stunned. The sofa area is not small. He lives in the most advanced room. The sofa can be used as a bed. The comfort level is not much different. Even if Ling Yu and Douluo occupies half of it, the rest is enough for the 2 sisters to sleep. Zhu Ziyun straightened her chest and said calmly, "What does this have to do with you? You are just a little slave girl and you still want to take care of the master's business. Don't just talk about me. You are not much better. You were originally His Highness's slave, but you also climbed onto His Highness's bed hoping to become a fini. What qualifications do you have to laugh at me? Don't worry Ziyun, I said I won't give up on you and I will never break my promise, so why do you do this? You." But since the dead rabbit was scared, she couldn't force it, otherwise His Highness would not have a good impression of her. As soon as the group walked out of the Rose Hotel, they saw 3 men coming towards them, 2 of whom they had just met last night, and they were the brothers Davis and Dai Mubai. After the sisters took this step, there was no way out. If they couldn't take root here, their end would be very miserable. Zhu Ziyun came to the living room and Ling Yu and Douluo glanced at her coldly. The vague murderous aura made her suddenly stiffen and her heart lifted. But Davis was very familiar with Zhu Ziyun. His fiancée was walking with another man looking like a little bird. He felt his head turn pale. Zhu Ziyun gritted her teeth, trying to calm the anger in her chest, showing a very reluctant smile, and sarcastically said, "You are so angry, aren't you jealous of me? Jealous that I am loved by His Highness, and you who have been with His Highness for so long are still an unpopular little transparent. When I came, His Highness threw you aside. You were afraid that I would replace your position beside His Highness and that His Highness would have me, so you completely abandoned you. Alas, it's really pitiful. Don't worry, if His Highness really abandons you one day and you have nowhere to go, your sister might be kind enough to take you in, just like raising a pet. Since that's the case, then I'll let them feel completely at ease. What else can make a girl feel safer than an intimate relationship?" Of course, Zhu Ziyun's affection for him was also one of the important reasons. Wang Shenmeng was not narcissistic, but he could clearly feel Zhu Ziyun's affection for him. "Zhu Ziyun, why did you come to the master's place?" Although he was very alert when sleeping, if there was no danger approaching, he would sleep very deeply and would not be easily awakened. Many times he would do some very interesting activities in his self-woven dreams. Xiao Wu opened her sleepy eyes and saw that she was squeezed aside by another woman. She was stunned for a moment. Her face suddenly became gloomy and her eyes were immediately filled with anger. Zhu Ziyun was already dressed. She was not afraid of Xiao Wu. She smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "Sister Xiao Wu, don't talk nonsense. The FO didn't provoke you. Be careful of what you say." Xiao Wu said disdainfully, "I talked nonsense? Didn't you seduce the master like a slutty FO?" 5 years ago he felt something was wrong. Since meeting this pretty boy, his fiancée has been in love with him. She even dared to refute his decision for him. After coming back, she was even more resistant to practicing martial soul fusion skills with him, which made Davis always worried, especially after her body had problems. He became more suspicious. He knew Zhu Ziyun's mentality, which was nothing more than uneasiness in her heart. "Are you relieved now?" Zhu Ziyun's pretty face flushed. She said what she had hidden in her heart for a long time. After receiving a positive response from His Highness, her uneasiness and confusion disappeared at once, and she was filled with a sense of peace and security, unspeakable joy and sweetness. He thought that when Zhu Zuqing faced Daimyo Bai, Zhu Zuyun faced Davis, and Xiao Wu faced Tang San, the scene would be very interesting. Zhu Zuyun covered her face in embarrassment, climbed up with a red face, hurriedly picked up her clothes and jumped off the bed, hiding in the corner to quickly put on. This seemingly unfathomable beauty is said to be the titled Douluo sent by His Holiness the Pope to protect and take care of His Highness. It can also be said that His Holiness the Pope has placed an eyeliner beside His Highness. Everything that happens here can quickly appear on the Pope's desk. Daimyo Bai has been gone for several years. When he was in the Xingluo Empire, he had only met Zhu Zuqing a few times in total. He couldn't recognize his fiancée for a while. When Wang Shenmeng and Xiao Wu came out of the bathroom, Ling Yu and Douluo, Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing went to wash up, ate breakfast and checked out. Don't think I don't know anything. Wang Shenmeng was only slightly surprised, and his mind was no longer entangled. From the moment he accepted Zhu Zuyun's pursuit, he had no intention of letting her go. Since she took the initiative, it couldn't be better, otherwise His Highness will only be more disgusted. He will definitely turn the passive into active and take the initiative to attack and take down the sisters. At that time, can I still stop him by force? Alas, the Pope's job is really difficult. How can I control His Highness? I have a feeling that he is not far from complete failure. It is unforgivable that he dared to bring up age. Originally, being 5 or so years older than His Highness was a sensitive topic that she didn't want to mention in her heart. This dead rabbit actually dared to bring up the topic. Ahem, nothing. Zuyun is not feeling well, I'll give her a massage. Ah. Xiao Wu raised her head and said proudly, I'm different from you. I don't have a fiancé, let alone a boyfriend. I can be with whoever I want. This is my freedom. No one has the right to blame. And you are engaged, but you seduce a man other than your fiancé. Do you know what you are called? You are shameless. Xiao Wu stared at Zhu Zuyun coldly. I really underestimated you. You seduced the master on the first day. I think your martial spirit is not a cat but a FO. Zhu Zuyun covered her hot cheeks, embarrassed to see people, and said shyly, I was sleeping on the sofa, but then a sister came and the sofa couldn't sleep, so I wanted to make do with His Highness. But in this way he didn't have to worry about how to deal with her. Even if he killed her directly, the Zhu family would not dare to say anything wrong. Davis' eyes flashed coldly, and he had already sentenced Zhu Zuyun to death in his heart, thinking about how to kill her to save face. Daimyo Bai angrily said to the short and strong man walking in the middle, Teacher Zhao, that long-legged bitch with scorpion braids, she was the first to insult me with rude words, and then she hurt me with vicious hidden weapon. You have to decide for me. Chapter 102, Shocking Appearance. The previous chapter has been released and interested readers can go and see it. Stop. Seeing that Wang Shenmeng and his group were about to leave the Rose Hotel, as if they didn't see the three of them, Daimyo Bai felt his dignity was insulted. At this time, with Xiao Wuji's support, he was full of confidence, and his fear of Wang Shenmeng and Xiao Wu had disappeared. Wang Shenmeng stopped and turned to look at Daimyo Bai. Are you telling me to stop? Daimyo Bai was stared at by his dark and bright eyes. For some reason he suddenly felt a little scared, and his voice became a little softer unconsciously. That's right, you killed me for no reason yesterday. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Oh, what do you want to explain? Let that bitch kneel down and apologize to me, or let me break her limbs and break her ribs in return for the 5 injuries she inflicted on me yesterday. Xiao Wu cursed angrily. Let me kneel down and apologize? Don't even think about it. You ask for everything and you still have the nerve to entangle with me? What do you think you have? Just because we have the support of adults we can bully the weak? I tell you, don't think we are easy to bully just because we are young. Get out of here if you know what's good for you, or you will suffer the consequences. What an arrogant little girl. I want to see how you will suffer the consequences. Seeing Xiao Wu's arrogant attitude, Xiao Wuji sneered. In Soto City no one can bully our Shrek Academy people at will. Most of those who dare to do so are now dead. Little girl, do you want to end up like them? Zhu Zuyun has naturally heard of Xiao Wuji's reputation, not to mention anything else. Just daring to go against the Spirit Hall and being able to retreat unscathed can make him famous on the mainland. Xiao Wu is not afraid of Xiao Wuji, although that guy looks fierce and domineering and he doesn't want to be provoked, but it depends on who he is compared with. Could it be that the boy who looked only in his teens is already a powerful soul emperor? Davis's face became more and more ugly. The strength of the people he hated was getting stronger and stronger, which made him very powerless. The fear and hatred in his heart were like a poisonous snake biting. Teacher Zhao, cough, forget it. Let Mu Bai kowtow to them and apologize. You don't have to force yourself to step forward. This is the rule of the Soul Master world. Wang Shenmeng has long given up pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He has already entered the eyes of the god, and there is no point in hiding. Akalanatha Xiao Wuji has been missing on the mainland for 10 years. Who would have thought that he would be a teacher at Shrek Academy in a remote place? Wang Shenmen's calm expression fell into Xiao Wuji's eyes, but it was full of contempt and provocation. He snorted coldly, since you want to humiliate yourself, why shouldn't I dare? But if I win, in addition to that stinky girl, you must also kneel down and apologize. This is fair. It's not easy to get a chance to make a move. How could Wang Shenmeng give it to others? As his cultivation level increased, he had fewer and fewer opportunities to fight. The powerful evil soul masters all fled to the slaughter city, and the remaining ones were not worth his effort. So after finally improving his strength, he found himself lonely. The enemies were either too weak to fight or too powerful to fight, which made him feel lonely like no. Although he didn't intend to hide it, Wang Shenmeng still concealed the age of the first 4 soul rings out of habit. Otherwise, with 7 black soul rings with super high age, Xiao Wuji would have knelt on the spot. He still had some concerns about Davis, the future emperor of Xingluo, but he didn't care so much about Daimyo Bai, the hopeless loser. He was determined in his heart that no matter whether he won or lost, he would make Daimyo Bai look bad when he returned. Xiao Wuji's pupils shrank and he couldn't believe it. Xiao Wuji widened his bare eyes and trembled, shouting he couldn't believe his eyes. An expert will know whether it works or not once he makes a move. If he came openly, he believed that the 7 great sect who were rich and powerful would never have the courage to do so. Even if they really risked everything to do it, the success rate would be pitifully low. "Ah, master, save me." Xiao Wuji looked unhappy and spoke in a very aggressive tone, partly because of Wang Shenmen's provocation and partly because of his anger towards the 2 brothers of the Dai family. "It doesn't matter which family I am a genius from. What matters is that you have bullied me again and again." Xiao Wu saw the soul saint level humanoid violent bear, and a trace of fear appeared on her pretty face. Facing the terrifying soul power pressure, she, a mere great soul master, could not resist it and quickly dodged and hid behind Wang Shenmeng. Xiao Wuji accidentally fell into an awkward situation of being caught between a rock and a hard place, and naturally he was very dissatisfied with Daimyo Bai, who caused all this. Therefore he began to try his best to direct his fire power to Daimyo Bai. Anyway, everything was because of Daimyo Bai. It would be fine if Xiao Wuji won, but if he lost, Daimyo Bai would never have a good life in the future. The Zhu sisters looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise, and they finally had a direct feeling of the strength of His Highness the Holy Sun. In her opinion, Wang Shenmeng and Xiao Wuji said we, but they did not say that they would fight Xiao Wuji alone, so there was no problem at all to let Ling Yu and Douluo take action, and Xiao Wuji himself could not say that he was wrong. If he can't beat him, can't he just run away? She has been following Wang Shenmeng for the longest time and knows more about her master's strength. What's more, in addition to the position of Ling Yu and Douluo, there is another more terrifying instant. He doesn't believe that the 2 old guys will watch their master lose, and they are afraid that it is inevitable that they will secretly attack him. Among the 3 women, Xiao Wu has the most confidence. Can't you observe carefully before causing trouble to see if you can afford to provoke him? Ling Yu and Douluo is not worried that Wang Shenmeng will lose, but how can His Highness bother with a mere wild soul saint? She whispered in Wang Shenmen's ear, "Your Highness, let me go. I will make sure he kowtows and apologizes to Your Highness in the shortest possible time." It is true that not daring to cause trouble is mediocrity, but it is even more true that recklessly causing trouble is stupidity. Although it seems simple to resolve Xiao Wuji's pressure, this is the most direct manifestation of strength. If you can withstand the opponent's pressure, at least the gap will not be too huge, and if you can easily resolve it, you can almost compete for a short time. Don't worry, since I dare to take action, how can I not be sure of winning? To be able to compete with a high-level soul saint, even if it is only a temporary competition, generally requires at least the cultivation of a soul emperor. Even if it is a peerless genius lower than a soul king, there is no power to resist. He grinned and opened his martial soul, and the whole person turned into a human-shaped violent bear. 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black emerged. The violent and powerful force suddenly surged and covered Xiao Wu. As for being opposed to the eyes of the major forces in Douluo continent, he didn't care. With his strength, even if Tang Chen came back, he couldn't kill him in a short time, let alone others. Be careful. A petty trick. It seemed that Daimyo Bai aggravated and Davis fanned the flames to provoke his anger. In fact, this was just the surface reason. If he was really so brainless, he couldn't have survived so well in the dangerous soul master world. How is it possible? The bishops of the Wuhan Hall are at least level 60 or above, soul emperor level strongmen. At that time Xiao Wuji should have been only level 60, but he could withstand the siege of 16 bishops. This person's talent and strength are really extraordinary. Daimyo Bai showed a look of shock and fear. Fortunately he didn't attack the young man yesterday, otherwise the end would be even worse. At the same time, this is also a deterrent, plus luring the snake out of the hole. I believe it won't take a long time to distinguish which are the stubborn enemies and which are the friends who know the time. He himself was not someone who could be slaughtered at will. Wang Shenmeng could not imagine how the enemy could quietly kill him without being opposed with with such strength. Although Xiao Wuji was not very powerful, he had finally met someone who was a little bit more resistant to beating. How could he let him go? It goes without saying how powerful his mental and soul power pressure was. Even if the opponent was a soul king, he would definitely not be able to resist it. Since following Wang Shenmeng, Xiao Wu seemed to have regained her glory days in the Stardew Great Forest. No matter who it was, as long as it was an enemy, she would dare to go up and show her teeth and claws. Master, come on, beat that guy up. Isn't he just a soul saint? Look at how arrogant he is when he kowtows to me and apologizes. Let's see if he still has the face to teach his students. Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing also concealed their worries at this time, leaving only encouragement and trust. The students of Shrek Academy have suffered a lot outside. If he really cared about the students, there wouldn't be so many people dying from hunting soul beasts. Soul Saint Davis' confidence in Xiao Wuji is not as great as Daimyo Bai's. He doesn't care whether Xiao Wuji loses or not, but if he loses face and vents his anger on the two of them, it will be bad. Xiao Wuji is full of resentment and walks forward. He doesn't dare to underestimate Wang Shenmeng at this time. He bows and says, Akalanatha Xiao Wuji, level 76, strong attack system, combat, soul saint, martial soul, powerful diamond bear. But things have come to this point and he can't retreat. Otherwise, not only will his reputation be ruined, but the kid on the opposite side will not be grateful to him, and Daimyo Bai and his brother will blame him. He is a nobody. A colorful light flashed in Wang Shenmen's eyes and the void around him seemed to be distorted and virtualized. The huge soul power pressure disappeared 3 feet in front of him like a mud cow into the sea. There was no trace, not even his hair was touched. Therefore Wang Shenmeng was not only low-key, but this time he helped Qian Ranyue complete her plan. He was here to play the villain, helping Qian Ranyue get rid of those who were inconvenient for her to deal with, such as Prince Xueying and Prince Swabeng, who had special identities. Zhu Zuyun looked at Wang Shenmeng with some worry. Although he had confidence in His Highness, the enemy was the notorious and ruthless man Akalanatha, who was absolutely at the top of the soul saint level in terms of talent, strength and even combat. Imperial. Only some of them died at the mouths of soul beasts and most of them died at the hands of soul masters. They didn't stand up for the student. If you're just sitting in the well, you can try. No need, I'm going to do it myself. Don't argue with me. Wang Shenmeng nodded. Okay, I agree. Wang Shenmeng said, I don't want to say more about the right and wrong. I guess you don't really care. But since you're here, then follow the rules of the Soul Master world. If you beat us, you can kneel down and apologize. But if you lose, you Akalanatha Xiao Wuji, since you're standing up for them, you have to take the blame for them. Kneel down and kowtow to us and apologize. Wang Shenmeng 78th level control system, combat, soul saint, martial soul 7, colorful god heart butterfly. Xiao Wuji's face was flushed and he roared angrily, okay, it seems that I, the immovable king Xiao Wuji, have not taken action for a long time, which has made the younger generation look down on me. Don't think that you can compete with me just because you can resist my pressure. That does not represent my true strength. Xiao Wuji looked at Wang Shenmeng with a serious expression. Which genius are you from? You are so extraordinary at such a young age. Among the major forces outside the Wuhan Hall, the most powerful are the sword Douluo Chen Xin of the 7 treasures, glazed tile sect, and Tang Xiao of the Haoshan sect, but these 2 people can't get past the level of Guangling Douluo and Qingluan Douluo. In addition, there is also the protection of Ling Yuan Douluo. The 2 of them fought openly and secretly and cooperated secretly so that they could eliminate the opponents as soon as possible. Just to let him offend a major force for the Dai brothers, he was unwilling. This time it was a bullying of the weak. No matter winning or losing, it was a blood loss. Your Highness, be careful. Is he Xiao Wuji the Akala? She whispered. Why not let Senior Ling Yuan take Xiao Wuji down? Your Highness is so precious, why risk your life for this murderer? To be honest, if he knew that the other party was a genius from a big power, he would not interfere at all. Your Highness. So he directly activated his martial soul and the 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black, almost scared Xiao Wuji, Davis and Daimyo Bai. You don't need to say it. How can I, Xiao Wuji, retreat in the face of a battle? Why are you afraid that I will lose to a teenager? With 2 super Douluos escorting him, coupled with his own powerful strength, superb speed and immortal soul skills, if he wanted to run, Tang Chen might not be able to stop him. Wang Shenmeng said to everyone back then, Akalanatha Xiao Wuji had a feud with the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall wanted to punish him, but he broke out of the siege of 18 bishops. Later the matter was left unresolved. Xiao Wuji was so angry that his face turned blue. Okay, you sharp-tongued stinky girl, since I became famous, no junior has dared to talk to me like this. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. However, the identities of the 2 brothers Daimyo Bai are not ordinary, so he can't help but pay more attention to them. He even thought that if he had to fight the Spirit Hall again in the future, he would surrender to the Xingluo Empire. Anyway, the NET Emperor of the Dai family is his student, and he will not worry about not being accepted if he surrenders to the Xingluo Empire. Although His Highness is extremely talented, he is too young after all. It is undoubtedly very unfair and dangerous to go to war with Xiao Wuji. Seeing that the soul power pressure turned like a hurricane and tsunami as Xiao Wu dodged and enveloped Wang Shenmeng, Zhu Zuyun couldn't help but claimed and reminded. Wang Shenmeng smiled confidently and stepped forward. Just tell me if you dare to agree. In fact, except for Ling Yu and Douluo, the other three women were not qualified to make a move. Seeing that he had made up his mind, they were worried but helpless. When Wang Shenmen's yin and yang and the five elements were united, the characteristics of the first soul ring could be transferred to the other SI soul rings. Therefore, by swallowing various spiritual objects of heaven and earth, the age of his net few soul rings was all improved. Now the 7 soul rings are at least 55 years old and the 7th is close to 100,000 years. This made his strength increase terribly. He could fight against the titled Douluo with the body of a soul saint and even win the battle. This is his biggest asset. But despite this, the soul saint, who was less than 14 years old, still shocked everyone present. The 7 shining and bright soul rings blinded everyone's eyes. Chapter 103, The Road Ahead. Gulp. Davis swallowed a mouthful of saliva and almost rose. What kind of monster is this? He felt as if he had suffered 10,000 critical hit. He suddenly felt disheartened and powerless. His fear of Wang Shenmeng was overflowing again, as if he had returned to many years ago and was trampled on by the other party like a dead dog. Davis felt a little sad. He knew that his chances of revenge were getting slimmer and slimmer. He even dared not look directly at the other party. He felt as if a huge shadow had enveloped him, making him unable to even muster the courage to fight. Daimyo Bai beside him was not much better. His mouth was wide open and his Zion was a little dazed. He wondered if he had hallucinations. Your Highness, he is actually a soul saint. Zhu Zuyun clenched her fist excitedly and exchanged glances with Zhu Zuking. Both of them were filled with excitement and admiration. At this moment, Wang Shenmen's image in their minds was infinitely elevated. Great, Your Highness is a level 78 soul saint and your soul power is 2 levels higher than Xiao Wuji. With Your Highness's talent you will win this battle. Zhu Zuyun's originally nervous mood relaxed and she was full of confidence in Wang Shenmeng and proud of her choice. This was the man she chose. At a young age he could already use his own strength to support the people around him. Is there a fight early in the morning? Who is the blind man who made our Highness angry? Daimyo Bai ran over in panic, helped Xiao Wuji up and asked in panic. Zhu Zuyun was shocked and she was more fortunate for her choice. Sith soul skill, mighty King Kong roar. Humph, overestimating yourself. Without caring about being shocked, the two of them bowed deeply. Zhu Zuking, Zhu Zuyun, meet the 2 elders. Is this the soul skill created by Your Highness? Zhu Zuyun's eyes were also filled with endless ocean, as if she was a small boat in the surging wave and any tiny wave could shatter her to pieces. Qingluan Douluo waved his hand and looked at Ling Yu and Douluo. An angry look appeared on Xiao Wuji's face. His majestic and huge body did not dodge, but his ribs pushed forward towards the fist. He actually planned to rely on the strength of his body to fight Wang Shenmeng. However, the fragmentary information still stirred up waves in her heart. It's okay, just a broken rib, a minor injury. With his soul rings of at least 50,000 years and the strength of his soul skills, any of his soul skills has overwhelming power. Even titled Douluo have to take it seriously. Xiao Wuji, a soul saint, can't stand it at all. You don't even use soul skills? Damn it, you don't take me seriously. Take my punch. Wang Shenmeng stepped on the ghost shadow step. His figure was unpredictable and he approached Xiao Wuji in an instant. With a round of right fist he simply punched him in the rib. All these years he didn't live in vain. In addition to cultivating soul power, he also used the infinite possibilities of dreams to innovate Xian Gong and create new heights. Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuking looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared in confusion. They didn't look young, but they were quite arrogant. Are they also the followers of His Highness? 4th worshipper, 5th worshipper. Xiao Wuji shook his head vigorously. The body of the immovable king was still useful. Although it was only 100-year soul skill, it was still very powerful under his powerful soul power. He finally blocked the remaining power of Wang Shenmeng. Guangling Douluo sneered. We agreed to control His Highness together, but you 2 were slacking off and always encouraged me to rush to the front and be the first to take action. This time you should be the villain. This is fair. Ling Yuan, who are these 2 girls? The power cultivated by Xian Gong is both soul power and internal power. It has similarities with the soul power cultivated by traditional meditation, but there are also certain differences. It is undoubtedly much more advanced than the simple soul power cultivation method. Zhu Zuyun's doubts not only did not decrease but increased. Guangling Douluo said coldly, you probably didn't suffer any loss before, but you are going to lose today. 7-member group representing 7 titled Douluo. She felt that the spirit hall was unfathomable. The outside world speculated that they had at most SI or 7 titled Douluo, definitely not more than 10 10 which was already overestimating them. There was another muffled sound. Wang Shenmeng stood still, but Xiao Wuji himself was bounced back 4 or 5 feet and fell to the ground. Martial art? What is that? Water is surging. Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing turned pale and their hearts were full of uneasiness. These two elders seemed to oppose their sisters to follow His Highness. Even if it was just an e-pression of their attitude, the powerful deterrence from the title Douluo still made them full of panic. Wangling Douluo did not buy Qingluan Douluo's account this time and warned him coldly but ignored Zhu Zuyun. Qingluan Douluo said helplessly, forget it, let's watch the battle first and talk about the rest when we see Schwetter. Dai Mubai had barely recovered his composure at this moment. While he was wary of Wang Shenmeng, he also quietly developed jealousy. Seeing him overestimating himself and competing with Xiao Wuji in physical strength, he immediately sneered in his heart. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the powerful King Kong bear, which is known for its strength and defense and is almost as good as the white tiger martial soul. Wang Shenmen's butterfly martial soul is indeed magical, but in terms of strength, how can it be compared with the bear tiger? At the same time, she was also concerned about the person named Schwetter, who seemed to be the queen arranged by the spirit hall for His Highness. Therefore, performing Shui Shi Tao Tian is actually also experiencing this process. If all the water power in the entire dreamland can be manifested at will, then the goal will be achieved. Wang Shenmeng laughed and tested his physical strength. After confirming that Xiao Wuji was still no match for him, he was ready to test his new creation. Such a young titled Douluo. Wang Shenmeng suddenly moved his hands and it seemed as if an endless torrent gathered in his palm. He could faintly hear the sound of surging water, surging like a huge wave, which made people feel small and irresistible. Before that, Epan the dreamland, Epan the space elements gradually materialize the illusory power and finally turn the virtual into the real and the real into the virtual and connect with the real world outside, forming a mirror like e-distance is the path he wants to explore. Ling Yuan Douluo bowed slightly and seeing Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing's confused look, he said lightly, these two are the elders of our Wuhan Hall, why don't you pay your respects quickly? 7th soul skill Wuhan true body. Qingluan, don't go too far. His Highness has officially accepted this girl. If I forcibly separate them, His Highness will have to break my old bone. It's obvious, but you don't dare to take the lead and always instigate me. If you continue to be a son of a man, don't blame me for turning against you. But in less than a day she has seen 3 and they are all unknown to the outside world. If you add that old group and the obvious Jew ghost Douluo, His Majesty the Pope, there are more than 10, right? Maybe there are still some that she doesn't know. The strength of Wuhan Hall is really beyond people's imagination. A gentle voice came and Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo came to the crowd without knowing when. After taking a look at the two people on the field, Qingluan Douluo shook his head and said, it turns out that you beat the younger one and provoked the older one, but the old one's strength is not very good. If you stand up for others, aren't you afraid of getting yourself hurt? Wang Shenmeng put his hands behind his back and said lightly, Xiao Wuji, can you still fight? But the net moment his smile froze on his face. How is this possible? However, at the moment when the fist landed on Xiao Wuji, a terrifying force surged from the fist as if it was not a fist but a meteorite falling from the sky. Wang Shenmeng transformed the surging waves in his palms and laughed in his heart. Although his copycat Xiantian Qianqian Gong was not the same as the original, its power was indeed not to be underestimated. Wang Shenmeng did not even use his soul skill. He was afraid that Xiao Wuji would fall down as soon as he released his soul skill. He used one aspect of Xiantian Gong martial arts to create some powerful martial arts, and combined with huge mental power he made his moves with some legendary high-level martial arts and immortal martial art. Ling Yuan Douluo briefly introduced the two women. Qingluan Douluo smacked his lips and said lightly, our prince is very lucky. He didn't do anything but beautiful girls threw themselves at him, and 2 at a time. Guangling, it's time for you to be a bad guy again. How are you going to break up the couple? Guangling Douluo taunted, don't talk so nicely. When did you become so shameless? Now that the prince is getting stronger and stronger and has a bunch of powerful hidden weapons in his hands, his status is higher than mine. I can't control him anymore. You don't blame me if you have the ability, do it yourself. Teacher Zhao, how are you? Xiao Wuji pushed Dai Mubai away and said solemnly, I admit that although I have tried my best to overestimate you, I still underestimated you. But if you want me, Zhao, to admit defeat, this little strength is not enough. She couldn't help but secretly look at Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo. One looked to be in his early 30s and the other was just a teenager. They were actually 2 of the 7-member old group. According to Ling Yuan Douluo's introduction, they seemed to be ranked 3rd and 5th. People in small places always think that the sky is the boss and he is the second. The students they teach are not very good, but they are good at making trouble. This is probably a bad habit of the teacher who protects his shortcomings. Xiao Wuji, who has strong defensive power, had his ribs broken by this fist. The severe pain made Xiao Wuji sober up from his anger. His face immediately turned red. Feeling that the power of the fist was still not exhausted, he roared, "Akalanatha body!" Zhu Zuyun still found it hard to believe, but Ling Yuan Douluo said it himself. How could it be false? So these two people look young, but they are actually old monsters. The first soul ring under his feet suddenly lit up and a golden light surrounded his body and bounced fiercely towards Wang Shenmeng. Xiao Wuji's face was extremely solemn. None of the 7 soul rings under Wang Shenmeng's feet lit up, but the power gathered in his hands clearly attracted the natural power of heaven and earth and possessed unpredictable power. Bang! Wang Shenmeng's jade white fist hit Xiao Wuji's muscular ribs, looking like an egg hitting a stone, and the result seemed to be self-evident. This copycat version of Xiantian Qianqian Gong was created by him using the authentic Tao secrets of Xiantian Gong. It uses internal force and huge mental power and even dreams to transform the natural power of heaven and earth. When Wang Shenmeng gathered the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements in one body, the power derived from the new version of Xiantian Gong was even more vast, and the martial arts skills were no worse than soul skills and even more creative and flexible. Crack! Xiao Wuji, are you convinced? It's just that although his huge body is strong, it is too heavy, and the impact when he fell was also very large, which shocked him to see stars. The two women looked at each other in surprise. They had only heard of the elders of the spirit hall but not the elders of the offerings, but as long as they were not honorary elders, they must be titled Douluo strongmen. This can even materialize the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements in his dreamland of another dimension. If time passes, it will turn the virtual into reality and turn the other dimension into a world. Then every move will be the power of a world. Burning the sky and boiling the sea, turning land into rivers are just a piece of cake. As long as the world is strong enough, even the gods will retreat. Qingluan Douluo said, that's because everyone believes in your strength. Among the 7 of us, you are the most youthful and energetic. Do you expect those old antiques who look like they are half buried in the ground to show up? What will happen if the old group of Wuhan Hall is disrespectful and collectively bullies children? It will be ridiculous if it gets out. Just when they were talking for a few words, Wang Shenmeng and Xiao Wuji have already started fighting. The overwhelming power of Shui Shi is naturally beyond doubt. Wang Shenmeng only earned 3 levels of power to suppress Xiao Wuji firmly. The infinite water power seemed to be there and not there, as if it was weak and real. It was clearly visible and audible, but irrelevant people seemed to be out of reach, as if they were in 2 worlds. Wang Shenmeng pushed out with both hands and suddenly a vast ocean engulfed Xiao Wuji. The terrifying whirlpool tore his body and squeezed his bones as if to shred him into pieces. That's great, I also want to play for a while. Worship the elder. Besides, they were about to meet soon and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Qingluan Douluo smiled bitterly and said, I knew you were unreliable, but I didn't expect you to give in so quickly. This is so different from your performance in the spirit hall. Where is your domineering spirit? Wang Shenmeng carefully felt the changes. Now for him, the derived dreamland of the different space is the foundation. One day when this illusory space is opened up into a real dream world, that will be the time for him to soar into the sky. Wang Shenmeng certainly would not waste this advantage. In addition to practicing soul skills, he was also developing the potential of Xiantian Gong. Zhu Zuyun listened for a while with a nervous mood. Seeing that Guangling Douluo was afraid of His Highness's reaction and did not force himself, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What is this move? A self-created soul skill? Guangling Douluo showed a fearful look and answered, it is said that it is a martial art created by His Highness. It is similar to a soul skill, but it has both the power of flood and the power of spirit. The huge waves in front of us are partly real and partly illusion, but to us they are no different from real water. Xiao Wuji repeatedly used the most powerful soul skills, roaring like thunder and shaking the earth, but they were all turned into invisible by the surging water power. He was exhausted and could not float out of the water. As the infinite water power dissipated, everything seemed to be an illusion. There was no change around him. Only Xiao Wuji was lying on the ground like a dead dog, wet all over as if he had been soaked in water for a long time. I give up, Xiao Wuji said disheartenedly. Chapter 104. Entering the heavenly battle. The wind and clouds moved. In that case, then you should apologize as promised. Wang Shenmeng waved his hand and Xiao Wu came out jumping, standing beside Wang Shenmeng with an excited face, ready to accept the kowtow and apology of a soul saint. Xiao Wuji's face was ashen and he got up from the ground trembling. Teacher Xiao. Daimyo Bai's face was pale, his eyes were dull, and it was a little hard to accept. What are you doing? This disaster is all because of you. Why don't you come over and apologize together? Xiao Wuji looked at Daimyo Bai coldly. If his eyes could eat people, Daimyo Bai would have been eaten alive by him. Daimyo Bai was startled by his vicious eyes and his back felt cold. He was extremely unwilling, but he dared not argue. He was struggling in his heart when he heard Wang Shenmeng say, wait, this is a bet between Xiao Wuji and me. Xiao Wuji will kowtow and apologize as agreed, and I will not pursue pursue the rest. The other forces that were farther away and the spies left in Tiendu city also hurriedly sent the news back. His Highness took her on the carriage in public, which undoubtedly conveyed a message to the outside world that he had accepted her. She was not an ordinary follower but the woman by His Highness's pillow. Salas's attitude was respectful like an old servant. With a wave of his hand the coachman drove the carriage to stop in front of Wang Shenmeng, opened the door and respectfully invited him to get in. Since the death of the previous Pope Qian Unji, the Wuhan Hall forced the Haoshan sect to close the mountain gate, and in the past 10 years it has been terribly quiet and has not made any major move. Daimyo Bai felt relieved as if he had survived a catastrophe and quickly retracted the half-step he had taken. When Wang Shenmeng was sitting in the carriage and heading to the Wuhan branch hall of Tiendu city, information about him was quickly known by all major forces. She was also full of curiosity about this imperial capital, secretly comparing it with Xingluo city. Your Highness, Bishop Saras brought the senior leaders of the Wuhan hall to welcome you. Xiao Wu's face sank and she hated him secretly. Davis gritted his teeth and said, one of them is Zhu Zuyun and the other is Zhu Zuking. Crack. Wang Shenmeng brought 3 girls and 3 titled Douluo who pretended to be young. They all looked young and handsome. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful, and from the way they were dressed they were either rich or noble, which immediately attracted the attention of passers-by and made bursts of exclamation. Why, thank you. It should be like this. Salas immediately showed an excited look on his face. With a wave of his hand a gorgeous carriage appeared behind him and he walked over quickly. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly, holding Zhu Zuyun with his left hand and Xiao Wu with his right hand. Surrounded by the crowd he turned and walked away. Both himself and Xiao Wuji, the 2 victims, did not react as strongly as he did. Could it be that they were jealous of others' talents and good fortune? Daimyo Bai sneered in his heart. Since he had such a big grudge, why didn't he dare to say a word just now? He is just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Salas personally went out of the city to greet them. Naturally the pomp was very large and even caused quite a stir, but no one dared to cause trouble and everyone quickly entered the city. Bishop Miles of Gangin City was a living example. He dared not neglect him at all. The last thing she wanted to mention now was this identity. After all, she had eloped with someone. No matter how many reasons she had or how willing she was, it would be hard to say whether it sounded good or not. If he went, it would still affect his reputation and that of His Highness. Salas obviously put a lot of thought into this carriage. It was a 4-horse carriage with a wide interior area and a comfortable layout. There was a mechanism at the bottom of the bow that could be adjusted. One could sit upright, lean on it, or even lie down to sleep. Until Wang Shenmeng walked away, Davis suddenly raised his head. His eyes focused on Wang Shenmeng's salty pig hands around Zhu Zuyun's waist, gnashing his teeth and clenching his hands. He had an old grudge with the Spirit Hall. 10 years ago he risked his life to escape the encirclement of the Spirit Hall and hid in Shrek Academy. Since then he has been deliberately avoiding the sight of the Spirit Hall. Unexpectedly he would run into it now. Wang Shenmeng looked outside through the one-way glass window of the carriage and was also a little surprised. Before Zhu Zuyun got on the bus she looked back at everyone. Xiao Wu looked resentful and jealous. Zhu Zuking looked envious and happy. The 3 titled Douluo looked unhappy and Bishop Sara suddenly looked respectful with a kind smile on his old face. Davis glanced at Daimyo Bai and sneered, do you know who the 2 sisters who look similar to him are? Xiao Wuji was shocked and his face turned very ugly. Of course, Tiendu city and Xingluo city are the 2 largest and most prosperous cities in Douluo continent. How can the small Soto city compare? Anyone with a little knowledge will not compare these 2 cities. A dozen people in Sarath's group bowed respectfully to Wang Shenmeng. Their etiquette was rigorous and serious, without any perfunctory or impatient look. He immediately raised his mind. If the other party wanted to pursue the old grudges, he would be in trouble today. Zhu Zuyun smiled and glanced at Xiao Wu, implying that Xiao Wu was ignorant. I am the Platinum Bishop of Tiendu City Sarath and I pay my respect to His Highness the Son of God and the 3 elders. Ling Yuan Douluo said something to Sarath using the secret art of sound transmission. Although there were still several hundred meters between them, the words could be clearly transmitted to his ears. Ling Yuan Douluo said, when we left Soto City, the Bishop of Soto City conveyed the news to Sarath. Sarath must have been paying attention to it. As soon as he got the news that His Highness had come to Tiendu City, he rushed to greet him. There were 2 secondary doors net to it which were also 5 meters high and wide. Passers-by could only enter through the secondary doors and the main door in the middle was closed. Daimyo Bai shook his head. I don't know. Of course he was nervous but also full of joy. Thank you. Wang Shenmen's eyes swept over Davis and Daimyo Bai. The 2 brothers' eyes flickered and wandered and they didn't dare to look at him. What? Zhu Zuking? As one of the 2 largest and most prosperous cities on the continent, the walls of Tiendu City are as high as 100 meters, all of which are made of the hardest granite. This is a close contact with the highest level of the Spirit Hall. There are too many opportunities to show loyalty. You must perfect perform well. As long as you are valued by His Highness, there will be no worries about not being able to make further progress in the future. Wang Shenmeng smiled indifferently. I know you were once a fugitive of the Spirit Hall, but you can escape our pursuit, which is also your ability. I don't take that old grudge to heart. Today I will teach you a lesson, and everything in the past will be turned over. Don't fall into our hands in the future, otherwise the old and new accounts will be settled together and no one can protect you. Since he will not leave in the short term, it is good news for him. This alone makes it impossible to ignore the threat of the Spirit Hall, because it has the ability to severely damage or even destroy any major force. This alone is destined to make the Spirit Hall the primary target of vigilance for all major forces. Even though it has behaved very well over the years, even a dozing tiger cannot help but scare people. Wang Shenmeng smiled softly, hugged her quietly and moved his eyes inside the carriage. The tall city gate is 10 meters long and 10 meters wide, enough for SI horses to ride side by side. Zhu Zuyun leaned against him tightly and murmured, Your Highness, you are so nice. Yes, I am just a country girl. How can I compare with you in terms of Imperial? You are the daughter of the Duke of White Tiger and the fiancée of the Prince of Xingluo. How dare I compare with you? As soon as Wang Shenmeng sat down, Zhu Zuyun threw herself into his arms and offered a sweet attack with emotion. Then I'll see you later. I believe we'll meet again. No, it's an honor for Saras to visit Tiendu city. I'll go through fire and water and die for you. Let's put it this way. Although Saras is in charge of a place and look very powerful like a local lord, you can easily knock him down with just one word. But the major forces have never relayed their vigilance against the Spirit Hall. It's because they are too strong. One-on-one, no force can compete with the Spirit Hall. Even the former world's #1 sect, Hozong sect, was unable to match the Spirit Hall and was forced to close the mountain gate. Thank you, Your Highness. From a distance you can already see the city head with flags flying. Wang Shenmeng nodded and said he also has good intentions. Let them come over. For a while undercurrents surged in Tiendu city. The Tiendu royal family and Kaibao Liulai sect, which were close at hand, were the most nervous and valued. There are thousands of miles between Soto city and Tiendu city. It took Wang Shenmeng and his party more than 10 days to reach the capital of Tiendu. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said he is well informed. Therefore the identity of the future crown princess is a thorn in her heart. The hateful Xiao Wu actually brought up the issue. Yes. Zhu Zuyun took a deep breath and got on the carriage lightly. Zhu Zuyun glared at Xiao Wu fiercely and wisely chose to keep silent. If she continued to talk about this topic, it would only make her more unhappy. Your Highness, please call me Sarath directly. It's too embarrassing for me to call you Your Excellency. I have prepared a carriage. Please get in and set off. Daimyo Bai looked at Davis strangely, not understanding where he got such a big hatred, as if it was the hatred of killing his father and stealing his wife. She herself didn't care. Since she took that step, she was ready to bear everything, but she didn't want His Highness to be affected. Wang Shenmeng saw that his attitude was quite sincere and nodded. Forget it, I accept your apology and this matter ends here. He personally participated in the canonization ceremony of His Highness the Son of God, and as one of the 4 platinum bishops of the Spirit Hall he was naturally well informed, but he knew too well the power and status of His Highness in the Spirit Hall. Zhu Zuyun blushed slightly but was very excited. After all, Sarath made such a big fuss and all the major forces had to pay attention. After a little inquiry they soon learned that the newly canonized Holy Son of the Spirit Hall had come to Tiendu city in a high-profile manner. You can see their toughness from the murderous aura emanating from them. Xiao Wu showed a shocked look. Daimyo Bai was stunned. She knew that from the moment she boarded the carriage with His Highness her identity had changed. In the eyes of Sarath and others she became someone who could blow pillow talk and deeply influence His Highness's mind. No matter what they thought in their hearts, it was difficult to ignore her. Because this is a formal occasion, even Saras is not qualified to ride with His Highness. If she is just an ordinary follower, she is even less qualified. Only His Highness's woman can share His Highness's honor and accept the service of the Spirit Master of Wuhan Palace. Ling Yuan Douluo said in a low voice. Not to mention there are 3 titled Douluos around him, any one of whom can easily crush him to death. Bishop Saras felt like ale ender and his heart was full of fear. Wow, this Tiendu city is so majestic, much bigger than Soto city. This is his first time to Tiendu city. In his opinion, although this city is not as big as some super cities in later generations, it is not smaller than some second and third tier cities and far exceeds Wuhan city. The population is at least several million. Wang Shenmeng took Zhu Zuyun's hand and stepped onto the carriage. In the ancient quantity, only a supernatural being like a soul master could make all the impossible possible. Xiao Wuji stood up and said to Wang Shenmeng, excuse me, which force are you from? Tiendu city is extremely prosperous. All the streets are paved with blue brick and any street is as wide as the main road of Soto city. The scale of the entire city can only be described as magnificent. Wang Shenmeng never thought thought of hanging himself on a tree. He and Zhu Zuyun also have a good impression of each other. Since the other party has taken the initiative, he certainly won't be hypocritical. Wang Shenmeng swept his eyes and saw an old man wearing a gorgeous platinum bishop's robe with a dozen soul masters standing respectfully at the city gate looking over here. Wuhan Hall. Xiao Wuji glanced at Dai Mubai coldly but didn't say anything more. He knelt on the ground with his knees bent and said in a muffled voice, "The students of Shrek Academy are ignorant and have provoked you. As a teacher, Xiao Wuji has not taught strictly and has an unshirkable responsibility. I apologize to you two here. Please forgive me and forgive us." Wang Shenmeng smiled and helped Aratha. "Please stand up, Your Excellency the Bishop. I will not leave for a short time. When I come to Tiendu city this time, I will inevitably bother you. I hope Your Excellency the Bishop will not find it troublesome." Zhu Zuyun no longer paid attention to Xiao Wu, turned his head, hugged Wang Shenmen's arm and looked at the towering Tiendu city. "I am from the Wuhan Hall." Xiao Wuji was silent for a long time before he said in a muffled voice, "I know." Since the two had a falling out that morning, they have not been in a good mood with each other. They are tired of each other and look down on each other. The soldiers patrolling the city are all in full armor and holding spears. The decorations around the carriage are also gorgeous and beautiful, with many precious decorations such as amethyst, agate pearls and necklaces, as well as soul guides that blow warm and cold air, as well as exquisite cakes and fruits. Xiao Wu deliberately emphasized the word fiancé, and Zhu Zuyun's smile froze on her face. Wang Shenmeng responded softly. Since he and Zhu Zuyun confirmed their relationship that night, the two she has been close to many people. Although she has not reached the final step in Wang Shenmen's heart, she is already the second confirmed big sister in the harem after the little Fo. Salas was happy. He was not afraid of trouble, but he was afraid that His Highness would leave after staying for only a few days, leaving him no chance to show his ability. Now, with the sudden high-profile arrival of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall in Tiendu city, this false peace seems to be about to be broken. Some people are happy and some are sad, but without exception the eyes of all major forces are attracted by Wang Shenmeng at this time. Information about him has also appeared on the desks of those in power in more and more detail. Chapter 105 Prince Xueying's Regret and Ning Fengzi's Arrangement. The Net Day. Tiendu Palace. Imperial Study. The three people with the highest status in the Tiendu royal family gathered together. Emperor Xueye, with wrinkles all over his face, sat high on the imperial desk. After that, his face was quite gloomy. In front of him, one of the middle-aged men in his 50s also looked very ugly. This person was Prince Xueying, the younger brother of Emperor Xueye. The other young man looked about 20 or 27 years old. Although he was not very handsome, he had a straight nose and a square mouth. A clean green cloth robe gave people a very refreshing feeling. His long black hair was tied with a green cloth belt and hung neatly behind his head. Although his clothes were very ordinary, he had a special temperament, elegant and confident. He was the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, who was second only to the Emperor and above 10,000 people in the Tiendu Empire. Ning Fengzi smiled and said, Rong is not young anymore. It's time to see the vast world and get in touch with geniuses of the same age outside, so that she won't be too proud and complacent and not pay too much attention to cultivation. At that time he had long forgotten that incident. After all, he had done too many similar things. A mere lowly person was not worth remembering. The battle between Wang Shenmeng and Xiao Wuji has not been reported here yet, so they still regard Wang Shenmeng as a genius within their cognition. Speaking of this, he felt a little helpless. His daughter Ning Rongrong hated cultivation the most since she was a child. Although she was very talented, she was always forced to practice for a while, and she had to change various benefit. The Wuhan Hall of Tiendu City is the 5th level Wuhan branch hall, second only to the Pope's Hall. The building Kumpel is towering, broad and majestic, with towers standing in rows and bells ringing. The entire Wuhan Hall covers an area of more than 1,000 acres and is one of the iconic buildings of Tiendu City. Taking the gold-plated invitation handed over by Sarath and glancing at it casually, Wang Shenmeng chuckled and said, "They are not slow to react. They are preparing to take advantage of the banquet to explore my background." Jian Douluo smiled and nodded. The 7 treasures Glazek supports the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. Prince Xueying and Xue Qinghe are not the same kind of people. In other words, they are not the same kind of people as their 7 treasures Glazek. Emperor Xueye asked in a somewhat tired voice. "Yes, Your Highness. I will go and reply to them now. Let's arrange this as soon as possible." Wang Shenmeng did not take the banquet seriously and said, "It's still early today. Let's go out for a walk and visit one of the 2 most prosperous cities in the continent to see what fun places there are. Of course, if you don't want to go out, just stay here and rest." Xiao Wu was the first to respond. "Master, I want to go. I want to buy a few sets of clothes, shoes, hairbands, carrots, snack." A gleam of light flashed in Ning Fengzi's eyes. "As for that Holy Son, let's wait and see what happens happen. Seeing that the two of them were arguing again, Ning Fengzi hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Uncles, don't argue for now. Wang Shenmeng must have a very strong talent. Have you noticed that there was only a half-year interval between him going to the soul hunting forest to obtain the first soul ring and going to the Star Do Great Forest to obtain the second soul ring? I don't think I need to say more about what this means. After a comfortable sleep, Saruth came to see him the NET day just after breakfast with a flattering look on his face. Chen Xin snorted coldly. Prince Xueying has committed many evil deeds and should have been punished long ago. He killed someone's parents and caused them to be displaced. Isn't it natural for them to seek revenge on him? Fengzi, let's not get involved in this matter. This is a private grudge. If Prince Xueying is killed, it is his own fault and has nothing to do with us. He could see that Xueqing was talking without any concern, and it seemed that the butcher's knife would not fall on him. Prince Xueying's face turned pale. Ning Fengzi said, I plan to let Rong go to Yu Yuan to learn aristocratic etiquette from Suan Zutang Yuehua. At the same time, I will arrange for her to enter Tiendu Royal College to be a classmate of Yu Tianheng. Emperor Xueye glared at Prince Xueying with a look of disappointment. Useless thing, playing with a commoner woman can cause such a big trouble. Since you killed his parents, why did you leave this scourge? His information has been reported to you one after another for so many years. Why do you always turn a deaf ear to it? Is there nothing left in your mind except women? After reading the information roughly, Chen Xin sighed. This kid has rich experience. He has experienced a lot at a young age. It can be seen that he is a person with very strong willpower. If his talent is good enough, this is the posture of a strong man. Prince Xueying and Xueqing bent down at the same time to receive the order and looked at each other. Prince Xueying's eyes were cold and resentful, and Xueqing's gentle smile showed a hint of sarcasm. Xueqing chuckled and said, Uncle, how can you be sure that if a fight really breaks out, the three upper sect and the Xingluo Empire will definitely stand with us? If they stand aside and wait for us and the Spirit Hall to fight to a draw and then they come down and reap the benefits, then wouldn't the Empire be taking advantage of them? I'm not worried about this. Prince Xueying's life or death has nothing to do with us. If the Spirit Hall Saint is clear-headed, he will not easily attack him. The Tiendu Prince Xueqing said calmly, hasn't the butcher's knife fallen yet? How can Uncle Wang be sure that he must come to be the enemy of Tiendu Empire? Maybe he is just traveling around the continent and comes to Tiendu City to gain knowledge. Emperor Xueye said in a deep voice. Xueqing, don't worry. This is Tiendu City, not Wuhan City. The Holy Son of Wuhan Palace has come to our capital. If he is a dragon, he must coil up for me, and if he is a tiger, he must lie down for me. I will arrange people to protect you, but for the sake of safety it is best to ask His Majesty Douluo to live in your house. Prince Xueqing said angrily, then according to the prince's meaning, can we do nothing and watch the butcher knife of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall fall? Saras said decisively, Your Highness is a precious body. It is not appropriate to take risk. The Tiendu Empire and our Spirit Hall have always had quite a few conflicts. I am worried that they will harm Your Highness. He was very depressed. Who would have thought that a low-class family could actually have a spirit mutated and produce a spirit master with full innate spirit power? If he had known that the child had the qualifications of a spirit master, he would definitely not leave him alive. But who made the child awaken his spirit when he was already 8 years old? Wang Shenmeng naturally lived in the best palace. Ning Fengzi said, since this holy son went to the spirit city, he has rarely appeared. Detailed information is not available for the time being. However, it is said that he came to Tiendu City from Soto City. I don't know if he has revealed some information during this period. I will know in a few days. Zhu Zuyun said, Your Highness, let's go too. I haven't been to Tiendu City yet. I just want to see what is different from Xingluo City. Ning Fengzi nodded slightly. Uncle Jian is right. Although we are on good terms with the Tiendu Empire, it does not mean that we have to get involved in their personal grudges, let alone the personal grudges of Prince Xueying. Salas just wanted to show his loyalty, so he said such a persuasive word. Since His Highness has made a decision, he will not say more. Later, the Lord of Nodding City sent secret letters one after another, but at that time the boy had already joined the Wuhan Hall and it was too late to cut the grass and eradicate the root. Wang Shenmeng waved his hand. It's not that aggravated. Even if they want to get rid of me, they will only come quietly and will never dare to kill me openly. Tell them that I will go there on time tomorrow. In the quaint attic, the three giants were also discussing the same person and the same thing. Prince Xueying was regretful and very scared. He trembled and said, this person may have hatred for my Tiendu royal family. My brother should make preparations early. It is best to take the initiative and try to get rid of him. Ning Fengzi sighed, I hope so. However, we must strengthen our connection with the three sects to prepare for a rainy day. As long as we are of the same blood, we will not be afraid of the threat of the Spirit Hall. We are afraid that we will fight each other or even guard against each other, which will give the Spirit Hall the possibility to defeat each one. Even if they originally had no ambitions, if the opportunity is in front of them, I am afraid that they will also give birth to ambition. They are just cooperating with the Tiendu royal family, not the nanny of the Tiendu royal family. If it were Shui Qinghe, they might have to protect him, but let's forget about Prince Shui Ying. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were reluctant, but they still supported. Where does Feng Zi plan to let Rong go? Emperor Shui sighed. What is the intention of the son of the spirit hall? We don't know for the time being, so let's wait and see. I hope he is just passing by here instead of coming to stir up trouble and stir up conspiracy and turmoil. Shui Qinghe and Prince Shui Ying have always been at odds. If the son of the spirit hall kills Prince Shui Ying, Shui Qinghe secretly doesn't know how to thank the son of the spirit hall. Prince Shui Ying was filled with hatred and bitterness, and his voice trembled with fear. Your Majesty, I have a blood feud with the son of the spirit hall. There must be strong people following this man. I am afraid that it will be bad for me. Please save my life, Your Majesty. Gurong said, no matter how talented he is just a teenager. No matter how strong he is limited. We don't have to pay too much attention to him. I guess he is probably traveling around the continent and coming to Tiendu city to gain knowledge. We just need to keep an eye on him and don't have to treat him as a big enemy. He had long wanted to let his daughter go out to suffer a little to inspire her to strive for progress, but he was always reluctant. Now that the sect needs it, it's just right to let his daughter go out and see the world. Bone Douluo Gurong curled his lips and said, isn't this nonsense? If it weren't for his strong figure, would the spirit hall have canonized him as the Holy Son? This is the NET generation of the Pope. If he had no extraordinary qualities, he would never be recognized. Prince Shuixing was immediately grateful and shed tears. I thank Your Majesty for your grace. It has been a while since Wang Shenmeng was canonized as the Holy Son. During this period, the major forces certainly would not turn a blind eye to him. They each launched their own channels to collect information about him. Unfortunately, it was all superficial information. The truly useful information, such as strength and soul skills, was all in the dark. The elegant middle-aged sect master Ning Fengzi, the white-clothed old man Sword Douluo Chenin, and the tall old man with a haggard face Bone Douluo Gurong. These three are the three people with the highest status in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and they can decide everything with one word. With the title Douluo by his side plus the protection of the royal family's senior soul masters, he finally felt a little safe. Shui Qinghe said, I think it's inappropriate. The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall must be guarded by strong men. It is too difficult to get rid of him. If he is accidentally deposed, it will cause revenge from the Spirit Hall. We should not take the initiative to provoke disputes with the Spirit Hall so as not to give them an excuse to attack us. Ning Fengzi pondered and said, now we are just making some preparations in advance, so there is no need to rush. However, we can get in touch with the younger generation of disciples first to lay the foundation for future cooperation. He was slightly relieved. Dugabo owed him a favor. Now is the time to repay it. He must not be allowed to refuse. Fengzi is right, Prince Shuixing said in a deep voice. I didn't expect that the remnant of a lowly person back then would become the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall today. I am guilty. I was soft-hearted back then and didn't root out the problem, so he became a powerful person. Yes. Sword Douluo Chenin looked at the information in his hand. He is less than 14 years old, 2 years older than our Rong. Born with full soul power. He was born in Notting City Fasno province. When he was years old, his parents were killed by Prince Shuixing. Since then he has been wandering around. When he was 8 years old, he awakened his martial arts in the Holy Soul Village. Soul, a martial soul that is full of innate soul power but is considered useless. He went to the soul hunting forest alone to obtain the first soul ring. After that, due to Prince Shuixing's reasons, no academy dared to accept him. He had gone to many places to study. The last time was in the Barrack City Eodic Beast Academy, but was rejected by the Dragon Man and the Snake Woman. The Seven Treasures Glaze sect. The information collected is similar to that of the Tiendu royal family. Your Highness, the Emperor Shuiye of the Tiendu royal family sent an invitation to invite Your Highness to attend a banquet at the palace tomorrow night. Ning Fengzi had a little worry between his eyebrows. The Wuhan Hall has been silent for more than 10 years, and the NET generation of the Pope suddenly went out to travel. I am worried that this is the beginning of their fangs again. We have to be on guard. Prince Shuixing said in panic, I am guilty, Your Majesty, please calm down. Jian Douluo said in surprise, you mean Rong? The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall suddenly appeared in Tiendu city without any cover. Haha, this young man is really brave. Shuixing Qinghe, what do you think of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall coming to Tiendu city? Prince Shuixing said coldly, is the Empire afraid of the Spirit Hall? We have the full support of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect, and the Haoshan sect hates the Spirit Hall. If the Spirit Hall dares to attack the Empire, we can just unite the three sects and even reach a compromise with the Xingluo Empire to destroy the Spirit Hall in one fell swoop. From now on we can rest assured. Gurong nodded and and said how to strengthen the connection, and the revenge of Prince Xueting is not equal to the revenge of the entire Tiendu royal family, let alone the revenge of Xue Qinghe. After that he went to Soto City and then went to Xingde Great Forest to hunt the second soul ring. It is said that he hired Lu Erlong to help. After that he appeared in Wuhan City and became the disciple of Pope Bibi Dong. Not long ago he was named the son of God. Chen Xin looks solemn. He has risen 10 levels in half a year. Even for a low-level soul master this is very scary. This son of God, his talent is probably beyond our estimation. Ning Fengzi sighed, I hope so. But he has a grudge against Prince Xueting. I'm afraid he won't let it go. Gray Jian Douluo frowned and said, although the Wuhan palace is strong, we are not soft persimmon. As long as we are careful and vigilant, we don't have to be too afraid of them. Their strength is not invincible, otherwise the Haoshan sect would have been destroyed long ago. You have to know that the Pope died. If the strength is sufficient, the Spirit Hall will not let the Haoshan sect go. Sword Douluo glared, you are talking nonsense. Who said that talent must be good to be the Pope? The previous Pope Qian Unji was a waste, but his position was still stable, right? Bone Douluo sneered, you are talking nonsense. Is it because of ability that Qian Unji can sit on the throne? Can the new Holy Son be the same as Qian Unji? His last name is not Qian, but it is different for his Prince Xueting. The two of them have a blood feud. There is almost no doubt that the Holy Son must have bad intentions this time. Others may be fine, but Xueting cannot escape revenge. Emperor Sui frowned and looked at Xue Qinghe. Qinghe, what do you think? Zhu Zuqing nodded gently in agreement and was also quite tempted. Well, let's go together. The group immediately came out of the Spirit Hall and started to play in the city. Chapter 106. Ning Fengzi panicked. Lu Erlong mocked. Blue Tyrant Academy. Evening. Lu Erlong received a handwritten letter from Yu Luomian, the elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re. Lu Erlong frowned and opened the letter. After reading it, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Brother Xiao Meng actually came to Tiendu City. After the surprise, Lu Erlong's eyes were a little resentful. This little bastard, he came yesterday but he didn't come to me for the first time. I'm afraid he forgot me. I've been thinking about him for so many years. He's really a little conscienceless. Thinking of the unforgettable time they spent together 5 years ago, Lu Erlong's eyes became gentle and his calm heart suddenly surged. He has become the successor to the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I knew long ago that he would definitely be cultivated vigorously by the Spirit Hall. That woman did a good thing this time. Lu Erlong thought of the request in her father's letter and snorted coldly. Ask me about Xiao Meng's background. Don't you know that we are hired to help people hunt soul beasts and have the rules of keeping secret for the employer? She threw the letter into the trash can and didn't even bother to write a reply. She was just the illegitimate daughter of Yu Luomian, the elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re sect. Because of her mother's background, she was not qualified to recognize her ancestors. Apart from the blood relationship, she had no connection with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re sect, let alone any belonging and feelings. In comparison, Xiao Meng, who she met in the Xingde Great Forest, had a very special place in her heart. That period was a rare happy time for her in the past 20 years, and it even diluted the emotional pain brought by Yu Xiaogang, allowing her to gradually calm down from the uncontrollable desire to kill. In her heart, how could the so-called sect, which was not very important, be compared with Xiao Meng, who was like a white moonlight? Well, Wuhan Hall. A glimmer of expectation flashed through Lu Erlong's eyes and she quickly ran to her boudoir and dressed up carefully in front of the mirror. She always wore plain face because of her good innate conditions. Even without makeup, it was still difficult to hide her natural beauty, but today she was going to meet Wang Shenmeng and she instinctively wanted to show her best side. Half an hour later, Lu Erlong, who was dressed up, left Lanba Academy with expectation and trepidation and walked towards the Wuhan Hall. Along the way she met many students and teachers who were leaving get out of class, all of whom paid close attention to her and whispered to her. Lu Erlong didn't care about their comment. She was just amazed at how beautiful she was with her eyebrows and lips painted today. She was the goddess dean of Lanba Academy and was admired by countless boys. She was the focus wherever she went. It was just that the rate of turning heads today was a little higher than before. I'm still very beautiful. Lu Erlong felt the admiration in the eyes of the teachers and students and was very satisfied. She was looking forward to the NET meeting even more. When she arrived at the gate of the Spirit Hall, she was stopped by the Spirit Master on duty. Lu Erlong smiled and said politely, hello, I am Lu Erlong, the Dean of Lanba Academy. I am a good friend of your Holy Son. I came to visit him today. Please let him know. Who knew that? The guard said. Sorry, the Holy Son went out and has not returned yet. Got out? Lu Erlong frowned. Do you know where he went? The guard shook his head. How can we know the whereabouts of the Holy Son? Otherwise you can go in and wait for a while. The Holy Son should be back in the evening. Forget it, I'll come back later. Lu Erlong couldn't hide her disappointment and turned around to go back to Lanba Academy first and come back after dinner. Halfway through the journey, an old old man in white suddenly appeared in front of them and said gently, Dean Lu Erlong, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, invites you. Please come and see me. Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect? Lu Erlong frowned slightly and looked at the familiar old man with vigilance. Are you His Majesty Sword Douluo? I am Sword Douluo Chen Xin. Master Ning wants to see me. What's the matter? I'm just the dean of a small academy. I shouldn't be qualified to discuss any major matters with the leaders of the top 3 sect, right? Chen Xin shook his head and said, Dean Lu is too modest. Our leader does have something to ask you. Please come and see me. Well, please lead the way, senior. Lu Erlong nodded helplessly. Although she had guessed in her heart that she didn't want to see the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, the invitation from the titled Douluo personally left her no room for refusal. Come with me. Sword Douluo Chen nodded slightly and took Lu Erlong to a magnificent restaurant room where he saw a middle-aged man with a refined and deep manner and another tall old man with a haggard face. Lu Erlong had seen Ning Fengzi before, although only from a distance, but he recognized him at once. Lu Erlong greets Act Master Ning and greets His Majesty Bone Douluo. Ning Fengzi smiled gently. President Lu, you don't have to be polite. I hope you don't blame me for being abrupt. I really have something important to ask. President Lu, please forgive me if I offend you. Facing these 3 big men who stomped their feet and shook the Douluo continent, Lu Erlong was a little nervous, but she was not terrified. It is my honor to be invited by Sect Master Ning. How can I say that I am offended? Ning Fengzi smiled lightly. Please take a seat, Dean Lu. Lu Erlong sat down in front of Ning Fengzi with a slightly solemn presence. Sect Master Ning, do you have anything to ask me? If it is convenient to answer, Erlong will definitely tell you everything. Ning Fengzi said, it is not a confidential matter. It is mainly some information about the son of the Spirit Hall. I heard that 5 years ago you went to the Tiendu Great Forest with the son of the Spirit Hall to hunt soul bees. You should know a lot about his spirit and soul skills, right? Lu Erlong nodded and said, I know a little bit. Ning Fengzi's smile became even bigger. What Ning wants to ask is about the Spirit Hall. Dean Lu, please be sure to tell me the information about the Holy Sun's spirit. Lu Erlong showed a trace of embarrassment. Sorry, it is our principle to keep the employer confidential. Please forgive me for not being able to disclose it. Ning Fengzi frowned and said, in an emergency the Holy Sun of the Spirit Hall may come with bad intention. For the safety of our upper 3 sect, please don't worry too much, Dean Lu. After all, you are also a member of the upper 3 sect. Lu Erlong's pupils shrank. It was not surprising that Ning Fengzi knew her background. Her presence turned cold. I'm sorry, I'm not a member of the upper 3 sect. I'm just a civilian spirit master and I can't afford to be a high-ranking family like the upper 3 sect. Ning Fengzi was slightly stunned and then smiled bitterly. He knew that Lu Erlong had a complicated relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect and even had a falling out with her biological father Yu Luomian, but he didn't expect that she had such a big grudge against the sect that she didn't admit that she was a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Sword Douluo Chen frowned and said, Lu Erlong, don't act on impulse. Do you know how terrifying the talent of the Spirit Hall Saint is? At the age of less than 14 he is already an unprecedented 7-ring high-level soul saint. Not long ago in Soto City he easily defeated the once notorious Akala Xiao Wuji without even using soul rings and soul skills. Once such a person grows up he will be more terrifying than Tang Chen. For us the 3 upper sects it is like a sword hanging over our head. Once it falls it will be a disaster of overthrow. Lu Erlong was also shocked by the great growth of Xiaoman's strength. In just 5 years he has become a high-level soul saint from a soul master. He almost ascends a major realm every year and walks the path of others in decades in a few years. This talent is really terrifying and can indeed be called unprecedented. No wonder even the leader of the 7 treasures Glaze couldn't sit still. Such a terrifying genius, once he becomes an enemy in the future, will definitely make people despair. The other party is the NET generation Pope of the Spirit Hall, who has such terrible talent and strength, is so young and has unimaginable power. How can such a person not have ambition? Besides, the ambition of the Spirit Hall has never been extinguished in the past 100 years. They have been dormant only because they are afraid of the major sect and the 2 empires headed by Tang Chen. Once the Spirit Hall produces another top-level EPERT and breaks this balance, everyone present has reason to believe that the Spirit Hall will inevitably stir up unrest and bring down all forces that can threaten them. Among them the top 3 sect and the 2 empires will inevitably bear the brunt, and they can't help but be nervous. Therefore Ning Fengzi, who was sitting on the Diao Tai yesterday and planned to wait and see what would happen, suddenly panicked today and could no longer sit still. Lu Erlong was happy and proud of Wang Shenmen's achievement. She was dismissive of the tension of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and said lightly, Your Majesty Sword Douluo, this doesn't seem to be my business. I have nothing to do with the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. They don't look down on me, a wild girl of humble origin. It seems that it's not my turn turn to worry about their life and death, right? Sword Douluo's face sank. Don't forget you have the blood of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect flowing in your body. No matter how much you deny it, you can't change your origin. With your cultivation level close to Soul Douluo, you are also a rare genius and strong man in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. I think at this time if you ask to return to the sect they will not refuse. Lu Erlong showed a trace of cold sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Returning to the sect at this time to be their free thug? You also said that the upper three sects will soon face a terrifying enemy. I must be stupid to go to the pole and seek death at this time? What has the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect given me over the years? Why do you think I will sacrifice myself for a group of strangers just because of the so-called blood relationship? This so-called bloodline is nothing more than the so-called shame brought by someone's inability to control his lower body. Because of his irresponsibility and lack of responsibility, my mother suffered humiliation and I was looked down upon. All this was caused by them. It's good that I don't retaliate against them, but you still want me to risk my life for them? Ning Fengzi frowned, looking a little embarrassed. This kind of thing is really not uncommon in the upper three sect. Including him, Ning Fengzi, they all have a lot of romantic debt. For the sake of family and sect harmony, it is not uncommon to have illegitimate children who are not recognized, especially the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, which claims to be a true dragon family. Its reputation and rules are more important than anything else. How could an illegitimate daughter like Lu Erlong, whose mother is of humble origin, be recognized by them? Unless Lu Erlong is a top genius and will become a titled Douluo, she will be qualified to let the family put down their face and break the rules, otherwise she can only fend for herself. In the best case, her biological father still has a conscience and may secretly take care of her behind his wife's back. In the worst case, he may even directly treat her as a hidden danger or a shame. It is conceivable that in this environment, illegitimate children who are not recognized and accepted, how could they risk their lives to protect the sect? Ning Fengzi sighed. Alas, Dean Lu has a deep misunderstanding of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Your father still cares about you. As far as I know, your father also contributed to the construction of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Erlong remained silent. Ning Fengzi said, if the Spirit Hall becomes too powerful to be controlled, it will not be a good thing for the continent. I am afraid that it will stir up endless turmoil for its ambitions. How much killing and bloodshed will it cause? Even for the sake of thousands of innocent people, Dean Lu should lend us a hand and try to curb the ambition of the Spirit Hall as much as possible. Lu Erlong was interested and said, how do they plan to curb it? Do they just kill him in advance? Ning Fengzi smiled faintly. Dean Lu is joking. Killing him will bring war. Our Seven Treasures Glaze sect is a peace-loving sect. How could we do such a thing? We just want to know more about him and try to resolve disputes in a peaceful way. Lu Erlong would not believe Ning Fengzi's word. With their vigilance against Xiaoman's brother, she believed that as long as there was a chance, these people would definitely get rid of him without hesitation. Of course, they really didn't dare to do it openly unless the three sects and the two empires united again and everyone took action together to face the revenge of the Spirit Hall together. Otherwise it would be a death for a single family to take the lead. Sorry, I have nothing to say. Lu Erlong shook his head and said, if you want to know his information, why don't you go and see it yourself? Don't you even have the courage to test him? Ning Fengzi said, you don't know that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall is protected by a titled Douluo. Flanders, one of your golden iron triangle, suffered a great loss at the hands of that titled Douluo. If we want to test the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, we must first pass the titled Douluo net to him. Lu Erlong thought of the ghost Douluo 5 years ago, wondering if he is still the same person now. According to Flanders, there are 3 men and women around him whose depth is unknown. One of them is clearly a titled Douluo and the other 2 are likely to be titled Douluo as well. Ning Fengzi's face was solemn and his voice was a little suppressed. The strength of the Spirit Hall may be much stronger than we estimated. If the Holy Son is protected by 3 titled Douluos, there will be more titled Douluos in the Spirit City. Perhaps the titled Douluos in the Spirit Hall have reached double digit. Ning Fengzi's voice trembled a little when he said the last sentence, which showed how much pressure he was under. He smiled bitterly and said, therefore, if you want to get close to the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall and test his depth and details, you must send out at least 3 titled Douluos. If you go too few, you may not be able to come back. 3 titled Douluos. Lu Erlong glanced at Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo. No wonder they were so nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy, and wanted to know Xiao the details of Brother Meng, but then he came back to me. It turned out that he didn't dare to come to the door to test. Now you know the seriousness of the problem, right? Ning Fengzi said helplessly, before this I thought he had at most 1 titled Douluo around him and everything was still under control. But who would have thought that there might be 3 titled Douluos around him? What a terrifying force this is. Once it erupts, Tiendu city will be destroyed. Lu Erlong smiled in his heart and said lightly, even if you know the details of the Son of the the spirit hall, what's the use? Can it change the strength comparison between the two sides? Ning Fengzi smiled lightly. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can be invincible. We know almost nothing about the son of the spirit hall. We only know that he is 78. He is a super soul saint, and he has no idea what powerful soul skills he has or what special abilities his martial soul has. He is a genius like him, and any information he has is precious. It may be the key to changing the situation at some point in the future. We can only overestimate people like him, and we must never underestimate him. In my eyes, his level of danger may not be less than that of a titled Douluo. If you rush into it without any understanding, you may suffer a great loss. Lu Erlong nodded secretly. Apart from anything else, Wang Shenmen's immortal body brought by the eternal soul bone. If an uninformed person confronts him, even if he is stronger than him, the probability of being killed is extremely high. Sorry, I still have nothing to say, Lu Erlong said to Ning Fengzi in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. I can only tell you, don't think about being his enemy. He is more invincible than you think. Instead of studying how to deal with him here, it is better to consider the way out as soon as possible, whether it is to surrender openly or to be an insider in secret. This may be your only way out. She stood up, ignoring the sullen faces of the three people. Sorry, I have something else to do. Goodbye. Jian Douluo's eyes flashed with cold light, watching Lu Erlong's figure leaving. Just as he was about to move, he was stopped by Ning Fengzi. After all, she is Yu Luomian's daughter. Perhaps out of indebtedness, Yu Luomian values this daughter very much. At this critical juncture, we must not have any more grudges with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Ning Fengzi sighed, stood up and walked to the window, looking at the sunset in the sky, and said with a wry smile, it seems that the relationship between Lu Erlong and the holy son of the spirit hall is much better than we thought. Yu Luomian's daughter, Yu Yuanzhen's niece. Is this the so-called way out? In her mouth, a cold light flashed in Ning Fengzi's eyes, but his heart was in turmoil. Chapter 107 Unpected Encounter. After nightfall, Tiendu city is still prosperous. There is no curfew in Douluo continent. For many people, after dark the carnival begins. Countless lights embellish the city with clusters of flowers, which looks as prosperous as a raging fire. How does Tiendu city compare to your Xingluo city? Wang Shenmeng looked at the dazzling array of things on the street and asked Zhu Zuyun. Zhu Zuyun said without hesitation, Xingluo city has the delicacy of southern cities, and Tiendu city has the grandeur of northern cities. Seriously speaking, Tiendu city is still more prosperous and wealthy than Xingluo city, but the decay and darkness hidden under the light are not much different. Wang Shenmeng nodded. Yes, the two empires are already decayed. Who would have thought that the most prosperous and wealthy imperial capital of Tiendu Empire actually has so many slums? Zhu Zuyun said Xingluo city is similar. The royal family of Xingluo Empire is powerful, and there are no powerful sects in the empire, so the imperial nobles led by the royal family have stronger control over the local areas and are more oppressive. However, there are fewer internal constraints, and the emperor's ruling power is far stronger than that of the Tiendu royal family. Therefore, the strength that the Xingluo Empire can gather is much stronger than that of the Tiendu Empire. If there were no Wuhan Hall to block it and no 7 major sects to balance it, the Tiendu Empire would have been destroyed by the Xingluo Empire long ago. Wang Shenmeng agreed. I know that the Xingluo Empire has always been unwilling to give up. Even the biggest dissatisfaction of the royal family with the Wuhan Hall is that we prevented them from destroying the Tiendu Empire. But they don't think about the 7 major sects even among the major colleges who wants to see a unified empire emerge on the continent. Among the top 3 sects, the 7 Treasures Glaze sect clearly supports the Tiendu Empire. Although the Haoshan sect has closed its mountain gate, it has secretly supported the Xingluo Empire before. The Blue Lightning Tyrant sect claims to be neutral. This is obviously balancing the strength of the two empires. If one side has the power to overwhelm the other and is about to take action, I believe that the top 3 sects will immediately unite to support the weaker side against the stronger side. Zhu Zuyun chuckled and said, not only the top 3 sects are Wuhan. The Wuhan Palace seemed to have a similar attitude. Wuhan city lies across the center of the continent. In addition to highlighting its transcendent status, it has also become an insurmountable barrier between the two empires. If there were no Wuhan Palace, I believe the battles between the two empires would be more frequent and more brutal than 10 times. Wang Shenmeng did not hide this. Of course, if the continent is unified, how can we maintain the transcendent status of our Wuhan Palace? Even if there will be a day of unification, it can only be unified by our Wuhan Palace. While speaking, the crowd on the street suddenly split to both sides and a huge team appeared in front. The majestic guard, powerful soul master guard, and noble and gorgeous carriages almost filled the entire street. At first glance, it was obvious that a big shot was traveling. It Prince Xueying. Someone recognized the logo on the carriage. Your Highness. Zhu Zuyun looked at Wang Shenmeng. She knew that His Highness and Xueying. The hatred between the princes can be said to have been a dark cloud over His Highness's head for quite a long time. Even if he disdains to take action, the shadow cast by Prince Xueying makes it difficult for His Highness to move forward. What's more, he once terminated His Highness's entire family. This is an irreconcilable hatred. Now that he suddenly encounters him, what action will His Highness take? Your Highness, do you want me to take his life? Ling Yuan Douluo appeared silently beside Wang Shenmeng, looking at the gorgeous carriage with sharp eyes, and faintly felt a breath in the carriage that made her fearful. But she didn't take it to heart. It is much easier to kill a person than to protect a person. Unless the strength is higher than hers, it is difficult to protect a person of mediocre power in her hands. No need. Wang Shenmeng shook his head slightly. Don't worry about Prince Xueying, I will handle it myself. In the carriage, Prince Xueying was a little uneasy. His face looked a little gloomy. Not long ago the Emperor summoned him and the Crown Prince Xueqing he again and presented new information about the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, which made Prince Xueying's heart sink. The information was really too unbelievable. The little kid who was less than 14 years old was actually a level 78 soul saint, and his real combat power was even more terrifying. The level 76 Akala Xiao Wuji had no power to fight back in his hands. He didn't even use his soul ring skills. Xiao Wuji knelt down gorgeously and was forced to kneel down and apologize. This was such an incredible thing. Prince Xueying neither dared nor wanted to believe it. Unfortunately, the cruel reality could not change with people's sorrow and joy. The most terrifying thing was that there were 3 titled Douluo around the Holy Sun. This was a terrifying force. It might not be able to destroy the entire Tiendu Empire, but it could completely wipe out the entire Tiendu royal family in a short time. Thinking of his brother's gloomy face and the resentful and angry look that he couldn't hide, Prince Xueying felt a chill in his heart and felt an inexplicable fear. He was afraid that his brother had wavered in his heart and wanted to give up on him in order to gain room for compromise with the Spirit Hall. Brother Douluo, everything depends on you. As long as I can get through this, I am willing to pay any price, Prince Xueying said to the grey-robed old man sitting side by side with him in a somewhat tired tone, with a sincere tone and a hint of pleading. The old man beside him was dressed in a grey robe and had a slender figure. Even when he was sitting upright, his upper body was as straight as a javelin, but the strange thing was that his beard and hair were all dark green and his eyes were more like emerald. He gave people a sense of illusion as if he was a phantom. The grey-robed old man had no expression on his face, or rather his expression on his face was completely stiff with sunken cheek. His green hair was messy, his hands were tucked into his sleeve and his eyes seemed to be open and closed. Your Highness, I was hunted by Lao Ju of the Spirit Hall back then. You helped me at the critical moment. I owe you a favor, so I agreed to serve as the Heaven Do Empire's priest, but this does not mean that I will risk my life for the Heaven Do Empire. A trace of solemnity flashed in the green eyes of the grey-robed old man. The strength of the Spirit Hall is unfathomable, and it is very likely to face 3 titled Douluo this time. Even His Majesty is shaken and is not willing to send high-level spirit masters to sacrifice in vain by your side. To be honest, I am also very scared in my heart. Your favor to me is not enough to make me disregard my life and property. A sigh appeared in his words. After all, I still have to consider my granddaughter. If I die unfortunately, who will take care of her? Take care of my granddaughter? Although I hate the Spirit Hall, I have to admit that they are very powerful. I alone cannot compete with them. Even though there is a grudge between me and Lao Ju, I have not faced the entire Spirit Hall for so many years. If I stop the Spirit Hall Saint from seeking revenge this time, I am afraid I will really have to face the entire Spirit Hall. Prince Xueying said with a gloomy face. Brother Douluo is known as the Poison Douluo. Although he cannot defeat a group of titled Douluos in the Spirit Hall, he can completely kill them and leave only titled Douluos. I believe that no force on the mainland is hostile to Brother Douluo, and the Spirit Hall will be no exception. As long as Brother Douluo is willing to take action, the people of the Spirit Hall will also be cautious and will never do anything for a mere hey. Douluo's green eyes showed a chill and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Prince, you really think highly of me? Are you really so impatient to drag me down? Although I Douluo am a little eccentric, I am not a fool. The only enemies I killed are titled Douluo. Hehe, it's okay to brag about it at ordinary times, but if you really believe it yourself, you are really stupid. Prince Xueying said. Brother Douluo, you owe me a favor. If I hadn't led the troops to drive Yuegwen away, you might have died in his hands. Strictly speaking, this can also be regarded as a life-saving grace. Besides, you and the Spirit Hall have always had a good relationship. Grudges? Are you afraid now? You Douluo have always been a loner and looked down upon the world. I don't think the name of the Spirit Hall can scare you. Now I just want you to repay my life-saving grace. You have always distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Are you scared by the Spirit Hall at this time and even ignore the principles of dealing with people? You don't need to provoke me. I will naturally repay my grudges and repay my favors. Douluo said coldly. Okay, you helped me once that year. Although I may not be able to get away without you, I will definitely pay a heavy price, so I still have to accept your kindness. But this is not enough to save my life, so I will only help you once. After this the grudges are gone and you and I will go on the road together. In the future we'll go our separate ways. Prince Xueying knew that he had completely offended Douluo, but it didn't matter. Isn't the so-called favor meant to be used at the critical moment? If it can save your life, then let alone one favor, even 10 favors are fine. Prince Xueying stared at Douluo closely. I don't ask you to save my life, but once is not enough. It must be at least 3 times to offset the favor of saving your life, and it must be when the other party has a title Douluo to take action. Douluo's face turned cold and the cold eyes made Prince Xueying's back cold, but at this time it was related to his life and property, so he couldn't retreat and looked at Douluo without giving in. Forget it, just as you said, after 3 times I will have nothing to do with you. If you are lucky enough to save your life in the end, remember not to fall into my hands. There will be no mercy at that time. Prince Xueying smiled and said, Brother Douluo, rest assured, I have always respected you. No matter in the past or in the future, I will never dare to offend you. I hope so. Douluo hummed without comment and then closed his eyes, unwilling to pay any more attention to Prince Xueying. At this time the carriage just passed in front of Wang Shenmeng and a breeze blew open the curtains of the carriage. Prince Xueying was slightly relaxed after dealing with Douluo. He couldn't help but look outside and happened to see a handsome and flawless face. Prince Xueying was slightly stunned. He had never seen such a good-looking boy before, especially those eyes which were as deep and mysterious as the night sky. There seemed to be a light flowing in the eyes which made people unable to help but fall into it. The boy had a meaningful smile on his lips and looked at Prince Xueying through the glass. Prince Xueying was attracted by this smile, and the net moment he suddenly felt extremely scared, as if a certain panic in his heart was magnified 100 times and instantly occupied all his mind. His head was confused, his consciousness sank in fear, and then his head tilted, leaning on the carriage, and fell into a coma. Douluo opened his eyes suddenly. His green eyes were very creepy in the dark night. He glanced at Prince Xueying and saw that he was actually asleep. He frowned and ignored him. At this time Prince Xueying had fallen into a dream that was extremely real. The familiar hall, familiar people, lively banquet, the most distinguished group of people in the Tiendu royal family gathered here just to welcome a young man. Your Majesty, I have no intention of being an enemy of the Tiendu royal family, but the hatred of my parents is irreconcilable. If I don't take revenge, what face do I have to stand on the mainland? The young man looked calm and said in a firm tone, therefore Prince Xueying must die. I hope that His Majesty will hand Prince Xueying over to me. As long as I take revenge, the grudge between me and the Tiendu royal family will be settled, and I will never attack others again. Prince Xueying trembled, both fearful and angry, but his heart was extremely nervous. The old Emperor Sui said in a cold and majestic tone, Your Highness, I understand your desire for revenge, but please also understand me. As a king and as a brother, I cannot sit back and watch my subject and my brother being killed in front of me. There is no way. The young man's smile seemed full of helplessness, and he shook his head and said, No one can stop me from taking revenge. Anyone who stands in front of me is my enemy, and the only outcome is death. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 figures following the young man suddenly issued a monstrous aura, and the whole hall trembled under the title Douluo Soul Power. Boom! The powerful force hit Prince Xueying overwhelmingly. Quick, protect the Emperor! Emperor Xuey's face turned pale and he fled to another place in a hurry under the protection of a group of soul masters without even looking at Prince Xueying. While protecting the Emperor's escape, Prince Xueying, he turned around and showed a mocking and pitying smile to Prince Xueying as if he was looking at a dead person. Then he summoned all the strong men of the Tiendu Empire to guard Emperor Xueye, including Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and Jian Douluo Chen Xin. Brother, save me! Prince Xueying shouted in despair. There was not even a high-level soul master around him, and they all went to protect Emperor Xueye and Prince Xueying. He was already a lonely abandoned child, bearing the wrath of the 3 titled Douluos alone. Go! The poisonous Douluo Douluo, who was also invited to the banquet, suddenly sprayed out terrifying snake venom, and the emerald green fog instantly filled the entire hall. The 3 titled Douluos did not dare to ignore the poison of the green scale snake king and immediately surrounded the holy son of the spirit hall to dispel the poisonous fog for him. And in this short barrier, Douluo fled frantically with Prince Xueying. Chapter 108 Nightmare. Uncle Wang, are you still alive? Xueying, his voice was full of surprise and disappointment, but there was no surprise. Even Emperor Xueye couldn't help but frown and then sighed. It's good to be alive. I didn't expect that the holy son of the spirit hall was so insidious. I kindly invited him to the banquet, but he brazenly attacked at the banquet and didn't take my Tiendu Empire seriously at all. I originally wanted to talk about the hatred between you and turn hostility into friendship, but I didn't expect that I almost hurt you. Fortunately, good fortune fortune has its own blessings and His Majesty Douluo acted in time, otherwise your brother would be in great danger this time. Prince Xueying lowered his head, his face twisted, revealing an ugly smile. Thank you for your concern, my brother. The holy son of the Spirit Hall has a low character and no martial ethic. I was lucky to escape this time. I am afraid he will not give up. He did not take my Tiendu Imperial family seriously at all. Today he actually attacked in front of your Majesty and almost hurt your Majesty. He must not be forgiven. I suggest that we directly mobilize all the strong men of the Tiendu Empire and then unite with Poison Douluo and the 2 Douluos of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect to take the initiative to get rid of the Spirit Hall Saint Sun and solve the problem once and for all. Emperor Xueya had not spoken yet, and Xue King he retorted, no, the Spirit Hall is unfathomable. The Empire is not ready to fight the Spirit Hall. If the Spirit Hall Saint Sun is killed, the Empire may be overthrown. Moreover, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is only an ally of the Empire, not a subordinate of the Empire, and I am afraid they will not agree. Even if everyone unites, they may not be able to kill the Spirit Hall Saint Sun and the 3 titled Douluos. Even if they cannot beat them, can they still run away? And if the battle is launched in Tiendu City, this prosperous imperial capital may be destroyed, and the Tiendu Empire cannot afford such a loss. Emperor Xueya nodded slowly. King, he is right. Xue Xing, taking action is the worst option. We must not provoke a battle with the Spirit Hall, otherwise the rule of my Xue family will be over. Prince Xue Xing felt cold in his heart. He was angry and hateful and said bitterly, then should we let that little thief bully us? Where is the dignity of my Tiendu Empire? Xue King he sighed, only when you are alive can you talk about dignity. If my Xue family loses the right to rule the empire, the end will be extremely tragic. It is a luxury for everyone to be alive. If people are dead, what is the meaning of dignity? Prince Xue Xing said sadly, Your Highness, the Crown Prince is going to let your uncle pay for the life of the son of the Spirit Hall to resolve the hatred between the two sides. Haha, one of the 2 empires that ruled the continent has fallen to the point of shaking its tail and begging for mercy from its enemies. How can such a royal family have the face to rule the people? It is better to destroy them together. You want to live on your knees, but I choose to die standing. Isn't the son of the Spirit Hall going to kill me? Let him come. I will not leave beside my brother. If he has the guts, he can kill me in front of my brother just in time to let the hundreds of millions of people in the Tiendu Empire see the domineering and overbearing face of the Spirit Hall. Don't worry, my brother. If he wants to kill me again, I will never run away, nor will I beg for mercy. I want to let the world see that there are still iron-willed and hot-blooded men in my Tiendu royal family. Emperor Xueye's face was gloomy and he said indifferently, You are so presumptuous, Xue Xing. You insult me everywhere in your word. Do you think I dare not punish you? Prince Xue Xing touched his head to the ground, panicked. I dare not. I was excited for a while and it is inevitable that I spoke out of turn. I hope your Majesty will forgive me. If your Majesty thinks that I should pay with my life, I am willing to die in exchange for the forgiveness of the son of the Spirit Hall and save your Majesty and the Tiendu Empire. Emperor Xueye's mouth twitched, looking at the royal relatives with different prescience and the powerful people who came to protect him urgently. His anger toward Prince Xue Xing rose to the extreme. He slammed the table and said, Humph, when did I say that I would let you pay with your life? My throne and the safety of the Tiendu Empire do not need you to protect it. My Tiendu Empire will never compromise with the enemy, let alone beg for mercy. Don't worry, I will do my best to protect you. If the Spirit Hall wants to fight, then let's fight. I would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. Your Majesty is wise and wise. Your servant Erlong is willing to go through fire and water for your Majesty and kill all the enemies of the Spirit Hall. Standing at the forefront, the powerful Grand Marshal Erlong knelt down like a golden mountain overturning a jade pillar, his majestic body emitting waves of powerful oppression, and said generously and passionately, Your Majesty is wise. My Tiendu Empire has been established for hundreds of years and no one has ever been so aggressive and bullied us. What about the Spirit Hall? The Empire has 1,000,000 strong troops, soul masters like Rain and strong men like Cloud. They are all willing to shed their last drop of blood for your Majesty and the Empire. A royal soul Douluo said loudly. Another soul Douluo, the teaching committee member of the Tiendu Royal Academy Meng Shenji, also rushed over at this time and said solemnly, Your Majesty, don't worry. The Tiendu Empire has hundreds of millions of subjects, all of whom are loyal and courageous. Even if it is the Spirit Hall, if they want to hurt your Majesty, they will have to bear the anger of hundreds of millions of people. Your Majesty. Emperor Xueye looked at his subject who spoke impassionedly and fearlessly and smiled with relief, saying, All of you are loyal and brave. With you here I have nothing to worry about. Prince Xue Xing's face flushed with excitement. With the support of the entire Tiendu Empire, the son of the Spirit Hall wanted to kill him, and the consequence was a war between the two forces. Before the strong men of the Tiendu Empire were destroyed, it would not be so easy to kill him. Soon after, Marshal Erlong and and other ministers went down to gather elite soldiers and generals to prepare for the war. Some of the strong men left for the time being and some hid in the dark to guard the palace. Prince Xuexing also stayed in the palace. Brother Douluo, thank you for saving my life just now. I will trouble you again, net. You must not leave my side during this period, otherwise I am afraid I will be in danger. Douluo glanced at Prince Xuexing. Your Majesty has decided to save you. What are you still worried about? I'm still a little worried. You don't know my brother is old. He has lost his ambitions now. He just wants to keep his power and wealth. He doesn't want to see any turmoil or changes. They had given up on me before you saw the so-called banquet is a tacit agreement between them. Let the son of the Spirit Hall suddenly attack and kill me. In this way the son of the Spirit Hall is avenging his parents and others will not blame him. His Majesty the Emperor did not expect that the guest would suddenly attack at the banquet. He was even a victim and he had an excuse afterwards so that the outside world would not think that they were submissive. Submit to the power of the Spirit Hall and sacrifice me to preserve power. This big drama. Everyone is happy, but I, the prince who brought great trouble to the empire and the royal family, was sacrificed. What a good deal, Prince Xuexing said sarcastically. Douluo looked at Prince Xuexing with pity. This man had robbed the woman for the pleasure of his lower body, but not only did he fail but he brought himself a terrible disaster. Now he has fallen to this point which is really unworthy of sympathy. However, he has promised to take action 3 times and now there are 2 left. He nodded and said, don't worry, I will stay with you. But there should not be too much danger in the palace. The 3 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall are indeed extremely powerful, but there are many soul Douluo and soul saint in the palace and there are people from the 7 treasures Glaze sect watching from the side. They should be cautious. Prince Xuexing said, I am not worried about the son of the Spirit Hall for the time being. Although the titled Douluo is powerful with Brother Douluo and many soul Douluo's soul saints and the enemy's most elite Imperial guards, it is difficult for them to get away with it. Besides, they have to be vigilant against the 7 treasures Glaze sect at all times. Once given the opportunity, one don't believe Ning Fengzi will not take advantage of the opportunity to do something dirty and even try to put the blame on the empire after it's over. Douluo said, then are you still worried about His Majesty the Emperor? Prince Xuexing sighed to the sky. I said that my royal brother has long lost his passion and now only wants to save his life and power. If he can sacrifice me and compromise with the Spirit Hall, he will not hesitate. But now in the hall I have held him back with words, forcing him to show an attitude of fighting at all costs, but the weakness and compromise in his bones will not change. The longer the time drags on, if the Spirit Hall gives more pressure, he will still find an opportunity to sacrifice me in exchange for Go's safety. Douluo sneered, you 2 brothers are indeed brothers. One wants to sacrifice his younger brother and the other tries his best to drag his older brother down, both to save themselves. It is true that there is no family affection in the Imperial family. Brothers? Prince Xuexing sneered many times. Brothers are more hateful than outsiders because only each other is a fatal threat. My brother did so many shameful things to sit on the throne and he did not kill his brothers. If I had not seen through his nature long ago and was content to be a playboy with a bad reputation, do you think I would still be alive today? Douluo was surprised and said, Your Majesty the Emperor has such a dark history. Prince Xuexing was too lazy to care about the royal family's face at this time and said lightly, he has a lot of dark history. His son also perfectly inherited his cruelty and viciousness. Although I don't have direct evidence for the crown Prince Xuexing, I can almost be sure that the death of my 2nd and 3rd nephews is related to him. My brother, for the sake of power balance, withdrew me to check him, but it made me suffer. When the prince succeeds to the throne in the future, will I have a good ending? Douluo listened with great interest. Such royal scandals and shady dealings are unbearable for ordinary people. The more they know, the faster they die. But he didn't care and listened to it as a story. The 4th Prince Xuexing has the same style as you when you were young. I heard that he learned all his dandy habits from you. Now it seems that he is not that simple. Prince Xuexing sneered, that's right. Since I have become a political enemy with the prince, how can I not be prepared? If Xuexing hadn't pretended to be a useless dandy, I'm afraid he would have been killed by Xuexing he long ago. I have been investigating the evidence that the prince killed his 2 younger brothers. When I find the evidence, I can abolish the prince in one fell swoop. At that time Xuexing will be the net emperor and my status will not only not be damaged but will rise. Douluo praised good calculation. Prince Xuexing looked pleased, but thinking of his current situation he couldn't smile anymore. For a month afterwards the Spirit Hall Saint did not make any movement, as if he was frightened by the determination of the Heaven Do Empire to fight at all costs. So everyone was excited and felt that the Spirit Hall Saint was nothing special. Everything before was just a show of strength and he looked aggressive and invincible, but in fact he was weak inside. After the Empire took a tough stance, he backed down. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, at the same time secretly mocking each other and Rela Ed. their vigilance, including Prince Xueying. Just then one night Prince Xueying, who was suffering from inner torment, finally had a good sleep. However, in the middle of the night a huge soul power suddenly swept across like a hurricane, waking him up from his sleep. He walked out of the door and saw a green poisonous snake fighting with a huge divine bird burning with red gold flames not far away. Douluo, who was not strong in combat, encountered the natural enemy of snake and was suppressed by the opponent without any ability to fight back. The terrifying poison could not threaten the flame divine bird in the sky, but he was burned black and charred. He was also scratched by the sharp claws of the god spirit kite Douluo. Prince Xueying's face was pale and his body was shaking. After so many days of investigation, there is not much information about the two men of the three titled Douluo around the son of the spirit hall, but the identity of the beautiful woman is no longer a secret. She is the youngest of the 9th elder of the spirit hall, Ling Yuan Douluo. At the age of 50 she is already a titled Douluo of the 92nd level. My blood is boiling. In the void a charming and pleasant voice sounded in his ears as if there was an irresistible magic. Prince Xueying's blood instantly became boiling hot like flowing magma, instantly melting his bones, flesh, blood and internal organ. "Oh my royal brother, you are so cruel." Prince Xueying's body was burning with red flames, and at the end of his life, at the last moment, he only had endless hatred in his heart. He hated his brother Emperor Xueyet and his nephew Prince King He. This hatred far exceeded his hatred for the son of the spirit hall. The son had a grudge against him and he could understand that he wanted to kill him, but his own brother and nephew abandoned him without hesitation just for a night of peace, which made him extremely resentful. The two great titled Douluo fought in the void. Such a big commotion after such a long time. No strong men from the empire came to intercept. At this moment he understood everything. "I regret it. If God gives me another chance to start over, I will never sit and wait for death so cowardly." The last thought flashed in his mind, and Prince Xueying had been burned to charcoal. The last echo came to his ears, which was an uneasy cry, "Your Highness, it's not good. Your Highness has been killed." Boom! The darkness in front of him shattered and Prince Xueying woke up with a scream. His forehead and back were already sweating profusely and he was trembling all over. He was still immersed in the fear of being burned to death by the flames and the resentment towards Emperor Sui, and he couldn't recover for a long time. "Your Highness, are you having a nightmare?" A familiar voice came to his ears. Prince Xueying was in a trance for a while and gradually calmed down. He looked around and found that he was sitting in a familiar carriage at this moment, and NET to him was the living poison Douluo Douluo. It was actually a dream. Prince Xueying still couldn't let it go. But why is it so real? After surviving the disaster, Prince Xueying was still frightened in his heart. It was too real, as if this was his upcoming fate. At this time he didn't think about why he suddenly fell asleep and had a nightmare, and he forgot about the beautiful boy who was immersed in a glimpse of him. Only the various appearances in the nightmare were left. Soon after, the carriage returned to the mansion. First the housekeeper greeted it and then the princess. Everything was exactly the same as the scene in the dream, as if time had gone backward. Prince Xueying felt the coldness that penetrated into his bone. After passing by Prince Xueying when the prince's carriage went away, Wang Shenmeng smiled inexplicably. "Your Highness, I hope you like this good dream." Chapter 109 Meeting. "Your Highness, there is a titled Douluo in the carriage. It should be poison Douluo Douluo." Qingluan Douluo said in a low voice. Wang Shenmeng nodded. "Yes, it is indeed poison Douluo Douluo." Qingluan Douluo said, "Douluo has some grievances with our spirit hall and has a good relationship with Prince Xueying. He appears beside Prince Xueying at this moment and he should be protecting him closely. Is he really determined to be an enemy of our spirit hall?" Wang Shenmeng said, "Prince Xueying has done Douluo a favor. Although the old poison is vicious and lonely and will never give up, he is also a man of temperament. He must repay both favors and grudges. Prince Xueying threatens him with a favor and he will not refuse." Qingluan Douluo said, "Then isn't he our enemy?" Wang Shenmeng said, "It's not necessarily an enemy. When he repays Prince Xueying's kindness, the two sides will naturally have no connection. We can win him over. He has what I need." Qingluan Douluo stopped talking about Douluo and changed the subject. "When will your Highness meet the young lady? I think she must be looking forward to meeting you now." Although several priests called Qian Ren Yui Shuer in private, they called her Miss most of the time outside, so Wang Shenmeng naturally knew who the young lady he was talking about was. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, "No hurry, we will meet at the banquet tomorrow night. At that time I will give her a super gift as a meeting gift, hoping to surprise her." Qingluan Douluo smiled slightly. Others might not notice it, but his mental power was extremely strong. Of course he could see that Prince Xueying had been hit when they passed by just now. Even at this moment Prince Xueying had been hit, but he himself could not notice it. "It's getting late, let's go back." Before turning around and leaving, Wang Shenmeng looked up at the 5-story building in the distance. The glittering words Yu Yuan were extremely eye-catching. His sight fell on a beautiful girl of 11 or 12 years old. At this time the girl just just came out of Yuyuan and stepped on the carriage with the 7-story pagoda logo. Suddenly she seemed to have sensed something and turned her head to look over. The girl's eyes immediately reflected a perfect boy's face. The boy showed a warm smile which seemed to dispel the winter cold in an instant. His eyes were clear and bright like the stars in the night sky, full of mysterious temptation, making people unable to help but be moved. The girl was reluctant to look away. The boy smiled at her gently, then turned and left. The girl stared at his back in a daze. Wrong, what's wrong? It's cold outside, come up quickly. The curtain of the carriage opened, revealing Ning Fengzi's gentle and elegant face. Oh okay dad. The girl Ning Rong was inexplicably flustered. Her cheeks were hot but her eyes were still reluctant to leave. She didn't lower her head until the boy disappeared in the crowd before she entered the carriage. What's wrong? Did you see anything interesting? Ning Fengzi looked at his daughter lovingly and asked. No, nothing. I just feel that the night of Tiendu city seems to be more beautiful than before. Ning Rong said in a trance. The night of Tiendu city has not always been like this. Maybe your mood is more beautiful tonight. Ning Fengzi said with a smile, but he recalled the boy he saw through the window just now and couldn't help but admire him. In his heart, in his life, he had never seen such an extraordinary person. The holy son of the spirit hall. This was the first time Ning Fengzi saw this young man who had been in the limelight recently. He confirmed his identity with just one look. He didn't believe that there would be another young man as charming as him in the world. It is said that the holy son of the spirit hall not only possesses extraordinary talents but is also a handsome man who is unparalleled in the world. Even the supreme pope of the spirit hall loves his appearance and loves him more than anything else. Ning Fengzi used to think that this was just a rumor and never believed it. However, after seeing him today, he realized that hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. The rumors were not exaggerated. On the contrary, it was difficult to describe his true charm in words. He also believed the rumors that the pope loved his appearance. If he had such a female disciple with unparalleled talent and charming appearance, he would definitely treat her as a treasure and would not allow anyone to infringe on her or even get too close to her. Wrong. Tomorrow night I will take you to the palace for a banquet so that you can see the demeanor of the world's #1 young spirit master. Ning Rong said listlessly. Is it that spirit hall saint's son? Ning Fengzi smiled and said, it is the spirit hall saint's son. This young man is extraordinary. Dad also wants to observe the true background of the net pope of the spirit hall from a close distance. Aren't you very curious about him? Take a good look tomorrow night. Ning Rong pouted and said, I am just curious about what kind of young man can make you so daunted and even afraid. Since the spirit hall saint's son came to Tiendu city, you have frowned much more often than before, and even Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu have less smiles. It has never happened before that my wise and powerful father is so scared. Does the spirit hall saint's son have 3 heads and 6 arms? Ning Fengzi glared at his daughter and said helplessly, Dad is not afraid but pays attention to the opponent. Tomorrow night is a palace event which may be related to for the peace of the continent in the future. Don't you want to personally participate in such a significant event? Maybe there will be a surprise. Ning Rong looked a little surprised. Dad, why did you suddenly change your mind and want me to attend the banquet? Didn't you plan to take me there this morning? Ning Fengzi smiled lightly. Dad was not thoughtful before. You are not young anymore. You should have more contact with the most outstanding group of talented soul masters on the continent, which will be good for your future. The son of the spirit hall is a mountain you can never cross. You must get to know him as soon as possible. Whether you are an enemy or a friend, you must first face his existence before you can understand him. Ning Rong was not interested. Okay, anyway, I'm idle. I'll give my dad a face and go to see what magical things the son of the spirit hall has. But didn't you tell me to go to Tiendu Royal Academy tomorrow? Ning Fengzi said, don't worry. Let's talk about it after tomorrow night. Not long after Wang Shenmeng returned to the spirit hall, Lu Erlong visited again. Sister Erlong, long time no see. How are you these days? Looking at Wang Shenmen's more mature but not obviously changed smile as if she was still a teenager, Lu Erlong's heart was filled with joy of reunion after separation, and she ran over and hugged Wang Shenmeng in her arms. Little bastard, you are so cruel. You said you would come to see me when you have time, but you haven't come once in these 5 years, making me wait in vain. Wang Shenmeng smiled apologetically. It's not that I don't want to come to see my sister, but I really can't get away. I'm not idle in Wuhan city either. There are many things that I can't stay away from. Look, I came to see my sister as soon as the matter came to an end. Humph, then why didn't you come to see me when you came? Lu Erlong scolded. What do you mean by come to see me? It's just a nice way of saying it, and it's just a byproduct. No, it's not even a byproduct. Not only did you not come to see me when you came, you didn't even inform me of the news, and my sister had to come to me with a thick face. Tell me, are you the son of the spirit hall and your status is high, so you look down on your sister? Absolutely no. Wang Shenmeng felt something strange on his chest but couldn't get rid rid of Lu Erlong's arm. He had to hug her back and apologize. Sister, please forgive me. I will come to see you tomorrow. I have missed you so much in the past 5 years. I miss you every day. I just came last night. I had to understand your situation first to see if it is convenient for you to come. I didn't inform you because I wanted to give you a surprise. Didn't you feel surprised when you learned that I came to Wuhan City? No, you are a heartless little thing. Even if you never come, I don't care. Lu Erlong said it hypocritically, but the smile on her face showed that she was very happy in her heart. Even though she knew that the little bastard's words were full of rhetoric, she still liked to listen. Who is she? Seeing the intimate interaction between the two hugging each other, the three little girls in the room blushed lightly with different expressions. Zhu Zuking's eyes flickered with some envy in her eyes and a little bitter in her heart. Zhu Zuyun's smile was a bit forced. Although she knew she shouldn't be jealous, she couldn't help feeling uncomfortable when she saw His Highness hugging other women. Xiao Wu looked at Lu Erlong with an unfriendly look and asked directly. Zhu Zuyun said, this sister is Lu Erlong, one of the Golden Iron Triangle, a powerful soul saint. Zhu Zuking was stunned. Is he the soul saint who clashed with Davis in the Xingde Great Forest with His Highness 5 years ago? Did she defeat Hanbo? Zhu Zuking nodded yes at her. She and His Highness, the relationship is not ordinary. They were very close 5 years ago. 5 years have passed and it seems that they have not become distant at all. Xiao Wu muttered, a soul saint again? What's so great about a soul saint? A soul saint even knelt down to apologize to me. Zhu Zuking glanced at Xiao Wu. When can you defeat a soul saint alone? Say such things again. You are so complacent when you are pretending to be powerful. Can you have some sense in your heart? Xiao Wu looked up and said, what's so difficult about a soul saint? As long as I give you time, there is nothing great about a titled Douluo. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Zhu Zuyun was already disdainful of her mysterious self-confidence. To be fair, this dead rabbit was really talented, much better than their sisters, but he was extremely careless in cultivation, fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days. With this kind of cultivation attitude, the great talent was wasted in vain. In the long run, when the golden age of cultivation is over, it will be really difficult to become a titled Douluo. Of course, even this made Zhu Zuyun very envious. Their sisters had limited talent. No matter how hard they practiced, the upper limit was already locked. Don't expect to become a titled Douluo in this life. After a long while, when the emotions calmed down, Lu Erlong suddenly realized that the posture of the two was too intimate. This little bastard was already a handsome young man. The breath on his body made her palpitate and her ears were quietly stained with scarlet. Come, let your sister take a good look. After so many years, he is still so handsome. The strange touch on her chest made Lu Erlong's face even more red. She quietly loosened her hands and pushed Wang Shenmeng away from her arms. She felt relieved but also a little disappointed. She looked at the flawless face in front of her, which became more and more attractive the more she looked at it. She couldn't bear to look away. Sister is the same. She is still so beautiful. No, she is getting more and more beautiful. Slippery tongue. Lu Erlong rolled her eyes at him, but her eyes curved into crescent. Your Highness, won't you introduce this sister to us? Seeing that the atmosphere was almost right, Zhu Zuyun interrupted with a smile. Yes, I will introduce her to you. Wang Shenmeng glared at the big cat and received a pitiful and weak look that was willing to accept any punishment. Of course, only he could understand it. Wang Shenmeng's heart was moved and he said seriously, this is Sister Lu Erlong, the Dean of Lanba Academy. You can just call her sister. This is Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuking from the Zhu family of Xingluo Empire. This is Xiao, the maid I brought from Notting College in Fasno Province. Although the three beautiful girls had different thoughts, they still greeted Wang Shenmeng obediently under her eyes. Hello, Sister Erlong. Hello, you guys. Lu Erlong responded with a smile, not thinking whether it was appropriate to think of sisters given their age difference. She looked at the three beautiful and youthful girls, especially the Zhu sisters, whose figures made her a little envious. Of course, she was not bad either. The attraction of mature charm to young boys was often more irresistible than that of young girls. Zuyun, we knew each other in the Xingde Great Forest 5 years ago. I didn't expect that we were destined to meet again 5 years later. How did you come to Tiendu City? How did you get together with Xiaoman's brother? Li Erlong had a deep impression of Zhu Zuyun and knew that she was the daughter of a noble family of the Xingluo Empire. How did she get me ed up with the son of the Spirit Hall? Zhu Zuyun adjusted her hair and said shyly, it's a long story. I'll tell you slowly later. Now I'm your Highness's person. Wherever your Highness is, I'm there. Your Highness came to Tiendu City, so of course I came to Tiendu City too. Your Highness's person? Lu Erlong narrowed her eyes. What did she mean? A follower or? Wang Shenmeng saw that the atmosphere was a little wrong and smiled. If I knew that my sister was coming, I would have come back earlier. I've troubled my sister to run twice. Lu Erlong said, it's okay to run a few more times. As long as I can see you, everything is not a problem. But you made a lot of noise making those big shots, who are usually high and mighty like frightened birds. Wang Shenmeng said, did they find my sister? Lu Erlong Erlong nodded. The Blue Lightning Tyrant clan wrote to me to inquire about the news. Ning Fengzi and two titled Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile clan personally invited me to the private room, and they used both reasoning and coercion and inducement to find out your details. Wang Shenmeng was not surprised at all. They wanted to find out my background from my sister, but they were completely looking in the wrong direction. My sister would never reveal any information about them. Lu Erlong was very pleased and a strange color appeared in his eyes. Do you trust my sister so much? Wang Shenmeng said without hesitation. Yes, I believe in my sister just like I believe in myself. Lu Erlong looked at him deeply and smiled. My sister didn't say anything. Ning Fengzi thought that he could scare me by bringing out two titled Douluo. It's really ridiculous. Am I? Lu Erlong scared? Wang Shenmeng said they really just want to scare you. At this juncture Ning Fengzi is probably still trying his best to unite the three sects. He will not do anything that causes a conflict between the three parties. He often talks about the three sects being of the same blood, which shows his true inner thought. Lu Erlong said with some concern, Ning Fengzi regards you as an opponent or even an enemy. You have to be careful. The strength of Sword Douluo and Ghost Douluo cannot be underestimated. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, don't worry, I know what I am doing. Chapter 110 Conspiracy. The NET day Wang Shenmeng was invited to visit Lanba Academy Circle and also met several civilian geniuses from Lanba Academy. Jiangju Tailong Jingling and Huang Yuan are not very old, but they are all soul masters and their talents are quite good. While Wang Shenmeng was having fun, Prince Xueying felt particularly cold. Since he came back from the palace last night, he had a nightmare for no reason on the way. Everything that happened afterwards made him doubt his life. Since returning to the palace, all the scenes that happened were exactly the same as the scenes in the dream, and even the words said by the people in the palace were no different, as if everything was moving forward according to a predetermined trajectory. Why is this happening? Could it be that the dream was a precognitive dream? Prince Xueying's heart was churning. Precognitive dreams are not uncommon. Sometimes when he sees a certain scene, he will suddenly react and realize that he has seen or experienced it in his previous dream. It's just that most of those predictive dreams are short scenes. I have never heard of a dream like the one he experienced last night, which spanned almost half a month. The scene was so real that it seemed like time was going backward. As time passed, everything that happened matched the dream. Prince Xueying became more and more panicked, and finally the fear in his heart reached its peak, because according to the development of the scene in the dream, the upcoming palace dinner was a hangmen banquet tacitly targeted by the emperor and the son of the spirit hall. At that time the son of the spirit hall would suddenly attack, and the emperor would pretend to be a victim and flee in a hurry and take away all the strong men in the name of protecting the emperor. He almost died at the dinner. If it weren't for the fact that poison Douluo Dugabo was reliable and saved his life at the critical moment, I'm afraid the emperor's plan to betray him in exchange for Goen would have succeeded on the spot. But this was only a temporary escape. Even though he used high-sounding words to set up the emperor and forced him to declare in front of everyone that he would fight to protect him, the weakness in his bones made the emperor not want to fight with the spirit hall for him. Thinking of the last moment being burned to death by the titled Douluo of the spirit hall, the memory that was too real made him tremble all over. The fear in his heart bit like a poisonous snake, gradually turning into incomparable anger and resentment. There were many powerful people in the palace, even the titled Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, as well as a large number of soul Douluos and soul saints, but they allowed the spirit kite Douluo to attack and kill him openly, and only came late after he died. This play was too fake. Shui King He. Prince Xueying's face was twisted and his voice was full of resentment. At this time he no longer had the heart to consider the origin and weirdness of the dream. He just wanted to save his life, and he could not accept that he became an abandoned child and was regarded as a sacrifice by others to keep his power. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Prince Xueying's eyes were red, full of unwillingness. Strong emotions such as fear, anger and resentment made his spirit and heart twisted. Even the already dim light around him seemed to be affected by him. Indistinctly there was a dark butterfly shadow that devoured the light, which made Prince Xueying's strong negative emotions more and more intense and difficult to suppress. After a while there was a knock on the door outside the secret room. Prince Xueying's face returned to calm, opened the door of the secret room, and a young man of 17 or 18 years old walked in. Uncle Wang, are you looking for me? The young man greeted him, glanced at the dark and secluded secret room, frowned, and his face became more serious. Xuebeng, Uncle Wang wants to talk to you. Prince Xuebeng was more serious when facing Prince Xueying and nodded. Uncle Wang, please speak. Prince Xueying looked into his eyes and said straight to the point, Xuebeng, do you want to be the emperor? What? Xuebeng's face changed drastically. Looking at Prince Xueying, he was shocked and said, Uncle Wang, what do you want to do? Although my father is old, he can still hold on for a few years. Even if my father dies, there is Prince Shui Qinghe to succeed him. What does it have to do with me? Prince Shuixing sneered. Yes, it really has nothing to do with you. If the situation continues to develop like this, you will just wait for death. With Shui Qinghe's ruthlessness, since he has killed 2 brothers, will he mind losing one more? After he succeeds to the throne, you will be dead for all these years of opposing him. Uncle Wang. Shui Beng's face was extremely ugly, staring at Prince Shuixing. Uncle Wang, what are you going to do? If you just want to scare me, then you don't need to say more. I know my situation very well. But so what can I change? Prince Shuixing took a deep breath and said word by word, I can help you. Just ask if you want to be the emperor. Shui Beng felt that the uncle seemed a little different today. He was frightened by what he said. His face turned pale and he trembled. What did you say? I'll ask you again, do you want to be the emperor? Facing Prince Shuixing, Shui Beng had nothing to hide. Of course I do. The throne should have been mine. Shui Qinghe killed his 2 younger brothers and is not worthy of inheriting the throne at all. Okay, then you listen to Uncle Wang and Uncle Wang will send you to the top. Prince Shuixing's eyes flashed with a trace of cruelty. I want to get rid of Shui Yet and Shui Qinghe. Once they die, you are the only heir to the throne. The throne belongs to you. What? Uncle Wang, you want a coup? Shui Beng was so scared that he trembled all over and looked at this particularly strange uncle in disbelief. I just want to get rid of the weak and incompetent emperor and the jealous and inhumane prince and restore order to the empire. This is for the eternal hegemony of our Shui family and for the empire long-term peace. I am not for personal desire but for justice. Prince Shuixing said in a deep voice, I am 100% sure tonight's banquet is a great opportunity, and after it's over I can put the blame on the son of the spirit hall. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you will die obediently. Don't pretend to be a playboy and wait for the opportunity to turn the tables to deceive yourself. Shui Beng's face changed, sometimes fear, sometimes hesitation, sometimes excitement. After a moment he took a deep breath. Uncle Wang, are you really sure? Prince Shuixing said decisively. Of course. Shui Beng's voice was hoarse. Then what do you want me to do? Prince Shuixing said lightly, you don't have to do anything. I will take care of everything. You just need to wait until after tonight, inherit the throne, and everything will be fine. Shui Beng said, I can also contribute. Since you want to launch a coup, do everything you can and be determined to die if you don't succeed. Prince Shuixing praised Shui Beng. I have always believed that you are the wise ruler who can lead the Tiendu Empire to prosperity. It's a pity that His Majesty the Emperor is blind and chose Shui Qinghe, a beast in human form, as the crown prince. You are right. We must be determined to go all out to complete this coup, to eliminate the evil and promote the good. He flipped his hand and 2 glasses of wine appeared on the table. He said lightly, Shui Beng, there is a poison I secretly collected in this wine and only I have the antidote. The composition of this poison is very simple, colorless and tasteless. No one can solve it except me. Just 1 drop can make the soul master below the soul saint die of poison, and even the best healing soul master cannot save it. However, the toxicity of these 2 glasses of wine was suppressed by me in a short time with a special method. If I don't have the antidote, it will implode in a day. Now you and I will each have a glass. If this time it doesn't work, then we uncles and nephews will go to hell together. After drinking 1 of the glasses in 1 gulp, Prince Shuixing stared at Shui Beng. Shui Beng's scalp numbed. Uncle Wang doesn't trust me? Prince Shuixing said coldly, the royal family is ruthless. I have experienced it countless times. Shui Beng, Uncle Wang is doing everything not only to let you ascend the throne to restore the glory of my Tiendu Empire, but also to protect himself. I hope you understand. Shui Beng's face was livid, his hands were trembling, and he looked at the glass of wine like a snake and scorpion without the courage to reach out. Prince Shuixing said coldly, Shui Beng, don't let me down. This is our best and only chance. Do you want Uncle Wang to feed you and scold you personally, or what you said before was just to deceive Uncle Wang and you plan to turn around and report me? Seeing the cold light in Prince Shuixing's eyes getting stronger and stronger, Shui Beng already understood that if he didn't drink this cup of wine today, he would be completely involved with Uncle Wang and he would not be able to leave this secret room. Uncle Wang has gone crazy. This is the wail in Shui Beng's heart, but at this time there is no choice. A person who has fallen into madness is extremely dangerous and terrible. They have already ignored all the consequences. Uncle Wang misunderstood. Since Uncle Wang has done this for Shui Beng, what else should Shui Beng hesitate about? Grabbing the wine glass as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, Shui Beng gritted his teeth and swallowed it in 1 gulp. The hot taste burned in his chest like fire, and hatred rose in Shui Beng's heart. Shuixing, old dog, dared to treat me like this today. Even if I ascend to the throne in the future, I am afraid that I will only be a puppet in his hands, and I am afraid that I will not be able to escape his murderous hands in the end. What's more, I participated in the conspiracy to kill the king. This fatal handle must not be held by anyone. Shuixing must die. Shui Beng secretly made up his mind that no matter whether the coup could succeed or not, he would try his best to get rid of this uncle who seemed to be in his hysteria. But the net moment Prince Xuexing's words made him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. After you become the emperor, you must do everything possible to protect Uncle Wang and not let the people of the Spirit Hall kill me. I recorded everything today with a soul guide. If you dare to cross the river and destroy the bridge after you become the emperor and treat me as an abandoned child like Xueyet and Xueqinghe, then this video will spread all over the continent and you will never be able to recover. Prince Xuexing's cold voice like the low roar of hell made Xuebeng cold all over. He said in a bitter voice, Uncle Wang is overthinking. How could I cross the river and destroy the bridge? Uncle Wang, don't worry. When I ascend to the throne, I am willing to share the mountain with Uncle Wang. If the Spirit Hall wants to harm Uncle Wang, it will be against me. Even if I fight to the last soldier, I will never betray Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang was right about you, Xuebeng. You are much more loyal and righteous than your elder brother Xueqinghe. Uncle Wang believes in you. Prince Xuexing smiled with relief. Now let's discuss the course of action and how to put the blame on the son of the Spirit Hall after you ascend to the throne, and then use this as an excuse to unite the three sects and the Xingluo Empire to deal with the Spirit Hall under the common hatred of the people of the empire. Xuebeng sighed. If he knew nothing, he could have an excuse to draw a line in the future, but as long as he participated in the conspiracy, whether he took the initiative or not, he could not turn back. But at this time he had been coerced into the pirate ship and it was impossible for him to retreat. The so-called conspiracy process and future plans of Uncle Wang were just to further drag himself into the water, making him sink deeper and deeper and unable to extricate himself. In the dark secret room, two figures whispered until it was almost dark and the banquet in the palace was about to begin. Xuebeng did not leave the prince's mansion. Finally he and Dugabo and Prince Xueying were in a carriage and went to the palace for the banquet. Wuhan Hall. Who does your highness plan to take to the banquet? Zhu Zuyun asked expectantly. Wang Shenmeng knew what she was thinking and reached out to gently caress the big cat, looking at the other's blushing cheeks, feeling very amused. Zuyun is a noble lady of the Xingluo Empire and she must have attended many palace banquets. Do you want to see them too? Zhu Zuyun blushed and leaned against Wang Shenmeng. I want to see what is different about the palace dinner of the Tiendu Empire. Your highness is also short of a female companion. Who else can you take if not me? And me, I also want to see the Lu Yuri of the palace. I can also be the host female companion. Xiao Wu was unwilling to lag behind and said quickly, do you know social etiquette? Do you know the rules of the palace? Can you dance? Zhu Zuyun said with undisguised contempt. If you go to the palace, it's like a countryman going to the city. Don't embarrass your highness. Although Xiao Wu was not convinced, she did not know how to solve the problem raised by Zhu Zuyun. If jumping up and down can be considered dancing, then she could do it a little. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to see a lively party tonight, but be careful, don't leave me too far away. Wang Shenmeng stopped the two girls from fighting each other. Zhu Zuqing was quite quiet and spent most of her time practicing hard. Zhu Zuyun and Xiao Wu disliked each other. One of them was a girl from a famous family and the other was a wild girl who was transformed from a soul beast. Whether it was their childhood experiences or their world views, they were very different and it was difficult for them to have a common language. Your highness, I will help you change your clothes. Zhu Zuyun unfolded the luxurious new dress and quickly put it on Wang Shenmeng along with various decorations, all of which were just right. His long black hair was gently scattered, showing his style, which was both noble and graceful, yet light and free and easy. Yes, after being dressed up by your sister's skillful hands, it is even more dazzling. Zhu Zuqing was also helping to tie the belt. Looking at the prince who looked like a fairy in the mirror, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of obsession in her eyes. Your highness has a good foundation. No matter what clothes he wears or how he dresses casually, he looks good and can't be faulted. How can I have any skillful hands? Zhu Zuyun praised sincerely and the love in her heart almost overflowed. Sweet mouth. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly, standing between the Zhu sisters looking at the fairy couple in the mirror, and was very satisfied. Let go. Wang Shenmeng got on the carriage under the personal guidance of Saraz. This time, in addition to Zhu Zuyun, Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu also went up together. Of course, Xiao Wu went up as a pet. In the eyes of the three titled Douluo and Saraz and other people who knew her identity, she was not considered a human at all. Around the carriage, the three titled Douluo as well as Saraz and other high-level Spirit Hall officials followed in a mighty procession of more than a dozen people to the palace. At the same time, Ning Fengzi of the Seven Treasures, Glazek Chen Xin of the Sword Douluo, Gurong of the Bone Douluo and the little princess Ning Rongrong also drove the carriage towards the palace. In addition, three teaching committee members of the Tiendu Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng, Duguyan, Yelingling and other imperial geniuses were also invited to go to the palace to admire the demeanor of the son of the Spirit Hall. A grand event kicked off. Chapter 111 Opening. Tiendu Palace. The magnificent palace was particularly lively tonight. Emperor Xueyet and the Crown Prince personally attended the banquet to entertain the holy son of the Spirit Hall. As one of the most powerful people on the continent, his every move was watched by the outside world. A welcome banquet also touched the hearts of countless people. Besides, there were many people of status and position invited to the banquet, including important personnel from the 3 major sects. After Wang Shenmen's carriage entered the palace, a special waiter came to take him to the hall where the banquet was held, and then he dismounted and walked. At this time many carriages had been parked outside the hall. Judging from the signs, they were all influential figures or families in the empire. Your Highness, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Today I see that it is indeed well deserved. In the hall, the one who came out to greet Wang Shenmeng was the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. With a gentle smile, his eyes were particularly bright. He looked at Wang Shenmeng carefully, revealing a faint smile. He was pretending quite well. Wang Shenmeng looked back and forth at Xue Qinghe unscrupulously. With his extraordinary eyes, he could hardly detect Xue Qinghe's abnormality. It can be seen that the camouflage ability of the angel soul bone is so powerful that even the titled Douluo cannot detect it. It's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Nice to meet you. I have heard of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's reputation for wisdom for a long time, but it's a pity that I have never had the opportunity to meet him. Today I finally fulfilled my wish. Wang Shenmeng walked forward familiarly, and in the other party's astonished eyes he pulled up Xue Qinghe's hand and shook it hard. This time he finally felt a little tender, slender, soft and boneless touch which was like a girl. You. Xue Qinghe was a little dazed. After a moment a trace of shame flashed in his eyes. He pulled his hand hard, but it didn't twitch. Your Highness. The 2 elderly soul masters who were protecting Xue Qinghe looked at each other. Just now, in a trance, the other party held the hand of His Highness the Crown Prince. If the other party had bad intentions, wouldn't it be the end? I was careless. Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo looked at each other. Each of them couldn't hide their shock. Although they had learned about the talent and strength of this prince from various channels, they had only heard about it and had no direct experience. They were shocked when they met at this time. The 2 titled Douluos disguised as ordinary soul saints were secretly depressed, but these 2, no matter how much they complained about the interaction between the princes, they could only pretend not to see it. However, in broad daylight 2 men holding hands looked weird and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Little thief, dare to take advantage of me? Xue Qinghe's eyes showed a hint of ferocity and he glared at Wang Shenmeng calmly. Don't blame your highness, this is a handshake etiquette which shows closeness and respect for each other. Wang Shenmeng blinked, pinched it a few times and smiled and let go. Haha, your highness's etiquette is really a bit overwhelming. Does your highness have to hold the other person's hand every time he meets a stranger? Xue Qinghe gritted his teeth a little, glanced at the 3 girls around Wang Shenmeng, and his smile was a little stiff. That's not it. This is a kind of etiquette in my hometown. It hasn't been used for many years. I was so happy to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince today that I couldn't help myself. Alas, if you want to blame someone, blame His Royal Highness for being so outstanding, which made me feel close to him and yearn for him. Wang Shenmeng said sincerely. Haha, then I really have to thank you. Xue Qinghe smiled but didn't smile and waved his hand. Please follow me. After saying that, he led the way in front. When they turned around, the 2 looked at each other and showed a knowing look which was considered a secret signal. Walking into the hall, many people had already come. At a glance there were almost no people Wang Shenmeng was familiar with. They were all a group of people with noble status in the Tiendu Empire. He recognized Prince Xue Ingdugabo and other people with obvious characteristics at a glance. As he walked into the hall, the originally lively hall suddenly became quiet and everyone's eyes fell on Wang Shenmeng with eyes of surprise, admiration, jealousy, obsession, all of whom were impressed by his appearance and temperament. The holy son of the Spirit Hall is worthy of his reputation. This was the 2nd time Ning Fengzi had seen this boy. He only caught a glimpse of him across the carriage last night, but today he looked at him carefully from the front and felt that the more he looked, the more pleasing he was to the eye. Dad, he. Ning Rongrong was also a little dazed. She didn't expect that the boy she met by chance last night was the holy son of the Spirit Hall who had been rumored recently. Meeting again unexpectedly made her inexplicably happy. Wrong, what's wrong with him? Soared Douluo Chen in asked hurriedly with concern, and when he looked at the boy again his eyes had changed from admiration to a bit of vigilance. Such an outstanding boy, the killing power to girls is unimaginable. My little princess has reached the age of first love. When she meets such a beautiful boy, she must not let others take her away. No, nothing. Ning Rongrong stammered. I didn't expect the holy son of the Spirit Hall to be so young. Dad, is he the most powerful person of the younger generation? Ning Fengzi nodded and said, not only is he the most powerful person of the younger generation now, even if you look through the past, it is difficult to find such a brilliant boy. A 14-year-old high-level soul saint is expected to become a titled Douluo before the age of 20. Even Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, who was once known as the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, can't catch up. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Even her most admired father said so, and her curiosity was even stronger. This is the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Is his strength really that terrible? Most of the geniuses of the younger generation were not so convinced. Yu Tianheng sat beside Duguyan and whispered, Yanzi, I heard that he is a level 78 soul saint. Do you believe it? Duguyan then turned his eyes away from the young man, glanced at him indifferently and snorted. Even the education committee admitted it personally. Why, you are not convinced? Yu Tianheng said, a soul saint under the age of 14. This is really too exaggerated. Maybe it was boasted by the people of the Spirit Hall. Duguyan rolled her eyes at him. If you don't believe it, you can challenge him and try. You are also a genius of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus resect, and you are several years older than him. Since he is not convinced by him, he should have the courage to challenge him, right? Yu Tianheng's breathing stagnated, but he didn't want to show his weakness in front of Duguyan, so he said with a stiff face, that's what I mean. Isn't he boasted to be invincible among the younger generation? Then he should accept the challenge of all the younger generation. After the banquet we will challenge him together and let him see how powerful our Tiendu Royal Academy is. Ya Lingling, who had been listening with her ears erect, curled her lips secretly. After all, she still didn't dare to find trouble alone and had to drag everyone to bear the thunder together. Even if she lost, it would be a shame together. Duguyan said, you go, I'm not interested. However, you can talk to him and ask him how he practices. We are both human beings. Why is there such a big difference? She looked at Yu Tianheng. Hey Yu Tianheng, isn't your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect known as the world's #1 beast spirit? You are also the Blue Lightning twins that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect focuses on training, and you are known for your outstanding talent. When you were 14 years old, you were far behind them. Yu Tianheng's face darkened and he was hit hard. Wang Shenmeng of the Spirit Hall, meet His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiendu Empire. Wang Shenmeng made an equal courtesy to the Snow Knight Emperor at the top. He is the acting Pope of the Spirit Hall. In terms of the Soul Saint, his status is even more noble than that of the Snow Knight Emperor. But if it is based on a secular status, he was born in the Tiendu Empire and his status is not as good as that of the Snow Knight Emperor. The two are neutralized and it is an equal greeting. There is nothing wrong with it. The faces of several great nobles in the Tiendu Empire suddenly turned ugly. The hawkish military figures headed by Marshal Ji Long were not very fond of the Spirit Hall and could not tolerate the Pope being above the Emperor. It was a pity that the Spirit Hall was too strong. Behind the Saint's son were titled Douluo, so they dared not speak out. Emperor Shuya showed a friendly and kind smile and returned the greeting. Your Highness, the Saint's son is polite and all the Your Highnesses are polite. I held a banquet today to welcome Your Highness. I hope Your Highness will not dislike the simplicity. Your Majesty is polite. Emperor Shuya looked at the people behind Wang Shenmeng and smiled. I heard that there are 3 Your Highnesses following Your Highness. Will Your Highness introduce them to me? After the voice fell, everyone in the hall focused again, staring at Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo behind him. These two are suspected to be titled Douluo, and they are also the instants that all forces in Tiendu City are extremely afraid of. If it was just one titled Douluo, they could still deal with it, but if 3 appeared at once, it would be too difficult. Wang Shenmeng felt the tension of the crowd and smiled lightly. I do have 3 titled Douluo around me, but the 3 His Majesties have been practicing in the Spirit Hall all year round. Even if I say their names, I am afraid no one knows them, so I won't introduce them in detail. Hiss, there are really 3 titled Douluo? The hall was quiet at first and then there were whispers. Hearing the Spirit Hall Saint admit it in person is completely different from guessing blindly. With Wang Shenmen's identity, it is impossible for him to lie in public, otherwise he would be laughed at if it was spread out. Ning Fengzi's eyes condensed and he looked deeply at Qingluan Douluo, Guangling Douluo and Ling Yuan Douluo and said solemnly, Uncle Jian, do you know those 3 titled Douluo? Jian Douluo frowned and said solemnly, the female titled Douluo is ordinary in strength and is not my opponent, but those 2 men can only be said to be unfathomable. Even I am not sure that I can beat any of them. So powerful. Ning Fengzi felt cold in his heart. He was still preparing to compete with the Spirit Hall. He thought that the 700 Glay sect had 2 super Douluos. Even if the overall strength was not as good as the Spirit Hall in terms of the highest level of combat power, Jian Douluo and Bone Douluo should not be much different. But these 2 unknown titled Douluos who came out casually actually had the strength to suppress them. How could they play? Ning Fengzi had a headache again. Whether it was the high-level strength or the ordinary soul master, they were no match for the Spirit Hall, even if the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect was added. Now we can only count on the Haoshan sect. I hope they can train enough people to fight for it in the past 10 years since they closed the mountain gate. Ning Fengzi put his hope on the Haoshan sect. If this former leader is weak, he really needs to consider his way out. Bone Douluo Gurong stared at Yao Wu carefully for a while and said with a strange look, old bitch, did you notice that girl? She is not a human. If it is not a human, then what is it? Not Not only Ning Fengzi was stunned but even Ning Rongrong, who was focusing on Wang Shenmeng, was a little curious. Douluo nodded and said, of course I noticed it. It should be a soul beast. What soul beast? Ning Fengzi's heart was filled with a huge wave. Only 100,000-year soul beast can transform into a human form. Is that little girl 100,000-year soul beast in human form? Douluo said, yes, she is 100,000-year soul beast in human form. I didn't expect that the holy son of the spirit hall would be so generous and keep 100,000-year soul beast with him. He should be preparing for the NET assassin to take soul rings and soul bone. Ning Fengzi's voice trembled. 100,000-year soul beast can make the entire soul master world crazy. Unfortunately, his soul power stopped at level 79 and the 100,000-year soul beast could not help him break through the shackles of his martial soul. The heat in his heart quickly cooled down and he sighed. Wang Shenmen's strength and talent are already terrifying enough. If he absorbs the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. A cold light flashed in Douluo's eyes. He is only level 78 and cannot absorb soul rings for the time being. If he kills the soul beast at this time, he can only get soul bones at most. Ning Fengzi smiled bitterly and said, she is Wang Shenmen's prey. There are 3 titled Douluos around her. How can he kill her? Douluo and Bone Douluo fell into silence, feeling a little aggrieved. Emperor Shui's pupils shrank sharply and he made a decision in his heart. He looked at the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe obscurely and nodded imperceptibly. The Spirit Hall is worthy of being the holy land of soul masters on the continent. There are actually 3 princes to protect His Highness. I admire you, Prince. You will accompany His Highness in person and make sure to entertain His Highness the Holy Sun. Shui Qinghe had a gentle smile on his face and bowed, saying, Your Highness obeys your order. Your Highness, please. The best eats, the best wine and food were all ready. Wang Shenmeng and Shui Qinghe sat together surrounded by everyone and the banquet officially began. Shui Qinghe asked with a smile, Your Highness, can you spare Uncle Shuiying? Wang Shenmeng said calmly, the hatred between parents is irreconcilable. Prince Shuiying must die. Shui Qinghe looked puzzled. Uncle Shuiying has brought great trouble to our royal family. I hope Your Highness will not hate our entire Tiendu Empire because of this. Wang Shenmeng smiled and understood this sentence. Your Highness, rest assured, every grievance has a perpetrator and I will not kill innocent people. My enemies are only Prince Shuiying's family and I am still good friends with the Tiendu royal family. Shui Qinghe toasted him a glass of wine and they understood each other. Shui Qinghe sighed. It is natural to kill someone and pay for a life and repay a debt. Your Highness wants to avenge his parents and others. There is nothing wrong with that. But Uncle Wang is a prince of the empire after all. If Your Highness wants to kill him, we cannot just sit back and watch. I hope Your Highness understands. Wang Shenmeng smiled and drank the wine in the glass. I understand, I understand. Within a few words a tacit understanding was reached. Wang Shenmeng thought it was very interesting. The acting skills of the Crown Prince in front of him were very good and his words were vague and unobtrusive, but the meaning he wanted to express was very clear and it was difficult for outsiders to catch him. Wang Shenmeng smiled mischievously. Betraying Prince Shuiying would benefit the real Crown Prince or the fake Crown Prince without any harm. Do you like this little gift package? Shui Qinghe's expression did not change, but a hint of smile appeared in the depths of his eyes. Although it was the first time they met, they felt very comfortable and tacit as if they had known each other for a long time. However, Prince Shuiying was just an appetizer and the real gift package was still to come. Wang Shenmeng slowly filled a glass of wine and suddenly stood up and said, on behalf of the Wuhan Hall, I toast to Your Majesty. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Majesty. However, some things cannot be resolved by a banquet or a glass of wine. If there is any disrespect, please forgive me. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became heavy. Prince Shuiying's pupils shrank and he recalled everything in the dream. Is it going to start? I'm waiting for now. Chapter 112 War. Emperor Shuiye picked up the wine glass and drank it all, his face a little gloomy. I know Shuiying and Your Highness have some grudges, but more than 10 years have passed. Shuiying was also young and hot-tempered at the time. He made a mistake that all men in the world would make and accidentally hurt your parent. Shuiying has realized his mistake and is willing to admit his mistake and atone for his sins to Your Highness. Your Highness is broad-minded and kind-hearted. Can you show your kindness and turn hostility into friendship? Wang Shenmeng certainly did not agree. Don't advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. Prince Shuiying was not young and hot-tempered back then, but he was tempted by beauty and killed the whole family. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have died in that corner. The hatred for my parents is irreconcilable. Even if I tell everyone, I don't think anyone will think there is anything wrong with my revenge, right? The warm atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze and everyone's heart was trembling, knowing that today's banquet would not be a good one and they were afraid that something big would happen. Those who could attend today's banquet basically knew the grievances between between Prince Xueying and the son of the Spirit Hall, and also knew that Emperor Xueye specially invited the son of the Spirit Hall and many people of status to attend the high-level banquet, in fact to mediate the hatred between the two sides and save Prince Xueying's life. Wang Shenmeng obviously did not accept mediation. Not long after the banquet started, he made his attitude clear without giving face to Emperor Tiendu at all. Many military leaders of the empire had already shown anger on their faces, and some of them even began to fluctuate in their soul power. As long as Emperor Xueye gave an order, they would take action to take down this kid who despised the emperor of the empire. More people were afraid in their heart. Once the two sides fought, it would involve a battle at the level of titled Douluo, and even a little aftermath would be difficult for many people to bear. Wrong, if there is chaos later, you should follow the two grandfathers closely and don't run around. Ning Fengzi said solemnly. Dad, don't worry, I won't cause any trouble for you. The little witch Ning Rongrong nodded heavily. Although she was sometimes a little willful, she also knew that this was not the time to be willful. Dad, will we really fight? She was still a little unbelievable. It was obviously a banquet of extremely high standard. How could it start to be tense not long after it started? Don't worry, there may be conflicts, but there shouldn't be fierce battles. We just need to do what guests should do. The grudges of Prince Xueying's death have nothing to do with us. Ning Fengzi's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he thought he had seen through some truth that others could not perceive. Yanner, if it's your turn to make trouble later, you should leave as soon as possible and don't worry about Grandpa. Dugu Yan, who was in a state of confusion, suddenly heard Dugu Bo's voice transmission in his ears. Grandpa, you won't be in trouble, right? Otherwise don't worry about Prince Xueying, he will implicate you. She glanced at her grandfather quickly, and the tacit understanding between the grandfather and grandson clearly conveyed her thoughts to Dugu Bo. Don't worry Yanner, it's not a problem for Grandpa to protect himself. The enemy of the Spirit Hall is Prince Xueying. You guys have your own identities and they should not take action. Be careful not to actively get involved in the war, and you should be able to retreat safely. You must protect yourself and leave as soon as possible. Dugu Yan showed a reassuring look to her grandfather, and her heart was finally settled. Don't be afraid Yanzi, I will protect you if we really fight later, Yu Tianheng said in a deep voice in Dugu Yan's ear, but he felt that this was a meeting. In times of crisis the true nature of a man is revealed. Isn't this the opportunity to impress Yanzi? Protect yourself, I don't need your protection. Dugu Yan didn't appreciate it. She didn't think that a small soul master like Yu Tianheng could play any role in such a battle between the top powerhouses. If she couldn't handle it herself, then having another Yu Tianheng would be meaningless. Don't worry Yanzi, as long as the saint of the Spirit Hall is not crazy, he won't dare to attack our three sects unless they have the courage to be enemies with the soul masters of the entire continent. Yu Tianheng looked confident. The godly Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family had focused on training him. He was recognized as an extremely noble person. Even the Tiendu prince was just an equal. From childhood to adulthood no force had ever attacked him blatantly. Dugu Yan looked at Yu Tianheng and said, I'm so proud of him. 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 Tianheng glanced at him, thinking of his identity as the grandson of the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family, and nodded gently. In the heavy and oppressive atmosphere a trace of anger flashed in Emperor Xueye's eyes. In front of many nobles of the empire he felt that his majesty was challenged by the eyes. Your Highness should know that Prince Xueying is my brother. It is natural for you to seek revenge on him. No one can blame me. If I am the emperor, I have no reason to stop you from avenging your parent, but I cannot sit idly by as a brother of the Tiendu Imperial family. His old and turbid eyes suddenly shone with two bright lights. Your Highness, do you really want to be the enemy of the Tiendu Imperial family? Your Majesty, I have no intention of being the enemy of the Tiendu Imperial family, but the hatred of my parents is irreconcilable. If I don't avenge, how can I have the face to stand on the mainland? Wang Shenmeng said calmly and firmly, therefore Prince Xueying must die. I hope that His Majesty will hand Prince Xueying over to me. As long as I avenge him, the grudge between me and the Tiendu Imperial family will be settled, and I will never attack others again. Prince Xueying trembled, and the familiar scene was vivid in his mind. Net he would be abandoned and become a poor abandoned child, but this time he would never sit and wait for death. Even if he would die in the end, he would drag a few people with him and make those who stabbed him pay the price. The old Emperor Xueye said in a cold and majestic tone, Your Highness, I understand your desire for revenge, but please understand me. As a king and as a brother, I cannot sit and watch my subject and my brother being killed in front of me. Then there is no other way. Wang Shenmen's smile seemed full of helplessness. He shook his head and said, No one can stop me from taking revenge. Anyone who stands in front of me is my enemy. The only end is death. As soon as the voice fell, the three figures figures following him suddenly issued a monstrous aura. With a loud bang the whole hall trembled under the title Douluo's soul power. Go! Countless guests were in a mess, trembling under the pressure of the title Douluo's terrifying soul power, which was like a natural enemy. Their saw faces had no strength to escape. Boom! Powerful force hit Prince Xueying like a flood. Quick, protect the Emperor! Emperor Xueya looked pale and fled to another place in a hurry under the protection of a group of soul masters without even looking at Prince Xuexing. While protecting the Emperor's escape, Prince Xueqing he turned around and showed a mocking and pitying smile to Prince Xuexing as if he was looking at a dead person. Then he summoned all the strong men of the Tiendu Empire to guard Emperor Xueya, including Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect, and Jian Douluo Chen Xin. Brother, you have failed me after all. Prince Xuexing did not scream in despair this time. He waved his sleeves lightly and a colorless and tasteless powder driven by soul power instantly filled the entire hall with the wind. Emperor Xueya and Crown Prince Xueqing he who fled to another palace under the protection of many powerful people suddenly groaned, their bodies swayed and black blood flowed out of their mouth and noses. Not good, your majesty is poisoned. Ning Fengzi's color changed to blue and he hurriedly sacrificed the Seven Treasures glazed tower. The colorful light fell on the two people and he tried his best to suppress their injuries. Your majesty, your highness, the crown prince. The high-level officials of the Tiendu Empire were shocked and angry and they surrounded the two people tightly. Ning Fengzi's forehead was covered with sweat. Your majesty and the crown prince were poisoned by a meteor of strange poisons. The wine that your majesty and the crown prince had taken before had already hidden a colorless and tasteless poison. However, if it is not stimulated by another drug it will not cause any harm. However, if it is stimulated by another drug it will immediately burst out with terrible toxicity. Prince Xuebeng was pale and terrified and trembled and said, Master Ning, can you save my father and brother? Ning Fengzi said, I am immature and can only suppress it temporarily. The crown prince is fine. He is young and healthy with strong vitality. He is not in danger of life in a short time, but I can only suppress it for an hour. After that, if there is no antidote, he will still die. But your majesty is already old and has been destroyed by this poison. It is already powerless to save him. Your majesty, crown prince. Everyone in the Tiendu Empire looked at Wang Shenmeng with angry and hateful eyes. Don't look at me like that. I didn't poison him. If I want to kill Emperor Xueya, do I need to poison him? Wang Shenmeng planed lightly, but it didn't work. Marshal Ji Long said angrily, you despicable villain, if you have the courage to do it, why don't you have the courage to admit it? Is the holy son of the spirit hall a shameless person like you who dares to do it but not to take responsibility? Meng Shenji, the teaching committee member of Tiendu Royal Academy, said angrily, Your Highness, the holy son, his majesty had kindly invited you to the banquet, but you attacked his majesty at the banquet and poisoned him. Such behavior makes people all over the world feel cold. His majesty and the prince were fine before you took action. As soon as you took action, his majesty and the prince were poisoned at the same time. You said it had nothing to do with you. Do you think we are all fools? Wang Shenmeng waved his hand. Capture Prince Xuexing and everything will be revealed. Ling Yuan Douluo immediately flashed and rushed toward Prince Xuexing. Guangling Douluo and Qingluan Douluo were on guard against Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo. You thief, you poisoned his majesty and the crown prince and you dared to do it. People of the Tiendu Empire, follow me and avenge his majesty the emperor. Marshal Ji Long's face was ashen and he roared and 7 soul rings appeared under his feet. He was only 40 years old, but he was already a strong man close to Soul Douluo. Your opponent is me. Salas smiled grimly and 8 soul rings appeared under his feet. He was a Soul Douluo of level 85. He stopped many strong men from the Tiendu Empire military alone. Old swordsman, should we take action? Gu Rong asked Jian Douluo while protecting Ning Fengzi. Chen Xin said, Fengzi said that the hatred between the Spirit Hall and Prince Xueying has nothing to do with us. Gu Rong said, but this is no longer a personal hatred with Prince Xueying. The holy son of the Spirit Hall is too mean and actually poisoned his majesty the emperor. The people of the entire Tiendu Empire can't stand this. The Tiendu Empire and the Spirit Hall will have a battle and our Kaibao Liulai sect can no longer stay out of it. Jian Douluo frowned and said, you mean we should take action to protect Prince Xueying? If you want to go, you go. I won't protect him. Protect that scumbag. Gu Rong cursed, you are talking nonsense. Who wants to protect that villain? Everything today was caused by him and he deserves to die. What I mean is whether to take advantage of the opportunity to capture the son of the Spirit Hall, whether it is war or peace, we have the initiative. Jian Douluo said, such a big thing, Fengzi has to make the decision. Although Ning Fengzi tried his best to suppress the poison in Xueqing, the 7 apertures of the 700 glaze exquisite heart allowed him to be distracted and multitask, allowing him to take into account the eternal situation and think about countermeasures at the same time. Don't act rashly, I feel there is something fishy here. Ning Fengzi he instinctively realized that something was wrong. In his eyes, Emperor Shuya had reached a compromise with the son of the Spirit Hall and planned to sell Prince Shuexing. The son of the Spirit Hall also poisoned Emperor Shuya. Isn't this asking for trouble? Poisoning Emperor Shuya at the banquet had a terrible impact. For the Spirit Hall, it was not worth the loss. In addition to making the entire Tiendu Empire united in hatred of the enemy, it would also seriously damage the reputation of the Spirit Hall. He did not believe that the son of the Spirit Hall would be so stupid. At this time the hall was in chaos. Many guests were tumbling and crawling to escape from the hall. Some unlucky people had been affected by the aftermath of the battle. Your Highness, Zhu Zuyun, Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu were stunned for a moment when they saw the sudden change in the situation. Now that the people of the Tiendu Empire believed that Your Highness had poisoned Emperor Shuya, many of the hidden formers had emerged and this place had become a den of dragons and tigers. Stand behind me. Wang Shenmen's eyes swept around. There were many strong men in the Tiendu Empire. There were more than 20 soul Douluos in the open and in the dark. This was definitely a powerful force. Generally, if a titled Douluo was surrounded, he would have to retreat. But Guangling Douluo was obviously not an ordinary titled Douluo. 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black soul rings lit up under his feet and a dazzling aurora holy feather bow appeared in his hand. When the bowstring was plucked, countless ice and snow turned into feather arrows which were like aurora scattered all over the void. A casual attack made the soul Douluo strongmen tremble with fear. And Ling Yuan Douluo was also stopped by Douluo at this time. This is aurora holy feather bow. It belongs to that person. Jian Douluo's pupils shrank sharply and the rumors about that senior suddenly emerged in his mind. Although only a few words were left under the burial of time when he was young, this person was an active legend. When he saw this bow, he immediately recognized it. Guangling Douluo, I didn't expect that he is an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. Bone Douluo sighed. This is the foundation of the Spirit Hall. How many such strong men do they have? The two looked even more solemn. Guangling Douluo was extremely powerful and the other titled Douluo, whose identity was not yet known, would not be any worse. Such a being once recklessly attacking would be a disaster for everyone present. 114 Asking for leave. Ask for a leave. Something delayed me and I have no time to update. I will ask for a day off and continue tomorrow. Chapter 113 God's Laying Blade. The hall was in chaos. Most of the strong men of the Tiendu Empire were blown out. Even the old antiques that had been hidden for many years could no longer hide in the dark. Emperor Shuya was almost dead and Shueqing, he was also poisoned, but he was not in danger of life for the time being. Ning Fengzi was pushing the 7 treasures glazed tower with all his strength to stabilize his injuries. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo protected them, so there was no problem with their safety. Therefore the strong men of the Heaven Do Empire could free up their hands to besiege Wang Shenmeng and his men. Unfortunately, they encountered 2 level 97 super Douluos. Guangling Douluo made a move alone and easily blocked all these soul Douluos. The remaining soul saints, soul emperors Saras and the strong men of the Spirit Hall could also deal with them. Poison Douluo, this is the grudge between us and Prince Shueqing. It has nothing to do with you. I hope you can take care of yourself. Spirit Kite Douluo was ordered to capture Prince Shueqing but was stopped by Douluo. Although Douluo was the weakest among the titled Douluos and the snake venom was not a big threat to the titled Douluos, he was a titled Douluo after all, and Spirit Kite Douluo really had no good way to deal with him in a short period of time. The purpose is to capture Prince Shueqing alive. If he is killed, it will be hard to explain. The blame for poisoning the emperor and the prince will probably be put on them. There is no need to say anything else at that time. The 2 major forces will directly prepare for war. Are you threatening me? Douluo also secretly complained in his heart. Although he has a weird personality and is a bit evil, he is not stupid. Although he seems to be disdainful when mentioning the Spirit Hall, it is just for the sake of face. If he really has to face the behemoth of the Spirit Hall, he will feel insecure. But now he was kidnapped by Prince Shueqing with a favor, dragged into the water and even involved in the regicide storm, which made him even more trapped. It's a pity that he couldn't get off the tiger now and he couldn't run away now, otherwise how could he gain a foothold on the mainland in the future? Don't know what's good for you. Spirit Kite Douluo's eyes turned cold and he immediately displayed his martial soul true body, turning into a huge flaming red kite, flapping his wings, and violent storms and flames swept all around, overturning the entire hall in an instant. The red kite is a bird of prey, the natural enemy of all snake. Although the green scale snake king is not an ordinary snake, the red kite is not an ordinary bird of prey. Both have evolved to the level of top martial souls, but they still can't get rid of their natural restraint. Douluo suddenly felt a great pressure. Under the martial soul true body, he was restrained everywhere. If he didn't use the martial soul true body, he couldn't exert his full strength. His snake venom was restrained by fire to a certain extent. He was in bad luck when he met Ling Yuan Douluo. His actual combat that ability was originally at the bottom and now he was suppressed in all directions. Swish! The Swiftlaws scratched blood marks on the green scale Snake King, and the blazing flames burned his venomous snake into black smoke and burned large areas of scorch marks on his body. Grandpa Duguyan, who had already escaped outside, saw that his grandfather was injured one after another and seemed to be in danger. He was immediately uneasy. He ignored his grandfather's previous instructions and even forgot the huge gap in strength. He suddenly broke free from Yalingling's pull and ran towards the battlefield. Yanzi! Everyone was shocked. Yalingling hesitated for a moment and quickly chased after him, trying to stop Duguyan. Captain, what should we do? Oslo looked at Yu Tianheng uneasily. Quickly stop Yanzi! Yu Tianheng was also uneasy. Although he had said a few big words before, he didn't want to lose face in front of the girl he liked, but he still had some ideas in his mind. The soul power level gap was too big and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial spirit was not very useful. It would be better if his grandfather Yu Yuanzhen came. Unfortunately, Duguyan's speed was too fast. After his full burst, he soon approached the place of the melee, but just the aftermath of the battle put them in danger. This was a big melee. Dozens of powerful soul saints and above attacked together, including several titled Douluo. The whole palace was shaking. Under the bombardment of powerful soul skills, large areas of the palace were reduced to ruins and countless palace maids and guards fled in panic. This palace with hundreds of years of history was in great trouble today. After almost all the irrelevant people inside had fled, the people who attacked had no scruples anymore and they bombarded the place with all kinds of weapons. The 7 people of Duguyan were like a small boat in the stormy sea. The closer they were to the battlefield, the more dangerous it was. Fortunately, the other people finally stopped Duguyan and took the opportunity to hide in a corner and watch the battle quietly. Yaner go! Dugubo suddenly realized that his granddaughter had run back again and he was uneasy and angry. He repeatedly told her to leave this place as soon as possible, but why didn't she listen and had to run back to cause trouble? Although he knew that his granddaughter was worried about him, what effect could this running back have? Apart from distracting himself and giving the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of it, there was really no positive meaning. Old poison, you better take care of yourself. Ling Yuan Douluo was too disdainful to attack a junior. She could defeat Dugubo fairly and squarely, but she never thought of using Duguyan as a hostage. Dugubo's face was dark, half of it was burned and half of it was angry with his granddaughter. He originally planned to run away with Prince Xueying, but this granddaughter ran back, which made him cautious, worried that if he ran away his granddaughter would be in danger. There were more than Duguyan and a few people in the storm. There were also some who didn't have time to run away or who thought they were strong. Many people had been affected and met the god of death. In such a war, soul kings could not protect themselves. Soul emperors barely had the qualifications to participate in the war. Soul saint Soul Douluo was the main force, and as for titled Douluo, that was already the trump card that determined who they were. Wang Shenmeng and his companions were all in the midst of the storm, but the difference was that Prince Xueying was protected by a soul saint while Wang Shenmeng himself was a soul saint. His powerful mental power enveloped him and all attacks directed at him or affected by him were shattered by the mental barrier. Your Majesty Dugu, you have done your best for Prince Xueying, and what you have done is enough to repay the kindness of the past. I think we can talk about it. Wang Shenmeng began to instigate Dugubo to rebel. After today he would plot the immortal grass in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. After all, it was Dugubo who discovered it first. If possible, he did not want to snatch it by force. Besides, Dugubo was a titled Douluo after all. Even though the spirit hall was powerful, it did not mind having more help. Of course, if Dugubo did not know what was good for him and insisted on going against the spirit hall, he would have to get rid of him. Otherwise his threat would be too great. Although he may not be able to beat most of the titled Douluo in a one-on-one fight, he has the ability to massacre a city by himself. If he comes at a critical moment, it will still be very uncomfortable. What is there to talk about with your spirit hall? Your punishment, Elder Zhu Guan and I are old enemies. Can you still let me go? Dugubo's heart moved, but his tone was very tough. Wang Shenmeng smiled. It seems that the old poisonous thing really has no intention of going all the way with Prince Xueying. Now he is just worried about the old grudges between him and the spirit hall in the past and the new grudges today. He is not sure about the attitude of the spirit hall towards him. The relationship between His Majesty Dugu and Zhu Douluo is just a misunderstanding. There is no deep hatred between them. Dahan, although the two of you have fought for so many years, have you seen other crown princes of our Wuhan Hall intervene? It's because we don't regard you as a real enemy. Otherwise, if only the two elders Zhuigui and Gui joined forces, do you think you can still be free until now? Even if Zhuigui comes together, what do I have to fear? Dugubo said stubbornly, but he had to admit in his heart that the other party was right. He was quietly relieved in his heart, but he couldn't turn against him on the spot. I have promised to help Prince Xueying 3 times. Since I have have made a promise I can't regret it. Then I don't know how many times your majesty has already made a move. Wang Shenmeng actually already knew it. He had seen Prince Xueying's memory, but this is not for outsiders to see. Douluo said this is the first time. Okay, then I will give you a chance to fulfill your promise. Wang Shenmeng ignored Douluo and looked at the Crown Prince Xueqing He. Soul possession. The NET moment 7 soul rings appeared under Wang Shenmeng's feet, and under the attention of the crowd he once again showed his soul saint strength. The time is almost right. Stop them, I'll go over and take a look. After the fierce battle, many strong men of the Tiendu Empire have fallen. If you count carefully you will find that those who died are those who are very hostile to the Spirit Hall and the diehards of Emperor Shui. Yet, Your Highness, go ahead. Let me have some fun with these people. It's the first time I've taken action after decade, but I'm dealing with these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. It's boring. Guangling Douluo looked disappointed and glanced at Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo. These two people are quite strong. I thought I could have some fun, but unfortunately the other party was too timid and refused to take action. The Great Wilderness Divine Butterfly Transformation. The third soul ring under Wang Shenmen's feet suddenly lit up, and then a burst of golden light burst out from his body, enveloping Zhu Zuyun and the other two girls as well as Qinglu and Douluo, and then the 5 people disappeared without a trace. Be careful! Jian Douluo suddenly showed a look of shock on his face, and the 7 killing sword issued a shocking sword intent and suddenly stabbed into the void with a sword. As expected of Jian Douluo, who has a pure sword heart, he can actually sense my arrival with a pure sword heart. A golden light flashed in the void, and Qinglu and Douluo protected Zhu Zuyun and the other 2 girls and fell beside Emperor Shui. Yet, although he was surrounded by people, he was calm and composed without the slightest panic. In the void pierced by the 7 killing sword, Wang Shenmen's figure appeared again, but this time it became illusory and transparent. The 7 killing sword pierced through his body as if it pierced through the air and did not cause any damage at all. Not good. Gu Rong and Chen Xian's faces changed at the same time. The enemy had come within a few feet of them without a sound. Even the fierce blow of the 7 killing swords could not cause any damage to him. This was too terrible. Blade of God's laying. Wang Shenmeng was in an immortal state at this time. He transformed himself into a spiritual body immune to all physical and energy damage. Only mental power could work on him. In this state he could not use any spirit skills other than mental skills. It happened that his 5th spirit skill, the Blade of God's laying spirit skill from the now 70,000-year-old Si-winged golden silkworm butterfly, was a pure and terrifying spirit-killing spirit skill. Wang Shenmen's eyes turned into a brilliant gold, and an illusory Si-winged golden silkworm butterfly suddenly flew out from behind his head, turning into a huge golden blade in the void and slashed down at Jian Douluo. Not good. Although Jian Douluo's mental power was passively improved at the level of Super Douluo at level 96, his mental power was already extremely huge, but there was no way to turn it into an effective means of attack. Mental power attacks can only be resisted by mental power and can only be detected by mental power. As soon as the golden giant blade appeared, Jian Douluo felt frightened. His soul instinctively warned him, and his mental power was boiling like water. Boom! Like a thunderbolt breaking through the darkness, the blade of the God's laying blade plotted in Jian Douluo's mind with extremely terrifying lethality. Although he had retracted the 7 killing swords at the fastest speed and concentrated all his mind on his mental power, the passively improved mental power, although the divine power was huge, it was still difficult to resist this attack, specifically targeting the spiritual power. In Wang Shenmen's eyes, Jian Douluo's spiritual power was like a big sun. In terms of the total amount of spiritual power, he actually surpassed himself, but when it came to concentration and application, there was a big difference. This was like the difference between a strong soldier who had fought hundreds of battles and a mob. Even if the difference in strength was not small, the elite soldiers could always win with fewer soldiers. Wang Shenmen's God-laying blade, like drawing a knife to cut water, suddenly crossed Jian Douluo's spiritual sun, instantly cutting open his spiritual ocean, following the connection between the spirit and the heart and soul, and even touching the source of his life. Although the spirit was like the sea and it recovered instantly after being cut, it still caused great damage to Jian Douluo. Blood immediately flowed out of his 7 orifices, and the whole person retreated 3 steps, and his spirit suddenly became weak. Uncle Jian, Chen Xin, Grandpa Jian, Ning Fengzi, Gu Rong and Ning Rongrong's faces changed drastically. They looked at the injured sword Douluo Chen Xin in disbelief, with absurdity written all over their faces. The most powerful sword Douluo of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect was actually injured by a teenager in the same encounter. This was simply like a dream. Gu Rong hurriedly stood in front of Chen Xin. Ning Fengzi didn't care about He Yui King He suppressing the injury and quickly superimposed the status of the 2 title Douluo. Gu Rong's eyes were full of cold light. He carefully checked sword Douluo, seeing that although the injury was was not light, there was not much danger, he was relieved. Your Highness, the Holy Sun is strong, it's amazing. I'm afraid that there will never be a soul master who can match you in the past and present, but today your Highness really went too far. Does your Wuhan Hall really want to be the enemy of all soul masters in the world? Wang Shenmeng came out of the immortal body. It was a pity that the God-laying blade only injured Jian Douluo and could not pose a fatal threat to the strong at this level. Besides, with his current strength, the God-laying blade can't be released many times, but despite this, a face-to-face attack on a level 96 Super Douluo is enough to shock the world. This is the confidence that he dares to compete with the titled Douluo. Perhaps in terms of soul skills based on soul power, his soul power is far behind that of the titled Douluo, and it is difficult to gain an advantage, but he can play to his strength and avoid his weaknesses. In terms of the use of mental power, even the titled Douluo can hardly compare with him. The Wuhan Hall has no intention of being the enemy of all soul masters in the world. I didn't poison Emperor Shui yet and Prince King He. If you don't want them to die, don't stop me. Ning Fengzi actually had doubts in his heart. His mind raced. The enemy was strong and he was weak. He was deeply shocked by the strength of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. He actually had the strength to injure a Super Douluo, which made him even more powerless. Ning Fengzi immediately took advantage of the situation. Your Highness, the Holy Son means that you can save His Majesty and His Highness. Wang Shenmeng said calmly, I have healing soul skills. As long as the person is not dead, I can save him. Chapter 114, A Misunderstanding. Master Ning, you can't trust this person. Marshal Ji Long is a person who is very hostile to the Spirit Hall. He was born into a noble family and his family has been rooted in the Tiendu military for generations. His influence in the army is unmatched by any family in the entire Tiendu Empire. And Marshal Ji Long himself is a very talented soul master. He is only in his early 40s, but he has already reached a soul power cultivation close to that of a soul Douluo and has the potential to become a titled Douluo. He is even praised as the Nine-Life Dragon. He has succeeded his old father and become the #1 in the military of the Tiendu Empire. His power is second only to Emperor Shui, yet he stood up to stop him and Ning Fengzi could not ignore him. Marshal, if you have a way to save your Majesty and the Prince, please act quickly. His Royal Highness the Prince can't hold on for long. If there is no way, why not let His Royal Highness the Son of God try? Ning Fengzi had no other option. His 7 treasures glazed tower was mainly for amplification and the healing ability was only incidental. It was very difficult to temporarily suppress the poison in the prince, but it really couldn't heal him. The key point was that Shui King He could no longer afford to delay. If he waited until the war was over and tried to treat him, he would have died long ago. As for Emperor Shui, Ning Fengzi had given up on treating him. The poison was all caused by this little thief. Who knows if he is close to His Majesty and the Prince and is going to take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Marshal Ji Long disliked the people of the Spirit Hall and he had long believed that the poison was given by Wang Shenmeng. His family was a great noble family that had been passed down for thousands of years and they hated the rise of civilian soul masters. However, the Spirit Hall awakened countless civilian soul masters every year, which had an impact on their noble status. When civilians awaken their spirit, they not only have power but also gain the status of nobles, and they will inevitably compete with these old nobles for resources. Therefore, according to the ideas of these old nobles, civilians should be honest and work for them instead of always hoping to turn over a new leaf by awakening their spirit. Wang Shenmeng didn't indulge him and sneered, okay, I have the ability to treat the emperor and the prince. Marshal Ji Long didn't distinguish right from wrong and insisted on stopping it. What is his intention? Did you poison him and want to poison His Majesty and the prince so that you can replace them? Ancient saying, my family has been loyal for generations and loyal to His Majesty. How could we poison His Majesty? Marshal Ji Long was furious. As the first noble family in the Tiendu Empire, their family has always been feared by the royal family, fearing that one day they would be replaced. Wang Shenmen's words were heartbreaking. If you didn't poison them, why did you repeatedly stop me from saving His Majesty and the Crown Prince? You yourself are incapable of saving them, but you don't let others save them. You want His Majesty and the Crown Prince to die. I suspect that you are stalling for time so that His Majesty and the Crown Prince will die from the poison. Wang Shenmeng swept his eyes over the crowd and saw that the high-ranking officials of the Tiendu Empire all changed color, and it was obvious that they were already somewhat shaken. In fact, it is not so easy to poison His Majesty the Emperor. Ning Fengzi said that the Emperor Shuiye was poisoned by a Mi-Ed poison. He first took a poison which was dormant in the body and then triggered at a critical moment. The problem is that in addition to the son of the Spirit Hall who showed the ability to appear and disappear, the high-ranking officials of the Empire are also suspected of having access to His Majesty's food. For example, it would be too easy for the important officials of the Empire such as Prince Shuiying and Marshal Ji Long to bribe a few maids and eunuchs around around Emperor Shui yet. It would be abnormal if they did not plant spies. You are slandering me. Okay, I will let you save His Majesty. Anyway, you are the one who poisoned him, so you naturally have the antidote. You poisoned His Majesty and pretended to be a good person. What on earth are you thinking? Marshal Long felt the strange looks from all around and could not bear the pressure, so he had to compromise, but he was still angry and couldn't help but spit out a word. Wang Shenmeng swept his eyes over several old antiques of the royal family of Tiendu Empire and sneered. I came to treat the emperor and the prince with good intentions, but was blocked and framed by people with ulterior motives, so I won't treat them. Anyway, the emperor and the prince of Tiendu have nothing to do with me, so they die. It's a pity that Marshal Long's wish came true, but if you become the emperor, the Tiendu Empire will inevitably be in chaos, which is not a bad thing for my Wuhan Hall. Your Highness, I believe in your innocence. Marshal Long is just too daunty, get too excited, please don't bother with him. Ning Fengzi saw that Shui Qinghe's situation was getting worse and worse and his investment was going to go down the drain, so he had to lower himself to smooth things over. He also secretly wondered in his heart whether the mastermind behind the scenes was really Marshal Long. Ning Fengzi was not the only one who had this idea. According to the idea of who benefits and who is the mastermind, the son of the Spirit Hall really had no motive to kill the king. With the strength he showed, it was really not difficult to kill Prince Shuiying, and it was revenge for his parents, which was completely justified morally and no one would blame him for it. If he gave a way out afterwards, the Tiendu royal family would definitely go with the flow and let it go. Why did he have to be branded as a regicide and the prince killer and completely break off relations with the Tiendu Empire? There is absolutely no benefit. On the contrary, there are many people in the empire who have the motive to kill the emperor, including Prince Shuiying and Marshal Long, because the emperor and the prince are dead and the remaining Prince Suibeng is a useless playboy who can't control the situation at all. If the empire is in chaos, these powerful ministers who are above everyone else will have the opportunity to take the throne. After killing the emperor, there is even a ready-made scapegoat who made the son of the Spirit Hall have a grudge against the Tiendu royal family and have the ability to kill the emperor. Thinking of this, the faces of several old antiques in the royal family turned ugly and they felt that the son of the Spirit Hall was really not suspected. A white-haired old man said in a deep voice, Your Highness, calm down. Marshal Long was in a hurry and misunderstood. Your Highness, I apologize to you on his behalf. Please rescue Your Majesty, and the prince and the empire will reward you generously. Wang Shenmeng didn't buy it. If you want to apologize, let Marshal Long do it himself, and there is no need for others to replace him. He defamed my innocence out of thin air. If it weren't for the fact that he was the Imperial Marshal, I would have killed him long ago. If he didn't come out and kneel down to apologize sincerely, I wouldn't have taken action. If the Emperor and the Crown Prince died because of this, it would have been Marshal Long who killed them. Long's face was livid. How could he kneel down and apologize to the little kid from the Spirit Hall? Wang Shenmeng glanced at Marshal Long and sneered secretly. This man is a famous general of the Heaven Do Empire, but his ability to use troops is speechless. In the original work during the Battle of Jialing Pass, he was the commander-in-chief of the three armies. Even Shuibeng, who was already the emperor, did not dare to offend him, and he looked down on Tang San, who was almost a god. As a result, Tang San only proposed a tactic of sneak attacking the logistics, which shocked Marshal Long and shocked him. So it goes without saying how weak this so-called famous general and the first person in the imperial military is. His background is definitely the main reason for his success. The remaining half of the reason is probably his strength as a sole Douluo. As for his personal command ability, it is better not to mention it. Forget about not apologizing. It seems that your so-called loyalty is just talk. His Majesty the Emperor is on the verge of death, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is also waiting for treatment. You first blocked the treatment, and now for the sake of your own little face you refuse to let His Majesty get treatment. Your wolfish ambitions are already obvious, and you wish His Majesty and the Crown Prince would die quickly. Wang Shenmen's words were like knives, and every word was heart-piercing. Everyone in the Tiendu royal family changed their faces, and they felt that his words made too much sense. Marshal Long had no loyalty at all, not to mention that he would go through fire and water for His Majesty, but in order to save His Majesty and the Crown Prince he was unwilling to sacrifice his personal face and dignity. Is he a loyal minister? What's more, the main person responsible for His Majesty and the Crown Prince not getting treatment was Long himself. Not only did he not think about expiating his sins, but he continued to add to his sins. It was simply unreasonable. Long, I order you in the name of the Tiendu royal family to kneel down and apologize to His Royal Highness the Son of God immediately. The old man of the Tiendu royal family said in a grim tone, staring at Gelong, it's time to prove your loyalty to His Majesty and the Empire. If you still have loyalty in your heart, accept the order immediately. Marshal Marshal Zhelong felt extremely aggrieved, but seeing more and more people looking at him with unfriendly eyes, they clearly had doubts about him. Although he was not the mastermind, this performance was really hard to be called loyal. I apologize. Marshal Zhelong was suddenly shocked and realized that he was in great danger and was the target of public criticism. If he hesitated, he would be executed immediately. Unable to withstand the pressure, Marshal Zhelong knelt on the spot. He was so angry in his heart. He still believed that it was the son of the Spirit Hall who poisoned His Majesty and the prince. He was obviously not wrong, but was smeared by this treacherous little thief. Zhelong was blind and misunderstood His Majesty the son of the saint. Please forgive me, His Majesty the son of the saint. Forget it. Your Majesty and the Crown Prince treated me so kindly, but something like this happened. I can't just sit there and watch. Since Marshal Zhelong has realized his mistake, I'll try my best. Everyone made way and Wang Shenmeng walked to Shui Qinghe and Emperor Shuiye. At this time both of them were in very bad condition. Emperor Shuiye was barely breathing and almost dead. Shui Qinghe was still barely awake, but he couldn't speak. His face was pale, his breath was weak, and his vitality was continuing to drain. It wouldn't be long before he would follow in Emperor Shuiye's footsteps. Stop, this is a misunderstanding, the Tiendu royal elder ordered loudly, and the powerful men who besieged Wangling Douluo were about to cry. It was a misunderstanding, you should have said it earlier, and they quickly retreated. In such a short time a large number of people have died. Wangling Douluo is not a vegetarian. Although he has a playful attitude, he also kills them in a targeted manner. All the soul masters who show deep hatred and disgust for the Spirit Hall are his dead souls. After a killing spree, the others were already terrified. They couldn't fight and they couldn't retreat. It was so painful to be able to retreat. Wangling Douluo shot and killed a soul saint at the end. Although he lost his status, it was also very satisfying to kill, which made him enjoy it a little. You can let others go, but take down Prince Shuiying, Wang Shenmeng ordered. The strong men of the Tiendu Empire were already scared and they received the order to cease fire. No one tried to stop them at this time. Everyone knew that Prince Shuiying and the son of the Spirit Hall had an irreconcilable feud and they would definitely not let him go. Now they still hoped that the son would save the emperor and the prince, so they could only give up Prince Shuiying with tears. Let go. Douluo suddenly forced Ling Yuan Douluo to retreat with a venom, then grabbed Prince Shuiying and quickly fled outside the palace, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chase. Ling Yuan Douluo hurriedly chased after him. Wait, they can't run away, protect His Highness first. Wangling Douluo stopped Ling Yuan Douluo. He knew that Prince Shuiying was attached with the means of splitting the spirit and transforming the mind, splitting a spiritual force and mind, turning into a divine butterfly out of the body while distorting Prince Shuiying's 7 emotions and SI senses, spirit and mind. It can also lock his position. Anyway, Prince Shuiying can't run away. There is no need to rush, and the primary task is to protect His Highness. He didn't forget that there were also super Douluos from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect on the scene. Under the blessing and amplification of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, these 2 people must not be underestimated. What's more, in other people's territory, who knows if there are any hidden strongmen or big killers? If they chase out and His Highness is hurt, it will be a loss. Yes, I didn't think it through. Your Majesty reminded me in time. Ling Yuan Douluo also thought of this. He stopped and stood with Guangling Douluo in a shape to guard Wang Shenmeng. Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo's eyes twitched. They were extremely afraid, fearing that the other party would take the opportunity to attack. At such a close distance, if one party suddenly attacked without preparation, it would be really difficult to resist and the damage caused would definitely be tons. Jian Douluo glanced at Wang Shenmeng and felt extremely depressed. The mental injury made him feel a tearing pain in his head. Although it was unknown, it was also very uncomfortable. He didn't dare to underestimate Wang Shenmeng at all. Although the opponent's soul skill couldn't kill him, it was almost unsolvable. If he came a few more times, he didn't know if he could bear it. Anyway, it would be very uncomfortable. However, he believed that such an attack would definitely consume a lot of mental energy, and the son of the Spirit Hall should not be able to use it many times. Wang Shenmeng didn't care about the mutual vigilance of both sides. He immediately used the 4th soul skill, Endless Life. This is the soul skill of the eternal green butterfly, which can not only heal physical injuries but also mental and even soul injuries, and is the nemesis of all poisons. He didn't need to analyze the poison on Emperor Shuiye and Shui Qinghe because he provided this poison to Prince Shuiying, but Prince Shuiying's SI senses and even his memory were distorted, thinking that he had collected it himself. It must be said that Prince Shuiying's strength is low and his spiritual world is far inferior to Tang San. Tang San's spiritual world can kill, titled Douluo. Wang Shenmeng entered his spiritual world at that time, but he made sufficient preparations, was cautious and went all out, not daring to be distracted at all. But when dealing with Prince Shuiying, he only separated a small part of his mind and turned into the incarnation of the divine butterfly to leave his body, which made Prince Shuiying unable to resist resist and directly entered the information cocoon. What he saw and heard were all what Wang Shenmeng asked him to see and hear, and then he stepped into the abyss step by step according to the script he planned. As the huge vitality was infused into the bodies of Emperor Shueye and Xue Qinghe, the twins in their bodies were quickly dissolved. Xue Qinghe's compleon gradually returned to normal, and even under the nourishment of the vitality he quickly returned to the state before the poisoning, which shocked everyone. Xue Qinghe recovered and everyone finally put down their hanging heart. They finally believed that the person who poisoned His Majesty and the Crown Prince was not the son of the Spirit Hall. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that they didn't have to go against the Spirit Hall. After experiencing a great war and seeing the strength of the Spirit Hall, everyone was afraid. If they could avoid it, they would never tear their faces apart. Everyone is a peace-loving person who hates war. Thank you for saving me, Your Highness. Xue Qinghe will remember it in his heart and will repay you in the future. Xue Qinghe bowed sincerely and looked at Emperor Shueye. Seeing that he was also recovering rapidly, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty is fine, that's great. Seeing that Emperor Shueye opened his eyes and sat up from the carpet, he seemed to have recovered to the state before the poisoning, and everyone was extremely excited. Don't be happy too early. Your Majesty is old and already in his twilight years and can't withstand any harm. If he is safe and well treated, he can live for a few more years, but today the poisoning is too deep and the treatment was delayed due to Marshal Erlong's obstruction. The poison has entered your internal organs and has exhausted Your Majesty's last vitality. Now it's just a last gasp. A basin of cold ash was poured over his head and everyone was stunned. Wang Shenmeng continued, Your Majesty, if you have any last word, please tell them quickly, time is running out. Chapter 115. The Fearful Emperor Shueye. The atmosphere was particularly depressing. Emperor Shueye had just recovered from his dying state, and before he had time to be happy he heard this thunderbolt. I am dying. Impossible. Your Highness, please save me. I will do whatever you ask for. Emperor Shueye was an emperor for his whole life. He was high above everyone else and could decide the life and death of countless people with just one word. But when he faced life and death, he could not remain calm. The older people get, the less courageous they become. Many times not only can old people not take life and death lightly, but they are more afraid of death, especially those who are in high positions. They wish they could live forever. Before the end of their lives they would try their best to live one more day. Emperor Shueye was not a wise and powerful person, but at most an average person. The Tiendu Empire was gradually decaying. The once 10-province empire could only barely maintain its rule in SI provinces. The remaining 4 provinces had basically left the control of the Tiendu Empire. Today the empire even showed signs of chaos. Although the root cause of this was not Emperor Shueye, he himself was not a revival leader. The most important thing in his heart was always his own power and status. Such a person certainly could not be strong and unyielding. When death came, Emperor Shueye's performance was no different from that of an ordinary old man, or even worse. His eyes were filled with fear and anxiety about death. While begging Wang Shenmeng to end his life, he shouted, where is Prince Shueying? Take him down quickly. I suspect that he and Marshal Erlong have planned a coup to replace me. Marshal Erlong was stunned and cried out, Your Majesty, I am innocent. I am loyal to Your Majesty. I have no intention of murdering Your Majesty. If you are innocent, then why did you repeatedly obstruct His Royal Highness the Son of God from treating me? Even for your own little face you wanted to watch me die. If you hadn't repeatedly obstructed and delayed the treatment, how could I have ended up dying? Emperor Shueye's tone was full of hatred. He heard Wang Shenmen's word clearly. He was delayed by Marshal Erlong, which led to the poison entering his internal organs and exhausting his vitality. Otherwise he could have lived for a while longer. A traitor. Emperor Shueye had every reason to suspect Marshal Erlong of participating in the coup. Even if he did not participate, he deserved to die just because he obstructed his treatment. Come on, take Erlong and throw him into jail. After Shueying is caught, we will punish him together. Emperor Shueye had been the emperor for decades after all. Even if he was about to die, as long as he was not closed for a moment, no one dared to disobey his orders. Immediately a team of soldiers rushed up, took Erlong down, put shackles on him, sealed his soul power, and suddenly turned him into an ordinary person and was dragged away. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Marshal Erlong shouted loudly. His voice was as shrill as a cuckoo crying blood. Unfortunately no one pleaded for him. Erlong's suspicion had not been cleared yet. It was too late for everyone to draw a line at this time. Who dared to speak for him? If he jumped out at this time with Emperor Shueye's crazy state before his death, he would be killed directly. As for Prince Shueying, everyone knows that he is indeed suspected of planning a coup, but more importantly he must be captured to vent his anger on His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, so that he can ask him to prolong the Emperor's life. Your Royal Highness the Holy Sun, I will issue an order to announce to the world that Shueying planned a coup and murdered the Emperor, and Erlong was an accomplice. accomplice. These two people deserve death. After they are captured they will be executed by slow slicing. Emperor Shuya regarded Wang Shenmeng as his last straw and showed goodwill to him one after another. Are you satisfied with this treatment? If not, please make any request. If there are any other people who have offended your highness, I will deal with them together. Please make sure to save my life. Father, Shui Qinghe wanted to say something but was interrupted by Emperor Shuya with a wave of his hands, so he had to retreat with a frown. She despised the Emperor Shuya's humble attitude and his performance of just trying to survive, which was a disgrace to the emperor, ruining his reputation and destroying the dignity of the Tiendu royal family. The ministers all lowered their heads at this time, their faces flushed, feeling ashamed. Wang Shenmeng did not laugh at Emperor Shuya. Only when death comes people know how afraid of death they are. Emperor Shuya was still a high and mighty emperor the moment before who could decide the life and death of countless people, but the moment he was about to return to the underworld, this gap was countless times greater than that of ordinary people facing death. There has never been an emperor who was not afraid of death. The more arbitrary and powerful the emperor was, the more afraid of death he was. But Emperor Shuya no longer had any need to live. He made such a big fuss not to deal with a few small fish. He wanted to make Qian Renyui's plan to steal the country succeed at once, which was originally his purpose of coming to Tiendu city. If we follow the original book and procrastinate and slowly give Emperor Shuya a chronic poison, it will take too long and there will be too many variables. Once the failure is posed, it will be a huge blow to the spirit hall. Not only will it pose the wolfish ambition, but it will also cause a devastating blow to the image of the spirit hall in terms of reputation, directly pushing the Tiendu Empire and countless soul masters who are neutral or even inclined to the spirit hall to the opposite side. Wang Shenmeng wants to achieve it in one step. As long as Shui Qinghe becomes the emperor, the initiative will be turned over. With the title of emperor, he can justifiably attack dissidents and place his own people, and the risk of exposure will be directly reduced to the lowest. Your Majesty, it's not that I don't want to treat you, but I can't. You are already exhausted and have used up the last bit of vitality. It's useless for anyone to come. The reason why His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is fine is because he is young and has strong vitality, but despite this he is also seriously injured. It looks good, but it will at least reduce his lifespan by several years. And you who are already dying can't withstand any loss. If it's an injury, it can indeed be treated, but who can help him when his life is over? Unless you can become a titled Douluo immediately, your life will be greatly tended. The cruel words made Emperor Shuya shaky and unable to bear the blow, but there is really no way out when his life is over. As for becoming a titled Douluo, that is even more unrealistic. The swan martial spirit of their Tiendu royal family does not have the qualifications to become a titled Douluo, not to mention his current state of impending death. Is there really no other way? Emperor Shuya's voice trembled, full of despair, and he actually looked a bit pitiful. Wang Shenmeng shook his head. No. Your Majesty, hurry up and make arrangements for your funeral. You have at most 3 hours left. If you don't hurry up and make your last words, it will be too late. Emperor Shuya's whole body suddenly became weak and the last breath in his heart seemed to be about to dissipate. He still said unwillingly, send an order, let the head of the 9-heart Begonia family enter the palace quickly, and also order all the healing spirit masters in Tiendu city to enter the palace. After the messenger left, Emperor Shuya said in a trembling voice, Ministers, Prince Ningzongji, follow me to the bedroom. I have something to tell you. This is making preparations for both situations. On the one hand, he is unwilling to give up the last glimmer of hope, and on the other hand, he does have to tell you about his funeral affairs. Your Majesty, Prince Shuang escaped, and I think this coup was planned by him. I will go and catch him back, and I hope your Majesty will hand him over to me when the time comes. Emperor Shuya nodded and said, Shuang is protected by Douluo, and His Majesty can only ask His Majesty the Son of God to take action. I promise you that after his crimes are fully investigated, I will hand him over to you for disposal. Wang Shenmeng said, Your Majesty, please send a few people to go with me to prove that I did not frame Prince Shuang. Emperor Shuya was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, after all, Shuang is a prince of the empire and he is suspected of coup d'état and regicide. Our Tiendu Empire cannot but participate in the pursuit. Meng Shenji's Hilan and by base hand, the 3 of you will go with His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, and you must bring Shuang to justice. The 3 members of the Education Committee are the real leaders of the Tiendu Royal Academy, important supporters of Emperor Shuya and supporters of the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe. They have always had a bad relationship with Prince Shuang, so they are naturally very happy. Your Majesty, rest assured, the 3 of us will cooperate with His Royal Highness the Holy Sun and not let Shuang run away. Meng Shenji was pressing his position that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall is the main one and they are just auxiliary. Thank you. Emperor Shuya waved his hand weakly, and Meng Shenji by base hand and Ji Lin, the 3 Education Committee members immediately followed Wang Shenmeng and his party to leave. Master Ning, the empire has suffered a great change. You are King He's teacher. The future of the Tiendu Empire depends on you a lot. Emperor Shuya used to be very afraid of Ning Fengzi, fearing that he would join forces with the prince to force him to abdicate, but now he can't care about it. The new emperor ascended the throne in chaos and Ning Fengzi's support is crucial. Even if it's just a statement, it can deter disobedience and calm people's heart. Ning Fengzi certainly won't refuse such a good thing. When Shui King He takes the throne, he will be the emperor's teacher and the alliance relationship with the Tiendu Empire will be more solid. For the Seven Treasures Glaze sect, it is a win-win situation. Your Majesty, don't worry. The Seven Treasures Glaze sect will definitely fully support His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and will not let the empire fall into chaos. Okay, with Master Ning's words I can rest assured. The group took Emperor Shuya to the bedroom and put him on the bed. At this time, healing spirit masters arrived one after another and began to treat Emperor Shuya. Emperor Shuya accepted the treatment with great expectation while reluctantly telling about his last affairs. Wang Shenmeng and his group came out of the Tiendu Palace and went straight out of the city. Your Highness, have they left the city? Meng Shenji saw that Wang Shenmeng seemed to have a clear goal, so he asked with some doubt. Wang Shenmeng glanced at Ling Yu and Douluo, who understood. I fought a big battle with the old poisonous creature. While injuring him, I also did some things to him. I know where he went and he can't run away. So that's it. Meng Shenji and the other two looked at each other and believed it. They couldn't guess the means of the title Douluo. This Ling Yu and Douluo had the top martial spirit of birds of prey. Snakes were the food of birds of prey. It was reasonable for Ling Yu and Douluo to have the ability to track the martial spirit of the green-scaled Snake King. After running for dozens of miles out of the city, they came to a forest. Wang Shenmen's heart moved at first. Could it be that Dugabo brought Prince Xueying to the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire? Then he rejected it. The Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire was the place where Dugabo suppressed the snake venom in his body. It was his second life. How could he bring outsiders in? Besides, although this forest was not small, it should not be the Sunset Forest. He followed the spiritual connection and came directly to a hidden valley. Sure enough, he saw Dugabo and Prince Xueying in a cave. You found this place so quickly? Dugabo was shocked. This place was quite secretive. He discovered it accidentally. If he didn't know it in advance, it would be difficult to find it in a short time. Your Majesty, Dugo Xuexing planned a coup and regicide. Emperor Shuya has issued a wanted order. Do you still want to protect him? Meng Shenji, as the representative of the empire, stepped forward to negotiate. Shuya is still alive? This is impossible. Xuexing has become a stray dog. His mind has long been confused. When he was taken away by Dugabo, Emperor Shuya was almost dead. He had already determined that he had killed Shuya and Shui King He. He still hoped after Xuebeng came to power, he came to provide him with shelter. When he heard that Emperor Shuya was still alive, he was stunned. It's you. The faces of the three members of the education committee changed drastically. Prince Xuexing's subconscious words revealed too much information. It is almost certain that even if he is not the mastermind, he is definitely involved. He is ambitious and rebellious. Everyone can kill him. Meng Shenji said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, Dugo Xuexing is crazy and his crime is unforgivable. I hope Your Majesty will hand him over to us and take him back to be punished. Dugabo looked at Prince Xuexing in surprise. He didn't expect that this old playboy had such courage and ruthlessness. He directly came to kill the king. It was really surprising. He looked up to Prince Xuexing. At least he was not a complete waste. I promised to attack him 3 times. Before that, I will not let anyone hurt him. You want to take him away? I can't just stand by and watch this. Meng Shenji and the other two look very unhappy, but facing the title Douluo, the three-souled Douluo had no confidence, so they had to look at Wang Shenmeng. Your Majesty Dugu, are there any conditions or restrictions for the 3 times you attack? Wang Shenmeng asked knowingly. Dugabo said solemnly, it only counts if a titled Douluo participates in it. Okay, I said I'll give you a chance to fulfill your promise. Wang Shenmeng waved his hand. Who will go up among you 3? Let me do it. I wasn't satisfied before. Let me see what's so special about this young man's poison. Guangling Douluo stepped forward, waved his hand, and the Aurora Holy Feather Bow appeared in his hand. The 9 soul rings under his feet issued a terrifying pressure. He said lightly, give you the opportunity to attack first, otherwise I'm afraid that once I attack you won't be able to attack. Dugabo had already seen the power of Guangling Douluo and he did not think that the other party was bragging. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, may I ask what is your title, senior? I am Guangling Douluo. I have not walked in the world of soul masters for a long time. You may not have heard of me. Guangling Douluo was unwilling to waste words. Go ahead. Okay. Dugabo immediately flew out of the cave with Prince Xueying, unfolded his martial soul and turned into a more than 30-meter-long emerald green venomous snake. The 9th soul ring under his feet lit up and he directly activated the 9 9th soul skill. Green scale divine light. His huge snake body turned transparent and released a horrible corrosive poison. Chapter 116. Death of Shui crossing snowy night collapse. SITH soul skill ice soul aurora arrow. Facing Douluo's 9th soul skill the green scale divine light Guangling Douluo did not dodge. The SITH soul ring under his feet lit up and he pulled the longbow. An aurora arrow condensed on the bow and shot towards the green scale divine light. Boom! The aurora arrow was condensed and sharp with extreme sharpness and extreme coldness. It instantly shot through the green scale divine light and a large group of green corrosive venom splashed everywhere. Before it landed it was frozen into a group of ice particles and fell to the ground like amber crystals. After the aurora arrow shot through the green scale divine light the remaining force was not weakened and it still shot toward Douluo at the speed of light. Not good. Douluo felt like he was screwed. It was fine that the flame of Ling Yuan Douluo could restrain his snake venom, but now there was another title Douluo with extreme cold attribute which also had a great restraining effect on his snake venom. After all, no matter how strong the venom is, it has to spread and attach to the target to cause damage, but the power of extreme cold can freeze the two, and so how can it spread? He twisted his snake body quickly to avoid the aurora arrow, but he was still a little slow. The arrow passed through the snake body and tore a scar. The terrifying cold air invaded violently, and not only did the wound not bleed, but it instantly turned into thick frost and strands of cold air came out. It's so cold. Douluo shuddered and felt that the injured part had lost consciousness directly. The cold air was still spreading, forcing him to use soul power to resist. How terrifying! Everyone saw that the famous poison Douluo was injured in just one fight, and they were shocked by the strength of Guangling Douluo. Although Douluo's ability to fight alone was at the bottom among the titled Douluos, no matter how low he was still a real titled Douluo. It might not be difficult to defeat him, but few titled Douluos could defeat him in one move. 8 soul skill cold bow shoots the sun. The 8 soul ring under Guangling Douluo's feet lit up again and an even more terrifying arrow appeared on the holy bow. Before the arrow was shot, the terrifying coldness and the strong breath of death came to the face. Most of the people present suddenly felt a great fear in their hearts, as if once the arrow was shot it would bring bad luck and death. Douluo didn't dare to take it hard and directly grabbed Prince Xueying and fled again. The huge snake body was extremely flexible in the forest, wandering around and fleeing deeper into the forest. Boring. Guangling Douluo put away his spirit, the aurora holy feather bow, and did not shoot the terrifying sun-shooting arrow. Otherwise, if he shot Douluo from behind, this little poisonous creature would be dead. Douluo is relying on my love for talent and not wanting to kill him, so he dares to pose his back to us so carelessly. Wang Shenmeng had a good grasp of Douluo's thoughts. It seems that he just wants to fulfill his promise as soon as possible so that he can get rid of Xueying this burden. Any time, there is no need to hold back, just take Xueying directly. Yes, everyone promised. Wang Shenmeng ordered again. Ling Yuan, you are fast, go and stop the old poisonous creature, we will follow later. Spirit kite Douluo immediately transformed into a huge fire-bathed spirit kite flying high in the sky. The sharp eyes of birds of prey allowed her to quickly lock onto Douluo, and with a high-pitched cry she immediately chased after him. Wang Shenmeng then led everyone to follow closely. Their group of people had varying strength. There were also a group of soul saints and soul emperors from the spirit hall helping them, and Zhu Zuyun and the other 3 women watching the fun, so their speed was not fast. But before they could chase far, they heard fierce fighting sounds from the front and saw a snake and a kite fighting again. Together the poor old poisonous creature was once again ravaged with wounds on his body, and the whole snake was in a terrible state. Prince Xueying was hiding in a mountain cave with a pale face, avoiding the aftermath of the battle. When he saw everyone coming, his already pale face suddenly turned grey. He was about to struggle and escape, but was directly captured by several soul emperors of the spirit hall. Your Majesty Douluo, the 3 shots you promised have been completed and Xueying has been captured. You have done your best. No one can blame you for this matter. Please stop. Wang Shenmen's words gave Douluo a way out. At this point, if he continued to resist, he would be ignorant of good and evil, and he would not be greeted by all kinds of letting him go. Forget it, I have done what I should do. The gap in strength is huge and it is not a crime of war. I have a clear conscience. Douluo sighed and transformed from his spirit body back to a human body. He looked miserable. His clothes were torn, his hair and beard were burnt. There were many burnt blood stains on his body and an arrow wound that EU'd cold air. If your Majesty Douluo doesn't mind, let me treat you. Wang Shenmeng will soon obtain Douluo's immortal grass, and he doesn't mind showing more goodwill. If he can obtain the immortal grass peacefully and recruit Douluo, that would naturally be the best choice. Douluo can also feel Wang Shenmen's goodwill. He was defeated one after another and was spared by his men one after another. He is not an ungrateful person, so let's not talk about the past grudges. Thank you, Your Highness the Holy Sun. You're welcome. welcome. Wang Shenmeng immediately activated the endless power, and the powerful life energy quickly dispelled the remaining soul damage on Douluo's body, recovering his injuries. The injured parts began to heal visibly. Douluo claimed, Your Highness, the Holy Sun's healing soul skills are really amazing. No wonder he can save Emperor Shui yet. Wang Shenmeng shook his head. I didn't save Emperor Shui yet, I just kept him awake temporarily. He is already hosted and no one can save him. Douluo didn't expect this, but he was only a guest official in the name of the Tiendu Empire, and he didn't care much about the life and death of Emperor Shui yet. Let's go back. Shui Xing still has to stand trial. Emperor Shui yet doesn't have much time left. If we delay any longer, he won't be able to see Shui Xing for the last time. Everyone immediately took Shui Xing and went back to Tiendu Palace. At this time, Tiendu Palace barely restored some order, but the ruins and blood everywhere told the trauma of a war not long ago. The atmosphere was also very depressing. The eunuch and palace maids were all cautious. The noble ministers who came and went also had gloomy faces and sat Zion. Your Highness, outside the bedroom of Emperor Shui, a general came up with the guard. Go tell His Majesty that I have captured Shui Xing. Yes. After a while the general turned around and bowed, saying, His Majesty invites Your Highness to meet him. Please ask the 3 members of the Education Committee to bring Shui Xing in. Okay. Wang Shenmeng nodded. With his status, he certainly didn't need to be servile to Emperor Shui yet. He could just communicate with him as equal. The group filed in and soon arrived at Emperor Shui's bedroom. There were many people in the bedroom at this time. In addition to the loyal ministers of the empire, there were also many powerful people from the Tiendu Empire, including Ning Fengzi and the other 2, as well as healing spirit masters coming and going. Your Majesty. Wang Shenmeng bowed slightly, which was the basic courtesy of a guest to the host. His eyes swept across Emperor Shui's face and his face became more and more grey. His life was like a candle in the wind. Time was indeed running out. Before Emperor Shui's bed there was a beautiful woman in white clothes. She looked to be in her 30s. There was a crab apple embroidered on her clothes. She had a plump figure, fair skin and a mature charm. The beautiful woman held a crab apple in her hand, and rays of light fell from the crab apple onto Emperor Shui. I don't know how long she has been treating him. There was already sweat on her forehead. Your Highness, the Tiendu Empire led by Crown Prince Shui King, he also bowed in return. Emperor Shui was receiving treatment, but he was still conscious. He looked at Shui Xing with hatred and gritted his teeth and said, Let me interrogate you and find out who is behind this. Yes. Immediately a soul master who was good at interrogation began to interrogate Shui Xing in front of everyone. This was not only because the emperor had little time and wanted to save time as much as possible, but also to prevent anyone from having the opportunity to manipulate behind the scene. In front of so many people there were also several titled Douluo. No one could do anything silently. Although Prince Shui Xing's face was pale and his heart was full of despair, he did not give up completely until the last moment and refused to admit that he had planned to kill the king. Unfortunately, the people who went to the palace to search the house soon found a photo stone in the palace. When the stone was presented, Prince Shuibeng's face suddenly turned pale, his body trembled and his eyes were filled with fear. Impossible, how could you find two? Shui Xing collapsed on the ground knowing that he was completely finished. The minister in charge of the confiscation took a look at Shui Xing and secretly thought that he was lucky. The photo stone was hidden very secretly. With their professionalism in confiscation they almost missed it. If it weren't for the other soul guide placed together with the photo stone which suddenly emitted soul power fluctuations, he would have lost the opportunity to make a contribution. Open it, Emperor Shui ordered impatiently. The photo stone is a kind of soul guide that can record some scenes and cannot be tampered with, so there is no doubt about its authenticity. When the scene of the conspiracy between Prince Shuiying and Prince Suibeng in the photo stone was shown in front of everyone, it immediately caused a shock. I didn't expect that the person behind the coup and regicide was actually Prince Shuiying, and even Prince Suibeng was involved. When the truth was revealed, everyone still found it difficult to accept. Prince Shuiying and Prince Suibeng, one old and one young, two famous playboys, have never done a few serious things in their lives except eating, drinking and having fun. Who would have thought that their playboy appearance was just a family appearance for others to see, but in fact they were deep-minded, cruel and ruthless, like a venomous snake always lurking in the dark waiting to seize the throne. Damn it, Shuiying Suibeng, I have treated you well and this is how you repay me? Emperor Shuiya was extremely angry. He had always taken good care of his younger brother. Although his younger son Shuibeng was useless, he still enjoyed all the glory and wealth. Who could have thought that he would end up raising a tiger and end up being hurt by it? Father, it was Shui Xing who forced me to do it. I have no choice. Shuibeng was out of his mind and kowtowed madly, and soon his forehead was bleeding. But Shui Xing knew that begging for mercy was useless. He had no way out, so he had no scruples at all and laughed wildly. Be kind to me? Do you mean to force me to become become a notorious playboy and let me live with a mask, or treat me as a chess piece that can be discarded at any time to check and balance the prince. You are unkind and unjust. Since you dare to secretly sell me to the spirit hall in exchange for your temporary safety, don't blame me for taking the initiative. It's a pity, why didn't you poison the two of you directly? Then I would still have a chance. Even if I still can't escape death in the end, it's worth it to have you two cold-blooded people buried with me. Emperor Shui's face was flushed, red veins on his forehead were throbbing, and he roared, come on, put Shui Beng in the death row. Shui Xing is unforgivable. Immediately terminate his entire family and execute him by slow slicing. Yes, your majesty. Someone immediately stepped forward and dragged Shui Beng away. Wang Shenmeng stepped forward and raised his hand to stop the soldiers. Your majesty, it's agreed that after Prince Shui Xing confesses his guilt, he will be handed over to me for disposal. Please hand him over to me. I want to kill him with my own hands to avenge my parent. Emperor Shuya panted heavily. His tone was full of uncontrollable anger. Here, execute him quickly. I don't want to look at him again. As your majesty wishes. Wang Shenmeng waved his sleeves and the first soul ring under his feet lit up. Shui Xing suddenly ignited without fire, and from soul to body he suffered the pain of being burned by the flame. The figure struggling and rolling in the flames let out a shrill howl which made people shudder. The smell of burning was pungent and everyone covered their mouth and noses and stayed away from Shui Xing. After a quarter of an hour, Shui Xing's wailing gradually weakened and finally the whole person turned into a ball of ash. Wang Shenmeng calmly looked at Prince Shui Xing, who had oppressed him so much that he couldn't breathe in the past and just dying in such pain in front of his eyes. It was as if a piece of dust was wiped off his heart and his thoughts became much clearer. He gently hooked his hand and a jade ring flew out of the carbon ash and fell into his hand. This was Prince Shui Ying's storage soul guide. Now that he was dead, the trophy naturally belonged to him. At this time the beautiful woman who continued to treat Emperor Shuya finally stopped, took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her forehead and said in a pleasant voice with a hint of fatigue, Your Majesty, I'm sorry that way you can't do anything. Your life has been hostage and there is no way to save you. Is the head of the Ye family also powerless? It seems that I have really reached the last moment. Perhaps it was because he saw the enemy behind the poisoning of himself turned into ashes in front of his eyes that Emperor Shuya calmed down a little with a hint of closure on his face, looking at Shui King. He, Prince, you stay, the rest of you retreat temporarily. I have something to tell you. Everyone looked at each other and knew that the emperor was going to hand over some secrets of the Tiendu royal family, such as the power cultivated in secret as well as some hidden wealth and treasures. I will take my leave. Everyone filed out, and just as they reached the door of the hall they saw two figures rushing up to them. Wang Shenmeng walked in the front and recognized that the two figures were Duguyan and Ye Lingling. The two beautiful girls also glanced at Wang Shenmeng. Their eyes flickered lightly and then ran quickly toward Dugabo and Ye Weiyou. Grandpa, Mom. Duguyan threw herself into Dugabo's arms and Ye Lingling hugged Ye Weiyou's arm. The four of them were very excited. Grandpa, you are okay? It's great. Duguyan saw with her own eyes that her grandfather fled with Prince Shui Ying and was then hunted down by the people of the Spirit Hall and the three teaching committee members of the Tiendu Royal Academy. She was extremely worried. Grandpa is fine, Yan, don't worry. Grandpa hasn't seen you get married in glory yet. How could anything happen? Duguyan's pretty face was slightly red. She glanced at Wang Shenmeng and whispered, Grandpa, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, he didn't hurt you, right? Dugabo lovingly touched his granddaughter's head. Don't worry, Grandpa has fulfilled his promise. Now he has made peace with His Highness. Nothing will happen in the future. Really? That's great. Duguyan was so happy that she almost cheered. After seeing the strength of the Spirit Hall, she was really worried about Grandpa, who made Grandpa always have a problem with the Spirit Hall. When everyone was about to leave the palace, sad bells rang out with a specific rhythm and melody. At this moment all the subjects of the Tiendu Empire who heard the bells stopped their actions and looked towards the direction of the palace with sadness. The death knell rang and an era ended. The Tiendu Empire is about to usher in a new era. Chapter 117. Emperor King He. Emperor Shuya died in the conspiracy coup of Prince Shui Xing. The empire is about to usher in a new emperor, Emperor King He. The Tiendu Empire's coup had far-reaching effect. Although Prince Shui Ying, who participated in it, did not seem to have much ability on the surface, he gained the trust of Emperor Sui and controlled the military power of the border. In addition, Marshal Erlong, who was thrown into the Tianlao, had a huge influence on the Tiendu military. It was not possible to sit back and relish just by taking down Erlong. After Shui Ying was executed and Erlong was imprisoned, the Imperial army had already shown signs of instability. Many generals who had close ties with Shui Ying and Erlong were afraid of being liquidated, so they secretly contacted each other and tried to support the army to protect themselves. In an emergency, the Tiendu royal family could not care less as they saw the undercurrents in the empire. They did not even have time to mourn Emperor Sui. They directly decided to let the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe succeed to the throne the Net day so as to deal with the mess as soon as possible. Wang Shenmeng had just returned to the Wuhan Hall when he was invited to witness the enthronement of the new emperor tomorrow. Wang Shenmeng would naturally not refuse. Even if the Tiendu Empire did not invite him, he would go to watch the ceremony to ensure the smooth progress of the coronation ceremony and witness this historic moment. It's already late. Everyone go to bed quickly and go to the palace to watch the ceremony tomorrow. It was almost dawn. According to the usual schedule, they should have gone to bed long ago. However, after witnessing a shocking change up close, the women were so excited that they couldn't sleep. Their minds were still stuck in the recent upheaval and chaos as if they were dreaming. This was a rare and grand scene. The prince killed the king, the title Douluo fought, and dozens of soul Douluo and soul saints fought. Even though Zhu Ziyun was knowledgeable, he had never seen such a grand scene. Your Highness, did you defeat Sword Douluo Chen Xin? Zhu Ziyun excitedly grabbed Wang Shenmen's arm, his face flushed with excitement. Wang Shenmen's Zian was calm and calm. It can't be considered a defeat. I just injured him with an attack method he is not good at, but that's all. This injury will only make him uncomfortable for a while. It's not that easy to really defeat him. This is also very powerful. Your Highness is only a soul saint, but he can threaten the titled Douluo. After your Highness becomes a titled Douluo, won't he be invincible in the world? Zhu Ziyun was extremely grateful for her choice and no longer worried about the future. Now her main concern is to keep your Highness's heart and make her position in your heart more and more important. How can it be so easy to be invincible in the world? This world is very deep. Wang Shenmeng was not modest. Even if he became a titled Douluo, he might not be able to defeat the Extreme Douluo. You must know that each of the three existing Extreme Douluos is related to the gods, not just mortals. In addition, the deep sea demon whale king in the sea is a demigod. There is also the silver dragon king under the lake of life. He is a god king, and he also has a beast god Emperor Tian, as well as a group of younger brothers whose strength is unfathomable. Okay, go to sleep. Wang Shenmeng sent away the three curious girls. In the past 2 days he had to distract himself from influencing Prince Shuiying, and he also had a hard fight with Jian Douluo Chen, in which caused him to suffer a lot of mental damage and needed the dream-eating magic to recover. Okay, Xiao Wu wanted to say something but had to shut up angrily. I'm going to take a shower and warm the bed for His Highness later. Zhu Ziyun blushed and whispered, quickly slipping into the bathroom. After a while the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. Shameless. Xiao Wu pouted, but secretly annoyed that she was taken by that woman again. Soon after, Zhu Ziyun came out of the bathroom wearing pink pajamas, the hem covering half of her thighs, and looked at Wang Shenmeng with her watery eyes, then quickly walked into the bedroom and lay on the bed. Wang Shenmeng narrowed his eyes. The beauty came out of the bath, which was very tempting. With his sharp eyes he seemed to have discovered a little secret. There seemed to be nothing inside the pajamas. Wang Shenmeng suddenly felt a little restless. He was about to turn 14. In his previous life he was still a junior high school student, a minor, but in this world many people had children. Xiao Wu, sleep somewhere else tonight. I'll give you a day off. You don't need to serve me, Wang Shenmeng ordered, and ran into the bathroom with a little excitement. He soaked in the bathtub. The warm water was very warm, which made the fire in his heart more vigorous. Why? Xiao Wu was reluctant. She was not as pure and cute as she looked. She knew her master's thoughts too well. She couldn't help but feel unease. If her master only favored the big-breasted girl, she would be in danger. She finally remembered that she was a rabbit to be slaughtered. If she lost her master's love, wouldn't her only value be to contribute soul rings and soul bones? No, I can't let that woman monopolize the master's favor. I want to set. I can't save myself. Xiao Wu suddenly made a decision and ran into the bathroom. In the bedroom there was a soul guide that continuously radiated heat, which was better than air conditioning, making the cold winter room full of warmth and not feeling cold at all. Wang Shenmeng got into bed and seemed to have dreamed all night. The dream was full of the breath of spring, with fallen red flowers turning into spring mud, protecting the spring scenery in the garden, and the scenery was charming and intoxicating. The Net day Wang Shenmeng slept in and woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning bed. Of course it wasn't that he was lazy, but Zhu Ziyun slept too late last night. She needed to rest after running around with him. Master, you guys. Xiao Wu bit her lip, her eyes slightly resentful. She was clubbed last night alone and unable to sleep, feeling sour and fearful. She didn't sleep well all night. When she got up in the morning her eyes were red, and with the rabbit ears on her head she looked more like a pink and white rabbit. Well, I was a little tired from the battle yesterday, so I slept a little longer. Although Wang Shenmeng was thick-skinned, he felt a little uncomfortable when he was looked at by his sister-in-law and pet with strange eyes. That Zuking, your sister is not feeling well. She was a little tired from running back and forth last night. You two should stay and take care of her today. You don't have to follow me to the palace to watch the ceremony. Well, I will take good care of of my sister." Zhu Zuking's cold voice also sounded a bit charming, and it was obvious that she was thinking about something inappropriate for children. After Wang Shenmeng finished his meal, he left Ling Yu and Douluo in the Wuhan Hall. Although the Wuhan Hall was very safe, there should be no one who dared to cause trouble, but it was better to be careful. He had Guangling Douluo and Qingluan Douluo by his side, which was enough to walk sideways in the Tiendu Empire. "Zuyun is not feeling well, so she will stay here to rest today, and you don't need to disturb her." Wang Shenmeng gave a small warning just to remind Ling Yu and Douluo, and he was not worried that she would harm Zuyun. If they wanted to interfere with his emotional life, they would mainly use gentle means and could not use tough means. After all, they had different identities, and he was not someone who could be manipulated by others. Yes, Ling Yu and Douluo's heart sank, and he thought of some bad scene. He thought that the Pope's mission was difficult to complete, but it was not her fault. His Highness the Holy Son seemed easygoing, but he was strong in his bone. It was impossible for him to let others plan his life, even if that person was the Pope. Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo also smiled bitterly. They thought more, seeing that His Highness the Holy Son was about to meet the young lady frankly, but before that he officially took Zuyun into the room. Isn't it a silent counterattack? But they had no choice. They couldn't just run and kill Zuyun. That would only completely anger His Highness, and the consequences would be very serious. If they were not careful, it would cause internal strife in the spirit hall. Let go. Seeing that the time was almost up, Wang Shenmeng brought two titled Douluo as well as a group of soul saints and soul emperors led by Soul Douluo Saras. Salas has now become a follower and a handyman serving at the front and back of the horse. For a dignified platinum bishop, being so humble is considered to be able to bend and stretch. Of course, Wang Shenmeng would not refuse the service of Saras and others. After all, he is one of the people with the highest status on the continent, and he represents the spirit hall. How can he go out without a show? Wang Shenmeng can see Saras's thoughts at a glance. He just wants reward such as soul bones to accumulate foundation and have a chance to sprint to Douluo. At Saras' current position, he can no longer be promoted in position unless he becomes a title Douluo and is directly promoted to an elder, otherwise the platinum bishop will reach the top. Soul bones Wang Shenmeng is no longer short of. As long as there are soul bees, he can pull the soul bees into his dreams for endless. After several simulations, he could always find out under what circumstances soul bones could be plotted, so in his hands soul beast would almost certainly plode soul bone. Therefore he had quite a few soul bones that were tens of thousands of years old. He himself looked down on them, but for ordinary titled Douluo soul bones that were tens of thousands of years old were hard to come by, not to mention soul Douluo like Saras. This time Wang Shenmeng did not take a carriage again, but took a sandalwood sedan chair carried by four soul emperors with the rest of the soul saints and soul emperors lined up on both sides, and two titled Douluos and a soul Douluo guarding on the left and right, and went to the Tiendu palace in a mighty manner. As a big shot, of course, he always had to appear last. When Wang Shenmeng and his party arrived at the palace hall under the admiring and respectful eyes of the guards along the way, the auspicious time was almost here, and the rest of the guests had already arrived and were waiting for him. "Please take a seat, Your Highness, the two Your Majesties and Bishop Saras." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wang Shenmeng sat down openly, and then the two titled Douluo and Saras sat down in turn, and the remaining soul saints and soul emperors had to stand. Wang Shenmeng's position was the front, and the emperor's throne was 3 meters away. Opposite him were the 3 members of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect with Ning Rong Rong. Behind him were the poison Douluo Dugabo and Dugu Yan. Ye Weiyu, the head of the 9-star Begonia Ye family, and Ye Lingling, mother and daughter, were also there. There was also Yu Tianheng, and there was also an extremely beautiful woman with elegant temperament and luxurious clothes who was actually in front of Yu Tianheng. Wang Shenmeng narrowed his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman seemed to have noticed something and looked over. When she saw Wang Shenmeng's face, clearly a trace of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly and looked away. There was no need to guess the identity of this woman. She was Yu Yuan Suan Zutang Yuehua, who came to watch the ceremony on behalf of Haoshan sect. Wang Shenmeng thought that it would not be long before the news here would reach Tang Hao's ears, but he didn't know how he would react. Wang Shenmeng didn't believe that Tang Hao would not find out that he had taken Xiao Wu away. When he found that Ayan was also taken away, he would probably regret not hitting himself to death with a hammer. "Tang San, I have made all preparations. Xiao Wu and Ayan are waiting for you. I hope you won't let me down." Wang Shenmeng smiled as he watched the etiquette officer arrange the coronation ceremony. All preparations were ready, waiting for the new emperor to ascend the throne. "The auspicious time has arrived. Your Majesty, please ascend the throne." The eunuch sang loudly, and then a grand guard of honor came from the side of the palace escorting Xue Qinghe. Today Xue Qinghe was wearing an imperial crown inlaid with rubies. The clothes were painted with gold and embroidered with fines. The background was deep red and various patterns were embroidered with gold thread, making him look elegant, noble and majestic with a completely different aura from yesterday. When the two looked at each other they smiled knowingly and understood each other. The new emperor ascended the throne and all the ministers congratulated him. All the ministers half knelt on the ground and swore allegiance to the new emperor. Douluo continent is the world of the nobles and the entire political system is somewhat out of place, like a hybrid of the East and the West in Wang Shenmen's previous life. The monarch's control over his subjects is not as strict as the centralized monarchy in the East, nor as loose as the king's control over the lord in the West. In short, it is a patchwork monster which can be seen by looking at the names of the subjects of the empire with different styles of the East and the West. Your Majesty. Therefore the ministers only performed half-kneeling ceremony, and on weekdays they only needed to bend over and bow without the saying of prostrating themselves, kneeling 3 times and knocking 9 times. Wang Shenmeng and other special guests only needed to stand up and perform the guest etiquette. Although they were all from the Tiendu Empire, no one would naively regard them as loyal subjects of the empire. All ministers, please stand up. Shui Qinghe suppressed her excitement. The plan that had been lurking for many years was suddenly completed without any sign. She was excited and complicated, especially for the person who caused all this. She had an inexplicable feeling in her heart. She took a deep look at Wang Shenmeng and felt inexplicably relieved and a little sweet. Thinking of her grandfather writing letters almost every month, most of them were praising him, and then they were always trying to match the two of them, as if she couldn't get married except for him. After talking too much, it was like brainwashing. Shui Qinghe Qian Ren Yui inevitably had some special feelings for him. If he was not as good as her grandfather said and she looked down on him, then this special feeling would probably dissipate soon and even turn into disgust. He was so amazing, from his appearance to his talent. He was impeccable and powerful, perfectly matching her ideal image. When they met for the first time, he stirred up the empire with his hands, which brought her a great shock, making the special feeling that was originally vague and illusory suddenly real. The thoughts accumulated over the years suddenly turned into a new feeling which made her panic, but also had a new and wonderful Imperial. I Shui Qinghe ascended the throne as the emperor of Tiendu Empire today, accepting the loyalty of my subject and named Qinghe emperor. From now on I will devote the rest of my life to leading the empire to become stronger, restoring the glory of my ancestors, allowing the people of the empire to live with dignity, freedom and dreams, so that everyone can enjoy the blessings of the empire. The elderly have someone to rely on and the young have someone to raise. The solemn voice was transmitted far away, floating in the imperial palace as if carrying a sacred power, making people couldn't help but be convinced. The sun in the sky just at this time went to the middle of the sky. Chapter 118 Douluo's Poison. The new emperor of Douluo continent ascended the throne, and there was no need for the Pope to crown him, so Wang Shenmeng only got the status of a spectator and watched the process of Shui Qinghe's ascension. No one was blind enough to make trouble. After all, Shui Qinghe had the support of the 7 treasures glaze sect. Although those noble generals in the army who wanted to protect themselves were secretly colluding, they did not dare to openly stand up against the new emperor. That was enough. As long as he ascended the throne, his status would be different immediately. He had the power to deal with any matter within the empire, and he had fewer scruples when doing things. Shui Qinghe was also resolute and decisive. After the level ceremony ended, he immediately summoned a group of important officials to discuss how to deal with the mess. The means were nothing more than the old ones, dividing, winning over and suppressing. While cleaning up the old subordinates of Shui Xing and Ji Long, he also placed his own people who lurked from the spirit hall and step by step took control of the military and political power. After attending the coronation ceremony, Wang Shenmeng went back directly. It was not his turn to intervene in the affairs of the empire. Although he had saved the life of Emperor Qinghe, the empire was still on guard against him. Your Highness, I didn't expect the plan to be completed so quickly. His Holiness the Pope and the Great Elder will be very happy when they know about it. After the empire is stable, Schwetter can also focus more on cultivation. Qingluan Douluo had met Qian Ren Yui privately, and he didn't think much of the so-called plan to steal the country. Yes, being an emperor is actually easier and safer than being a prince. At least there is no mountain pressing on your head. You don't need to be cautious all the time, worrying that you will be replaced by others if you make a mistake. It's easier to overthrow an emperor than to overthrow a. The difficulty of dealing with a prince is more than 10 times greater. Wang Shenmeng took these issues into consideration and quickly solved the problem of Shui Xing, Shui Yet and Shui Beng. He didn't have the time to engage in intrigue and battles of wits with them. Qingluan Douluo said, Schwetter has become the emperor. Outsiders cannot spy on her in the deep palace. She is guarded by Snake Spear and Thorny Pig. The entire palace is her private space. As long as she spends some time dealing with government affairs, she can practice with peace of mind. The rest of the time, she still needs efforts to improve her cultivation as soon as possible. Wang Shenmeng nodded, agreeing deeply. This world still respects strength. For example, although he is young, he can obtain such a high status not only because of his status as the son of the Spirit Hall. If he didn't have the strength that Qingluan and Guangling recognized and even feared, would they be so easy to talk to? If you want to resist others interfering in your private life, you must at least have the strength to support a private sky for yourself, right? Schwetter has been lurking in the Tiendu Empire for more than 10 years, which has greatly affected her cultivation. Her strength is no longer worthy of her talent. If she continues to delay like this, her supreme talent will be wasted. Back then I didn't agree to any plan to steal the country, but Schwetter insisted on it and wanted to prove it to that woman. But it seems that the woman was not touched at all and her sincerity was wasted. Guangling Douluo said coldly. His cold face became even more gloomy, full of dissatisfaction with Pope Bibi Dong. Wang Shenmeng couldn't say anything about this, but there was no doubt that Qian Renyui's talent was delayed. Xue Qinghe was 27 years old, but in fact Qian Renyui was less than 21 years old, but she was also 7 years older than Wang Shenmeng. However, in terms of soul power cultivation, she was surpassed by Wang Shenmeng, and now she is only a high-level soul emperor. Qingluan Douluo sighed. In my heart, Schwetter's talent is not much worse than His Royal Highness the Son of God. They are both god-level martial souls, but there is such a big gap in the speed of cultivation. The biggest reason is that she is engaged in some kind of plan to steal the country, being an undercover in the enemy camp and always playing another person. How can she have enough time and energy to cultivate? If it hadn't been delayed with Schwetter's innate talent of level 20 soul power, her cultivation speed would have been far ahead of others. Now she is probably a soul Douluo, and it won't take a few years for her to be a titled Douluo. We have 2 young masters with god-level spirits in the Spirit Hall. As long as we grow up, there is no need for a plan to steal the country. We can just push forward. There is no force in the entire continent that can even compete with us. Qingluan Douluo probably kept these words in his heart for a long time. Now the 3 of them talked in private and blurted them out. He was helpless. However, the birth of the plan to steal the country involved Schwetter's family conflict. It originated from the previous pope's whimsical ideas. Later Schwetter got angry with that woman and had to prove herself. Even the great elder could only let it go. We can't do anything about it. Wang Shenmeng thought that the elder was not in a hurry, probably because he had already determined that Qian Renyui had obtained the inheritance of the angel god position and would definitely become a god in the future. A few years of delay in the early stage was not a problem at all. Since Schwetter insisted on doing so, he certainly did not want to go against his granddaughter's wishes. Besides, Qian Renyui's godhood required Qian Daolio to sacrifice himself. If she became a god later, the grandfather and grandson could say goodbye to life and death later. Qian Daolio might not be afraid of death, but he hoped that his granddaughter would be more mature before experiencing the separation of life and death. Maybe there are thoughts in this regard. People are not in a hurry at all, and only a group of people who don't know the truth are left feeling sorry for Qian Renyui. Thinking of becoming a god, Wang Shenmeng frowned inadvertently. There was a big pit in Qian Renyui's 9th god test. The sea god made a move, forcing Tang San to discuss people, making Tang San inexplicably become Qian Renyui's obsession. It's ridiculous that Tang San can become a god by relying on his fantasy. Thinking of that wretched guy of the sea god Wang Shenmeng, I thought of the Vasi universe cover. This is an important prop inherited by the sea god, also called the heart of the sea god, and is also the core component of the artifact sea god trident. It is now in the Tiendu palace. Now Tang San has not grown up yet, and I don't know if he has entered the site of the sea god. However, the sea god and the Shura god are definitely in collusion. Both of them can share the same inheritor. What else can I say? But now Tang San has lost Xiao Wu and the scabbard of the Shura god. It is not so easy to inherit the 2 gods in one body unless he can find a human Shay pendant to replace Xiao Wu. Wang Shenmeng did not intend to give him this opportunity. The Vasi universe cover Xiao Sanzi, forget it. Wang Shenmeng did not go back to the Spirit Hall directly. It was only dusk and he simply went to visit Douluo directly. Not long after Douluo returned to the mansion, he received a notice from the housekeeper saying that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall was visiting. Please come in, I will go to greet you in person. Douluo was defeated by 2 titled Douluo in succession, and he was convinced in his heart. In front of Wang Shenmeng he had no confidence to put on airs. Go and call the young lady and come with me to welcome His Royal Highness the Son of God. Douluo had just taken a few steps when he suddenly had an idea. He thought that His Royal Highness the Son of God had the ability to bring the dead back to life. The Mi-Ed strange poison in Xue Qinghe and Emperor Shuya made even him shake his head after seeing it, but he was saved in a short time. He thought of himself being poisoned by a snake, and now he was completely suppressed by the strange hot springs in the valley. He didn't know when the poison would take effect. effect and die. Even his granddaughter was deeply affected by it and he had been suffering from the inability to solve it. Now he just asked His Royal Highness the Son of God to help him take a look. If he could treat it he was willing to pay any price. A moment later Duguyan came. Her eyes were a hint of expectation, a shy look. Grandpa, I heard that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall is visiting. Douluo nodded and said, yes Yanyan, you go with me to greet him. The Holy Son has shown mercy to Grandpa many times and Grandpa is clear about gratitude and resentment and he has to accept his kindness. You and I go to greet him together and it also shows that we value him. He did not say to solve the problem of snake venom, worried that if the Holy Son can't do anything wouldn't it make his granddaughter happy in vain? Well Grandpa, then I will go with you. Duguyan nodded. Followed. Douluo came to the door and saw the three people who had just met in the palace not long ago. Your Highness, please come to my humble abode and make it more glorious. Yanyan and I apologize for not welcoming you in person. Douluo had something to ask of others and he was very enthusiastic. He raised his hand and said, please come in, three of you. Douluyan's eyes lit up and his sight turned around the three people and finally fell on Wang Shenmeng. He also followed his grandfather to make the gesture of welcoming and said crisply, Your Highness please, Your Highness please. Thank you. Please don't mind the interruption, Your Highness. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly and entered the lobby accompanied by the two. Soon fragrant tea was served and Douluo asked the kitchen to prepare a dinner to entertain the three people. Wang Shenmeng had something important to discuss so he naturally would not refuse Douluo's kindness, but seeing Douluo's special enthusiasm he was moved and thought about something and he was not in a hurry to say his intention. I know that Your Highness is of noble status and busy with affairs. I wonder what's the matter with you coming to my house? Douluo knew himself well and didn't think that the friendship between the two sides could reach the point of casually visiting. If there was nothing wrong, Wang Shenmeng would not come to his house casually. Wang Shenmeng said, it's nothing serious. I just thought of the old grudges between Your Highness and Zhu Douluo of my Wuhan Hall. I checked it out and found that it was a misunderstanding. It was our Wuhan Hall that misunderstood Your Highness. Now it can be said that there is no acquaintance without fighting. Your Highness is clear about gratitude and grudges and values righteousness and promises. I admire him from the bottom of my heart, so I came to apologize to Your Highness and hope that both sides will completely resolve the old grudges and become friends from now on. He was not wrong. He really misunderstood Douluo back then. Otherwise Douluo would have been beaten up long ago because he had been against Yu Guang, the law enforcement elder of Wuhan Hall, for so many years. However, the Spirit Hall was used to being overbearing. Although they misunderstood Douluo and did not send more strong men to deal with him, they did not humble themselves to apologize, which led to the bad relationship between the two sides. Of course Douluo knew that he was misunderstood and had deep resentment towards the Spirit Hall in his heart, but after seeing the unfathomable strength of the Spirit Hall coupled with Wang Shenmen's kindness to him and his repeated mercy to his men, he no longer cared about it. Now the second in command of the Spirit Hall, the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, who has a high status, extraordinary talent and strength comparable to that of the titled Douluo, came to apologize in person and pressed admiration for his character, which greatly satisfied his self-esteem. Years of grievances and dissatisfaction were swept away and he was so happy in his heart. He liked Wang Shenmeng no matter how he looked at him and felt that they had met too late. Don't worry, Your Highness. What happened back then was nothing serious. Zhuguan has not been able to do anything to me for so many years. It's just a small matter. Why bother Your Highness to come and apologize? Your Highness is right. We didn't know each other until we fought. I also admire your character and strength from the bottom of my heart. It's my honor to be your friend. Douluo's enthusiastic response immediately brought the two sides closer. The atmosphere, which was originally a little tense, became warm and relaxed. After a while the banquet was ready. Douluo invited the three people to sit down and accompany them personally. Douluyan was busy running around serving everyone by serving dishes and wine like a butterfly. The banquet at Douluo's mansion was of course very rich. There were all kinds of soul beast meat as well as wine brewed by plant-based soul beast. It was not only delicious but also strong and helpful for soul training. Wang Shenmeng secretly sighed. This is the cultivation resource. Although it looks insignificant, but a little bit adds up to a lot, and over time the effect is very obvious. Two soul masters with the same talent join and the degree of hard work in cultivation is the same, but one is a civilian soul master and the other is the eldest daughter of the Douluo family, so there will definitely be a gap in their future achievement. But Douluyan was really affected by the snake venom. Although her talent is not the best, it is not bad. Now she is only a small soul master at the age of 19, which is a bit disappointing, far worse than Davis. Zhu Zuyun is not even 19 years old this year, but she is already a soul master of more than 40 levels, which Douluyan can't compare with. The influence of the snake venom on her can be seen from this. After 3 rounds gallons of wine and 5 dishes. Even Duguyan came over to toast a few glasses of wine, and Dugubo finally got to the point. Your Highness, I have an unwelcome request. I hope your Highness will not be offended. Please tell me. You and I are friends regardless of age. Although we have known each other for a short time, we are already very good friends. Just say whatever you want to say. There is nothing strange about it. Dugubo was secretly moved. This is a friend regardless of age. His Highness the Holy Sun is really a good person. He is warm and sincere to his friends. He has no airs and is very easygoing and generous. It's like this. I had some problems during my cultivation. Now I am plagued by chronic diseases. Your Highness has a powerful soul skill that can almost bring the dead back to life. I would like to ask your Highness to diagnose me and see if I can treat it. Dugubo briefly said it, and the expressions of the people at the table were different. Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo looked at his green cloth, oily, abnormal and weird hair color and pupils revealing an affected look. Duguyan was a little sad and her heart was lifted. She was also suffering from snake venom. If there was a way to treat it, it would be like a long-awaited rain. Wang Shenmeng glanced at Dugubo, and Duguyan nodded and said, I have long seen that your Majesty and Miss Yan are deeply poisoned, but this seems to be related to your Majesty's martial spirit, so it is not easy to ask. To be honest, your Majesty's condition is a symptom of terminal poisoning. If it continues like this, there will be not much time left. Even Miss Yan, her poison seems to have been carried from her mother's womb, so it is difficult for her to live past 30 years old. Duguyan was so shocked that the wine glass fell to the ground. She held her hand to her mouth, her face pale, and looked at her grandfather with unbelievable eyes. Grandpa never told her that she would not live past 30 years old. Dugubo smiled bitterly, but more hope ignited in his heart. He could see that he was deeply poisoned, and it was related to the martial spirit he cultivated. This was already very powerful. For so many years no one could find out that he was poisoned. They all thought that his green skin was normal. Chapter 119. The old poisoner bowed his head. Yanyan, Grandpa didn't expect your problem to be so serious. I thought that although you were also poisoned by the snake, as long as you rest well and slow down the speed of cultivation, you should be able to hold on. It seems that I was too optimistic. Dugubo said bitterly. He was really scared in his heart. He really didn't know how long Duguyan could live, and he didn't even know how long he could hold on. Grandpa knew that Yu Tianheng approached you with bad intentions, wanting to win your favor so as to get Grandpa's support and help him become the successor of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. He had utilitarianism towards you, but Grandpa did not stop him, hoping that you could get their protection after marrying into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. Dugubo sighed dejectedly. Grandpa doesn't know when he will be killed by the snake venom, and he can't protect you for long. Grandpa's greatest wish is to see you find a good home and live well without Grandpa's care in the future. Duguyan's eyes were red and she couldn't hold back her tears. Grandpa, you will be fine. I don't want the protection of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus resect. I just want your care. She turned her head to look at Wang Shenmeng, hoping and begging, Your Highness, you are so powerful. You can see the situation between me and Grandpa at a glance. You must have a way to solve it, right? The elder sister looked at him pitifully and tearfully with expectation and trust in her big eyes. Wang Shenmeng felt overwhelmed and said gently, Don't worry, Miss Yan. Although the problem is serious, it is not unsolvable. Really? Duguyan's dim eyes suddenly lit up full of surprise. Wang Shenmeng nodded. Really, I'll take a look at the situation first. You have to believe that there is no absolutely unsolvable symptom in this world. As long as the right medicine is given, the dead can be brought back to life. Dugubo was already filled with surprises and he was trembling with excitement. He said in a trembling voice, Your Highness, as long as you can help me and Yanyan Deto Ifei, I am willing to pay any price. As long as I have it, just ask, I will never refuse. Wang Shenmeng said, Let me take a look at the situation first. As he said, he probed out a trace of soul power and entered Dugubo's meridians. Dugubo also allowed him to detect openly, not worrying that he would take the opportunity to harm him. After a while, Wang Shenmeng finished the detection and pretended to start detecting Duguyan. Duguyan's face suddenly blushed. The soul power entered the body to detect, and what she saw was not only the meridians and other conditions but also many private issues. She felt that she was seen naked, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust, only strong shyness and panic. She felt weak all over, lowered her head and let the soul power wander in her body. Wherever it passed, it was as if it was hit by an electric current, numb and hot. After a while, Wang Shenmeng finished the detection, pondered for a moment and slowly said, Your Majesty Dugu, I already know your symptoms. I ask you, every time it is cloudy and rainy, do you feel numbness and itching in your rib? And it will gradually increase. It will occur once at noon and midnight. With your current situation, it should last for more than an hour each time. Also, every night around 3 o'clock in the morning, you will feel a needle-like tingling on the top of your head and the soles of your feet. The whole body is spasmodic for at least half an hour and the process is painful. Dugubo's eyes eyes flashed with a gleam of light and he was completely convinced in his heart. He had already regarded Wang Shenmeng as a life-saving straw. Look at his mien. He can describe the symptoms he suffered exactly after just a glance at the situation. What is a master? This is a master. If such a person can't solve his own problems, then I'd better wait for death. Your Highness is right. I live in pain every day. Living is a kind of torture. Others say that I have a perverse and vicious personality, mood swings and cruel actions, but I was not like this before. I believe that if anyone else suffers from the torture of excruciating pain every night like me, his temperament will change over time. Douluo sighed, and the depression suppressed in his heart for so many years could not help but pour out. He didn't care about what others thought of him, but he was unwilling to endure the torture of living a life worse than death. Grandpa Yu. Douluo looked at Douluo with pity. She didn't expect that Grandpa actually suffered such great pain and torture. Compared with Grandpa, the pain she suffered was not worth mentioning at all. Yanyan, Grandpa is fine. As long as Yanyan grows up healthily, Grandpa will suffer more pain. It's nothing. Douluo looked at his granddaughter lovingly, his eyes full of pity. For so many years his granddaughter has also endured a lot of torture. Douluo was even more moved and uncomfortable, thinking of how she would occasionally blame her grandfather in her heart. Why did he pass on such snake venom to her so that she could not live as healthy and happy as an ordinary girl? She was suddenly filled with shame. After Wang Shenmeng and the grandchildren calmed down a little, he continued, this is because the poisoning is extremely deep and it has already infected the 5 internal organs and the 8 extraordinary meridians. The poison is deep in the bone marrow and the disease is in the bone marrow, so this symptom will appear. I just wonder why you are still alive. The poison you are poisoned with is not something that can be suppressed by soul power. If there is no other reason, you would have died long ago. Douluo did not hesitate and said directly, Your Highness is right. If I hadn't found a treasure land that could suppress my toxicity, I would have died long ago. It is precisely because of that treasure land that can help me suppress the toxicity that I can survive. However, as time goes by, the poison I have been poisoned by is getting deeper and deeper, and the suppressing effect of that place is also weakening. I am afraid that it will not be long before that place can no longer suppress it. I see. Wang Shenmeng nodded and said, it seems that this place is indeed very strange and it may be useful to me. Your Majesty, Douluo, let's not beat around the bush. If you want to completely cure the poison you and Miss Yan have been poisoned by, you need a secret of my Wuhan Hall that is not passed on. This does not belong to me personally, so you need to exchange it with something of equal value. But if it is just a temporary solution, you don't need to exchange 2 precious things. Your strange place that suppresses the poison should have some good things. Just let me take some. Douluo was overjoyed when he heard that there was more than one way to solve the problem, including a cure for the root cause and a temporary solution. He didn't care about the treasures to be exchanged. For him, the secret method that could solve the life and death crisis of himself and his granddaughter was the supreme treasure. Even if he was asked to exchange everything, he would not frown. I wonder what treasure Your Highness needs to exchange for the secret method. Douluo certainly wanted a cure for the root cause. A temporary solution was not reliable, just like he used the hot spring to suppress the toxicity, which could only alleviate the problem and could not solve the problem fundamentally. This was not acceptable. He was suffering from the toxicity and was eager to solve the problem once and for all. This was not only related to his own life and death, but also to his precious granddaughter and the continuation of the Douluo family. Wang Shenmeng asked curiously, I wonder what good things Your Highness has. This Douluo was in a dilemma. What good things could he have? Golden soul coins? You're kidding. The Spirit Hall, the #1 power on the continent, would be worth a mountain of gold and silver if it leaked a little from its fingernails. Would they care about his little money? Soul bones? It seems that he himself is also short of soul bones. So far he only has a 1,000-year-old head soul bone that Queen Medusa plotted. If there were good soul bones, he would have absorbed them himself or let his granddaughter absorb them. How could he keep them until now? As for ordinary stuff, it would be insulting to take them out. After a lot of searching, Douluo is in trouble. He found that he had nothing to show off that could impress His Highness the Son of God. The so-called treasures he collected might be good in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of His Highness the Son of God they were probably no different from broken copper and rotten iron. After thinking about it, he found that the most commendable thing in his life was his title Douluo level strength. Apart from that, in front of the son of the Spirit Hall he seemed to be no different from an ordinary person with nothing. Alas, I am ashamed. I only know how to practice and study poison in my life. I am not interested in treasures and wealth. I have not accumulated any good things in decades. Douluo felt quite embarrassed and tried to ask, the treasure land that helped me suppress the poison is also good for soul master practice. I wonder if His Highness would like it. This Wang Shenmeng hesitated and said, Your Majesty should know that my Spirit Hall has never lacked simulated training environment. No matter how good that place is for training, can it compare to the super super simulated environment that my spirit hall has specially built with huge amounts of money and a large number of precious treasures? Douluo was also a little ashamed. Of course this couldn't be compared. His so-called treasure land had extreme cold and extreme heat. Low-level soul masters couldn't get close to it at all. High-level soul masters had little effect. In addition, poisonous plants grew there. It was very dangerous. It was really not a good place, but other than that he didn't seem to have anything good that would make the other party like him. Douluo looked at his granddaughter. She was at the age of being a little bit beautiful, so young and beautiful, and had a lot of good life, but her green hair and eyes pierced his heart like steel needles. He couldn't lose this chance to save her. For his granddaughter he never bowed his head in his life, so he didn't mind bending down once. Douluo gritted his teeth and suddenly bowed. That place is really not a good thing. If your highness doesn't despise my old bones, Douluo is willing to follow your highness and obey your highness's orders. Wang Shenmeng was surprised and said, Mr. Douluo, are you serious? Since Douluo had made up his mind, he did not hesitate. I am serious. I will follow his highness and only obey his highness orders. I will not accept orders from other people in the spirit hall. In addition, I wonder if I can exchange that treasure land for his highness's secret method. Only listen to me. Wang Shenmeng pondered for a moment, and under Douluo's somewhat nervous gaze he finally nodded and said gently, Mr. Douluo is my friend regardless of age. What is the meaning of following or not following? From now on we are all family members and we get along like friends. Douluo was certain in his heart, but he was also grateful to His Royal Highness the Holy Sun for respecting him. He immediately said solemnly, I have been clear about gratitude and resentment in my life, and I have never regretted the promises I made. Since you said that you want to follow His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, then don't think about it. From now on His Royal Highness's affairs are my Douluo's affairs. As long as His Royal Highness needs anything, I will do my best. Brother Douluo is serious. You and I will be brothers in the future. We will share difficulties and happiness together. Let's work together to create a better future. Brother Douluo, don't worry when you are needed. Don't think about being idle. Wang Shenmeng gave Douluo enough face and began to call him brother. You know, this is the first time he has called someone brother, so Douluo should be satisfied. Sure enough, Douluo smiled happily and the depression of being inferior to others disappeared unconsciously. He said proudly, as long as your highness thinks highly of me, I will do whatever you ask. A titled Douluo like him is a guest of honor in any place. Even if he voluntarily follows Wang Shenmeng, he can't be servile. This atmosphere is very good. From now on that place belongs to your highness. When I have time I will take your highness there. I wonder when your highness will start to deify me. Douluo was a little impatient. It would be better if he didn't know. Once he knew that the poison could be cured, he immediately started to live a miserable life, as if enduring one more day would cost him his life. I will go back tonight and prepare well. In addition to the secret method, I will also help you adjust your body first. I will come again tomorrow morning. Wang Shenmen's goal for tonight has been seed. It's not a good deal to rush for it. Let the old poisonous creature beg for the treasure land in him and then be grateful to him in the end. This is the right dial. As for the secret method, of course it is not a secret of the spirit hall. It is a method he created by himself, and there is more than one. It is not too difficult to solve Douluo's situation. However, after a close investigation today, I have to improve it when I go back to strive for perfection. Douluo has followed me and sent out the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. He has paid a price. Wang Shenmeng does not intend to cheat him. He cannot come up with a bad idea like Tang San. He wants Douluo to get a reborn benefit while deifying. Tomorrow? Okay, I can wait for a night. Although he was extremely uneasy, he knew that the more prepared he was, the greater his chances would be, so he had no objection. Wang Shenmeng said, but before I leave I can help you recuperate and suppress the backlash of the poison so that you can sleep well tonight. While speaking, 7 soul rings appeared under Wang Shenmen's feet and a huge pressure far exceeding his whole body dissipated invisibly, which made Douluo feel awe. Wang Shenmeng had excellent control over soul power and mental pressure. Although the pressure was very strong, it would not hurt anyone. Even if an ordinary person stood in front of him, he would only feel as if he was facing the power of heaven and be in awe, but would not be really hurt. Douluo was only a soul master of level 36. If Wang Shenmeng wanted to, a murderous aura could easily kill her, but at this time she did not feel any discomfort but felt extremely warm and comfortable, as if she had returned to her mother's womb. The soul power full of life force continued to flow into the body, and all the chronic diseases and pains were melted away under the power of life, and the whole person felt like being reborn. Joy and emotion. The 4th soul ring under Wang Shenmen's feet was extremely bright. It was a powerful soul skill from the evergreen butterfly that had existed for tens of thousands of years. It could heal all physical illnesses, dispel all spiritual sufferings, and even nourish the soul, increase lifespan and wisdom. He held a cyan butterfly in his hands as if holding the vitality of the whole world. A cyan divine light full of life breath was sprinkled on Douluo and Douluo, dissolving and clearing the restless snake venom in their bodies. However, he did not fundamentally eliminate the toxicity. These poisons have been deeply integrated with the two of them and are also part of their strength. If all the poisons were eliminated, their strength would be weakened by more than half. That's it for today. You two have a good rest for the night. I will come to treat you formally tomorrow. Wang Shenmeng retracted his soul skill, finished his meal, and it was late at night, so he planned to leave. Your Highness, your Majesty, please. Tomorrow morning I will be waiting for you at home. Douluo was all smiles and full of energy. He felt better than ever before. Your Highness, see you tomorrow. I'll wait for you. Douluo waved her hand, smiling sweetly, and sent the three of them out of the house with her grandfather watching Wang Shenmeng disappear into the night. Chapter 120 Qian Ren Yui vs Zuyun. When Wang Shenmeng returned to the spirit hall, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. The two soul masters guarding the door seemed to have seen a ghost and asked in shock, when did your highness go out? Wang Shenmeng frowned and said, I went to attend the new emperor's coronation ceremony in the morning and dealt with some important matters in the afternoon. I came back at this time. Why do you ask this? Is there any problem? The two soul masters looked at each other, their faces turned pale, and they said in a trembling voice, you then your real holy son? Guangling Douluo's face darkened and the 9 soul rings under his feet flashed and disappeared. The powerful aura on his body was slightly released. The two soul masters immediately knelt down in fear and said tremblingly, your majesty, spare my life. Wang Shenmeng said, get up, what happened? Is there anyone who dares to pretend to be me? The two soul masters barely climbed up and the others, the middle-aged one with a slightly higher cultivation level, gritted his teeth and said, your highness, not long ago we saw with our own eyes that you have returned and you have not left since then. Since your highness has not actually returned, then he could not continue. When he thought about the fact that the two of them had let someone pretending to be your highness, and if something happened, how could they bear the responsibility? Thinking of the terrible consequences, the two soul masters looked ashen and could only pray secretly that the guy pretending to be your highness had not had time to do anything bad, so that even if they were to be punished they should not be sentenced to death. Is there really someone pretending to be me? The three people's faces changed and a cold light flashed in their eyes. This is like plucking hair from a tiger's head. If their Wuhan Hall does not cause trouble for others, others will be thankful. They actually dare to provoke them like this. Don't know how to write the word death? Wait. Wang Shenmeng suddenly had an idea. It was not an easy thing to change into his own appearance and perfectly deceive the guard. There is no art of disguise in Douluo continent. Except for some specific soul skills, it is difficult to change one's appearance. This is mainly because other things can be changed, but martial souls and soul skills have not changed. Unless you never take action, you can't hide your roots at all. Therefore there is no market for disguise in the soul master world, and there is no intention to study it. But some magical soul skills can even cover up martial souls' soul skills and soul rings, such as Wang Shenmen's third soul skill, the Great Wilderness Divine Butterfly Transformation, and the soul skills that come with the Angel Martial Souls SI Soul Bone Set. Could it be her? Wang Shenmeng and Qinglu and Douluo looked at each other and saw the strange color in each other's eyes. Obviously they thought of the same thing. Forget it, you two should make up for your crime. First guard the gate well and don't make the same mistake again. Wang Shenmeng waved his hand and stepped in. Yes, I will obey the order. The two high-level soul masters wiped the sweat from their forehead and showed a look of surviving a disaster. After making such a big mistake, no matter what the reason, they can't escape the responsibility. It was magnanimous of His Royal Highness the Son of God that they were not arrested on the spot. The two of them quickly perked up and stared at the people coming in and out, fearing that someone else would sneak in. After Wang Shenmeng came in with two titled Douluo people who saw him along the way bowed and saluted. Obviously these people didn't know his specific whereabouts and it was normal for him to come in and out. They didn't know that someone had come in pretending to be him. Wang Shenmeng came to the outside of the palace where he stayed, and when he was in a deserted place his soul power suddenly fluctuated, and then his height and face changed and even his aura became completely different. A moment later, under the stunned gaze of the two Douluo, he had changed from a handsome young man to a middle-aged handsome uncle with a calm and peaceful face. Big elder. All Douluo and Guangling Douluo almost dropped their jaws in shock. The handsome middle-aged man in front of them was exactly like the big elder they were familiar with. Not only was his face and temperament very lifelike, but even the aura he exuded was so difficult to distinguish. More importantly, the fake guy in front of them seemed to exude a trace of a temperament similar to that of the big elder that seemed to be inhuman. Qinglu and Guangling, it's only been a few days since we last met. How come you don't recognize me? As soon as Qian Daoliu opened his mouth, his voice, his expression and tone were all very realistic. If they hadn't seen Wang Shenmeng turn into the big elder in front of them, they would have found it difficult to distinguish. Guangling Douluo's face darkened. Your Highness, the great elder shoulder is the spiritual symbol of our Wuhan Hall. He has the supreme status and cannot be desecrated. How can you become like him? Change back quickly. Wang Shenmeng patted Guangling Douluo on the shoulder and said earnestly, Guangling, I have not appeared in the world for too long. The world has forgotten the glory and respect of my invincible sky. Xiao Meng became my appearance to let the world remember me. You should actively support it and don't always look at the problem with a narrow vision. Besides, don't you think this can give her a surprise? After Wang Shenmeng finished speaking, he ignored Guangling Douluo, who looked like he had eaten a fly, and Qingluan Douluo, who was hesitant to speak, and directly put his hands on his back and walked towards his own palace. At this moment he was the original stream of Qiandaoliu, and he was too lazy to take care of the thoughts of the two younger brothers. Half an hour ago, the fake Wang Shenmeng brought two strange old men into the spirit hall. Although the two strange old men made the guard suspicious, they did not dare to question the people around His Highness. Salas quickly came to greet them, and after a salute he asked in confusion, how come I have never seen these two people around His Highness, and where did the two princes go? Wang Shenmeng said lightly, the two princes changed their appearances to complete a mission. This is a secret, so don't ask too much. As he said this, the powerful pressure from the two old men was released and then retracted. Salas's face changed, confirming that this was the pressure of the titled Douluo level. Although it seemed a little different from the two princes, he was relieved when he thought of the two princes hiding their identities to complete a secret mission. Salas had no more doubts in his heart and quickly retreated. Wang Shenmeng asked someone to light the lamp in front and successfully came to the outside of the palace. He really knows how to enjoy himself. This palace is not much worse than the prince's palace. Wang Shenmeng looked at the tall, magnificent, ornately decorated, elegant building in front of him, pursed his lips slightly and commented lightly. The old man on the left said this building was specially built to serve as the Pope's palace. Dushan and Xingluokang Wuhan Hall both have the same palace in preparation for the Pope's visit. Regardless of whether the Pope has been here before, the palace has always been kept in the best condition, as the NET Pope, His Royal Highness the Son of God, is also qualified to live there. The NET Pope, haha, that woman really dotes on him and gives him the best things. The two old men dared not say anything. Bang! Xiao Wu opened the door and immediately cheered, Master, you are finally back. You have been gone for a day. If you don't come back, we will all go to bed. Master. Wang Shenmeng looked at Xiao Wu and realized that this was the girl named Xiao Wu who was taken away from Nodding City. The moment the two old men saw Xiao Wu, their eyes flashed with brilliance and they couldn't help but reveal a trace of heat, which then dissipated. One of them said in a voice that only Wang Shenmeng could hear, Young master, this girl is indeed a 100,000-year soul beast. Wang Shenmeng nodded and said lightly, you can just guard outside the bedroom. This is the inner house, not a place you should enter. Yes. The two old men were not afraid of any danger. They retreated respectfully, walked to the door of the bedroom and guarded in the dark. Wang Shenmeng waved away the guard and looked at Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing, who came out of the room. What a pair of sisters! She secretly praised in her heart, especially the enviable figure. Even she couldn't help but look at it a few more times, secretly comparing it with herself, and then angrily discovered that her size was not even as big as the smaller one. Your Highness, why are you back now? Where did you go in the afternoon? The two sisters immediately came up and stood beside Wang Shenmeng on the left and right. Zhu Zuyun hugged his arm very naturally, and her tone was also very casual. It was very intimate at a glance, definitely not an ordinary relationship between a man and a woman. Shameless. Wang Shenmeng felt a pang in her heart, thinking that she was still late and failed to prevent the spying of the mistress. It was obvious that she and him were the couple certified by her grandfather, but how could someone get there first? At this moment she felt that she was a little green. Wang Shenmeng said with a dark face, I went to Dugabo's house in the afternoon to discuss something. Why do I need to tell you where I should go? Your Highness, I didn't mean that. I just care about you. Zhu Zuyun bit her lower lip, feeling very aggrieved. His Highness's cold, distant, even repulsive and bored attitude made her at a loss. Your Highness is obviously very gentle. Are all men like this? After eating and wiping they lose patience and are unwilling to bother to COA girls? You should care more about yourself. You have been out for so long, have you ever thought about your parent? When do you plan to go back to see them? Zhu Zuyun was stunned. Your Highness wants to drive me away? I am already yours. I will not go anywhere. I will stay with His Highness. Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu were also stunned, but Zhu Zuqing had a hint of disbelief with hesitation and discomfort in her eyes, while Xiao Wu's eyes moved lightly, trying to hide the joy in her eyes. I won't go back. Zhu Zuyun hugged Wang Shenmeng tightly from behind her body, trembling slightly, wondering why His Highness suddenly changed his attitude towards her. Could it be that someone had said something to His Highness? But she would never leave His Highness even if she was driven away. The corners of Wang Shenmen's mouth twitched and she twisted Zhu Zuyun's arms, trying to break free from her embrace, but Zhu Zuyun hugged her even harder. As the two of them pulled, they didn't know what they touched, and and their bodies froze at the same time. Zhu Zuyun's mouth suddenly opened and her pupils shrank as if she had discovered some great secret. After a while the two of them reacted at the same time. Zhu Zuyun's eyes flashed with a strange color and she took a deep breath. What entered her nose was a mouthful of fragrance as fresh and refreshing as a virgin, and it was definitely not the strong and intoxicating masculine aura of His Highness. Her thoughts turned rapidly and she suddenly remembered that Schwetter, whose name she only heard but who she never saw, came. From the few words she said we can know that this woman was the marriage arranged by the high-level officials of the Spirit Hall for His Highness, and she was the legitimate queen. However, after arriving in Tiendu city the mysterious Schwetter never appeared, so she almost forgot that His Highness's main purpose of coming to Tiendu city was to see Schwetter. Thinking of the instance of the suspected queen running out to chase people away, she panicked and then she was dissatisfied and jealous. Why do you have His Highness legitimately but you are not willing to leave an etra position for Her Highness? Zhu Zuyun raised an evil smile at the corner of her mouth. Not only did she not let go but she hugged the other person more tightly and her hands began to become restless. As she moved her feet towards the bedroom she said in a charming voice, Your Highness, you must think that I didn't behave well last night and was not gentle and considerate enough. I know I was wrong. It's late at night, let's rest. She changed her voice to soft and tender and walked towards the bedroom while holding Wang Shenmeng. Her other hand was still restless, rubbing on Wang Shenmeng's lower abdomen and gradually moving downward. Your Highness, let me serve you and Resuyun will be very gentle and well behaved. Wang Shenmeng's whole body suddenly froze and the net moment his soul power surged, wanting to push Zhu Zuyun away, but he was afraid that if he used too much strength he would hurt her and make someone unhappy. But Zhu Zuyun held her tightly and the strength was not strong enough, so he only pushed away her restless hand that was about to reach the bottom. Wang Shenmeng had a dark face and scolded Zhu Zuyun, do you still have any shame? Zhu Zuyun said aggrievedly, Your Highness, I am already yours. We are human beings. Isn't it normal for us to do these intimate things? Your Highness, what happened to you tonight? Something is wrong. She waved to Zhu Zuking and Xiao Wu, who were stunned and blushing. Your Highness is in a bad mood. Come together to help His Highness bathe and change clothes and then serve His Highness to bed early. I come too? Zhu Zuking said hesitantly. Of course, don't you want to? No, I don't want to. Zhu Zuking blushed but was secretly happy in her heart. She walked over with Xiao Wu on the left and right, pulling Wang Shenmeng towards the bathroom and began to help Wang Shenmeng undress while walking. Wang Shenmeng's face was already frighteningly dark. Unexpectedly, not only the big one had taken the lead but even the two little ones were confused. She felt that the color on her head was tending to be closer to Dugabo. Seeing that Xiao Wu couldn't wait to untie her belt and reached her hand straight inside Zhu Zuyun's hands were one up and one down and she became restless again. Zhu Zuking also took the opportunity to take advantage of her quietly. She couldn't bear it anymore. The powerful aura on her body suddenly burst out and the golden light was as dazzling as the sun, which bounced the three women away several meters. You are not the master. Who are you? Xiao Wu half sat on the floor, feeling the completely different breath from her master as well as the full head of golden hair, beautiful face, tall and graceful figure, and was a little overwhelmed. Sister, she. Zhu Zuking felt a little disappointed. She thought it was the prince but she didn't expect it to be a fake. Fortunately it was a woman, otherwise she would have been taken advantage of. You are Schwetter? Zhu Zuyun was not surprised but was shocked by her beauty and temperament, which were more outstanding than any girl she had ever seen. You really know me? Hateful woman, are you teasing me? Qianren Yui was extremely ashamed and angry. She wanted to teach the woman who tried to seduce the Holy Sun a lesson. It would be best if she gave up and left on her own initiative. Unexpectedly she was teased and forced to reveal her true colors. It was only because she and Wang Shenmeng did not know him well enough and could not perfectly imitate everything about him. As long as she made a move she would not be able to hide it. She simply revealed her identity and saw how these women could still be arrogant. She was the real girlfriend appointed by Grandpa. Well, although she should think about it again and should not agree so quickly so as not to be unrestrained, but thinking of Grandpa's painstaking efforts to match them up and not hesitate to make the decision personally, it seemed that it would be a pity to disappoint his kindness and let him down. Therefore, if that person pursued her hard, should she reluctantly agree? But no matter what, she was the first one with the support of the elders above. What qualifications did these women have to covet her future boyfriend? Chapter 121, Wrapping oneself in a cocoon. How dare you tease my sister? I thought it was His Highness. My sister has changed so much that I offended her. Please forgive me. Zhu Zuyun refused to admit that she did it on purpose. This person might be the eldest lady in the future, so she had to maintain superficial harmony. Are you blaming me? Qianren Yui's eyes flashed with cold light and her sight stayed on Zhu Zuyun's chest for a moment and then she looked at her carefully. This woman not only has a good figure but also look very beautiful. She has long black hair, delicate features, plump lips, a straight nose and curved willow leaf eyebrows. There is a hint of charm between her eyebrows. She has the youthfulness of a girl but also a charm different from that of a girl. She is indeed very attractive to men. No wonder she can climb onto the master's bed. Sister, who is she? Zhu Zuqing came back to her senses and asked in a low voice. Zhu Zuyun said softly, I don't know her identity either. The sweater mentioned by His Highness and several elders is her. She has a close relationship with His Highness. Zhu Zuyun, since you know my existence, why dare you seduce His Highness in my territory? Qian Ren Yui felt very unfair. She always felt that Zhu Zuyun had robbed her of her thing. If she had her temper she would have wanted to slap her to death, but considering Wang Shenmen's reaction she couldn't go too far. She was very angry. I didn't seduce His Highness. His Highness and I are in love with each other. We met 5 years ago. I fell in love with His Highness at first sight. I have been looking for His Highness for so many years. Now we finally meet again. I bravely pursue my love. What's wrong with this? Zhu Zuyun said pitifully, packaging herself as a girl who dares to love and hate and resolutely refused to admit that she seduced His Highness. Sweet words, humph. Do you think I will believe it? You three dare to play tricks on me, then you must be punished. Don't you like to take off your clothes? I will help you. The golden glow on Qian Ren Yui's body painted the whole room, and Si soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 2 black, spun out from under her feet. The powerful pressure of the Soul Emperor made the 3 women breathless. In an instant their soul power was sealed. They were lifted into the bedroom one by one without any resistance and thrown on the bed. Qian Ren Yui stripped off their clothes one by one. After a while the 3 beautiful girls curled up with their eyes wide open because the heating soul guide in the room was turned off. The Tiendu Empire is located in the northern continent. It is extremely cold in winter. The biting cold air will soon reduce the temperature of the room to more than 10 degrees below zero. In such weather the 3 women have no soul power to resist the cold, no clothes to keep warm, and even the quilts have been taken away. They are shivering with cold in a short while. You should reflect on your mistake here. This is just a small punishment. If you do it again I will hang you outside the window for a night. Qian Ren Yui warned coldly and finally couldn't help but gently probe Zhu Zuyun's chest and said sarcastically with a bit of jealousy, this is the consequence of growing flesh without brains. Stupid woman, feel the warmth of winter here. Bang! The door was tightly closed and Qian Ren Yui left the bedroom. Without the suppression of soul power the 3 women immediately regained their ability to move, but their soul power was sealed and they were naked. They got up from the bed, folded their arms and searched. Sister, it's not good. All the clothes in the closet are gone. Zhu Zuqing looked at the empty closet and was stunned. Damn it, our soul power is sealed and the clothes in the soul guide can't be taken out. Does she want to freeze us to death? Although Xiao Wu was furry and not afraid of the cold when she was a rabbit, she was no longer afraid of the cold after she turned into a human. This time her teeth were chattering with cold and she curled up in the corner of the bed. Zhu Zuyun smiled bitterly, crawled over and huddled together with Xiao Wu, waving her hand. Zhu Qing, don't waste your time. That woman is jealous of our close relationship with His Highness, so she deliberately made us suffer while His Highness was away. How could she leave us anything to keep warm? Come here quickly, the 3 of us will squeeze together and wait for His Highness to come back. Yes, 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 wait for the master to come back and let the master punish that woman in the same way. She dared to let my sister Xiao Wu suffer the cold. This matter can't just be let go. Zhu Zuyun curled her lips, thinking that this might be difficult. As long as the wife taught the unruly concubine a lesson and did not go too far, what could the prince say? If the woman was really stripped naked and left to freeze all night, I'm afraid a magnitude 9 earthquake would break out. I hope the prince will come back soon. If it's too late he won't be able to see his lovely Yunyun. Woo woo. Zhu Zuyun's eyes were filled with tears and she felt very wrong. She hoped that her man would come back and rescue her soon. Sister, the door is also locked and we can't get out. Zhu Zuqing had no choice but to retreat to the corner of the bed. Under the common hatred, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuyun also temporarily forgot their conflict. The 3 women huddled together for warmth, looking forward to someone's return. About 20 minutes later there was a knock on the door of the living room. Qian Ren Yui, who was sitting on the sofa thinking about her worries, immediately stood up, carefully arranged her clothes and hair, took out a small mirror and looked at herself, showing her best side, and then went to open the door with satisfaction. Grandpa. When the door opened, the affected person did not appear and another person who was absolutely impossible to appear appeared in front of him without any sign. Grandpa, why are you here? Qian Ren Yui widened her eyes and looked at the middle-aged man in front of her in disbelief, almost thinking that she had hallucinations. Schwetter, why are you unhappy to see Grandpa? Are you really Grandpa? Of course, who in this world can pretend to be me? Qian Daoliu smiled proudly, exuding a bright and sacred aura. A huge golden shadow appeared behind him. The shadow was exactly the same as Qian Daoliu but much larger. 3 pairs of golden wings spread out, emitting a holy light. Grandpa. With no more doubts in her heart, heart. Qian Ren Yui's eyes were filled with surprise. Tears of joy fell and she flew into Qian Daoliu's arms, surrounded by warmth in an instant. Qian Daoliu gently patted Qian Ren Yui's shoulders and quickly locked the too annoying title Douluo outside the door. This is a private residence and other male creatures are not welcome. Grandpa, why did you suddenly come to Tiendu city? After the excitement, Qian Ren Yui was still full of doubt. Hey, don't you miss Shwetter? Shwetter, did you see the person that Grandpa arranged for you? I saw it, Qian Ren Yui said in a low voice with some shyness. How is it? Are you satisfied? This is the husband that Grandpa carefully selected for you. He is definitely a unique and peerless young man on the continent. Shwetter, you must grasp it well. Grandpa, I don't know him well enough. I don't know whether he is satisfied or not. Qian Ren Yui was too embarrassed to admit her daughter's thoughts and said coquettishly, but he is so hateful, lustful and has other girls around him. It's so annoying. Qian Ren Yui's reserved look fell into the eyes of Qian Daoliu, but she was secretly happy in her heart. This is obviously very much liked. Brother's charm is indeed as strong as ever. Big and small cats have long been on the plate. Little Shwetter can't resist it. Hey Shwetter, it's not a big deal for a capable man to have a few more women around him. Look at Ning Fengzi, he has many confidants and often buys beautiful women and girls at auctions. You are the eldest wife and you should be generous and tolerant, Qian Daoliu advised earnestly, and suddenly he had an idea. Why didn't the three girls from Zuzuyun come out after such a long time? Could they have been killed by Xiao Shwetter? He quickly used his mental power to sense. Oh my god, the three little white sheep in the bedroom were huddled together. Their faces were pale and they were almost frozen stiff. Their teeth were chattering and they couldn't speak. Qian Daoliu felt distressed and his back was a little cold. This Xiao Shwetter was really cruel in dealing with her love rival. In the winter it was more than 10 degrees below zero and she brought people here to freeze. How hurtful. He couldn't sit still anymore. He originally wanted to do some ideological work for his granddaughter, teaching her the 3 obediences and 4 virtues: love and tolerance, and taking the husband as the guideline-s great truth in return for his bad behavior of pretending to be himself, and he couldn't care about it at this time. Shwetter, Grandpa suddenly remembered that there is another important thing to deal with. I'm leaving first, see you later. You get along well with Xiao Meng, you are the real girlfriend. You should be generous, don't be willful and have a bad temper. Girls should be gentle and considerate and have an open mind so that you can be happy forever. Remember Grandpa's words, this is a wise saying, it is the wisdom of life. Before leaving he didn't forget to brainwash with a few chicken soups. Just as Qian Daoliu was about to get up, he was grabbed by Qian Ren Yui's arm and pulled him to sit down again. Qian Ren Yui narrowed her eyes and suddenly a strange arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said solemnly, Grandpa, you can't leave. I have something very important to tell you. Dad's birthday is coming soon. Since you are here we can hold a memorial ceremony together to express our condolences and grief. She bit the word Grandpa a little harder, but someone was feeling sorry for the beautiful girl who just checked in last night and didn't notice this very subtle change in time. Jier's birthday? Yes, has Grandpa forgotten Dad's birthday? Woohoo, Dad is so pitiful. I am probably the only one in the world who still remembers his birthday. Qian Ren Yui's big eyes were full of sorrow and she looked at Grandpa expectantly. Qian Daoliu was confused. He only knew the day Qian Sunji died. How could he know the day he was born? Who would care about when a person who had been dead for more than 10 years was born? Well, Grandpa knows about this. You should prepare first and I will come to you after I finish my business. He was about to get up after he finished speaking, but Qian Ren Yui still grabbed his arm and asked, what is so important? Grandpa, you haven't left Wuhan City for many years. Is there anything else on the mainland that is worth your personal action? Qian Daoliu was in a hurry to leave so that he could change his vest. At this time he really didn't want to reveal his identity, otherwise it would be so embarrassing and Xiao Yui might pick up the angel sword to chop people. He had no choice but to make up a story. Well, it's about the Haoshan sect. Grandpa found some clues about Tang Chen's whereabouts, so he came to see it in person. I don't trust others. If I meet Tang Chen it will be dangerous. Tang Chen? It was not the first time that Qian Ren Yui heard this name. The former leader of the Haoshan sect was known as the Invincible on land. He possessed the world's #1 weapon, the Haoshan hammer, and was the most feared person in the spirit hall. Just mentioning his name there was a heavy pressure coming. Grandpa, where is Tang Chen? Didn't he disappear? Ahem, Grandpa is looking for him. You let Grandpa leave first. It's too late. I'm afraid the clues will disappear. I won't let go. If it disappears, it disappears. I finally met Grandpa. I want to have a long talk with Grandpa. Everything else has to be put aside. Qian Ren Yui held Qian Daoliu's arm tightly and refused to let go no matter what. Instead she asked questions about what happened in the spirit hall in the past few years and involved many secrets. Time passed slowly and nearly 10 minutes passed. Seeing that the 3 women in the room were really pitiful, if they were not rescued something serious would happen. Wang Shenmeng finally couldn't pretend anymore. Just when he was about to leave without caring, Qian Ren Yui leaned over and a faint fragrance came into his nose. The hot and humid breath blew on his ears, which made him feel a little bit excited. Little bastard, are you an ES? If you dare to pretend to be a grandpa and talk nonsense again, your lovely sisters will be frozen into real ice beauties. The soft and crisp whisper made Wang Shenmeng feel like he was struck by lightning and he froze. You little brat, you don't even know the season of my father's birthday and you dare to pretend to be my grandfather to tease me. I'll teach you a little lesson this time, be honest. Net time. Qian Ren Yui stood up, her beautiful eyes looked down at the man sitting on the sofa in a daze. A hint of teasing flashed in her eyes. Letting you tease me and you dare to instill the evil thoughts of opening a harem in front of me, it's simply unforgivable. The 3/6 inside took the punishment on your behalf and they have been frozen for so long they should realize how powerful it is. I am very dissatisfied with your performance. If you don't want your family to be in turmoil in the future, come to the palace tomorrow to atone for me. If you satisfy me, I will treat your two little lovers as non-existent, otherwise hum hum. She glanced at a secret place on his body with a hint of fierceness in her eyes, which made Wang Shenmeng, who had returned to his original appearance in a mess, feel cold in his heart and felt the malice to the bone. Schwetter, let's go, see you tomorrow. Qian Ren Yui was refreshed, opened the door and left. Wang Shenmeng didn't expect that this time he would be so self-defeating and fell into the hands of a little girl. Now that he thought about it carefully, it was really not easy to completely impersonate someone, especially since Xiao Wuji was very observant. He was a master of impersonation, so he was just showing off his skills in front of an e-pert. As long as there was a flaw, he would be discovered immediately. Wang Shenmeng sighed in his heart, worthy of being the emperor of King He. His black belly made people cry. Thinking that he had annoyed Xiao Wuji tonight, his life would be dark for a while. Wu Xia thought too much. Wang Shenmeng flashed and opened the bedroom door. The three beautiful girls were almost frozen into ice sculptures. Hearing the noise, they hurriedly raised their heads with difficulty and their eyes were immediately filled with tears, which was very pitiful. Wang Shenmeng quickly turned on the heating soul guide and used the endless soul skill. The warm soul power dispelled the cold and made the blood flow smoothly. After a while, the three girls finally recovered from their frozen state. Your Highness. Zhu Zuyun's eyes were red and she felt very aggrieved. She immediately rushed over to ask for a hug. Wang Shenmen's eyes were so beautiful. The three beautiful girls were full of spring and they were all in his sight. He looked at it carefully secretly. He quickly embraced the two sisters, warmed them with his body temperature and soothed their injured heart softly. He was thinking in his heart, after entering the palace tomorrow, how to satisfy Xiao Wuji. Chapter 122 E-sided Douluo. After a night of dream practice, Wang Shenmeng perfected a set of sizes. The net morning, he took the two Douluo to Douluo's house. Zhu Zuyun wanted to come with her, but the sisters were wronged last night and Wang Shenmeng comforted them a little more attentively, so he slept too late. Although the injured hearts of the two sisters have been compensated, they are more and more tired physically. They will rest well at home in the morning to recover the lost blood and qi. As for Xiao Wu, her status has fallen to the bottom now, so she will stay at home to serve Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuking. They are slaves, so how can they run around and play every day without working? Although Wang Shenmeng did not sleep in the middle of the night, he was particularly energetic in the morning. He was in high spirits when he was happy. Although he had a small setback with Xiao Wuji, he also created an opportunity for him to successfully take down the two sisters. As for why he did not take Xiao, Wang Shenmeng said that he was a little worse than Su Xian. Others were grass python heroes, but he was still not perverted enough. Douluo had been waiting in front of the mansion gate. When he saw Wang Shenmeng appear, he smiled and said loudly, Your Highness, the Son of God, the two Your Majesties, I have been waiting for a long time. Your Highness, Your Majesty. Douluo heard the noise and hurriedly ran out from the inner room, greeting them warmly. It can be seen that the two of them are in good spirits, especially Douluo, whose mental state is obviously better than yesterday, probably because he has not slept a good night's sleep for too long. Let's go in and talk. Douluo took the three of them to the hall and sat down. He suppressed his inner urgency and asked with a smile, Have Your Highness and the two princes had breakfast? If not, I'll have someone prepare it. Wang Shenmeng said they have already eaten. No need to bother. Let's start now. Douluo said excitedly, Your Highness, please tell me the method. I will not hesitate to follow your advice. Wang Shenmeng said, I have three methods, the best, the middle and the worst, which can solve the problems of you and Miss Yan. There are actually three methods. Douluo was pleasantly surprised. Please tell me, Your Highness. I want to see them all. To be honest with you, I have tried every possible way to solve the problem of snake venom for decades, but to no avail. Your Highness can come up with three methods in an instant, which really makes me admire you. Of course, he wanted to choose the best method. Who would be willing to use the inferior method if there was a good solution? But he was really curious. His snake venom backlash problem had troubled him for so long. What wonderful ideas did he not think of? Wang Shenmeng did not keep anyone in suspense. Let me tell you the NET solution first. I have a way to eliminate the snake venom in your body from the root, but most of your strength is in this poison. If I eliminate the poison in your body, your strength will also be reduced a lot. Tang San also mentioned this method in the original work, but Tang San needed to rely on the fairy grass, star anise, mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot vegetable to fight poison with poison and eliminate the poison in Douluo's body. What's more tricky is that when he said this, Tang San had already eaten these two fairy herbs. In fact, Wang Shenmeng knew that Tang San had tricked Douluo. Wang Shenmeng knew everything that Tang San knew, and he also knew what Tang San didn't know, so he knew the trick very well. With the powerful effect of the two fairy herbs, it is equivalent to a small ice and fire yin-yang eye. After Douluo took it, his body would be reborn. Not only would his potential and upper limit be greatly increased, but his resistance to icity would also be greatly enhanced. Besides, the two immortal herbs are also highly poisonous. When they transform his body, they will make him immune to all poisons, or he is the supreme body among poisons. Other poisons are just his younger brothers, so he is immune to all poisons. It will be easy to cultivate snake venom again at that time. It will not only fundamentally solve the problem of snake venom backlash, but also make him a stronger person among the titled Douluo. But Tang San ate the two immortal herbs as soon as he saw them. How dare he tell Douluo the truth? He only told the first half, letting Douluo know the harm of the two immortal herbs in detoification but not the benefit. Wang Shenmeng wanted to eliminate the poison in Douluo's body, so of course he didn't need the two immortal herbs, and those two immortal herbs were not the most suitable for Douluo. He had a better way to solve the problem of snake venom. After listening to this, Douluo pondered for a moment and shook his head and said, this method can indeed fundamentally solve the poison I was poisoned with. If there is no choice, I can probably accept it. He glanced at Douluo and added, the main thing is that Yan Yan can't afford to delay. Even if I don't need it myself, I have to let Yan Yan eliminate the snake venom. Douluo's uneasy heart finally settled down a little. This worst method can fundamentally solve the snake venom she was poisoned with, which finally made her feel at ease. At worst, her life can always be saved. Although the price is a bit high, equivalent to the power of her martial soul being destroyed by more than half, but compared with not living beyond the age of 30, it is better to have a little less strength than to die painfully at the age of youth and beauty. Douluo asked expectantly, what is the second method? Wang Shenmeng said, although the second method is only a temporary solution, as long as you are willing to invest, it can probably solve the problem fundamentally and it will not affect your strength. Douluo breathed heavily. Your Highness, please tell me, as long as you can solve the problem of snake venom backlash, there is. What are you reluctant to invest? As long as I have it, it's not a problem. What I don't have, I can also find ways to get it. I thought to myself, I even sold myself to you. How much more can I invest than this? This second method is not complicated to say. The reason why you are attacked by the poison is mainly because of the poison skills you practice. If you have a weapon martial soul, it will be much easier. You just need to condense the tuins in your body on your martial soul and all problems will be solved. But you are using the beast martial soul now, so the tuins will merge with yourself. Although your soul power can mobilize and suppress it, they have already become a part of your body, so they will cause great damage to your body. If you want to keep the poison in your body and prevent them from hurting you, you must find a carrier to store the tuin. With your strength, you must have a soul bone on your body. This is also the method proposed by Tang San. Although it is a bit tricky, the idea is correct. It's just that Tang San only proposed the solution but ignored the actual conditions and did not explain all the problems to Douluo. It can be said that there are traps everywhere. Wang Shenmeng can almost be sure that Douluo and Douluo will definitely not have a good ending. Douluo is also a master of laying poison and his eyes are bright. You mean let me force the tuins in my body into the soul bone so that I won't hurt myself? Wang Shenmeng nodded. That's the reason Miss Yan is the same. You just need to find a suitable soul bone for her so that she can force the tuins into the soul bone when practicing poison skills, then there will be no problem. Douluo hesitated and said, I have practiced the green phosphorus snake martial soul for more than 70 years and my body has long been integrated with the tuin. This poison is not easy to force. If it is not done well, I am afraid that the backlash will only be more severe. Wang Shenmeng said, if you force the poison yourself, it will of course be very dangerous. Even if you use drugs to guide it, the possibility of success is no more than 50%. But with me here, all this will be fine. Even if you think you are being backlashed, I can pull you back from the brink of life and death. But I can help you guide the tuins and resolve the backlash, and there will be no possibility of failure. Douluo suddenly reacted. Yes, His Highness has the ability to bring the dead back to life. With His Highness watching over him, even if he wants to die, it is not that easy. At this moment, Douluo secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he was very courageous gracious and simply surrendered to His Highness. The reward came immediately. He could come up with several solutions to the problem that he had been helpless for decades. He was indeed a brilliant genius who was unrivaled in ancient and modern time. Dugu Yan also said happily, Grandpa, you have a skull of Queen Medusa which is 10,000 years old. It should be able to withstand the Tuin. Dugu Bo's face was full of smiles and he was completely relieved. Now there is a second way to guarantee the bottom line and the result can't be too bad, not to mention that there is a best solution to choose from. Wang Shenmeng didn't intend to leave pits everywhere like Tang San did. Since he was going to say it, he had to explain the pros and cons clearly. Although this method works well, the disadvantages are also obvious, so I think it is only a temporary solution. Wang Shenmeng faced the admiring and convinced eyes of Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan and talked freely. Once the soul bone is absorbed, it is connected with the soul master and is almost inseparable, especially the head soul bone and the torso soul bone, which can only be taken out after the soul master dies. Therefore, forcing the Tuin into the soul bone is also a huge hidden danger. If the soul bone is accidentally damaged during a battle with someone, all the Tuins will burst out in an instant and poison the owner of the soul bone. Even you, the titled Douluo, can't have any resistance. Dugu Bo nodded solemnly. This is indeed a fatal hidden danger. Although soul bones are not easy to damage, everything has its limit. In the battles at the level of Fengkao, Douluo soul bones are not often damaged, but they are definitely not absent. If you don't know about such a big hidden danger, it's fine. If you know it in your heart, you will be timid and afraid before the battle. In addition, the soul bone itself has its limit. The concentrated burst of the poison that can kill even the titled Douluo is extremely corrosive. If all of it is placed on a soul bone, even a 10,000-year soul bone will not be able to withstand it and will decay day by day. What's more, as your strength increases, the Tuins will also increase and the soul bone will be even more difficult to bear. If it is your 10,000-year Queen Medusa's skull, it will definitely not last long, no more than 20 years. If these poisons break out in your head, even I won't be able to save you in time. Wang Shenmeng was not exaggerating. The 10,000-year-old head soul bone was very precious, but it really couldn't withstand Dugu Bo's terrible Tuin. Solving the problem of Tuin backlash in a short period of time would greatly increase Dugu Bo's strength and his soul power level would break through quickly, but the more strength he had, the faster he would die. Dugu Bo's forehead was sweating coldly. Now it was just the backlash of the snake venom that made him feel so painful that he was on the verge of life and death. If all the Tuins were concentrated in the head and plotted or even just leaked a little, given the fragility of the head and its importance to people, wouldn't it be over? Dugu Yan thought of Wang Shenmen's words and asked, Your Highness said that as long as you are willing to invest, it can be regarded as a fundamental solution to the problem. Does this investment refer to the soul bone? Wang Shenmeng said, yes, it is the soul bone. If there is a 100,000-year soul bone, it will be foolproof. A 100,000-year soul bone is enough to withstand any Tuin without being affected. It cannot be corroded and destroyed, and it is almost impossible to be broken in battle. There is no problem with safety. It can even make the two soul skills of the soul bone poisonous and even form new poisonous soul skills. But the question is, Brother Dugu, do you have a 100,000-year soul bone? Dugu Bo smiled bitterly and said, I have never seen a 100,000-year soul beast or a 100,000-year soul bone in my life, let alone have one. There is no shortage of ordinary soul bones, but there are no soul bones over 10,000 years old. The skull of Queen Medusa is the best top soul bone I have ever seen. He suddenly thought of the long-legged girl among the three girls who followed His Royal Highness the Sun to attend the palace banquet the day before yesterday. It seems to be the soul beast incarnation. This is actually the first time he has seen a 100,000-year soul beast. Unfortunately, this soul beast already has an owner. It is obviously the prey raised by His Royal Highness the Son of God, and it is not something he can get. The Medusa skull is indeed rare. The skull soul bone is extremely rare and precious. What's more, the attached soul skills are often very powerful, and the 10,000-year ones are even rarer. Wang Shenmeng continued, my martial soul is a butterfly. Every butterfly has to go through the process of breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly once in its life. It is also a transformation of life and a sublimation of the soul. The effect is better than nirvana rebirth. I once hunted a si-winged golden cicada butterfly as my soul ring. The si-winged golden cicada butterfly has the characteristics of a golden cicada and a golden butterfly and has a life-defining magical power called the golden cicada sheds its shell. Combining the characteristics of the two, I created a secret method called the 9 transformations of cicada butterfly. Your martial soul is the green-scaled snake king, and snakes also undergo a transformation by shedding their skins. So my secret method of the 9 transformations of cicada butterfly is slightly modified and is also suitable for you. Yesterday I detected your martial spirit and have perfected the secret secret method. As long as you practice according to the secret method, after 9 snake sheddings you will be reborn like a nirvana, and it is very likely that you will change from a snake to a dragon. All snake venom will be concentrated in your pill bead during the process of shedding, and the pill bead will become a dragon bead. From now on it will not only not become a burden to you but will become your innate talent which can be controlled at will, and there will be absolutely no backlash. Wang Shenmen's e-Pression also became serious. This secret method also cost him a lot of effort, and it was also one of his life-saving trump cards. If he modified it and revealed some to Douluo, he could go from hell to heaven. Having the secret method is enough to be worth the value of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. For Douluo the value is even far beyond it. This is incredible. Douluo was already stunned. His Highness the Holy Sun knew that he had refined a life-saving pill bead as the source of poison power, which had already surprised him. However, such a wild and unpredictable secret method simply refreshed his cognition. Although it was the first time he came into contact with this theory, it sounded impressive. It was a high-end good thing at first glance. No wonder His Highness the Holy Sun was unwilling to teach it easily, and he had to surrender and become one of his own before he was willing to give it to him. This secret method was simply a supreme treasure for him, enough to become the foundation of the Douluo family for thousands of years. At this moment he felt that he had made a big profit. If it was spread out, I am afraid that even the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family would covet it. Among the many sub-dragon families they are affiliated with, many are related to snake. If they get this secret method, the strength of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan will also rise. Please grant me the method, Your Highness. Douluo took a deep breath, his face flushed with excitement. Chapter 123 Douluyan, I listened to Grandpa. Practicing this secret method will be accompanied by great pain. You can imagine the process of a butterfly pupa breaking out of its cocoon and becoming a butterfly, and the process of a snake shedding its skin. Life is sublimated in pain. However, after I perfected the secret method, there will be no danger. You only need to open your martial soul true body to practice directly. It will take a certain amount of time to practice all 9 changes. Don't rush it. After Wang Shenmeng finished his instructions, he wiped his hand on the ring and a booklet appeared in his hand. This was copied by him after he got up in the morning for more than 10 minutes, and he handed it to Douluo. After you remember it in your heart, destroy the booklet to prevent it from being accidentally seen by others. This secret method is so precious that it doesn't cost me much. If it weren't for Brother Douluo's taste, I would never take it out. Understand. Douluo took the booklet with trembling hands, opened it impatiently and glanced through it. After comparing the specific transformation methods recorded in it with his own, he knew that it was true, and he immediately danced with joy. Wang Shenmeng glanced at Douluyan, and in the other's expectant and joyful eyes he pondered, Miss Yan is not a soul saint. She can't open the martial soul true body and can't turn into the martial soul true body green scale snake. When you can't transform, there is still a difference between the martial soul and the soul master. It is difficult to practice this secret method on your own for the time being. If you must practice, I need to use another magical power to help, but this involves a very private aspect similar to the fusion of souls. This is not very convenient for men and women to be intimate. Of course, you can also find a soul bone first, inject the tuan into the soul bone first, and then start practicing the secret method after you become a soul saint. Douluo's eyes lit up when he heard this. His green eyes turned around and he looked back and forth between his granddaughter and His Highness the Holy Sun for a moment. An idea that had long existed in his mind became more and more firm. He was not surprised but happy. He said without hesitation, Your Highness is our grandson's lifesaver. How can there be any privacy? Besides, Your Highness meaned Yunyan last night, so there is no privacy at all. I will make the decision. Please help Yunyan practice the secret method. Wang Shenmeng showed an embarrassed look and looked at Douluyan. Miss Yan, this is not appropriate. If you do this, how will you marry in the future? If your future husband knows, he will not be able to bear it. Douluo said, first then don't marry. Your Highness has given us a new life and the kindness is as high as the sky. It is far from enough for me to take refuge with Your Highness. Yunyan should repay him with her body. Why marry him? Yunyan, you should stay with His Highness and serve him well in the future and practice the dragon snake 9 transformations. By the way, this Wang Shenmeng was a little confused. Douluo sold his granddaughter. It seemed that the original novel was similar. After Tang San cured Douluo tried his best to promote his granddaughter, wishing that Tang San would treat her as his grandson-in-law. At that time, Douluyan had already established a romantic relationship with Yu Tianheng. Wang Shenmeng thought that it seemed that Douluo didn't like Yu Tianheng either. After all, he was more than 10 times better than Tang San in the original novel in all aspects. It seemed that giving his granddaughter to him even as a concubine was not a problem at all. Question: Douluyan is one of the few female characters in the original novel who is not affected by the protagonist's halo. She is very kind to Tang San from beginning to end. Although her appearance is not stunning, she is a little worse than Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuqing, but she is also a rare beauty. As someone who wants to open a harem, Wang Shenmeng has no reason to push the meat in his mouth. But one thing must be confirmed: he is not willing to be a scapegoat. He immediately said righteously, I heard that the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re sect Yu Tianheng and Miss Yan have a close relationship. Brother Dugu should not break up the couple. Dugu Yan stood there with a blushing face, secretly admiring Wang Shenmen's beauty. Hearing this, he was uneasy and blurted out, Yu Tianheng and I have no relationship. He is the captain of the royal fighting team and I am the vice captain. We are just classmates and teammate. Although he pursued me, I never agreed. After saying that, she suddenly realized why she was in such a hurry to E-plane, as if she couldn't wait to throw herself into the arms of His Royal Highness the Son of God. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she felt ashamed. Dugu Bo laughed. Okay, Yanyan, you were not fooled by that boy's sweet words. You are worthy of being my granddaughter. Humph. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family claims to be a real dragon family, self-contained, corrupt and rigid, all supported by Yu Yuanzhen alone, but still very arrogant. As the saying goes, dragons disdain to live with snakes. Our green-scaled snake can't reach the level of a real dragon. Yes, there is no need to guess. You know that Dugu Bo was definitely despised by the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family in his early years, and maybe they even had a feud. He didn't know how many days he could live before and wanted to find a backer for his granddaughter. Even though he knew that Yu Tianheng was not a good choice, he had to hold his nose and endure it. But once there is a better choice, he will kick Yu Tianheng away immediately. In his words, he looked down on the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family. Before Dugu Yan and Yu Tianheng had time to start, there was nothing wrong. Wang Shenmen's eyes softened a lot and he said softly, I don't know what Miss Yan think. If you want to use soul bones to transition, I have a very good 10,000-year soul bone here which I can give to you. Dugu Yan felt sweet in her heart. His Highness still cared about her very much. He was willing to give her the top soul bone, which touched her heart. Since she first met me, she had a good impression of this young man. Such an outstanding man, handsome, strong, high status, gentle and considerate, is fatally attractive to girls, not to mention that he is the savior of her family. It is hard for people not to be moved. Although Dugu Bo has a straightforward and courageous personality, he is still shy and flustered at this time. It seems that he is not reserved enough to agree directly. If he refuses, he is afraid that His Highness will misunderstand him, so he has to stammer, I listen to Grandpa. Dugu Bo is extremely happy and supports his granddaughter's choice 100%. He laughed and said, okay then, Grandpa will make the decision and let Yanyan serve His Highness and repay His Highness's kindness with her body. Shunbin asks His Highness to help her Deto Ifei. Please don't refuse this. Wang Shenmeng was very happy and pretended to be embarrassed. Finally he sighed helplessly, forget it. Miss Yan's snake venom must be solved as soon as possible to avoid further delay in cultivation. Then Miss Yan will stay with me in the future and I will personally help her cultivate the dragon snake 9 transformations. It won't take long for her to break through to the soul sect. Your Highness. Wangling Douluo and Qingluan Douluo hesitated to speak. This was too much. He had just accepted Zhu Zuyun the night before yesterday, but the young master gave him a lesson and he didn't learn his lesson. Last night he accepted Zhu Zuqing. Today he is going to accept Dugu Yan again. Is your Highness completely giving up on himself and letting himself go? Isn't he afraid of the young master's anger, nor is he afraid of the Pope's possessiveness? When they were in Wuhan City, they were involved with Wang Shenmeng. They knew how closely that woman watched your Highness. Even the eldest disciple Hu Lina was a target of precaution. If they knew that your Highness had been accepting girls one after another since he left Wuhan City, wouldn't they be furious? Wang Shenmeng gave the two-titled Douluo a warning look, asking them to hold back what they wanted to say. Forget it. As long as you are happy, don't blame the uncles for being unkind when you are punished by the young master to kneel on the washboard and locked up in a small dark room by the Pope. Chapter 124 Wang Shenmeng, am I a scumbag? Practice first and take me to that magical hot spring when you have time so I can see what's so magical about it. Wang Shenmeng gave a few instructions and planned to leave. Dugu Bo has almost been taken here. He has got the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Dugu Yan and even Dugu Bo is his own person. There is nothing worth lauding for the time being. Now we just have to wait for Dugu Bo to refine the Dragon Snake 9 transformations, and there will be more in the future. A high-level thug or a strategic nuclear weapon with the power to destroy a city and a country is asking all the major forces to panic. Dugu Bo nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'm always free. When your Highness is free, let someone call me and I'll take your Highness there. Then I'll take my leave first. Yanyan should memorize the secret method first. I'll help you practice it when I'm free. Dugu Yan needed a corner and said shyly, Your Highness, should I move to the Spirit Hall? Wang Shenmeng said, it's up to you. There are many rooms in the Spirit Hall. You are welcome to stay at any time. Of course, if you can't bear to leave brother Dugu, you can live at home first and come here to practice the secret method during the day. Dugu Bo hurriedly said, of course you have to move there. You have to serve your highness and you have to hurry up to practice the secret method. If you don't move there, what's the point of running back and forth? He thought that his granddaughter was still too thin-skinned. She was embarrassed to move there directly and asked shyly first, what's there to hesitate about? If you don't move over quickly to cultivate your relationship, how can you ensure your position in his highness' heart in the future? Since his granddaughter is embarrassed, he as a grandfather has to help her. Well then, I'll pack up and move over later. Dugu Yan was both excited and a little nervous. This was too fast. They just confirmed their relationship and they started living together, but she was very reluctant to refuse. She thought it doesn't matter if it's fast. She's not young anymore. She's already 20 years old and hasn't been in a relationship. If she keeps being reserved, she'll become an old maid. Well, I'll introduce a few sisters to you. I plan to form a Soul Master team and participate in the All-Continent Soul Master competition in 2 years. You can come too. As for the royal fighting team, just withdraw directly. Dugu Yan nodded and said, okay, it's just right to avoid Yu Tianheng so that he won't bother me. She didn't agree to Yu Tianheng in the first place. Now that she has a boyfriend, her grandfather has made her serve his highness. She can't have any connection with Yu Tianheng so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. See you later. After Wang Shenmeng returned to the spirit hall, there was still some time before lunch and Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuyun also got up. The two sisters had a nutritious meal in the morning and then slept in bed for a whole morning. Finally they replenished the lost blood and qi and they were in a very good mood. At this moment the two of them had ruddy faces, charming eyes and watery eyes that added a bit of tenderness. Even Zhu Zuqing, who had a cold temperament, had a little more charm invisibly and the whole person looked less cold. Well, Miss Duguyan will move in later. I will help her practice a secret method to solve the problem of snake venom backlash in her body, Wang Shenmeng said vaguely. He had just eaten the sisters clean and the NET day he started to bring girls home. Even Wang Shenmeng himself felt that it was a bit too much. This is a scumbag. He actually became the person he once hated without knowing it. It was all because the girls were too beautiful and tempted him to make mistake. He was also a victim. Duguyan, Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other feeling a little bitter. Healing? Whoever believes it is a fool. What kind of injury must be healed to live together? Duguyan is an unmarried girl. She lives alone in his highness's bedroom. She can't plan it in the future unless she doesn't plan to get married. Fo spirit. Zhu Zuyun cursed in her heart. She had the prince all to herself for one night, and the NET night her sister took half of him, and on the third day a new woman came to share the favor. Did they think she was easy to bully? Ah, so sad. Zhu Zuyun looked at her man with resentment, looking pitiful like an abandoned woman, but she didn't make a fuss and pouted, don't worry your highness, since you are our guest I am of course very welcome. Leave everything to me, I will arrange it well. She was swearing sovereignty here. Since the prince was vague, she would be vague too, treating the other party as a guest. She was the hostess here and Duguyan had to follow the host's wishes when she came. Even if there was no way to drive Duguyan away and they eventually became sisters, she had to let her know the order of priority. She was the elder sister and she was the younger sister, so she shouldn't try to suppress herself. Zhu Zuqing nodded gently. She had nothing to say. If she had known that the prince was lustful, she would have prepared herself mentally. Besides, if the prince was not interested, she and her sister would have no chance. Besides, who made this continent a patriarchal society? The emperors and princes of the Dai family also had countless beauties in their harems and they had long been accustomed to it. The women of the Zhu family were not intolerant of men's heart. What they really could not tolerate was men who were not enterprising and self-degrading, because that would kill people. Wang Shen dreamed that Xiao Wu was listless, had no energy and looked a little bad, so he asked Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you? You look so bad, are you sick? After all, she is his pet. Although he has not figured out how to deal with her, if she is sick it is not good to ignore her. Nothing, I just miss home. Xiao Wu forced a smile, but she was very depressed. Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuyun both became the master's people, but the master rejected her. This made Xiao Wu feel a chill to the bone. There has never been a moment when she had such a deep understanding of her identity as a soul beast. The human world is too unfriendly to soul beasts. The big forest is better. With De Ming and Er Ming around, there is no need to worry. How free and unfettered. She no longer has any extravagant hope for revenge, but instead misses him very much, the life of a child, but she knew that she could not go back. It's good if you are not sick. If you feel uncomfortable, take a good rest. Don't think too much. Be obedient. I am here so you don't have to worry about danger. Even if you die one day, you can only die in my hands. Xiao Wu smiled a little sadly. Can she only die in the hands of her master? Is it her ultimate destiny to contribute her soul rings and soul bones? Master, if you really want my soul rings and soul bones, you don't have to kill me yourself. I can sacrifice them so you can get more than 7 several times the harvest. Xiao Wu looked at Wang Shenmeng with dim eyes and said faintly, making it impossible to hear the real emotion in her words. Wang Shenmeng glanced at her and softened his tone. Don't think too much. At least you are alive and well now. I don't plan to kill you now, so don't rush to be disheartened. Shaking his head, Wang Shenmeng did not continue this somewhat dull topic. Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing also sighed in their heart. They already knew Xiao Wu's true identity, but they didn't expect that she was a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form. When they first knew about it, they were stunned. This created a deeper gap between them and Xiao Wu. Originally they just didn't get along with each other because of the desire to win favor, but now there is an opposition between the identities and positions between humans and soul beasts, making it even more impossible to be close to each other. However, thinking that Xiao Wu might be killed to take her soul ring and soul bone, although they knew that she was a soul beast and it was natural for soul masters to kill soul beasts, they still felt a little bit reluctant when they saw the lively girl, and they couldn't treat her completely the same as the ferocious soul beast. Chapter 125. To be an emperor or an empress. At almost noon, Duguyan came to the Wuhan Hall alone. Her private things were all in the storage soul guide. It was not far from home, so there was not much to bring. Your Highness, I'm here. Yunyan, welcome. Don't be shy, this will be your home in the future, just like Dugu Mansion. Yes. Duguyan's cheeks were slightly red and her watery eyes first glanced at Wang Shenmeng, then bravely stepped into the bedroom, looking at the surrounding environment, which was much more luxurious than Dugu Mansion. This will be my temporary home in the future. After entering this door, my identity will be different. I will be your Highness's person in the future, and my sister will also have a master. Duguyan was a little happy in her heart, looking forward to a better life in the future. She felt down to earth as if a ship sailing on the sea had entered a safe harbor. Sister Dugu, you are finally here. Zhu Zuyun took the lead and smiled as she welcomed Duguyan in. She introduced, I am Zhu Zuyun, this is my sister Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu. Duguyan glanced at the three of them and said with a smile, Sister Zuyun, Sister Zuqing, Sister Xiao Wu, hello, I am Duguyan. We are all family members from now on. I hope we can take care of each other, live in harmony and not cause trouble to His Highness. Zhu Zuyun's smile remained, but she was not happy in her heart. It was obvious that Duguyan was not easy to control, and she was afraid that there would be disputes in the future. Hello, Zhu Zuqing responded softly, and then she stopped talking. Xiao Wu was in a bad mood today, so she had no mind to deal with Duguyan. What's more, she didn't welcome the other party at all. She was another 6N who seduced her master, and she hated her. Duguyan narrowed her eyes. She was mentally prepared for the possibility of being unwelcome. After all, they were latecomers. It would be strange if they were happy to share His Highness's love. She didn't care. They couldn't do anything to her anyway. When new sisters came, she and they would be on the same front. She didn't rush to build a relationship for the time being. Sister Zuyun, I'm a little older than you in terms of age. You don't mind if I call you sister, right? Zhu Zuyun certainly minded. She was the first to enter the house. In terms of seniority, she should be second only to the queen. Isn't it natural for her to call herself sister? A latecomer dared to call herself sister, but Duguyan hadn't officially entered the house yet. She had said before that she treated her as a guest. This couldn't be ranked according to family seniority. It was more appropriate to call her sisters according to age. She was unhappy in her heart, but she couldn't refute it. She had to smile and said, of course I don't mind. It turns out that you are already 20 years old, 7 years older than His Highness. With a sister to help take care of His Highness will definitely be able to take care of His Highness more attentively. Duguyan's smile faded a little. By the way, can you not mention the specific age? Don't you know that a girl's age is a secret? She was also bothered by the fact that she was 7 years older than His Highness. From today on, if anyone deliberately used age to talk to her, don't blame her for being ruthless. Haha. Duguyan laughed dryly twice and followed Zhu Zuyun to the room prepared for her. This palace was built according to the Pope's palace. There were many houses surrounding the hall. There were dozens of luxurious bedrooms up and down. In addition to the master bedroom where the Pope lived, there were also many secondary bedrooms built according to the specifications of bishop and elders. No one lived there on weekdays. It was not until Wang Shenmeng arrived that some of them were gradually put into use. After settling down, it was time for lunch. The maids served various meals like butterflies. They were all exquisite ingredients rarely seen on the market. Not only did they taste delicious, but they were also very beneficial to soul power cultivation. Unfortunately, except for Xiao Wu, all the people present were young ladies. These ingredients could not scare them, so Wang Shenmeng did not fill the cup. Zuyun will pass Xiantian Gong to Yunyan later, and then you can arrange your own activities, whether you continue to rest, practice or go shopping. I will be there in the afternoon. I have something to do outside. The 3 Douluo will stay behind. If you go out, ask Ling Yuan to follow you. After dinner, the maid cleaned up the dishes, and Wang Shenmeng also planned to go to the palace to see Qian Ren Yui. As for Xiantian Gong, Erlong he had already passed it on to Zhu Zuyun and the other two girls. Yes, Xiao Wu also learned it. Anyway, she couldn't escape from his palm, so it didn't matter if he increased her strength. Zhu Zuyun smiled and sent Wang Shenmeng out. Your Highness, don't worry. Let's go out and see if Sister Dugu needs to buy anything. Wang Shenmeng had just walked out of the bedroom, and before he left the gate of the spirit hall, Qingluan and Guangling, two generals, appeared. You don't need to follow me this time. Wang Shenmeng planned to sneak in secretly. It was not impossible to bring two people with him, but he was not going to fight. Bringing two light bulbs would only be an eyesore. The two titled Douluo looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Guangling Douluo said with a straight face, that won't work. Our main responsibility is to protect His Highness. Although we have our people in the palace now, there may be unexpected situations. We must follow. Wang Shenmeng said, you want to follow, right? Then you can find a way to get in by yourself. I won't take you anyway. After saying that, he directly activated the third soul skill, the Great Wilderness Divine Butterfly Transformation, and the whole person disappeared on the spot. Even the two titled Douluo could hardly sense it, let alone hitchhiking. Guangling Douluo shook his head and said disappointedly, I was still hoping to follow him into the palace to watch the show, but who knew that His Highness would ignore safety for the sake of face and directly not take us to play. Qingluan Douluo glanced at him and said, don't always think about gloating. If you really see Your Highness's joke, be careful that I will make things difficult for you in the future. I will make you have nightmares every night, keep you company with the Gale Wolf every night, and give birth to a group of wolf thieves. Let's see if you can still laugh. Qingluan, you are too vicious. You are worthy of such a wretched idea. Guangling Douluo's face turned pale, thinking of the indescribable picture. The Gale Wolf likes to have a super friendly relationship with humans the most. He shuddered and looked at Qingluan Douluo as if he was looking at a pervert. Why are you looking at me like that? I don't have this ability, but you know that Your Highness can definitely do it. Even if it's not possible now, it will be possible in the future. Qingluan Douluo was also doing this for Guangling Douluo's sake. He was wary of His Highness in all aspects. His strength was one aspect, but his weird dream control ability was the most difficult to guard against. If His Highness played tricks on him, he would probably suffer a lifetime of pain. Simply being beaten was a small matter. Their titled Douluos were tough and resistant to being beaten, so they could just cover their faces and get through it. I was afraid of encountering some unspeakable things in the dream which might cause the titled Douluo's Dao heart to collapse, which was more than 10 times more painful than being slapped in the face. Tisk, coward. I knew you were timid and strong-willed. You could fan the flames behind the scenes, but you would be scared faster than anyone else at the critical moment. Guangling Douluo said sarcastically, but he made up his mind to reduce his presence in the future. His Highness has become too powerful and they really can't control him. Wang Shenmeng sneaked into the palace smoothly. Not everyone has a clear sword heart like Chen Xin, who can sense his instant. At least the two titled Douluos, Snake Spear and Thorny Pig, and some hidden soul Douluos have no way to find him. When he came to the outside of the Imperial study, he took the opportunity to enter the room when the door was open. The Imperial study is very spacious with soul guide continuously heating, and it is very warm. Qian Ren Yui sat behind the desk concentrating on handling state affairs. Suddenly the pen she was reviewing paused lightly and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Go down, no one is allowed to disturb without my order. Yes. The maid and eunuchs who were waiting on the side bowed and retreated, then closed the door. I knew you had done something to me. When Wang Shenmeng saw her attitude, he knew he should show up, but he really didn't know how she found him. Could it be the induction of the god-level martial spirit? I'm playing tricks. If you want to come openly sneaking around. Are you trying to do something bad? Qian Ren Yui's mouth curled up slightly. She was in a good mood. Her eyes were full of smiles as she looked at the young man who quietly showed up, but she didn't respond to his doubt. I'm thinking about you. You are the Emperor of Tiendu. I am the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Our identities are subtle. If we meet every now and then and we close the door every time, it won't be good if it gets out. Wang Shenmeng walked to Qian Ren Yui carelessly and sat directly on the throne. When she was in Wuhan City, she could sit on the Pope's throne whenever she wanted. Now that she is in Tiendu City, she sits on the Emperor's throne instead. The people around her are different, which feels very exciting. Qian Ren Yui made way to the side and gave half of her seat to Wang Shenmeng. She stared at his face for a moment with her beautiful eyes, and her ears were quietly stained with a hint of red. She didn't mention what happened last night, let alone the so-called punishment. She pouted and said, if you really want to do good for me, just turn me into a queen. The ministers urge me to appoint a queen every day. The memorials to recruit concubines are almost piled up in the hall. What do you say we should do? Wang Shenmeng smelled the fragrance on her body and couldn't help but get closer. If he wasn't staring at Xue Qinghe's face, he would have wanted to hold her hand. This is a problem. Xue Qinghe is already 26 or 27 years old and he still hasn't been close to women. It was okay when he was a prince, but it's not okay when he becomes an emperor. He has to give birth to an heir to the empire. Then I punish you to come up with a perfect solution for me. If you can satisfy me, I will forgive the past and turn a blind eye to it in the future. Just don't bring them to me to make trouble. If you can't think of a good way, Wang Shenmeng saw that Qian Renyui's eyes were not right and he was shocked and said quickly, you are not plotting against me, are you? Qian Renyui's eyes dodged for a moment and said lightly, how can this be called plotting against me? You pushed me to the throne of the emperor and now the ministers are urging me to establish a queen. Who else should I go to if not you? If it were anyone else it might be opposed. If you can't think of a way, then you have to take it on yourself. I reluctantly make you a queen. Impossible. Wang Shenmeng flatly refused. I am a man, how can I be your queen? Qian Renyui said indifferently, aren't you ever changing? If you can become my grandfather to tease me, it must be easy to become a woman, right? In this way we are still a man and a woman and it doesn't affect us at all. Who said it won't affect me? If this gets out, will I still be able to see people? Wang Shenmeng shook his head. This is absolutely impossible. It's okay for you to turn back into a woman. Even if I turn into Shui Qinghe, I can never turn into a woman. Qian Renyui's eyes lit up. That's what you said. I turn back into a girl and you turn into my current Shui Qinghe. This is really an excellent solution. Well, it's a happy decision. Change quickly. With a flash of golden light, Qian Renyui retracted her soul bone skills and returned to her long golden hair, noble and elegant girl image. Her beautiful face made Wang Shenmeng slightly dazed. Among the many women he had seen, only teacher Bibi Dong could match her in temperament and appearance. The others were always a little bit inferior. Qian Renyui looked at Wang Shenmeng's eyes and did not hide his love for her appearance. She felt a little proud. Although she didn't want her lover to only like her appearance, it was still a pleasant thing to attract him. Change quickly, change quickly. I will teach you Shui Qinghe's living habits and some things you need to pay attention to. You will be the emperor of Tiendu Empire in the future and it's time for me to go out and play. Qian Renyui urged, impatient. Wang Shenmeng was dumbfounded, wishing he could open his mouth. Xiao Wuji was obviously waiting here, deliberately inducing him to take the initiative to bring it up, and then she followed up so that he couldn't regret it. It seems that this is her idea. I thought she was generous and didn't object to opening a harem and didn't care about what happened last night. This is not good. Let me be the emperor. I have never been one. If I mess up, you will waste your effort for more than 10 years. Wang Shenmeng wanted to struggle. What's so difficult about this? I will guide you for a while and you won't have any problems after you get started. Didn't you often help the Pope deal with government affairs in Wuhan City? Dealing with state affairs now is also similar and I am watching by the side. What are you afraid of? Qian Renyui didn't have to catch him, so she wouldn't let him go easily. She had to do it today. I work hard in the palace, but he was having fun outside. This was not okay. He had to experience his life. This was called the same heart. By the way, tie him to her and cut off the firewood from the bottom. Let her concubine stay alone in the empty room. Wang Shenmeng was reluctant to change. Qian Renyui's prescience changed. Her expectant eyes gradually dimmed and there was more crystal in her eyes. She smiled sadly. Do you hate me and don't want to stay with me, so you resist so much? If you don't want to see me, just say it directly. I will never force you or pester you. Just think I made a mistake. Anyway, no one has cared about me since I was a child except my grandfather. You all hate me and blame me for not being good enough. No, how could I hate you? I liked you from the first time I saw you. Okay, I'll change. Wang Shenmeng surrendered, thinking in his heart, teacher, I didn't take the initiative to provoke Shue'er. I was forced. She took the initiative to provoke me. This doesn't count as my breaking of promise, right? Isn't it just to be an emperor? Countless people want it but can't get it. Why should I refuse? In a few days I will have 3000 beauties in the harem and I will be the bridegroom every night, 365 days a year, and every night is different. Wang Shenmeng also figured it out. When the continent is unified in the future, he may become a god and he may not have time to be an emperor. It's better to satisfy your desire first. You wish for 3000 harems? Qian Renyui rolled her eyes at him and smiled as if the person who was about to cry and heartbroken just now had nothing to do with her. The smooth and natural transition of emotions had reached the realm of Taoism where there was no trace. Wang Shenmeng secretly admired her acting skills. No wonder she could deceive the entire Tiendu Empire for more than 10 years. He couldn't resist it. The dreamy light flickered in the void. In the blink of an eye, Wang Shenmeng had changed drastically and became exactly the same as Qian Renyui before. Even the clothes on his body were distorted by his mental power, giving people the illusion of changing style and color. Sure enough, it's exactly the same. Even I, if I hadn't seen you change, would have found it difficult to tell the difference just by looking at your appearance. Qian Renyui nodded in satisfaction. This idea had formed in her mind last night. When she saw the flawless transformation of this little bastard, she almost fooled him. The first thing that came to her mind was to capture him back to the palace and make him her queen. This way all her troubles would be solved. It was simply a genius idea. However, considering the man's self-esteem, it was not easy to let him really turn into a woman, so she retreated. Toscondly being his queen is also acceptable. I have a condition. When we are together in private we should use our true appearance. I don't want to be with someone else's face when we are together in private. Qian Renyue agreed. That's exactly what I want. After you become what I was before, just think of yourself as wearing a mask. When there is no one around, take off the mask. She also likes the original face of this little bastard the most. It is pleasing to the eye and makes people happy, but she can't bear to let him always wear someone else's face even if it is her own. Chapter 126 Benefits. Deal with these memorials first. Put aside the ones with questions first. I'll take a nap first. I've been so busy these days that I can't even eat. I sleep 2 or 3 hours every night. Girls don't get enough sleep, which is not good for their skin. Qian Renyue pointed to the pile of memorials on the table that could bury a person and waved her hand to throw them all to Wang Shenmeng. When she thought about the complicated government affairs, she felt happy that someone would finally help her share the burden and free her from the burden. She stretched herself and opened a door on the side, revealing a bedroom with warm and simple decoration. I'm going in to take a nap. You are not allowed to be lazy or do bad things secretly. Qian Renyue reminded him worriedly. She knew that men were not honest. It was okay for them to be lazy. If they took advantage of her while she was asleep, it would be a big loss. What do you think of me as? Am I that kind of person? Wang Shenmeng glared at her dissatisfiedly, thinking that it was already afternoon and she was still taking a nap. It was obviously exploiting herself. The key point was that she didn't give any benefit. She didn't even hold her hand until now. She was like a thief when she was sleeping. The capitalists would cry when they saw her. Yes, you are not that kind of person. You are that kind of person. Qian Renyue coquettishly rolled her eyes at Wang Shenmeng, then flashed into the small bedroom, then locked the door tightly and reinforced it with a special soul guide, and then lay on the bed with ease and took a nap happily. Well, the afternoon nap is called a nap, nothing wrong with it. Wang Shenmeng stared at the memorials that were taller than a person in a daze. After a long time he opened the top volume, which asked Qian Renyue to quickly establish a queen. Such rubbish memorials should be thrown directly into the trash can. Wang Shenmeng threw 7 or 8 in a row, and finally there was a memorial that talked about the real business, which was about how to punish Xuebeng and Ji Long. Xuebeng participated in the regicide and patricide, and the end would definitely be death, and there would be no possibility of forgiveness. As for Marshal Ji Long, his family has a great influence in the Tiendu Empire, and its power is spread throughout the Imperial army. Even the emperor is afraid of him, but that's all. Ordinary armies in this world cannot be underestimated, but the strong can play a greater role. Therefore Wang Shenmeng was too lazy to pretend to be polite. He picked up the red pen and wrote the word kill on the memorial and just hastily executed the marshal of a country. As for the chaos caused by this, Wang Shenmeng didn't care at all. With the open support of the 7 treasures Glaze sect and his own secret support, plus the power controlled by Qian Renyue, the Tiendu Empire could not turn the world upside down. It was just the right opportunity to carry out a systematic purge and sort out the empire from top to bottom, which would not only consolidate the throne but also place more people from the Wuhan Hall. When it came to handling state affairs, Wang Shenmeng was really good. When he was in Wuhan City, he also made many decisions on behalf of the Pope. The strong mental power can keep him energetic and sharp at all times, and his thinking is far beyond that of ordinary people. Coupled with the knowledge from his previous life, reviewing memorials is not a piece of cake, but most things are not difficult for him. What really consumes energy is a lot of internal information of the Tiendu Empire. After all, his understanding of the Tiendu Empire is superficial. When dealing with specific affairs, he needs to check a lot of information. Fortunately, there are a lot of secret information hidden in the Imperial study, which is specially for the Emperor to check at any time without him having to look elsewhere. The government affairs of a country are extremely cumbersome. Now is the time when the old and the new are replaced and undercurrents are surging. All kinds of memorials are flying to the Imperial Palace like snow, and the speed of review is not increasing. Wang Shenmeng finally experienced Qian Renyue's emperor life, but there was really nothing to do. Anyway, he was far less free than him. He couldn't understand why Emperor Shuya was still clinging to power and was reluctant to let go when he was about to die. He waited until the light came on, but Qian Renyue was still sleeping in. She really treated him like a beast of burden. Wang Shenmeng looked at the sky and planned to leave. There was still a Duguyan at home waiting for him to save her. He couldn't hang on to this tree, but before leaving he had to collect some benefits to reward himself for his hard work for 5 or si hours. Bang! Xiao Wuji, get up. If you don't get up, I'll come in. No, I still want to sleep. Don't disturb me. Continue to review the memorials for me. Don't stop until you finish reviewing them. If you are tired tired, lie on the table and sleep for 5 minutes. Continue tomorrow. Don't be lazy or I will lock you up in the small dark room. Wang Shenmeng couldn't bear it anymore, so he broke into the door and planned to wake him up. Of course the small door couldn't stop him. Even if there was a soul guide to reinforce it, it was useless. He easily opened the lock by using the method of controlling object with mental power. The moment he opened the door, the scene he saw made his nose bleed. Then there was a scream in his ear and then a pillow hit him in the face. He subconsciously hugged her. The soft touch, the refreshing fragrance and the remaining warm body temperature made him excited. His spirits lifted, his eyes flashed. Asshole, who let you in? Get out now. The shy and angry cry, accompanied by a long beautiful leg tucked into the pillow, swept him out directly. The door slammed shut again. Wang Shenmeng was secretly disappointed that he could not see more beautiful scenery, but he also knew that he could not continue to provoke Xiao Shue'er. If the other party got angry, there might be some trap waiting for him to jump. Well, I have almost reviewed the memorials on the table. You have time to take a rough look. Put aside the few controversial ones and deal with them yourself. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. Wang Shenmeng slipped away directly after saying that. If you can't afford to provoke him, you can afford to hide. Xiao Shue'er wants to exploit him like a slave, but it's not that easy. If you don't give benefits and want people to work like cows and horses, don't blame him for quitting and running away. Hey, don't go. Little bastard, come back here. The door opened with a whir and Qian Ranyue, dressed neatly, ran out in a hurry. There was no one in the Imperial study room. You ran pretty fast. Qian Ranyue clenched her fist and wanted to hit someone. Just now I was taken advantage of. I don't know how much the little bad guy saw, but he ran away with a guilty conscience. He must have taken a big advantage. Qian Ranyue's pretty face was a little embarrassed and her heart was filled with strange feelings. She walked to the throne and sat down. Seeing that the pile of memorials before going to bed had been almost processed, she smiled and felt a little sweet in her heart. It feels so good to have someone to share the burden. She leaned comfortably on the soft backrest of the chair and casually flipped through a memorial to read. She also had to be clear about it, but she didn't have to think about it herself, nor did she have to review it herself. Just reading it once was much easier. With her ability to read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything she saw, she finished reading it in a short time. Wang Shenmeng reviewed the memorials with a simple and rough style. He handled the problems with fewer scruples and had a sense of decisiveness. Not bad. Qian Ranyue nodded with satisfaction. The little bad guy finally didn't do things perfunctorily or lazily and handled the affairs very insightfully. Although there were some differences between her style and hers, they were generally on the same channel, which was rare. Chapter 127, Duguyan's Inner World. Wang Shenmeng came back from the palace and it was already dark. The lights were on in the room and Zhu Zuyun, Duguyan and other women were chatting awkwardly. It was mainly Zhu Zuyun and Duguyan who were talking. Zhu Zuqing was listening and Xiao Wu occasionally interrupted. Alas, I don't know what His Highness has been doing. He hasn't come back yet so late. Without Wang Shenmeng, the girls always felt something was missing in their heart. They kept thinking about him. Even when they chatted, they would talk about him after a few words. The topic basically revolved around him. Maybe there is something important to deal with. Zhu Zuyun's eyes were erratic. She instinctively thought of Shue'er, who came last night. Her intuition told her that His Highness must have gone to find that Shue'er. There was no way. The woman and His Highness were a couple personally decided by the high-level officials of the Spirit Hall. It was easy to imagine that the woman had an unusual status in the Spirit Hall. She was already a Soul Emperor at such a young age. Could it be a member of the legendary Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall? As the legitimate daughter of the Grand Duke of the Netherworld of the Xingluo Empire, Zhu Zuyun was well informed and had a certain understanding of the major forces. Although he didn't know the specific members of the most powerful Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall, he knew they is. If Shue'er is really a member of the Golden Generation, it will be a huge blow to all the young geniuses on the continent, because in 2 or 3 years the pan-continental high-level Soul Master competition will begin. With such a Soul Emperor, what will others do? She felt very pressured when she thought that His Highness was going to let them form a team to participate. Their small team has not yet completed its members. Among the 4 people who have gathered, she has the highest soul power level and is the only Soul Master. The remaining 3 people, Duguyan is a Soul Master of level 35, Zhu Zuqing is a Great Soul Master of level 25 and Xiao Wu is a Great Soul Master of level 27. Even after a few years, their strength is not enough, let alone they can't beat the Xingluo royal team, and the more they don't know where His Highness plans to find the remaining members. Just when the women were absent-minded looking at the door, frequently waiting for someone to come back, someone finally appeared. Your Highness. Several women stood up at the same time and their originally listless appearance suddenly became energetic. Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing came forward from the left and right, each holding one hand, and welcomed Wang Shenmeng in. I came back a little late and something delayed me. Have you eaten? eaten? I have. Has your highness eaten? If not, I'll have someone prepare it. Zhu Ziyun is now playing the role of the hostess in his room. Most of the people in the spirit hall can be commanded by her, which is much more glorious than her position in the Nether Grand Duke's mansion. After all, the strength of the Nether Grand Duke's mansion, strictly speaking, may not be comparable to this spirit branch hall. She herself is just a lady, and there are many elders and clan elders above her, and it is not her turn to give orders. I have eaten too. He has been the emperor for an afternoon. How could he, the ruler of a country, not even have dinner? Although it was eaten in the Imperial study, the dinner was still very sumptuous. The cooking skills in the Imperial kitchen were definitely the best on the continent. All of them were carefully selected plant-type soul masters or strategically selected spirit masters. It's not very useful, but the taste is absolutely impeccable. In terms of extravagant life, the aristocracy of the empire enjoys much more than the people of the spirit hall. Then I will help His Highness bathe. Zhu Ziyun blushed and whispered, then entered the bathroom and began to fill the bathtub with water. Shameless. Dugu Yan covered her face and secretly peeked through her fingers. She saw Zhu Ziyun and Wang Shenmeng enter the bathroom together, and then the door was closed. The sound of water was heard and there were faint voices. She had never seen such a scene before, and she was so embarrassed. Although she secretly cursed Zhu Ziyun, she was also very flustered in her heart. She couldn't run away. Wang Shenmeng had been accustomed to the corrupt life of having clothes and food provided for him. He was really not used to having no one to help rub his back when taking a bath. Of course, it must be a beautiful woman. Men should stay away from her. Those who are not good looking should not get close to her. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his greed for enjoyment. He worked so hard to cultivate and change his fate, and he worked so hard to get out of the bottom of society. Wasn't it for a good life? He didn't steal or rob, and he didn't force others. He was blameless in law and morality, and he felt at ease. He took a bath for more than an hour, and he took a bath again before coming out. It was tiring to take a bath. He sweated while taking a bath, especially Zhu Ziyun, in order to make Wang Shenmeng comfortable and enjoyable. His face was flushed, his whole body was weak, he was panting, his legs were weak, and he was half hanging on him. I'm going to sleep first. I've been walking around for several hours in the afternoon. I'm tired. After coming out facing the strange eyes of the three women, Zhu Ziyun's face became even redder. He didn't dare to look at them and ran directly to the room to rest. Before leaving, he explained something that was even more obvious. Well, it's late, let's all rest. Wang Shenmeng was thick-skinned and didn't take it seriously. Besides, everyone in the room was his own, and he would have to treat her the same as Zhu Ziyun sooner or later. I'm going to sleep. Zhu Zuking was the first to respond. Although it was just getting dark, His Highness said it was late, so let's just treat it as late and go to bed early. She was also tired. She had lost blood and chi last night. Although she later supplemented with better nutritional essence, she spent too much time shopping in the afternoon, which affected the recovery of her wounds, and she had to rest more. Then I'll sleep too. It's boring anyway. Xiao Wu was not injured, but she was in a bad mood. She wanted to sleep to forget her trouble. They had taken a shower after shopping and went straight into the bedroom. Well, I'm going to sleep too. See you tomorrow. Suddenly only Wang Shenmeng and Dugu Yan were left. They had already confirmed their relationship, so the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Dugu Yan lowered her head in panic and turned to run away. Wait, Yin Yan, I'm going to help you practice the 9 transformations of dragon and snake. Let's start later. Oh. Dugu Yan followed Wang Shenmeng mechanically into her bedroom. Her heart was in a mess and her head was dizzy. Lie down on the bed. The gentle voice had some magical power which made people do what he said involuntarily. Dugu Yan took off her coat stiffly, leaving only her pajamas, and lay down on the bed obediently. Wang Shenmeng also fell beside her. Feeling the body temperature of the man net to her and the pleasant and intoxicating smell, Dugu Yan trembled and said, Your Highness, is this too fast? They just confirmed their relationship today and tonight. It's not that she doesn't want to, but she always feels unreal. In fact, she still wants to get to know each other better first, and then it will come naturally when the feelings are strong. Don't think too much. I'm helping you practice. Wang Shenmeng rolled his eyes. What was this young lady thinking about? Was he so impatient? Good food is never too late. There is still a long time to come. After taking a bath for more than an hour, he felt refreshed. At this moment he dared not say that he was comparable to a saint, but he could indeed remain calm. Wang Shenmeng lay beside Dugu Yan and closed his eyes. The powerful power of fantasy filled the room, and then Dugu Yan fell asleep involuntarily. Wang Shenmeng turned into a dream butterfly and directly entered Dugu Yan's spiritual world. The first thing he saw was a small green snake hissing, but it did not attack him but showed a little closeness. This is Dugu Yan's martial soul. The spiritual world is a reflection of the master's true thought. Even the thoughts that he could not perceive in his subconscious mind can be clearly presented here, as well as many thoughts that he could not perceive and swirled up and down, which were all opposed. The spiritual world and the soul have a mysterious connection. The origin of the martial soul is presented here. fire. Influenced by the true thoughts of the master, the origin of Duguyan's martial soul has no hostility to Wang Shenmeng but is intimately entangled with him. Wang Shenmeng took the green-scaled snake directly to the deepest part of Duguyan's heart city. Here there is an identical Duguyan who is the projection of her own heart. Your Highness. Duguyan seemed to be dreaming. Seeing Wang Shenmeng here, she would not think about the cause and effect but would only follow her instincts and feel joy and satisfaction. Yan, I will help you practice. Don't ask anything, just do what I say. Duguyan nodded without hesitation. Okay, I will listen. Wang Shenmeng waved his hand and the green-scaled snake wrapped around him was directly thrown into Duguyan's body. In the spiritual world everything is possible, so-called all things are created by the mind. Duguyan turned into a green-scaled snake just like the spirit's true body. This is impossible to do in the outside world. Only when the spiritual world is freed from the shackles of the physical body can one do whatever one wants. Okay, let's start now. Practice solve the problem directly from the source. Wang Shenmeng immediately began to instruct Duguyan on how to practice in the spiritual world. Chapter 128 Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. A good night. When I woke up the net day there was no one around me. Duguyan felt lost thinking back to the experience in the dream last night, which seemed like a real experience, and the memory was extremely clear. But it was obviously just a dream. But it was not just a dream. Duguyan sat up from the bed, carefully sensed his own situation and was surprised to find that the backlash of the snake venom was indeed lighter and his soul power increased a little and he was about to break through the bottleneck of level 36. How magical! Duguyan couldn't help but recall the experience of practicing secret methods in her dream last night. It was actually possible to do this. How many mysterious places are there in His Highness? At this moment in Duguyan's eyes, Wang Shenmeng became a treasure boy waiting for her to slowly discover various surprises. When she came out of the room the others had already gotten up. Duguyan was a little embarrassed. She slept in on the first day, which made her seem very lazy. It was really because she had not slept well before. Although she was dreaming most of the time last night, she slept more deeply than ever afterwards, as if she was enveloped by a peaceful aura and the whole person returned to a relaxed and natural state. Go wash up quickly and go find your grandfather after dinner and let him take us to his treasure land. Oh, okay. Duguyan hurried to the bathroom, washed up, had a simple breakfast and then took everyone on the road. This time the girls still didn't follow them. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were not friendly to low-level soul masters. They couldn't get close to them, so they might as well stay at home to practice. Dugubo was practicing Dragon Snake 9 transformations wholeheartedly in the mansion. In just one day his companion looked better, which showed that the secret method was already working. Your Highness, the hot spring is in the Sunset Forest not far from Tiendu city. At our speed it won't take long to get there. Then let go. Wang Shenmeng did not intend to delay any longer. After he retrieved the immortal grass he would start to train his own woman. There were still 2 or 3 years before the pan-continental high-level soul master competition. If they wanted to replace the good results in the competition or even win the championship with their current strength, they were far from it. The few of them immediately flew towards the Sunset Forest. Title Douluo could already fly in the air for a long time with soul power. This time Wang Shenmeng was followed by Guangling Douluo and Qingluan Douluo, a pair of 2 generals. As for Ling Yuan Douluo, of course he was left to watch the house. Although Wang Shenmeng was not a title Douluo, he was a flying soul master. Whether it was speed or endurance, he was faster than a title Douluo. Not long after, the 4 of them arrived near the yin-yang eye of ice and fire and landed on a mountain peak. Qingluan Douluo's eyes lit up. What a hot spring treasure land! Looking down from the mountain, there was actually an inverted cone-shaped valley in front of them. The top of the mountain where they were was the edge of the valley. Thick hot air rose from the valley. The hot air was very humid and had a bit of the unique smell of sulfur. Wang Shenmeng nodded secretly. The hot spring itself was not suitable for nourishing plants because it contained too many minerals, but some special plants are different. What they need is the minerals and heat in the hot spring. Many kinds of highly poisonous plants are like this. Follow me, 3 of you. Dugubo stretched out his body and jumped directly from the bottomless mountain in front of him. Due to the thick fog and the steepness of the cliff, Dugubo's figure disappeared in the mist in just a blink of an eye. Let go. The 3 of them jumped down without any hesitation. A moment later the 4 of them landed in the valley. The hot spring in the valley in front of them was different from ordinary hot springs. The hot spring area was not large, but it was divided into 2 parts. In the oval pool the colors of the hot spring water were milky white and vermilion respectively. What was even more bizarre was that although they were in the same pool, they were clearly separated, did not invade each other and always stayed on their own side. The rolling steam was generated by the position between the 2 hot springs, rising continuously until it slowly dissipated at the mountain pass. This is the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, one of the 3 treasure pots recorded in Xiantian Bailu. It really took took away the fortune of heaven and earth. Wang Shenmeng was also attracted by this magical hot spring and was full of admiration. This so-called cornucopia of course does not refer to yellow and white things but a cornucopia for medicine and also 3 special natural environment. In the environment of the 3 cornucopias ordinary plants cannot grow at all because ordinary plants cannot adapt to the special climate, but the 3 cornucopias are the derivatives of all precious plant. Moreover, it will shorten the growth time of these rare plants by 10 times. In short, if a Ganoderma lucidum grows in the 3 any place in the treasure basin will have the effect of a 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum after 10 years. The 3 treasure basins have unique conditions. They are the best in the world and the place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers. Wang Shenmeng felt the impact of the extremely cold and hot air which made him feel a little uncomfortable. However, ordinary low-level soul masters would implode and die soon after arriving here. Of course, Wang Shenmeng didn't care about the yin and yang conflict. He had absorbed the soul ring of the royal moth yin and yang butterfly and his body was full of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. This ice and fire power was only good for him. In addition, extreme cold and extreme heat are also of great benefit to people like Douluo who are full of poison. Extreme heat and extreme cold have a restraining effect on poison, and the place where the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is located has an extremely strong restraint on poison. With the suppression of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Douluo's body can always suppress the poison in his body from attacking, otherwise he would have died long ago. It's really a good place, but it seems to be useless for us. Wangling Douluo commented. He didn't recognize the various top-grade medicinal herb and immortal herbs scattered around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Wang Shenmeng smiled, observed everywhere around and compared them with the records in the Xiantian treasure record one by one, and soon saw more than one immortal herb, fragrant and beautiful fairy product, 8-angled black ice grass, fiery apricot, delicate vegetables, black jade, divine bamboo, earth dragon, golden melon, feeny coxcomb, sunflower, wonderful mushroom, chrysanthemum. All the well-known fairy product and treasures appeared in the field of vision just like those recorded in Xiantian Bailu. Wang Shenmeng did not rush to pick the herb. A blue light flashed in his hand and a golden-edged blue-silver grass appeared in his hand. Is this blue-silver emperor? Wangling Douluo looked at the blue-silver grass with a little surprise. Compared with more than a month ago, it has changed a lot. It is not only much thicker but also has a stronger breath of life. It is indeed blue-silver emperor. Wang Shenmeng gently stroked the branches and leaves of blue-silver emperor, soothing her emotions, and then found the best place to plant her. But the branches of blue-silver emperor tightly wrapped around his thighs, not letting him leave. Wang Shenmeng said gently, this place is very suitable for your growth. After I pick other herbs you will grow faster. It won't be long before you can transform again. A yin still pestered him. After he continued to water her during this period, a yin recovered quickly and developed an instinctive dependence on him, just like vines longing to cling to trees. A yin also regarded him as a tree to cling to. Okay, I won't leave. Wait until I revive you and take you with me. Wang Shenmeng felt a yin's hesitation and dependence and immediately decided to change his mind of planting a yin here for a while. The method is of course very simple. With the energy that can be absorbed by a yin in large quantities around here, as well as many herbs plus Wang Shenmen's endless soul skills, she can be resurrected and transformed again soon. It's just that the time is shortened and some herbs will be wasted, but the value of top-grade herbs is not that great as long as they are not fairy herbs. This is. Douluo's eyes were wide open. What the hell? He actually felt the life fluctuations on this blue-silver grass. This was not the life fluctuations of plants without intelligence, but the breath of intelligent creatures. Soul beast? An absurd idea arose in his mind. Wang Shenmeng said, this is the 100,000-year-old soul beast blue-silver emperor. Brother Douluo should have heard about what happened more than 10 years ago, right? Douluo's eyes widened. Tang Hao's wife? She will be my wife soon. Wang Shenmeng thought to himself that he had worked hard to save A Yin and showed her Tang Hao's black material, but it was not for the reunion of Tang Hao and his wife. The first step to attack Tang San is to start by becoming his fake father. Isn't it beautiful? She used to be Tang Hao's wife, but she has nothing to do with Tang Hao in her new life. Wang Shenmeng simply recounted the disgusting things Tang Hao had done, and more importantly, it aroused A Yin's hatred again. She was deceived by Tang Hao and lost everything. Even her son was replaced by a person of unknown origin. Her love for the father and son had already turned into hatred. Tang Hao actually did such a beastly thing. Ba shitty Haoshan Douluo, just a shameless villain. Douluo was also shocked. He didn't expect that the famous Haoshan Douluo, who looked like a man of great stature, was actually such a sinister and despicable villain. He shouted, good guy, you can't judge a person by appearance. Just like you, brother Douluo, people are afraid of you and think you are cruel and ruthless, but people who know you know that you are a person of temperament. People on the ground are loyal to each other, which is exactly the opposite of Tang Hao. Although Wang Shenmeng married Dugu Yan, he didn't change his mouth to call Dugu Bo grandpa. They were friends with each other. Dugu Bo stroked his beard proudly. These words really touched his heart. In his life he clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. He was sincere to those he liked, but he didn't even look at those he hated. He thought that although he was not a heroic figure, he was worthy of being called a man. Brother Dugu, you are guarding a treasure mountain without knowing it. There are so many good things in the eyes of the two yin and yang of ice and fire. Wang Shenmeng comforted a yin and began to pick fairy grass. There were dozens of them, each of which was unique and had the effect of turning decay into magic. Unfortunately, most of them did not actually have such a big effect on Wang Shenmeng. He was not only a god-level martial soul but also a diagonal warrior. His foundation was extremely solid and his cultivation speed was unprecedented. Fairy grass could only play a role of icing on the cake. However, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. If you take two of them casually, it would be easy to rush to Seoul Douluo without saying anything else. Good stuff? What good stuff? Is this place called Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire? Dugu Bo was confused. He was very familiar with this place. Apart from some poisonous plants that he dared not touch, there was really no found some treasure. Qingluan Duzuo and Guangling Douluo were also full of doubt. They also found treasures. I will tell you slowly. This place, the treasures inside if spread out will be enough to cause the mainland to go crazy. Wang Shenmeng began to pick the immortal herbs one by one according to the method recorded in Xiantian Bailu. In his dream town, the elements of yin and yang and the 5 elements are complete, which can preserve these herbs for a long time. Although they will not continue to grow, they will not die after picking, or the medicinal effect will be lost. Others are easy to say, only acacia heartbroken red, he can't pick it. This immortal product is very evil, almost like a spirit. It can be regarded as the best of all immortal product. It can be called the king of divine treasures. Its white has a few pieces of amazing blood color, which is said to come from a sad love story. It is an extraordinary product. It chooses its owner. When picking it, you need to think of your beloved one. Be sincere and sprinkle your own blood on the petal. You cannot be indecisive. Once you pick it, as long as it is by its owner's side, it will never wither. If you are indecisive, even if you vomit blood and die, you can't pick it. Wang Shenmeng knew that he would never be able to pick the acacia heartbroken red without trying, so he decided not to go and make trouble. Acacia heartbroken red grows on the Wuju stone. If it is forcibly destroyed, the acacia heartbroken red will also lose its medicinal properties. But this did not bother Wang Shenmeng. He directly moved the stone away. Are these immortal herbs really so magical? After listening to Wang Shenmeng's storytelling description of the effects of some immortal herbs, the 3 of them were a little unbelievable. Is there really such a heaven-defying thing in the world? Why have they never heard of it? Of course it's so magical. In our spirit hall, Ju Douluo's spirit is the Qirong Tongtianjia, one of the immortal herb. It's this one. Wang Shenmeng held a golden chrysanthemum in his hand. When everyone looked carefully, they found that it was exactly the same as Ju Douluo's spirit. Ju Douluo is good at playing with herb and has some knowledge of immortal treasures. If he were here, he would have recognized it long ago. Dugu Bo said in annoyance, I am really blind. I have a mountain of treasures but live like a beggar. Your Highness is knowledgeable and recognized these immortal herbs at a glance. He didn't have anything to regret. For him, the secret method of the dragon and snake 9 transformations was far more meaningful than these immortal herbs. After all, although the immortal herbs were good, they might not be useful to him. Even if they were useful, they might not be able to transform him. Besides, His Highness the Holy Son was not an outsider. He was his grandson-in-law. Giving these treasures to his grandson-in-law would also keep the wealth within the family. Thinking of this, he suddenly understood. Chapter 129. Yin. It took Wang Shenmeng half a day to pick all the immortal herbs in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. He also picked a lot of top-quality herb. Although these herbs are far inferior to immortal herb, they are rare. After taking them, they are also very beneficial to soul masters. You guys step aside first. I want to revive the Blue Silver Emperor. Okay. Although they wanted to watch the resurrection process with their own eyes, the 3 Guangling Douluo still honestly withdrew from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Endless life. Wang Shenmeng opened the 5th soul ring this time with all his strength and manipulated the energy and substances in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire that were beneficial to plants and infused them all into Yin's body. At the same time, the essence of many herbs with powerful vitality was extracted and input into the Blue Silver Emperor. Along with this process, the Blue Silver Emperor was also rapidly growing, and the breath of life on its body became more and more intense and finally turned into a blue grass like a towering tree. At a certain moment, the blue light flashed violently and then the blue-silver grass disappeared. A very beautiful woman without clothes appeared in its place. On her soft face there was a trace of joy of new life. Her eyes like a deer turned around. After seeing Wang Shenmeng, she quickly rushed over silver and wrapped her limbs around him still like a branch in the beautification form. A yin? Yes, your highness, I am a yin. The blue silver emperor usually follows Wang Shenmeng. Although she can't speak, she can clearly perceive everything that happens outside unless Wang Shenmeng actively blocks it. Now she also calls Wang Shenmeng your highness like Zhu Zuyun and other women. When she smells the good smell on him, she feels at ease and attached. Let's go, I'll take you swimming. Wang Shenmeng hugged a yin and jumped directly into the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. The two energies of extreme cold and extreme heat rushed from all directions. If it were an ordinary soul master, whether it was a hot current or a cold current, it would be a fatal threat. However, Wang Shenmen's body was full of yin and yang, and the five elements were circulating. He absorbed the extreme cold and heat into his body while removing impurities from his body, and using the power of ice and fire to refine his body, he slowly introduced the power of yin and yang into the dreamland. This was the energy generated by the body of the ice and fire dragon king, which was of extremely high quality. It had entered the dreamland, and the yin and yang power inside immediately began to grow. The originally illusory realm gradually showed signs of separation between clear and turbid, with yang as the sky and yin as the earth, and it was manifested from illusion to reality. While Wang Shenmeng absorbed the remaining power of the dragon king in the yin and yang eyes of ice and fire, he swam in the hot spring while Ah Yin played around him like a mermaid. Ah Yin's body was a plant, and the energy in the yin and yang eyes of ice and fire was very good for her. Moreover, during the process of rebirth, she absorbed the energy in the hot spring, and now she would not be harmed in the hot spring. After playing enough, the yin and yang power in the dreamland gradually became saturated, and Wang Shenmen's soul power was unconsciously raised to level 80, and Ah Yin's strength also recovered a little. Soul power increased by 2 levels. This is really a treasure land. Wang Shenmeng was very happy. Not only did his dreamland achieve a qualitative improvement, but even Ah Yin also benefited greatly. It can be imagined that Ah Yin would often practice in the hot springs in the future, and her recovery speed would be very fast. It would not take a few years to recover all her cultivation. Ah Yin. Wang Shenmeng hugged the mature girl from behind. In order to avoid more trouble, he decided to have her as soon as possible. Yet, Ah Yin's face flushed due to the heat of the hot springs, and she lowered her head shyly. Everything was self-evident. The red hot spring water covered the bright red, but it was still seen by Wang Shenmeng, who was sensitive to perception. Ian Yu. Facing his surprised eyes, Ian frowned slightly, half in pain and half in pleasure, and said shyly, I have a new body after I transformed again, and it has nothing to do with the past. Okay, be my woman in the future. I will protect you and won't let you get hurt again. Wang Shenmeng had some obstacles in his heart to attack the rabbit spirit, but he had no worries about attacking the grass. He was originally a person who cherished grass and couldn't bear to see the grass wither, so he had to pick them in their most beautiful and brilliant season. When it was getting dark, Wang Shenmeng took Ian out of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and then took out the stored clothes from the storage ring, including underwear and outerwear, and put them on Ian one by one. Ian enjoyed his service with a happy face. She lived a new life. In addition to joy, she also had resentment towards Tang Hao and hatred towards Tang San. Devoting herself to Wang Shenmeng, in addition to having him in her heart, she also had the thought of revenge. Tang Hao, you didn't cherish me. You cheated me for soul rings and soul bone. Now there is a man who is 10 times better than you and is willing to treat me as a treasure. I will love him wholeheartedly. Tang Hao, I will make you regret treating me like that. A yin lay in Wang Shenmen's arms with a hint of coldness flashing quietly under her moist and charming eyes. At the moment when a yin was resurrected, countless blue-silver grasses on Douluo continent felt the breath of the emperor and cheered instinctively. In a distant place, the blue-silver king, who turned into an ancient tree, shed excited tears. Great Majesty, I finally feel your breath of life again. We have lost our mother for too long and finally waited for you to return again. And the blue-silver grass near the yin-yang eye of ice and fire seemed to have evolved, all growing vigorously, and the breath of life was awakened by the blue-silver emperor evolving towards soul bees. This is outside the valley. The 3 titled Douluo sitting bored on the stone slabs were all shocked by this scene. Blue-silver emperor is resurrected. Qinglu and Douluo sighed. Your highness, you really have the power to bring the dead back to life. Dugabo sighed. In the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Wang Shenmeng took out a fairy grass. It was a black bamboo like jade but with limb. This is the fairy grass, black jade divine bamboo, which is very suitable for you. After you absorb it, the blue-silver emperor martial spirit will have strong and solid properties. In the future it can be hard or soft attack or control. The martial spirit will definitely not be weaker than the clear sky hammer. I'll give it to me. Ah Yin was a little surprised. Of course you are mine. How can I be reluctant to give up a fairy grass? Take it quickly. Your highness. Ah Yin kissed Wang Shenmeng on the face, sat aside, took the black jade divine bamboo, and the aura on his body gradually changed. Wang Shenmeng watched Ah Yin's changes but was thinking in his heart that the Xiantian treasure record record only recorded a part of the immortal grass. After all, they were two completely different worlds, so some differences were normal. For example, the Xiantian treasure record did not record the black jade divine bamboo, otherwise Tang San would never let it go in the original work. After a while, Yin finally absorbed the black jade divine bamboo and her aura increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye she was about to break through the bottleneck of level 10. Wait, Wang Shenmeng suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked Yin to pause the upgrade. Then he took out a bow and opened it, revealing a piece of blue soul bone. This is the right leg bone of the blue silver emperor. Yin recognized the soul bone that plotted from her body at a glance. Wang Shenmeng said the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old blue silver emperor was originally yours and it fits you best. After you absorb it, the effect is also the best. Now I give it back to you. Yes. Yin took the right leg bone and was moved. This is a 100,000-year soul bone, enough to make a titled Douluo break his head, but His Highness gave it to me without hesitation. Compared with Tang Hao, who carefully planned his soul ring, this is the man who is most worthy of trust. Yin immediately began to absorb the soul bone. This was originally plotted from her body, so it was not difficult to absorb it. This soul bone has two soul skills, one is flying and the other is wildfire, can't be blown away, spring breeze blows again, which is a powerful blood recovery soul skill. These two soul skills are useless to Wang Shenmeng, but they are very rare for other soul masters. They are both life-saving skills and can also allow non-flying soul masters to have the same ability as flying soul masters, which is much better than the titled Douluo controlling soul power to forcibly fly in the air. After absorbing the black jade divine bamboo, Yin absorbed the 100,000-year soul bone. The soul power accumulated in her body is already very huge and her physical fitness has also improved significantly. She does not need to hunt soul beast to obtain soul rings. As a transformed soul beast, she can condense the most suitable soul ring by herself before level 70. And the black jade bamboo also has the effect of condensing soul rings. The color of Yin's first soul ring continued to darken and it stopped when it was close to purple. It was estimated to be at least 800 years. Soon her soul power increased rapidly again. In a short period of time it soared to level 20. The second soul ring was condensed again and it reached 2000 years without any surprise. Then Yin's soul power was still rising. The energy in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire was continuously absorbed by her. After taking the black jade divine bamboo, her affinity with the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire was improved again and she could absorb the energy and substances of the beneficial plants in it more efficiently. It was not until the third 5000-year soul ring was condensed and the soul power increased to level 33 that Yin stopped upgrading. Even so, Wang Shenmeng shouted that he was cheating. Even he had never upgraded so crazily. At most he upgraded from level 20 to level 30 in a short period of time, but Yin started from scratch. However, considering that Yin was just restoring her strength, as long as she had enough energy, he was relieved again. Yin, what are the first three soul skills? Yin said, my blue silver emperor martial soul, after absorbing the black jade divine bamboo, has the attributes of hardness and firmness and its vitality has been further improved. Now it can be hard or soft and has become a top martial soul that combines strong attack and control. Therefore my first three soul skills are all passive stacking amplification. The first three soul skills add up to 900% amplification of attack, toughness, firmness and life respectively. Yes. Wang Shenmeng took a breath of cold air. Amplification of 900%, what a terrifying concept. Even he felt numb when he heard it. Yin, try to attack me. I want to see what level you can reach after amplification of 900% without other soul skills. Okay. A blue silver grass appeared in Yin's hand. Compared with the original, the blue silver grass now has an extra layer of jade-like ink color. Between the swaying branches and leaves you can clearly feel the strength, and the breath of life has also been greatly improved. The first soul skill is the indestructible blue silver emperor, the second soul skill is the immortal blue silver emperor, and the third soul skill is the indestructible blue. The three soul rings lit up one after another and Yin's aura became higher and higher. The blue silver emperor martial soul in his hand shook in the wind and turned into a 2-meter long spear. The spear head was as black as ink and as sharp as a sword. The spear shaft was as blue as jade and as agile as a dragon, exuding a heart-pounding aura. This is the masculine form of the martial soul named Mou blue silver spear. Your Highness, I stab you. Come on. Yin's hand shook and the black spear head pierced Wang Shenmeng with a whoosh. Unfortunately it only pierced the clothes, leaving only a tiny red mark on the jade-like skin inside. Very good enough to injure the soul sect and even threaten the soul king. When there are powerful offensive soul skills, even the soul king will have to be careful. Try another form. After receiving the affirmation and praise, Yin smiled and shook his wrist. The black jade blue silver spear turned into a blue silver grass grass form growing wildly and instantly entangled Wang Shenmeng tightly. Lan Yan entanglement. This move is familiar to me. Wang Shenmeng struggled with the power of the soul sect, but he didn't break free at once, so he continued to increase his strength until he reached the strength of the high-level soul sect, and then he broke free from Ayan's entanglement. Very good, you are only level 33 soul master. If you don't use soul skills you can even sweep the soul lord. Moreover, the Te tour of the black jade bamboo is like gold, jade, iron and stone, and it is not afraid of fire, which makes up for the biggest shortcoming of the blue silver grass. Ayan, my team will rely on you to take the lead in the future. In the future I will play with your fake son Tang San. Then I will teach that rebellious son a lesson. A trace of hatred flashed in Ayan's eyes. I won't let him go. Well, it's late today, let's go back first and practice tomorrow. Well, Ayan had a gentle face and hugged Wang Shenmeng's arm obediently. Wang Shenmeng also hugged Ayan's slender waist tightly and flew out of the valley. The three Douluo saw that there was a beautiful and gentle woman. How could they not know that he was the 100,000-year soul beast blue silver emperor? Seeing the intimacy of the two, the three Douluo were numb. His Highness has gone from being self-destructive to being so hungry that he dares to kill even soul beasts. How mad is he? However, the three of them didn't say anything. It was just a soul beast. It was her luck that His Highness liked her. Strictly speaking, following His Highness was equivalent to getting a talisman. From now on she didn't have to worry about being beaten by everyone. She could live in the human world openly and boldly. How rare is this for a transformed soul beast, Your Majesty? Ayan also knew the identities of these three people. If it were her last life she would not dare to approach them at all and would have run away from them. But now she is not afraid anymore. She dares to greet them openly, which makes her feel like a surf rising up and singing. She glanced at the man beside her and hugged his arm more tightly, like a silk vine entwined with a tree. While Wang Shenmeng and Ayan were playing in the water far away in Fasno province in the cave where Ayan was buried, Tang Hao stared at the bare mound with a dull face. His lover Ayan had disappeared. Ayan! A crazy roar came from under the waterfall like a night owl, shaking the entire mountain and reverberating, scaring away countless birds and bees. Chapter 130, Distributing Immortal Grass. When Tang Hao came out from under the waterfall he exuded a violent aura. His eyes were bloodshot, his face was bulging with veins, his hands were clenched and creaking, and his fierce aura made the surrounding animals and low-level beasts flee madly. Spirit Hall Wang Shenmeng, you deserve to die. Tang Hao roared to the sky, his heart full of regretting that he didn't kill the little beast with a hammer back then. Now the other party has become powerful and brought him a fatal blow. Ayan, don't worry, I will definitely rescue you, wait for me, Tang Hao muttered to himself. When he found that Ayan was missing he almost thoughtlessly locked the suspect on Wang Shenmeng. During this period the only powerful soul masters who came to Nodding City were them. There was no one else who had the ability to attack Ayan except them. The cave where he buried Ayan was not only extremely secretive but also could not be easily detected by the titled Douluo, let alone ordinary soul masters. Even if it was discovered without sufficient strength it would be impossible to get up. Although he didn't know how Wang Shenmeng and his gang found this secret cave, it didn't matter. As long as he knew that they stole his wife Ayan is enough. Add to that the hatred for Xiao Wu's kidnapping, which can be described as new hatred and old hatred, not to mention that he already has a blood feud with the Spirit Hall. Back to Nodding College, Tang Hao went to see Tang San again. During this period Tang San's hard work in cultivation made him very satisfied. In a month he was promoted to the NET level and became a 28th level Great Spirit Master. If this momentum continues he will have the hope of becoming a 12-year-old Soul Master when he graduates NET year. Such a talent is better than his back then, which makes him see the hope of revenge. Xiao Wu's kidnapping is not entirely a bad thing. At least it has inspired Xiao San's desire to become stronger. Tang Hao nodded secretly and flashed into Yu Xiaogang's bedroom. Your Majesty, Haoshan? Yu Xiaogang was used to it. Tang Hao had been elusive in the past few years and no one knew what he was busy with, but every time he saw him he had something to tell him. Master, I have to go on a long trip. You need to take care of Xiao San. Going out? Where are you going? Xiao San is your son. If you don't take care of him nearby, what if something happens? Yu Xiaogang's tone was a little angry. He only had such a precious disciple. Whether he could turn over a new leaf or not, all his hopes were on Tang San. Before he grew up, if there was no one to protect him he might die young. Tang Hao's face sank. I have more important things to do. You don't need to worry about where he goes. Anyway, Xiao San is handed over to you. You are his teacher and have the responsibility to take care of him. If anything happens you are the only one to blame. He was too lazy to e-plane to use Xiaogang. What's the point of knowing for a waste? Do you still expect him to use his fart soul skill to suffocate the enemy to death? Yu Xiaogang's face darkened and he said in a muffled voice, forget it, I really can't care about your business. Xiao San is my apprentice, I will take care of him. NET year here I plan to take him to a place where there are people and environment that can make him stronger. Tang Hao nodded and said, you can do it, I believe you won't hurt him. After saying that, Tang Hao's figure flashed and left Yu Xiaogong's bedroom, and then he was at a loss again. He wanted to find Yin, but he didn't know where the son of the spirit hall took Yin. The sect couldn't be like a headless fly, right? Helpless, he went to the spirit hall again, ready to interrogate the person in charge inside whether he knew where their son of the spirit hall had gone. If it still doesn't work, go to the higher level spirit hall to interrogate. There will always be someone who knows. Unexpectedly, as soon as he sneaked into the spirit hall, he heard an explosive piece of news. A major earthquake occurred in the Tiendu Empire. Emperor Shuya was killed by Prince Shuexing and Crown Prince Shueqing. He succeeded to the throne. The world of Tiendu Empire has changed. Tang Hao didn't care who became the emperor, but the details mentioned the son of the spirit hall. It was when the palace banquet was held for the son of the spirit hall that Prince Shuexing seized the opportunity to kill Emperor Shuya. Even Crown Prince Shueqing, he was on the verge of death. It was the son of the spirit hall who saved him. Tiendu City. Tang Hao gritted his teeth. It was only a few days after the Tiendu coup, mainly because the news was too important and spread so quickly. After all, it was the world of soul masters. As long as you are willing to pay the price, it is common for news thousands of miles away to arrive in the morning and the evening. He must still be in Tiendu City. Tang Hao immediately rushed towards Tiendu City. Tiendu City, Wuhan Hall. When Wang Shenmeng brought Yin back, the women were all stunned. Where did this woman come from? Your Highness went out for a while and brought back such a beautiful woman. Is there an overabundance of beauties in this world? This is Yin, your new sister. I don't need to introduce them, do I? You know Yin. Yin nodded and greeted them one by one. Sister Zuyun, Sister Zuking, Sister Xiao, Sister Yan. Hello everyone, I am Yin, the woman of His Highness Xiao Meng, a new member of this big family. I hope everyone can live in harmony. You, how do you know us? Dugu Yan confirmed that she had never seen this woman, and she was obviously a later arrival, and she was a little unhappy to call her sister as soon as she came. I have been with your Highness in Fasno province, and none of you have been here before me, Yin said with some pride. In terms of seniority, she is very old. Even Zhu Zuyun is a latecomer. Of course, she selectively ignored the fact that before today the two of them were not in that kind of relationship. Ahem, let me introduce you to her. Yin's life appearance is a bit strange, but she is actually a poor person. After listening to her, you will understand her. Wang Shenmeng immediately told Yin's origin. Sure enough, after being shocked, the women all said Tang Hao criticized him. Any girl would hate this kind of scum who plays with girls' feelings and has no humanity. Naturally, Yin won everyone's sympathy. Although they were shocked by her soul beast identity, she already had Xiao Wu by her side. Another one would be nothing unusual. Okay, everyone has a share of the immortal grass. I'll help you choose. After absorbing it, we'll go to the Xingdu Great Forest to get soul rings. Then we'll start practicing hard running in the team and waiting for the Soul Master competition to begin. After Wang Shenmeng finished speaking, he directly called out Ling Yuan. Douluo took out a immortal grass and handed it to him. This is Fini Coxcomb Sunflower, which is the most suitable for you. After absorbing it, there is a high probability that your flame Ling Yuan Wuhan will evolve into a Fini Wuhan. This is not Wang Shenmen's nonsense. Even Ma Hongjun's grass chicken Wuhan can evolve into a Fini after taking it. Ling Yuan Douluo's flame Ling Yuan is enough to support a top-level martial soul of a titled Douluo. How can it be better than Ma Hongjun's grass chicken? It doesn't make sense that Ma Hongjun can upgrade to Fini but Ling Yuan Douluo can. Thank you for your gift, your Highness. From now on, Ling Yuan is your Highness's person. I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Ling Yuan Douluo excitedly took the Fini Coxcomb and was completely bought. It was really that your Highness gave too much. She was very motivated and never willing to be at the bottom among the elders. However, after becoming a titled Douluo, her potential was almost at its limit. It was very difficult to improve her strength unless she had a high-year soul bone. But this fairy grass is much better than soul bone. It directly allows the martial soul to improve its potential from the martial soul. Even a 100,000-year soul bone may not be able to change it. You have been mine for a long time. Do you still want to be fickle? Wang Shenmeng rolled her eyes at Ling Yuan Douluo, and in her slightly shy eyes she took out another soul bone. This is a 60,000-year-old flamingo soul bone. It contains a soul skill called Flame Burning Ji Zhen, which is very powerful. I'll give it to you as well. After tonight your strength should be greatly improved. Yes. Ling Yuan Douluo didn't say anything more to thank him, but he was moved like a surging sea. She has followed Pope Bibi Dong for many years but has not received any soul bone reward. Now His Highness has given her so much at once. What reason does she have not to follow His Highness wholeheartedly? Your Highness, I won't say thank you because mine belongs to your Highness and I am also your Highness. Wang Shenmeng was filled with imagination by her burning eyes. Could it be that this enchanting and beautiful elder sister was moved to not only completely devote herself to him but also go a step further to directly backstab her teacher Bibi Dong. He was looking forward to it. Ling Yu and Douluo immediately followed Wang Shenmen's instructions and began to take the immortal grass. The process was not dangerous. An hour later, as ejected, Ling Yu and Douluo's martial soul was successfully upgraded to Fiery Fini. His soul power went directly from level 92 to level 93, just one step away from level 94. His potential also increased greatly. It was only a matter of time before he became a super Douluo. Ling Yu and Douluo then went to absorb the soul bone. Wang Shenmeng took out another fairy grass, and in the expectant eyes of the women he said to Zhu Zuyun, "This is the 9th grade purple fungus. Although it is not a fairy grass, it helps the martial soul better than a fairy grass. After you take it, the nether spirit cat martial soul will undergo a benign mutation from a high-level martial soul to a top-level martial soul. In the future the speed of cultivation will increase greatly and the title of Douluo will no longer be out of reach." Your Highness. Zhu Zuyun was moved to tears. This was the man she chose. The most daring and correct thing she had done in her life was to elope with His Highness regardless of everything. Although she was not his only one, he was her only one. Even without the fairy grass she never regretted it. Now he gave her an Eli that was better than the fairy grass, making her almost suffocate with happiness. And this soul bone, this is the soul bone of a 50,000-year-old shadow leopard cat. There is a soul skill called Shadowless Trace in it. The effect is quite good. It is just right for you. You have absorbed it. You have followed me for so long and your strength should be improved. Yes. Zhu Zuyun took the 9th grade purple Ganoderma and soul bone obediently and sat aside to absorb it according to Wang Shenmen's guidance. The effect of the 9th grade purple Ganoderma is very powerful. In the original book, Yu Xiaogang was stuck at level 29. According to his potential he would never be able to break through successfully in this life. But after taking the 9th grade purple Ganoderma, this natural barrier was broken and a super waste was transformed into a soul master with strong potential. The key is that Yu Xiaogang was already in his 40s or 50s at that time. It can be seen how powerful this 9th grade purple Ganoderma is. Its effect on improving martial souls is definitely not inferior to any fairy grass. Wang Shenmeng looked at Zhu Zuking again, and after a moment's hesitation he did not take out the Narcissus jade muscle bone that she had taken in the original book. The effect of this fairy grass was not particularly strong and it was not suitable for Zhu Zuking. Zuking, this is the other side of the underworld. When it blooms the leaves are not visible, and when the leaves are lush they are not visible. The leaves will never appear at the same time. It is said to be from the underworld and it fits your netherworld spirit cat martial spirit very well. After taking it, it should allow your martial spirit to evolve. Wang Shenmeng took out a strange flower that was bright red and as bright as a flame, handed it to Zhu Zuking and took out a soul bone. This is the soul bone of a 50,000-year-old netherworld saber-toothed tiger. It has the soul skill Wujian blade and has strong attack power. You have absorbed it. Yes. Zhu Zuking gently kissed Wang Shenmeng on the face and then took the fairy grass and soul bone. Everything was self-explanatory and she also did not say thank you. Wang Shenmeng glanced at Duguyan, thought for a while and said, "Yanyan, your situation is quite special. The dragon and snake that are practicing 9 transformations, its effect is definitely no less than a fairy grass. After a while, when you have cultivated successfully, I will see if there is any fairy grass suitable for you." Duguyan heard this and was not disappointed. He nodded and said, "I will listen to you. I will do whatever you say." "Well, the same goes for your grandfather. I will give him a fairy grass when the time comes." After all, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were obtained from Dugubo. With so many fairy grasses, it is reasonable to give him one. The granddaughter of the old poison has become his person. No matter how strong she is, she can't escape the fate of being a tool man. Wang Shenmeng looked at Xiao Wu again, and in the other's uneasy eyes he took out a fairy grass. The only difference was that there was a stone under this fairy grass. "Xiao Wu, if you can pull this fairy grass off, I will give it to you." "Master, I will definitely pull it off. What they can do, I can do too." Xiao Wu's eyes were instantly filled with surprise. She was not happy to get a fairy grass, but the master did not include her. This made her tormented heart feel the warmth of the sun. "Then pull it out. Remember, when you pull it out, think of your favorite person in your heart. Be single-minded and don't be distracted by others, otherwise you can't pull it out." "Master, I know." Xiao Wu closed her eyes slightly. Her favorite person, her mind slowly recalled the people she knew from Tang San and Wang Sheng at the beginning to the master later, and some other people of all kinds, even De Ming and Er Ming. Finally her mind was fixed on a figure, thinking of him wholeheartedly, holding the fairy grass, pulling it hard and directly pulling up the whole fairy grass. It was pulled out. Wang Shenmeng was surprised, and then a halo circulated in his eyes. Xiao Wu opened her eyes excitedly. When she shared her joy with her master, she saw a colorful vort that made people sing sank instantly and she fell into an uncontrollable state in an instant. Tell me, who were you thinking of when you pulled out the fairy grass? I was thinking of the master. Wang Shenmeng was silent for a moment and said lightly, why not Tang San? Xiao Wu murmured, Tang San is just my classmate, my friend, not as important as the master. Wang Shenmeng dispersed his pupils and looked at Xiao Wu with complicated eyes. How could he be ruthless? Chapter 131 Wuhan Metamorphosis. The fairy grass that Xiao Wu pulled out was the acacia heartbroken red. Master, I pulled it out. Xiao Wu happily asked for credit. Well, since you pulled it out, it belongs to you. You can eat it or keep it. This fairy grass is already spiritual. Wearing it on your body can not only cover up your soul beast aura but also protect the master at critical moment. Wang Shenmeng didn't care too much. Although acacia heartbroken red was known as a mid-level divine product, it was almost impossible for him to use the fairy grass to cause another qualitative change at his current stage. He already had a divine martial soul. Could he still use the fairy grass to upgrade his martial soul to the super divine level? The same reasoning, the fairy grass didn't have that much effect on Qian Ren Yui. For ordinary soul masters the fairy grass could change fate, but for her it was just icing on the cake. Not to mention teacher Bibi Dong, who had already stood at the top of the human world and had half a foot in the realm of God, and the fairy grass had almost no effect on her. Master, I will protect Xiao Hong well. Xiao Wu put the fairy grass on her body and felt relaxed and happy. The flow rate of soul power in her body was a little faster. Even if she didn't take it, it would be of great benefit to her cultivation. This is a priceless treasure given to her by her master. She couldn't bear to eat it and wanted to keep it as a souvenir. Wang Shenmeng took out another soul bone and handed it to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, this is the right leg bone of a 60,000-year-old 5-colored deer. It contains the soul skill flying stars stepping on the moon, which is just right for you. You absorb it and replenish your attack power. Master, you are so good to me. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with tears. She keenly felt that her master's attitude towards her had softened a lot since she pulled out the acacia heartbroken red. She immediately plucked up her courage and imitated Zhu Zuking kissing her master on the other side of his face. Then she blushed and happily took the soul bone and hid aside to absorb it. Wang Shenmeng touched his cheek, shook his head and said to Duguyan, Yan, I really don't have a soul bone suitable for you. Let's go to the Tiendu Great Forest in a few days and find a snake soul beast to help you get a soul bone. He did have quite a few soul bone. When he hunted soul beasts for soul rings a few times, he would kill soul beasts of high age for their soul bones. Sometimes he would specifically look for soul beasts to kill. He had dozens of soul bones over 10,000 years old in his storage ring. There were many 10,000-year-old soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest, and some of them appeared in groups. Although he killed quite a few of them, he probably killed less than 1% of the 10,000-year-old soul beasts in the entire continent. Although Duguyan was jealous, she was not envious because she knew that she would definitely be there. As for a few days later, it didn't matter much. I don't need to worry. It doesn't matter if it's a few days later. Well, there are a few good herbs here. Although they are not immortal product, they can also improve soul power. You should improve your soul power to level 40 as soon as possible. In a few days we will go to the Stardo Great Forest to get soul rings together. Okay. Duguyan took the herbs, there were 3 in total, and happily accepted them. There are hundreds of these top-grade herbs in the yin-yang eye of fire and ice. Although they cannot make the martial soul undergo a qualitative change, some species are very suitable for improving soul power. 3 herbs can easily upgrade Duguyan to soul sect without any side effect. Wang Shenmeng looked at the girls in the room. Zhu Zuyun, Zhu Zuking, Duguyan, Xiao and Ian, a total of 5, 2 short of the 7 players in the competition. These girls are all his women, and this team will only be composed of members of his harem, and it is impossible to accept men, so there are still 2 places short. Among the 5 people, Ian can attack and control, and her strength is improving rapidly. She is the undisputed core. Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuking are both agile attack. Duguyan is a control system and Xiao is also agile attack. There are still defense and auxiliary system. Forget about the defense system. Girls are not suitable for being meat shield. The best defense is offense. Therefore the remaining 2 people are preferably auxiliary systems. In his mind, the best candidates are undoubtedly Yelingling and Ning Rongrong. The former is a nurse and the latter has a strong amplification attribute, both of which are indispensable to the team. It's a pity that the Kaibao Liulai sect and himself are not the same kind of people. Ning Rongrong can't be relied on for the time being, but Yelingling is easy to pry over. Let Yanzi try it in a few days. There are still many immortal herbs in Wang Shenmen's space, but many of them are highly poisonous. If you want to take them, you have to remove the toxicity first. In the original novel, Tang San wasted all these poisonous herbs just to refine a Yama post that is said to be able to kill a titled Douluo. As a result, he killed a person for a whole year. It was a waste of resources. Of course, Wang Shenmeng would not waste things like this. Hidden weapons are only auxiliary to him. He has already made several supreme hidden weapons. It doesn't matter whether he has the Yama post or not. At most it is equivalent to him using all his strength. When Wang Shenmeng is free, he is also slowly removing the toxicity of these poisonous immortal herbs. This is not difficult for him. After countless experiments, his attainments in poisons have long surpassed Tang San. What Tang San can't do, he can do. After thinking about it, Wang Shenmeng took out 2 more immortal herbs. Guangling Douluo and Qingluan Douluo have been with him for several years. Although they often ruined his good deeds, the relationship between the 3 of them is still very good. They are both teachers and friends. Uncle Qing, Uncle Guang, you should absorb these 2 immortal herbs. Although they may not make your martial soul evolve, because your martial soul is already the top level to cultivate to your level, but there is still hope to pry open the bottleneck of cultivation and let your soul power go further. Give it to us. Qingluan and Guangling looked at each other and both of them were very surprised. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, you have been with me for such a long time, how can you treat your own people badly? Guangling Douluo praised, your highness still knows how to respect the elderly. Okay, I will take the immortal grass. Since you are so sensible, I will not bother to care about your romantic affairs in the future. As long as you can handle Xiao Wuji, or even if you take all the women in the world from 80-year-old ladies to newborn babies into your room, I will pretend not to see it. Wang Shenmeng was full of black lines on his head. If you can't talk, just say less. The immortal grass can't stop you. Qingluan Douluo said, at our level it is extremely difficult to increase the soul power by 1 level. It is common to be stuck in the same place for decades. If this immortal grass can really loosen our bottleneck and make a breakthrough, it will be really rare. Qingluan Douluo took the immortal grass carefully, and his heart, which was calm as a well, was filled with surprises. He decided that as long as it was not a matter of principle, he would unconditionally support his highness. Anyway, the spirit hall would be his in the future. As long as it did not perish suddenly, he could do whatever he wanted. With these old guys around, they could handle it. 3 immortal herbs bribed the 3 titled Douluo around him. This deal was quite cost effective. Besides, it was all his. The meat would rot in the pot. The strengthening of Qingluan and Guangling would also increase his own strength. There was nothing wrong with it. Wang Shenmeng called Saruth again. This platinum bishop had been serving him all the time and had become his housekeeper. He had to give him some sweet treat. There was no need to think about the immortal herb. The spirit bones were still fine. Your highness, are you looking for your subordinate? Salas bent over, looking ready to take orders at any time. He really looked like a lackey. Well, Saras, you have been in charge of Tiendu city for these years, working diligently and conscientiously. You have made great contribution. This prince has a clear sense of reward and punishment. I have decided to give you a soul bone. I hope you can better contribute to the construction of the big family of Wuhan Hall. Salas was ecstatic. It was not easy. His highness finally saw his loyalty and it was worth his service. Your highness, please be kind. Saras was willing to go through fire and water for you. Salas half knelt on the ground, loudly pressing his loyalty, wishing he could dig out his heart to show his highness the holy sun. Well, very good. This is a right arm bone of a 40,000-year-old lightning beast. It fits you very well. After absorbing it, your strength will increase greatly. Wang Shenmeng threw the soul bone to Salas and continued to make big promises. Soul bones are plenty for me. In the next few years I will live in Tiendu city for a long time. As long as you make more contributions, I will reward you generously. Salas took the soul bone excitedly. A 40,000-year-old lightning beast. Although he is a soul Douluo, it is not easy to get even ordinary 10,000-year soul bones, let alone a 40,000-year soul bone that fits him. With this soul bone, he is confident that he can make another breakthrough in his cultivation. If he can get more soul bones, the title of Douluo is not out of reach. Soul bones may not directly improve cultivation, but they can enhance the soul master's foundation and soul power in all aspects, so that the soul master's potential can be enhanced, especially the eternal soul bones that fit him. When they reach 10%, they can even lead the soul master to improve in turn. Saruth's excited heart and trembling hands held the soul bone, emitting blue and white light, and he was already thinking about how to perform well. Your highness will stay in Tiendu city for a long time. This is undoubtedly good news. As long as I serve his highness and the ladies well, his highness will not worry about not promoting his loyal and caring subordinate. Okay, you go down. I'll take my leave. Salas left happily and couldn't wait to start absorbing soul bone. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly. Saruth was quite easy to use. He couldn't play a decisive role in major events, but he could handle small things properly. He really needed such a person to serve him. He couldn't do all the trivial things by himself, right? Although Saruth's character was not very good, it was not bad. He was in his SIs and 70s, but his heart was still young. He liked young girls, but he really didn't force them. At most he took advantage of them. If he really wanted to do anything, he would probably be powerless. powerless. This is much better than Bishop Miles in Gangin City. Miles bullied men and women and he had already made people angry. This scum was dealt with by Wang Shenmeng, who invited the god of craftsmen to join the spirit hall to forge hidden weapons a few years ago. He was determined not to allow this kind of scum to continue to occupy a high position and discredit the spirit hall. An hour later, Ling Yuan Douluo was the first to absorb the fairy grass and soul bone. As Yi pecked, she broke through from level 92 to level 93, just one step away from level 94. She only needed to let the power of the fairy grass settle for a few days before she could make another breakthrough. Her martial soul also evolved smoothly into a flame Fini, becoming the top beast martial soul in the world, completely paving the way for Super Douluo. Ling Yuan Douluo felt the changes in her body and was extremely excited. She knew who gave her all this. She looked at Wang Shenmeng with a bit of fanaticism. You should change your name to Lingfeng Douluo from now on. It's not appropriate to call you Ling Yuan anymore. Ling Yuan no Lingfeng Douluo nodded obediently and said in a charming voice, Your Highness, I have a name. My name is Ling Xian. Your Highness will call me Xian from now on. Lingfeng Douluo suddenly hugged Wang Shenmeng from behind and murmured, Your Highness, I will be yours from now on. I don't care about the Pope's orders. Your Highness must protect me. Alas, what are you doing? I have always treated you as an elder. Are you doing this to my teacher? Wang Shenmeng sighed. The teacher was backstabbed again. Lingfeng Douluo stole the property. I wonder if the teacher thought of this day when he sent her to monitor him. The teacher's vision is still as unreliable as ever. For decades those around him are either heartless or ungrateful or half-hearted and hypocritical. Fortunately, the teacher is strong and can control the situation. Otherwise, with such a group of subordinates and apprentices, he would have fallen into the pit and couldn't get out. Your Highness, His Holiness the Pope asked me to stop any girl from approaching you. I have long been sorry for His Holiness the Pope. Look how many girls are around you. Lingfeng Douluo hugged His Highness's waist and didn't let go. She has been obsessed with cultivation all her life. She is in her 40s and has never tasted the taste of men and women. Every day she sees His Highness and several girls being affectionate and there is a fire burning in her heart. Tonight she was excited and completely let herself go. Xiao Wu and Duguyan stared at the Lingfeng Douluo, who seemed to have changed into a different person. They didn't expect that this His Majesty also had such a charming and fiery side. His Majesty's charm was really unmatched. Even the titled Douluo begged him to pay. While the two were tugging and tugging, Zhu Zuyun finished absorbing the immortal grass. Lingfeng Douluo pressed his thoughts to His Majesty, but the timing was not right, so he had to stop pestering. Zhu Zuyun's soul power of level 42 was successfully upgraded to level 45. Although it was only upgraded by 3 levels, his martial soul evolved. Zuyun, let me see what your martial soul has become. Zhu Zuyun felt the changes in his body as if he had been reborn. He was very excited and quickly summoned his martial soul. He saw a dark ghost cat appear. The strange thing was that there were 9 little heads, each of which was very cute. What is this? A 9-headed cat? Xiao Wu had seen countless soul beasts in the Xingde Great Forest, but she had never seen a cat with 9 little heads. Her eyes were wide open. No, there are 9 little heads, only one of which is real and the other 8 are fake. Wang Shenmeng saw through the details at a glance and said in a deep voice, but the real head is hidden among the 8 fake heads. It is really hard to distinguish. Martial spirit possession. The net moment Zhu Zuyun's body changed with some features of the netherworld spirit cat, but still only one head. She shook her body slightly and suddenly transformed into 8 identical clones. Who is Zhu Zuyun? Xiao Wu and Duguyan had already looked at each other. With 9 identical people standing in front of them, who could tell the real from the fake? 134 asking for leave. Ask for a leave. Something delayed me, so I'll take a day off and continue to update tomorrow. Chapter 132 Takeoff. 9 identical Zhu Zuyuns with identical auras. Even Wang Shenmeng took a look. He took a few steps forward, touched this one, felt flesh and blood, pinched that one, felt warm and soft as if there was no difference. But in his mental perception he could still tell who was real and who was fake at a glance. Your Highness. Several Zhu Zuyuns rolled their eyes at him at the same time, and one of them smiled and said, I am the real Zhu Zuyun and the other 8 are fake. Your Highness, attack me and use force. You are asking for a fight. Wang Shenmeng shook his head and slapped one of them on the buttock. Ying Ning. The beaten Zhu Zuyun's pretty face flushed. Her eyes were full of spring and she glared at Wang Shenmeng with anger and resentment. Shenmeng glanced at her and the 8 incarnations each laughed and turned into a shadow and returned to her body. Not a bad talent, but before it forms a soul skill it is flashy and can only be regarded as a trick, and it is not very useful in battle. Well, from now on Zhu Qing is also a top talent. Wang Shenmeng's eyes lit up, guessing that this 9th grade purple fungus is very compatible with Zhu Zuyun and the benefits it brings to her are unimaginable. The 9-life spirit cat may not be worse than the 10-headed Fini. Your Highness, I admit that your martial soul has the ability to travel through space, but in the final analysis the spirit body and mental power are closely related. In my eyes you are as dazzling as a torch in the dark night. If you want to use this to trick your man, you have to work hard for decades before you have a little hope. As for Douluo's life hanging by a thread due to the backlash of his own tuins, if the tuins in his body are magnified thousands of times by the kiss of the snow-colored swan, I am afraid that he will be dead in an instant. Ning Rongrong couldn't even break through the 79 level innate limit, so Ma Hongjun was lucky to live to the age of 20. Wang Shenmeng looked at the black cat spirit whose eyes changed from green to bright red. Although his god-level spirit didn't feel any oppression, it gave him the same feeling as the 9-life spirit cat. Wang Shenmeng shook his head and commented accurately. At this time Qian Ren Yui was convening several ministers to discuss matters. The weirdest thing was that when she walked towards Wang Shenmeng, her whole body was becoming illusory and the breath of life on her body was disappearing rapidly. After a moment the whole person disappeared as if she had become invisible and intangible air. Wang Shenmeng smiled and asked Zhu Qing, how do you feel? He didn't believe that at this critical moment of rebellion the family of Marshal Ji Long dared to hide their strength, but she used 10 times the effort to catch up with the real genius in soul power level. The desire for power was the biggest motivation that prompted her to practice desperately. What a weird cat. This eerie and cold aura reminds me of the ghost elder. After he died once, his soul turned into a ghost and became his martial spirit. This girl's martial spirit also has a ghostly feeling. Okay, but I haven't eaten the fairy grass yet. Can I go there? I heard from my grandfather that it is extremely dangerous for soul masters. Her talent can only be said to be good. With the innate 7th level soul power she has little chance of becoming a soul Douluo in this life, and her cultivation speed is even more difficult to compare with that of a true genius. Martial spirit possession. Tomorrow I will take you to practice near the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. You have eaten the fairy grass and have a certain adaptability to the environment there. Practicing there will not only help strengthen the body but also speed up the absorption of the remaining medicinal power of the fairy grass and minimize the absorption of the medicinal power of the fairy grass. Zhu Zuking, who has completed the possession, has also changed from the past. First of all, her eyes are no longer dark green but red like the other side, like the sunset glow. Although the life and death crisis is gone now, the pursuit of strength has been engraved in her soul and become instinctive. Zuyun, you should first get familiar with the changes in your body and see what Zuking has gained. When those eyes like the fire of the soul stare at people, they give people a huge sense of ominousness and terror, as if the soul is pierced. Wang Shenmeng said this, but he was very surprised in his heart. That Huang Quan Bian is very suitable for your nether spirit cat, and the benefits you get should be no less than Zuyun. I guess that your martial soul change should be transformed in the direction of ghost. Zhu Zuking staggered and wanted to tease him, but he didn't expect that he couldn't hide it from his eyes. Wang Shenmeng stretched out his hand, grasped the sharp claws that came to him at some point, and then pulled Zhu Zuking out of the spirit state with force and fell into his arms. Of course this was also done intentionally by Wang Shenmeng. The opposed opponents are not scary. The trouble is the guys lurking in the dark who seem loyal but always want to wait for the opportunity to stab in the back. Ling Yuan Douluo is knowledgeable and immediately thought of ghosts. It is said that water is born from heaven and fire is born from earth. Water and fire are the most original elements derived from heaven and earth when the universe was first created. It can also be said that water and fire are the source of all things and the foundation of heaven and earth. With the energy of the ice and fire dragon king, the way of heaven and earth can be reversed and perfected so that the illusory dreamland world can gradually shine into reality. Okay, you stay with me tomorrow. With me I guarantee that you will all be safe. But since several girls have participated in the competition, they must hope to achieve good result. If they can win the championship and beat the golden generation of Wuhan Hall, it will be even more perfect. Now that they have been cut off by a knife, not only has the future of the family been cut off, but they have also followed the clues and arrested many clansmen, causing heavy losses to the family, and the matter is not over yet. Without the immortal herb to improve his martial soul and cultivation aptitude, Dai Mubai would at best be an ordinary titled Douluo. Zhu Zuking's new martial soul is truly extraordinary. It can actually transform directly into a spirit form like a ghost, traveling between the yin and yang realms of reality and illusion. This is a very heaven-defying ability for any soul master and can kill people invisibly. Yesterday Wang Shenmeng executed Marshal Ji Long with a stroke of his pen, which intensified the conflict. For example, there is a snow-colored Tuan kiss which is not poisonous in itself but can amplify the tuicity thousands of times. The black cat is the messenger of hell. According to legend, it guards the banks of the sty and brings bad luck and death to people. Zuking's martial soul is a bit like that. Wang Shenmeng still has some confidence in this. The illusory dream soil manifested by his mental power absorbs the remaining energy of the ice and fire dragon king in the ice and fire yin and and yang. After the measurement, the power of ice and fire was transformed into the power of yin and yang, making the heaven and earth in the dreamland perfect rapidly. They already knew that there was a real 6N in the golden generation which was a great threat to them. That was the senior sister of His Highness, and she had long claimed sovereignty over His Highness. It can be said that in the original work the biggest cheat that Shrek had was the fairy grass. If there was no fairy grass to improve their foundation and qualifications, the Sea God Island would not have been able to take off later. If these people did not stand up, it would be difficult to deal with them and difficult to distinguish. Now it is just the opportunity of the civil strife in the empire to lure the snake out of the hole and then clean it up at one time. After the heaven and earth were made, yin and yang were complete, and then the power of the 5 elements was relatively simple. The 5 elements evolved from yin and yang, and the 5 elements themselves were mutually generated and restrained. As long as there is an endless supply of energy from one element, the other 4 elements can be strengthened according to the rule of the 5 elements cycle and mutual generation. After he came back last night, he was not seen for 24 hours. If he didn't go to the palace to punch in Qian Ren Yui might come to kill him again. Wang Shenmeng was really happy for her. The one who practiced the hardest around him was Zhu Zuqing. In the original book her talent was much worse than Ning Rongrong, but when she entered Shrek Academy her soul power was higher than Ning Rongrong, which showed how hard she worked. Zhu Zuyun nodded. Yes, it's the 9-life cat. I got enlightenment when my martial soul was upgraded. If I practice to the final form I can really have 9 lives. Of course that may only be possible for the legendary god, but I am very satisfied to be able to transform into 8 incarnations. Marshal Ji Long is the pillar of their family. He has outstanding talent in practice and has the hope of becoming a titled Douluo. He is the well-deserved core and hope of the family. Dugu Yan was full of amazement and at the same time felt sad for his grandfather. He had so many immortal herbs, but he lived such a miserable life, barely surviving on the hot springs that nurtured the immortal herb, and had no idea about the real treasures. This made the Zhelong family, who were already full of hatred, unbearable, and they directly contacted the old members of the army as well as the remnants of Prince Shuiying, and their influence spread throughout the border army and the central Imperial army. More than half of the generals of the Imperial army either took the initiative or were forced to stand on their side. After arranging a place for Yin to live, Wang Shenmeng went to the palace without stopping. As Zhu Zuqing summoned her martial spirit, a huge black cat with a dark body and red eyes as bright as the sunset appeared behind her. As for Xiao Wu, although she was a soul beast incarnation, the soft-bone rabbit was only average among soul beasts. If she didn't have the acacia heartbroken red, she would not have been able to revive after sacrificing Tang San. Zhu Zuqing couldn't hide her joy in her eyes, and her heart was extremely excited. It must be said that these immortal herbs are really amazing things. They can make a soul master who is not talented enough to have the potential to become a god. They are the first divine things in Douluo continent that can change one's fate. Dugu Yan was a little uneasy. She had been very curious about her grandfather's hot spring. Everyone was going there tomorrow. If she was left alone at home, that would be bad. Zhu Zuyun was very happy. This is already very good. When I become a soul saint, the 8 incarnations will be indistinguishable from each other under the true body of the martial soul. At that time I can switch freely between the 9 bodies, and there are 8 substitutes to protect against disasters. Let's see who can hurt me unless my incarnations are broken up one by one. Everyone should practice hard these days. In 2 days I will take Zuqing and Yanzit to get the soul ring. I also want to get the 8 soul ring. Then we will start team training to prepare for the competition in a few years. Yes, my martial soul has improved a lot, and it has also derived new talents and abilities. I will show you. You have also learned bad things from your sister. The cat fiery red eyes are as bright as the colors of the other side, with a breath of death like a ghost walking on the road to the underworld. This fairy grass is really powerful. I feel good. My soul power has reached the bottleneck of level 30, and my martial soul has also changed. She didn't know that it was fortunate that Dugabo didn't eat the fairy grass randomly, otherwise let alone whether it would collide with the poison in his body and directly detonate the poison and die. Most of the fairy grass contained highly to IC substances. If he took it, there was a more than 90% chance that he would be directly poisoned to death. In the original work the Shrek 7 devils collectively became God, and the greatest contribution was this batch of fairy grass. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are of indescribable significance to Wang Shenmeng. The fairy grass he harvested is just icing on the cake for him, but the ice and fire energy that remains with the power of the ice and fire dragon king can send him to the blue sky. Not to mention the rest. Zhu Zuqing's talent can only be considered good. No matter how hard she practices, Soul Douluo is her final destination. If she is unlucky, she may stop at Soul Saint. Wang Shenmeng actually doesn't care so much about winning or losing the competition. He is just having fun and attacking Tang San. She rushed towards Wang Shenmeng. Whether it was speed or strength, both had improved qualitatively. Wang Shenmeng directly pointed out the advantages and disadvantages of this new martial soul. Compared with the Nether Spirit Cat martial soul, it was much stronger. Even if we don't mention the ability to transform into a spirit body and travel through the void, the improvement in strength and speed was far stronger than before. 9 Life Spirit Cat 9 lives really against the sky. It can be seen that this treasure must meet someone who knows the goods, otherwise it is really no different from garbage. Wang Shenmeng had never thought that the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire would be so useful to him. Such a treasure land is really hard to come by. However, he estimated that after he achieved something, he was afraid that the remaining energy would be absorbed cleanly and this treasure land would eventually complete its final mission in his hands. Speaking meanwhile, Zhu Zuqing had also absorbed the immortal grass and her temperament became more and more cold. Her aura fluctuated much stronger than before. The fluctuating aura spread from time to time, indicating that she had not been able to completely master the sudden surge in soul power. Your ability to transform reality into illusion is different from my invisibility soul skill, but the effect is similar. In the spirit state you can also be immune to physical attacks unless the opponent's attack can tear the void, but the ability to resist mental attacks is weakened and the ability to resist energy attacks is greatly enhanced. However, if you want to hurt the enemy you have to transform into a physical body or use soul skills, otherwise the illusory spirit body cannot interfere with the material world. In short, it is very powerful and has a great advantage against weapon spirit. The situation in the Tiendu Empire can no longer be described as undercurrent. It is directly a powder keg that can implode at any time. Among the 7 of them, Tang San cheated, not to mention that Oscar had the best talent among the voices, but there were only 2-digit people with innate full soul power in Douluo continent. In the past tens of millions of years the food system has also produced super geniuses, but he was favored by the god of food and the fairy grass played an indispensable role. Since she knew that she would marry the 3rd prince of the Xingluo Empire, she was full of depression and fear at a young age. Her desire for strength was unparalleled and she was more eager to become a strong person than her sister Zhu Zuyun. Wang Shenmeng couldn't help but nod. It's really good. Your upgraded martial soul is no less than any top martial soul. By the way, what is your new martial soul? 9 Life Spirit Cat. For so many years there have been entangled accomplices and there are forces that can be used to rebel. If they are not used at this time it will be meaningless if they fail to rebel and die. Wang Shenmeng was too lazy to hide and listen. After secretly sending a message to Qian Ren Yui to inform her that she was here, she went directly to the emperor's bedroom. He also wanted to experience the life of sleeping on the dragon bed at night. Chapter 133. Swallowing the light glazed golden flame emerges. After more than an hour, Qian Ren Yui returned to the palace. Seeing Wang Shenmeng lying on her bed, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Fortunately, without her order, the eunuchs and palace maid dared not come in casually and could not find anything unusual. Thank you for your hard work. Qian Ren Yui sat down on the chair and Wang Shenmeng hurried over to gently rub her shoulders. The endless soul power gently relieved her physical and mental fatigue. He felt more and more that being an emperor was really meaningless. He was trapped in the deep palace every day dealing with endless national affairs. Not only was he exhausted, but he had no freedom at all. He was really not as comfortable as he was. The only advantage was that he had great power. For many people power was poison. For power, not to mention enduring boredom and restraint, they would even risk their lives. But these people did not include Qian Ren Yui and Wang Shenmeng. Unfortunately, Qian Ren Yui now relies on him and directly conscripts him and insists on sharing half of her responsibilities and tasks with him, making his free life suddenly less fun. For example, now he should have been playing happily with the young ladies at home, but now he has to go to the palace to help Qian Ren Yui deal with boring government affairs. Don't think that after entering the palace you can get away with a few sweet words. Someone can't sleep tonight. Qian Ren Yui agreed. How else could the 7 treasures glazed sect develop so prosperously? My teacher looks upright and righteous, but he has no less dark history than anyone else. His words are totally untrustworthy. If Yu Xiao Gang is really as he boasted to him, he would have been scrambled for by all the major forces long ago. How could the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect let such a great talent who shocked the world and made the gods weep and the ghosts cry be left out there? Qian Ren Yui's mouth curled up slightly, enjoying his little courtesy, and the anger of not seeing him for a whole day and night suddenly disappeared. She was originally so angry that she turned a blind eye to someone having another little sister around him. Qian Ren Yui's angel martial soul is mainly about light and purification, and the sun god fire is a companion ability. Now the sun god fire is condensed and sublimated into the sun glazed gold flame, which is meaningless. The light attribute must have become the extreme light attribute, which has an absolute restraining effect on the dark negative energy and also has a certain suppressing effect on other non-extreme attribute. Wang Shenmeng nodded slightly. Sure enough, only by giving this light holy dragon origin to Qian Ren Yui could it be used to the Ma Imam E tent. What a great gift this is. It was originally his own opportunity. She saw clearly that this ball of light holy origin was what Wang Shenmeng caught from his own martial soul. Although she has been in the deep palace, what happened to this little man can be hidden from her. If there is any movement over there, it will not take more than half an hour. She will know it clearly immediately. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, "You are really too beautiful. I can't help myself." But her heart was as sweet as honey. Although this is not a fairy grass, it is better than a fairy grass. For her the fairy grass is just icing on the cake. She is already on the road to becoming a god. But this ball of light holy origin has essentially improved her Li Lang. Even if the soul power level has not increased much, the strength she can exert is more than one level stronger than before. I don't know how long it took. When they were about to suffocate, their heads separated. Look, Wang Shenmeng was not sure whether Qian Ren Yui's 7th soul ring was obtained by hunting soul beasts or was directly given by God, but no matter which one it was, one must have a strong physical and mental strength to withstand the soul power burst in the soul ring. Qian Ren Yui had turned back into a girl and rolled her eyes at Wang Shenmeng, wishing that she rushed over and punched him twice in the chest. Wang Shenmeng smiled gently, feeling a little weak in his body, but it was actually an illusion. The light holy dragon origin that matched his martial soul was removed. Although it reduced his physical strength, it also restored the purity of his martial soul. Qian Ren Yui must ask clearly. If fulfilling her will cost him permanent damage, she would rather not have it. But hatred can be eliminated, but anger is hard to calm down. Xiao Meng, this ball of light sacred origin has helped me a lot, thank you. Hearing Yu Xiaogong's name at this time, she instinctively disliked it. A ball of golden flame ignited on Qian Ren Yui's palm. The flame was as peaceful as glass, and under the golden light it faintly emitted colorful colors, bright and pure. Just such a small cluster of flames gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. Qian Ren Yui said disdainfully, although Yu Xiaogang published the so-called theory of the 10 core competitiveness of the Soul Master world, there are many errors in it. Even if it seems to be correct, it has been practiced by predecessors long ago. He either plagiarized or summarized it, and it became his. All major forces are laughing at him. Over the years, has anyone expressed appreciation for his so-called profound knowledge and great creation? This is of great significance to her successful completion of the Angel God test, especially the most difficult 9th test. She originally did not have much confidence, but now she has a certain degree of confidence. Yu Xiaogang, the one from the Golden Triangle. So many. My teacher is very cunning. Whether his words are true or false depends entirely on the actual need. He has always claimed that the 3 sects are of the same blood and want to form an alliance with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re. Of course he will not be stingy in praising Yu Xiaogang. Although Yu Xiaogang's talent is rubbish, Yu Yuanzhen has deep feelings for this younger son. My teacher is just trying to curry favor with Yu Yuanzhen and convey his friendly attitude. What does this have to do with him? He was born in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family and has a relationship with dragons, but his martial soul failed to mutate and he is a waste. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re sect looks down on him. How did he get connected with the Holy Dragon of Light? Qian Ren Yui was really curious. The dragon and the butterfly are 2 martial souls that are absolutely unrelated. If you only have one of the martial souls, it is absolutely impossible to have the origin of the other martial soul at the same time. This is just a part of what I need to deal with on a daily basis. If you hadn't been so impatient to force me to become the emperor in advance, I would have been so relaxed now. This is all your fault and you have to take responsibility. The yin and yang 5 chi circulated and pure energy was generated from the dreamland world, nourishing the spirit energy and spirit. The lost power was slowly recovering. It wouldn't take long for it to return to its original state, and then it could continue to improve. This is Tiendu city, her territory. Not to mention that there are her die-hard supporters around him. He will never escape from her palm in this life. Even if it was for the sake of the face of the sect master Yu Yuanzhen, he shouldn't have been so discriminated against without giving face, causing Yu Xiaogong's mentality to implode and leave the family directly for decades without going back. You took advantage of me yesterday and ran away without settling accounts with me, and you're even worse today. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. I have something good to give you. Qian Ren Yui didn't have time to ask more questions and quickly lay on the bed and began to absorb this ball of pure energy that had too much in common with her angel martial spirit. I have prepared all these memorials. Please review them. The actual situation is not as serious as he said. The influence can be said to be negligible, but isn't it better to say it pitifully in front of the young lady to win more touching feelings? Sure enough, Qian Ren Yui's touching and tenderness almost melted him. Qian Ren Yui looked at the jumping flames in her palm, which were beautiful and full of danger. Compared with the previous sun fire, it was more terrifying. It could even burn water and truly possessed the terrifying power of burning the sky and boiling the sea. It's good that it's useful to you. This is equivalent to adding a few more chances of success on her path to becoming a god. What is this? Such a rich and sacred breath of light. The electric shock-like feeling made Qian Ren Yui dizzy. The unprecedented novel experience made her intoxicated. But now my foundation has been established. This source of sacred light attribute is not very compatible with me. After it is stripped away, I will indeed be affected, but it is harmless and can be made up for later. Your strength, defense and other attributes should also be significantly improved. With your current high-level Soul Emperor cultivation and a full set of angel soul bones, when you have the 7th soul ring you can try to get a 100,000-year soul ring. After more than an hour, Qian Ren Yui finally opened her eyes. 2 golden flames like glass suddenly lit up in her eyes and then slowly extinguished. This is the origin of the light holy dragon martial soul. In terms of quality, it is not much worse than your angel martial soul. However, this ball of origin is too scarce, resulting in insufficient stamina. But it doesn't matter. For you, the most important thing is this quality. Absorbing it will not only make your angel martial soul stronger, but most importantly it can minimize your physical strength and make up for your biggest shortcoming. Wang Shenmeng immediately struck while the iron was hot, looking at the beautiful girl in front of him affectionately and slowly leaned over in the shy eyes of the other party. Wang Shenmeng was not just trying to clean up Yu Xiaogang, he was just teasing. Qian Ren Yui frowned. Although she was not very interested in the grievances and hatreds of the older generation and she didn't know much, but no matter how indifferent she was, she could always hear some of the scandals between her sister and that waste. As punishment, the mountain of memorials taken out from the ring is a surprise for someone. This flame is the sun-glazed gold flame, which is the concentrated and sublimated form of the sun's true fire. It has an infinitely high temperature, just like a small sun, emitting infinite light and heat, and has the ultimate power to burn everything, or it can be called the ultimate fire. Wang Shenmen's mouth twitched. He could stay up all night without any impact, but he was used to sleeping with his little sister at night. It was not a good experience to deal with so-called government affairs for a long time. Wang Shenmeng suddenly stretched out his right hand, holding a ball of rich golden white light burning with terrifying flame. The light ball exuded a vast breath of light as bright and hot as the sun, as if it could burn all the impure evil in the world. Wang Shenmeng planned to make people happy first, and then everything would be easy to talk about and maybe he could get some benefit. Qian Ren Yui hugged Wang Shenmeng with emotion, blushed and pecked him on the cheek lightly, and then left in an instant. Qian Ren Yui looked at Wang Shenmeng with soft eyes, thinking that if she ascended to the god realm in the future and Xiao Meng still failed to become a god, she would bring him into the god realm and they would always be together. She was not disappointed but very pleasantly surprised. It's okay. This group of light holy dragon origin really helped me a lot in the early days. I can absorb spirit rings for so many years. The most important thing is that this group of origin has enhanced my physique in all aspects. With my natural strong mental power, I can even absorb spirit rings for several times longer, which gives me an unparalleled advantage among spirit masters of the same realm. By the way, where did you get this light holy dragon origin? Your martial soul is Mendi. How can you have the martial soul origin of the divine dragon? This is the foundation and heritage, and it is still a chain reaction. The years of the subsequent spirit rings can be greatly increased, which further increases the strength. At this point, if the martial soul origin that does not belong to him and cannot be perfectly absorbed is not so effective, it will even begin to restrict him. What gift? Hehe. Qian Ren Yui blinked her eyes, looking at him with curiosity and expectation, but in fact she knew clearly what to give. Wang Shenmeng did not hide it. You know Yu Xiaogang, right? Qian Ren Yui was very happy and sweet in her heart, but she complained to him coquettishly. After a long time she left his arms reluctantly. The holy aura on her body was purer and richer. Although the soul power level did not increase, the overall aura she exuded gave people a more oppressive feeling. Of course, it was precisely for this reason that many people in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family thought that Yu Xiaogang brought shame to the sect. Wang Shenmeng gently pressed the ball of holy dragon origin on Qian Ren Yui's head. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, your teacher is indeed such a person. Everything is in line with interests. As long as the interests are big enough, he can do anything shameless. In the timeline of Dou Yi, the concept of extreme fire has not been proposed, but there must be extreme fire attribute. For example, the flames of Ma Hongjun's 10-headed Fini in the later period definitely reached the level of extreme fire. Therefore, attracting the light holy dragon martial soul is a problem he has been considering for a long time, and giving it to Qian Ren Yui was also a decision not long ago. Qian Ren Yui's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. It turned out that it was not the fairy grass but this strange ball of light that looked so kind that she wanted to devour it. Qianren Yue still knew a little about Yu Xiaogang. After all, he was the youngest son of Yu Yuanzhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re sect. In terms of blood relationship, he was a core member. Even if he was a waste, the intelligence of the major forces could not be completely ignored. There were even very detailed information. Yu Xiaogang is quite famous. Your teacher Ning Fengzi once said that whoever has the master will win the world. You seem to look down on him. Ultimate fire. If he is really a nobody and no one pays attention to him, then everyone might be kind to him. Qianren Yui's face was full of red glow. She was already soft in his arms. She panted slightly and said in a charming voice, "Bad guy, you just know how to take advantage of me. You attract this ball of origin to me, then what will you do? Will it cause irreversible damage?" Wang Shenmeng said Yu Xiaogang is not useless. In fact, his martial soul is not simple. It just failed to mutate and became a useless martial soul. But the essence of the martial soul is the rarest beast martial soul in the world, the Holy Dragon of Light, which is even more powerful than the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re. My origin comes from Yu Xiaogang. What? It actually comes from Yu Xiaogang? Qianren Yue was shocked. Chapter 134. The God's Test is about to begin. It is indeed from Yu Xiaogang. His pig beast martial soul is very different from others' martial souls. It has its own independent consciousness, just like a soul beast parasitic on him. Think about it, which other soul master has a martial soul like his? It has an independent consciousness. It's so magical. Qianren Yue was very surprised. She was the owner of a god-level martial soul, and the angel martial soul was just like her hands and feet. She was controlled by her all the time. Even if it looked vivid, it was her own consciousness that was integrated into it. The martial soul itself did not have any life characteristics. Yu Xiaogang was just a useless soul master, but his martial soul was so different. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, "You know the golden iron triangle? The three martial souls used their skills to transform into the bright holy dragon that is the golden holy dragon. The root of it is Yu Xiaogang. He is the leader of soul skills. The so-called horn of wisdom is controlled by his consciousness when he transforms into the holy dragon of light. The reason lies in the holy dragon of light in his body." Qianren Yue thought so. His martial soul mutation is not a complete failure. He has the potential to become the holy dragon of light. Although he failed to evolve successfully in the end, he already has the essence of the holy dragon of light in his body. Wang Shenmeng said, "Yes, that's the case. When he mutated, he lacked stamina, which led to failure. But the essence of his martial soul already has the foundation of the holy dragon of light. It's a pity that he is too old. The best age for a soul master has long been wasted. Otherwise, if there were immortal treasures that could strengthen the foundation and transform him, he could complete the final transformation. Now, even if I didn't get his holy dragon of light and gave him the immortal grass, I couldn't let him evolve into the holy dragon of light immediately. I could only let him break through the threshold of level 29 and have the qualifications to become a high-level soul master in the future." Qianren Yue pretended to know nothing and asked curiously, "Immortal grass? What is that?" "It can make a failed martial spirit evolve successfully again." "Just pretend." "That's good." This is also the main reason why Oscar was favored by the god of food. In the afternoon, several girls were still excited, but Wang Shenmeng lost interest. Even if they colluded with the Xingluo Empire, it would be useless unless they could win over Ning Fengzi, but this was unlikely. He remembered that when Qianren Yue was taking the 9th divine test, she had a problem on the spiritual level and almost failed, so the sea god took advantage of it and inexplicably made Tang San, who had only met a few times, become her obsession, forcing her to have a good impression of Tang San and then successfully passed the divine test. Several women cheered happily. Although they had been shopping for several hours yesterday afternoon, it felt completely different whether there was a man with them. Wang Shenmeng said, "That's no problem, you can go back without worry. It's just right to reunite with the Great Elder for a while. With me here you won't lose your kingdom." However, he also pretended not to know that she already knew it and patiently explained the power of the fairy grass. At the end he added, "The fairy grass continues to grow and it can give birth to intelligence, and eventually it will be no different from plant soul bees. For example, the acacia heartbroken red has already given birth to intelligence." He pointed to another plant and said, "This is Narcissus jade muscle and bone, which has the function of moisturizing tendons and bones, and chi flows through the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. It is the most harmonious essence and harmonizes the disharmony, allowing you to more perfectly integrate the absorbed light holy dragon origin without any hidden dangers. In short, the situation in the Tiendu Empire will not be out of control. As long as Qianren Yue's identity is not exposed, everything will not be a problem. He just got the Zhu sisters and Ayan, and there is a Duguyan waiting to be developed. Xiao Wu and Lingfeng Douluo Lingxian are waiting for you to pick. He is not the one who is an ES now." This time Guangling and Qingluan, 2 light bulb, did not accompany him. Well, without His Highness Ong feels something is missing. He lacks lacks enthusiasm for everything he does. It's as if there is a piece of emptiness in his heart that has been taken away by His Highness. He doesn't want to get up so early in the morning. Anyway, he can't see His Highness if he gets up. The Narcissus jade muscle and bone were absorbed by Zuzuking and his soul power increased by 7 levels. As for whether he would get out of control, that doesn't exist at all. After dinner let's go play together for a morning. In the afternoon I'll take you to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Don't practice all the time. You should combine work and rest. Level 3 is not the end. There is still a lot of medicinal power. After you get the soul ring you can improve it even more. The mother and daughter are on the road to becoming gods separately, but they don't know each other. Wang Shenmeng knows the situation, but he can't reveal their secrets to another person without authorization, so he also relayed. As for the internal rebellion that the Tiendu Empire is facing, he didn't care at all. The soul power has increased by 3 levels. I'm level 70, a soul saint. Qian Ren Yui's eyes lit up. She was very happy, not for getting 2 immortal herbs but for the unique treatment. Wang Shenmeng also carefully selected these 2 immortal herbs. These 2 immortal herbs can nourish and strengthen people's body and spirit and remove impurities in the body and spirit so that people's spirit energy and spirit are integrated and one without eternal demons and interference from evil spirit. It is impossible to go down to the world in person or intervene in a big way. Even the Shura god does not have this power. All of them are for you. Ordinary immortal herbs are of little use to you. Your martial spirit has reached the top and your cultivation talent is unparalleled in the world. The knowledge of immortal herbs is just icing on the cake, but these 2 immortal herbs can strengthen the foundation, strengthen the bones and blood and improve the foundation. The increased soul power is actually useful to you. Zhu Zuyun's resentful tone and words that were almost like confessions were recognized by the other women. Qian Ren Yui happily watched her skin become more and more fair and delicate like ice and jade and felt the all-round transformation and improvement of her body. She couldn't suppress her joy. It's a pity that Shue'er was too thin-skinned and failed to successfully get to the home plate, but in that case Wang Shenmeng planned to stand on Xue Qinghe's side openly and make an excuse that Xue Qinghe was forced to surrender to the Spirit Hall and asked the Spirit Hall's holy son to help suppress the rebellion. These 2 immortal herbs are of mild medicinal effect. There is no danger in taking them and there is no pain in absorbing the medicinal power. Seeing the hope of further progress, the 2 are now full of energy and plan to make a breakthrough in the shortest time. The rebels who don't even have a titled Douluo can't turn the world upside down. It was originally to shock the tiger and lure the snake out of the hole. He was only afraid that there were not enough people participating in the rebellion and it would be temporarily give them a chance and then catch them all in one fell swoop after they all jump out. There are only dozens of soul bones over 10,000 years old on Wang Shenmeng and many of them are in duplicate part. There are not many who can make up a set, but there are a lot of soul bones over 1,000 years old. Wang Shenmeng quickly took out 2 immortal herbs, pointed to one of them and introduced, this is an 8-petal immortal orchid which will not wither for 1,000 years and will not fade for 100 generations. Its rich orchid fragrance can make people feel refreshed and refreshed. Its functions are to strengthen the foundation, remove impurities, increase the speed of cultivation and make people have the fragrance of orchid. Therefore he can start to prepare, but there is no need to publicize it everywhere so as not to arouse the enemy's vigilance and secretly sabotage. Salus is doing his best to serve them in their daily life, food, clothing, housing and transportation. He really regards himself as a butler. Although he does not do it himself, he makes the entire Wuhan Hall revolve around Wang Shenmen's family. The most important task has become to serve them. With Lingfeng Douluo here there is absolutely no problem with safety. Even if they meet Tang Hao or the 2 titled Douluos of the 7 Treasures Glaze sect who want to harm them, there is nothing to be afraid of. Even if they are defeated in the end, it is not a problem to retreat safely. Take it to plan separately. During my return the Heaven Do Empire needs you to take my place. During this time I will tell you in detail all the things that need to be paid attention to. Qian Ren Yui has already started to make arrangement. Although he has a storage soul guide, he has not been reduced to a miserable laborer, but every girl always pulls him to look at clothes when trying on clothes. Other girls each have 1 plant, but she got the light holy dragon origin which is better than the fairy grass and got 2 fairy grasses. What Qian Ren Yui wants to say is of course the secret of the inheritance of the godhood of their angel family. It's a pity that the middle god product was pulled out by the soft bone rabbit. Wang Shenmeng listened quietly. Wang Shenmeng nodded. You say. Wang Shenmeng was very satisfied with this. Anyway, the spirit hall didn't have so many things to deal with as long as it didn't delay the main business. All for me. Wang Shenmeng prepared for a rainy day and planned to strengthen her defense and foundation, making her as strong and invulnerable as possible. As long as the spirit was strong enough, it would be more difficult for the sea god to do anything. However, good things are worth waiting for and Wang Shenmeng was not in a hurry at all. all. Of course, perhaps in the eyes of the rebels it was not impossible to win over Ning Fengzi. As long as enough interests were sold, it would not make much difference to Ning Fengzi, who was the emperor of the Tiendu Empire. After all, he was the second most important person in the spirit hall, and it was not too much to enjoy his subordinate. At most he could give soul bones or gold soul coins as rewards to those who performed well. I believe that not only would no one complain, but they would rush to serve him. When he returned to the spirit hall, except for Zhu Zuqing, who was meditating and practicing, the other three women had not gotten up yet. However, as soon as they heard the noise of his return, in less than 3 minutes all 4 girls got up, including Lingfeng Douluo. After quickly washing up, they surrounded him and chattered. Wang Shenmeng did not mention his ambition to create a god for the time being. He would talk about it after he was named Douluo. Now he has not even reached the peak of the human world, but he said that he would create a god for himself. It would only add trouble. It was too ambitious and unconvincing. Qian Ren Yui nodded, and under Wang Shenmen's guidance she took the 2 immortal herbs one by one. When I first came to Tiendu city, it was very fresh. After visiting it for a long time, it was just so. Compared with the prosperous megacity in my previous life, Tiendu city was still far behind. This is the treatment of a legitimate girlfriend, not something that those FOY mistresses can provoke. If you tell them, they will envy them to death. Except Wang Shenmeng himself, the rest are girls. Surrounding him alone, they have become the most beautiful scenery on the street and have contributed to countless traffic accidents. Shweder, thank you. Wang Shenmen's affairs have come to an end for the time being. The 2 hidden poisonous snakes Shui Ying and Swabeng have been killed. Qian Ren Yui has successfully completed the plan to steal the country, and Dugabo's fairy grass has been obtained. There is no urgent task in the short term. He is not a heartless person. He still cares about the girls around him. Wang Shenmeng sat on the sofa in the hall holding Zhu Zuqing and a yin on the left and right, and his heart was also a little soft. Soon a rich and nutritious breakfast was delivered. Going shopping with a girl and taking 2 men with you is really not a good Imperial. In the original work, these 2 fairy herb, the 8th-class fairy orchid, were eaten by Oscar during the meeting, which solved the problem of his slow cultivation speed as a soul master of the matter system. The medicinal effect even lasted until the soul saint was fully absorbed. After eating, several people set off together in a mighty way. Gray, these soul bones are not worthy of his attention, and he will not let the girls absorb them, but for ordinary soul masters the 1000-year soul bones are also treasures worth a fortune. Okay, the other gods are not just for show. The Shura god, sea god, can only do some tricks, secretly play some tricks, or support some pawn. Qian Ren Yui heard about the effects of the 2 immortal herbs and felt that it was appropriate. Her path to becoming a god has been opened, and everything that can help her pass the god test is the most precious. Pressing shock appropriately, Qian Ren Yui finally said, after I become a soul saint, I will soon go back to start the angel god test. I am confident that I will get the top angel 9 test and inherit the position of the angel god. You wait for me. After I become a god, I will definitely find a way to make you a god. I heard from my grandfather that there are other god position inheritances hidden on this continent. Your talent is so strong. As long as you find the inheritance of the throne, will surely succeed. Well, you have it too. I have 2 immortal herbs here, both prepared for you. Qian Ren Yui was delighted and pulled him to sit in front of the table. Come, let's review these memorials together. Originally it was a job for 1 person, but now it has become a job for 2 people. Men and women work together without getting tired. The sweet atmosphere makes people happy physically and mentally, and immediately makes the boring work interesting. Qian Ren Yui looked at Wang Shenmeng deeply, pulled him to sit on the sofa, and said seriously, Xiao Meng, I want to tell you a secret. Only my grandfather and I know about this. Even the elders and the Pope of the worship hall are unaware of it. It is the biggest secret of our angel family. I will tell you. The morning, Wang Shenmeng, who had fulfilled his wish to spend the night on the dragon bed, left the palace reluctantly. You should know that the inheritance of the throne of God is not easy to be forcibly interrupted, and God cannot arbitrarily interfere in the affairs of the human world, let alone interrupt the inheritance of others' throne of God without reason. Qingluan and Guangling, the 2 titled Douluo, were also happy to stay at home to practice. After they absorbed the immortal grass, although they did not break through the soul power to the 98th level, the bottleneck that had been imprisoned for countless years had been loosened. Wang Shenmeng secretly rolled his eyes. The 2 generals beside him were Qian Ren Yui's die-hard supporters. How could she not know any movement around him? Qian Ren Yui was indignant. With so many girls around him, he actually let a soul beast prove his feelings for him. It was simply ridiculous. At this time they were in love, especially Zhu Zuyun, Zhu Zuqing, and a yin who had just given themselves to Wang Shenmeng. They were inseparable and in urgent need of care and tenderness. They wished they could stay together every minute. It was tiring to say new words of praise in different ways. You had to think of words and not be perfunctory, otherwise you would be jealous. Girls loved to go shopping in clothing stores. The most annoying thing was that they often tried on more than a dozen sets and didn't buy the last one but asked for his opinion on each set, essentially wanting him to praise them. Wang Shenmeng began to regret that he shouldn't have mentioned shopping. After finally making it to the afternoon, he couldn't wait to lead everyone to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire and finally washed away the fatigue of body and mind in the hot spring. Chapter 135 Departure Xingde Great Forest. Brothers. After more than 10 years, 3 days later, Xiao Wu successfully reached level 30 and Du Guyan reached level 40. Yan Zizuking and I will get the spirit ring together. Yin and Xiao Wu can condense the spirit ring by themselves, so there is no need to go to Xingde Great Forest with me. Will you three stay at home? Wang Shenmeng was ready and planned to act. We will go too. It's boring to stay at home. Zhu Zuyun shook her head hurriedly. Her sister and the prince had left, so how could she stay? Besides, if that woman came to make trouble again and the prince was gone, she couldn't beat him. She didn't know how much she would suffer. Xiao raised her hand and said, I want to go too. I haven't been back to Xingde Great Forest for a long time. I'll go back and take a look. Yin hugged Wang Shenmen's arm tightly as if she was always with him and directly pressed her attitude with action. Okay, there's no danger anyway, so let's go together and treat it as going out for fun. Wang Shenmeng was not afraid of the Xingde Great Forest. As long as the beasts under the Lake of Life did not come out, no soul beast in the open could threaten him. Even if De Ming and Er Ming came together, He Ling Feng Do Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo would join forces and the forest overlord would have to kneel. Your Highness, the carriage is ready. Do you really not need me to follow you? You are still short of a groom. Salas smiled flatteringly, sincerely hoping that His Highness would take him with him. He would be happy to be a groom. It would be best if he could make some more contributions in the Star-Do Great Forest. Since absorbing the soul bone of the 40,000-year-old lightning beast, his strength has increased a lot. The soul bone improves his physique, consolidates his foundation and strengthens his essence, allowing his soul power, which has been dormant for a long time, to slowly increase again. If there are a few more soul bones of similar or even better quality, he will have the confidence to break through to the title of Douluo in his lifetime. If he can break through successfully, wouldn't he immediately get rid of the troubles of aging and decay, which is equivalent to changing his fate? You don't need to serve me this time. The spirit hall cannot be left without someone to preside over it. I asked you to build the simulated training environment. You should hurry up and build it according to my settings. I will use it soon. Wang Shenmeng certainly wouldn't bring Saras with him. It was uncomfortable enough to have two light bulbs. If Saras was standing by all day, how could he have fun with the girls? If it weren't for the fact that Qingluan and Guangling, the two Douluo, had been very tactful and automatically invisible, hanging a few miles away and would not come out unless summoned or in danger, he would not even want to bring these two people. Salas was disappointed for a while, then he thought it's good to build a simulated training environment. If it done well, not only can it please His Highness, but even the ladies will look at him differently and say a few good words. Are you afraid that the credit is not big enough? He knows that this simulated training environment is for the girls. His Highness himself has outstanding talents and disdains to use the simulated environment for training. Don't worry, Your Highness. Our Wuhan Hall has a large area and is not short of money and resources. It will be built quickly. When Your Highness comes back, I guarantee that you can see the top-level simulated environment suitable for the ladies. Wang Shenmeng patted Saras on the shoulder and praised, I'm at ease when you do things. In addition, she enrolled Zuyun and the others in the Spirit Hall's Advanced Spirit Master Academy and then took a long vacation. In a few years they all have to participate in the competition, but they don't have to go to class. I will teach them personally. You communicate with the Spirit Hall's Advanced Spirit Master Academy and tell them that it is my intention. Do you understand? Salas bent down a little lower so that His Royal Highness the Holy Sun could pat his shoulder more easily and nodded repeatedly. I understand, and I will definitely do it properly. Wang Shenmeng ignored Sarath and led the women out of the Spirit Hall gate. A large and gorgeous SI horse carriage stopped at the door. The SI snow-white horses were fat and strong, tall and majestic, and they were carefully selected BMWs. Come up. The interior of the carriage is spacious and comfortable enough for sitting or lying down. There are many considerate services in the drawers, such as book and daily necessities, so that if the soul guide is used up, the things hidden in the carriage can be used temporarily. Wang Shenmeng nodded with satisfaction. Such a large carriage is almost like a small house. Not to mention 7 people, even 10 people can lie inside, and there is still a lot of room to spare. Your Highness, I will sit outside to guard against danger and drive the carriage. Spirit Fini Douluo Lingxian volunteered. She was very satisfied to enjoy the same treatment as several little sisters, but as the only titled Douluo among the 7, she had to take the responsibility of vigilance. No need, sit inside. It's cold and windy outside. It's not good for your skin. Come in and sit. Wang Shenmeng sat in the middle of the back carriage, raised his hand to stop. Lingfeng Douluo closed his eyes slightly, stretched out his hand to rub his forehead gently, and an invisible mental wave enveloped the heads of the SI horses. In an instant a virtual dream was imprinted in their simple thoughts, which contained some simple instructions as well as the direction and roadmap to the Tiendu Great Forest. All of them were moving along the wide official road. As long as the direction was correct, they would eventually reach the Tiendu Great Forest. Horses are naturally gifted in path. They can remember any complicated path they have walked, not to mention directly instilling it into their memory. Even if no one is driving, they will not go the wrong way. Just a few days after Wang Shenmeng left Tiendu City, Yu Yuan, the owner of the Xian Tang Yuehua, finished a day of teaching and returned to her room. As soon as she opened the door, her eyes shrank. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Her beautiful eyes were frosty, staring at the strange man in black clothes and a black hood sitting on the sofa. If this man hadn't given her a strange sense of familiarity, she would have shouted for someone to take down this uninvited guest who had trespassed into her boudoir. Although this man looked somewhat familiar, he had a weathered face, was unkempt, had a beard, and reeked of alcohol. She despised such unclean, sloppy and greasy people. If she knew this man, she would have been impressed, not just familiar. Hey Yuehua, I didn't expect that even you couldn't recognize me. The sloppy man in black laughed at himself. When the full moon is incomplete, I vaguely remember the old friend. Yuehua, can you really not recognize me? He looked at Tang Yuehua with a look of intimacy, excitement and expectation. You are how? The familiar voice echoing in her ears for days and nights, and the familiar poems revived Tang Yuehua's long-buried memories in an instant. The high-spirited and upright shadow gradually overlapped with the slovenly man in front of her. Tears dripped down her cheeks and Tang Yuehua trembled. She took a few steps forward and came to Tang Hao, looking at him closely. It was still a familiar outline, but there was no longer that kind of rising spirit. All that was left was the vicissitudes of life and the vague violence. She tightly grasped the man's arm, her eyes filled with mist and trembling voice. How is it really you? It's me, Yuehua. I'm your second brother Tang Hao. I'm here to see you. Wu. Tang Yuehua's lips trembled and she threw herself into Tang Hao's arms and burst into tears. Hands tightly embraced Tang Hao's waist as if to merge her body into Tang Hao's body. As elegant as she was, she no longer cared about her image at this time, as if she was afraid that if she let go, the person she thought about day and night would disappear again. After a long time, Tang Yuehua almost vented her feelings and then left Tang Hao's arms, wiped her tears and said, "Brother, how did you become like this? Where have you been all these years? What happened back then?" Tang Hao shook his head. "My story is very long. I will tell you slowly later. Now I have something to ask you." Tang Yuehua sighed in her heart but still smiled happily. "Brother, if you have anything to ask, just ask. I will tell you everything I know. It's not easy to meet again. Don't rush in and out again. I'll have someone arrange a place for you to stay, and after asking you, stay here and have a good rest. I also have a lot to ask you." Tang Hao did not comment and Tang Yuehua did not wait for his response. She left the room directly, found the butler, owed briefly explained the matter and then told him to make arrangement. After returning, Tang Hao could not wait any longer and asked directly, "You have been in Tiendu City. How much do you know about the son of the Spirit Hall?" "The son of the Spirit Hall?" Tang Yuehua's smile faded and his expression became serious. "Brother, why are you asking about him? Are you still against the Spirit Hall? Is Tang Hao serious?" A trace of ferocity flashed across his face and his tone was cold. "The hatred between the Spirit Hall and me is as deep as the sea, and everyone in the Spirit Hall must die. The son of the Spirit Hall, Wang Shenmeng, should be torn into pieces. I wish I could kill him now." Tang Yuehua was shocked by Tang Hao's ferocious look. He was startled by the hateful word. "Brother, what happened? Why do you hate the Spirit Hall so much? Is it because of Dad's death?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across Tang Hao's face. To say that their father's death was caused by the Spirit Hall's coercion, but he was the root of all tragedies. Up to now, not only 3 of the 4 single attribute families resented him, but many people in the Haoshan sect hated him to the core. In that war, the 4 single attribute families suffered heavy losses and left the Haoshan sect. Many people also died in the Haoshan sect and they were forced to close the mountain gate in the end. The old sect master was directly angered to death. Tang Xiao was ordered to take the position of the sect master, but he did not get the inherited soul bone belonging to the sect master, and he did not even learn the ring blasting stunt. Tang Hao, who enjoyed the greatest benefits of the sect and brought great disasters to the sect, should have taken the greatest responsibility, but he has been missing as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Tang Hao certainly knew that there were many people in the sect who hated him, and he could not shirk his responsibility for his father's death. Therefore he felt uncomfortable when Tang Yuehua mentioned his father. "My father's hatred is the main reason, and there is also new hatred," Tang Hao said coldly. "Wang Shenmeng, the son of the Spirit Hall, stole my son's 100,000-year soul beast and stole Ah Yin. The hatred of killing my father and stealing my wife I will never reconcile with the Spirit spirit hall in this life. Your son, Yin? Tang Yuehua looked puzzled. Tang Hao said lightly, it's the son of Yin and me. His name is Tang San. He goes to school in a small college in Fasno province. You will see him later. As for Yin, she is dead. She was killed by the people of the spirit hall. He immediately told his own Imperials briefly. Of course some of them were not suitable for his sister to know, so he just skipped them directly or changed the words in a spring and autumn style, successfully making Tang Yuehua feel the same hatred. Son of the spirit hall, how could he be so bad? He is so young and doesn't learn well. He took advantage of the power of the spirit hall to snatch the 100,000-year-old soul beast belonging to Xiao San and stole the relics of my sister-in-law. It's so despicable. I sympathized with him and felt that he was very pitiful when he was a child. Tang Yuehua said angrily, sure enough, there must be something hateful about pitiful people. He is so bad. Brother, you were just soft-hearted back then. If you had abolished his spirit earlier, how could he do such bad things now? Tang Hao said coldly, bullying the weak is not my code of conduct. He didn't harm me or join the spirit hall back then. How could I attack the elderly, weak women and children? Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Hao with admiration and sighed, brother, you are still as upright as you were back then. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find your sister-in-law's relics. She recalled the boy who was like a god, and her heart was a little complicated with a kind of regret that she was a beautiful woman but had to be a thief. However, Wang Shenmeng is still young, but his strength has reached the level of a high-level soul saint. He also has some cunning means, and he once injured sword Douluo Chen Xin. The most terrifying thing is that he has 3 titled Douluos protecting him, and the spirit hall's minions are looking out for him. You are alone and you must not rush to find him. We are in the dark and he is in the light. As long as we wait patiently, we will always find an opportunity. Tang Yuehua told Tang Hao the information she knew in detail. At the end, she was worried that Tang Hao would come to her impulsively, so she gave him a serious warning. Tang Hao's face was gloomy. I didn't expect that he was just a small ant back then, but he has become a big shot. I really misjudged a soul saint who was less than 14 years old. I didn't expect that there was an unprecedented genius under my nose. Only in this way we must not let him continue to grow, otherwise our Haoshan sect will be destroyed by this boy in the future. Tang Yuehua was also a little flustered. She had seen the power of those titled Douluo with her own eyes and had learned about it from many channels. She was deeply uneasy about the unfathomable strength of the spirit hall. This soul master holy land crawling in the center of the continent is definitely much stronger than everyone thinks, surpassing any sect on the continent. If another peerless strongman is added, this gap will be further widened. The Haoshan sect and the spirit hall have been entangled in grievances for decades, and each is stained with the blood of the other. There is no room for easing between them. If there is a chance, I believe both sides will destroy each other without hesitation. The spirit hall was afraid of their grandfather Tang Chen. Even if Tang Chen disappeared for decades, as long as his death was not confirmed, no one would dare to kill all of Haoshan sect, because without the weakness of the sect, Tang Chen would be even more terrifying enough to make the spirit hall feel difficult and even afraid. But if the spirit hall also produced a top powerhouse who could match or even surpass Tang Chen, would their fear still ease? Tang Yuehua's face was pale. She had not thought about this question before, intentionally or unintentionally, but when her brother returned with a heart full of hatred and put the bloody reality in front of her, she could no longer escape. Brother, you are definitely not the only one who thinks the same as you. No one in the upper 3 sect wants to see the spirit hall continue to be so powerful that it is unrivaled. Ning Fengzi of the 7 Treasures Glaze sect has long had a vision and has been committed to the alliance of the 3 sect. He wants to make the upper 3 sects truly united and fight against the spirit hall. You go to him, he will definitely be very happy to see you. With their help, the chances of getting back my sister-in-law's relics will be greatly increased. Tang Yuehua's words made Tang Hao frown slightly. The 7 Treasures Glaze sect took advantage of the opportunity of the Haoshan sect closing the mountain gate to Yip and wantonly seizing the interest that the Haoshan sect could not keep after closing the mountain. In recent years it has become more powerful than the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect and has surpassed the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect to become the second-ranked sect. This is all because of devouring the flesh and blood of the Haoshan sect. Now the Haoshan sect is secluded from the world. The 7 Treasures Glaze sect is the leader of the world sects, and it seems that the Haoshan sect has disappeared in their eyes. If they say that they have no intention of replacing the Haoshan sect, no one will believe it. This has made the sect slave Tang Hao dissatisfied for a long time, and now he is asked to take the initiative to ask the other party, which is difficult for him to accept. I will seriously consider it, Tang Hao said in a deep voice. Does the holy son of the spirit hall still live in the spirit hall? Tang Yuehua said he has been living in the spirit hall, bringing a few girls, and often goes out to play. It seems that he has a good relationship with Douluo. Douluo's granddaughter lives with him. The other 2 girls around him are the princesses of the Xingluo Empire who were snatched by him. There is also a girl named Xiao who should be the 100,000-year soul bee soft-bone rabbit you mentioned. Tang Hao was surprised and said, you know a lot of detail. Tang Yuehua smiled softly. The major forces attach great importance to his intelligence. During this period have investigated the people around him very clearly. Outside the spirit hall there are spies from all major forces everywhere, and every move can arouse the imagination of countless people. Tang Hao sneered, it sounds like a great big shot. He is a big shot, the NET generation of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the most outstanding genius in the history of the continent. This status is no worse than the Emperor of the Empire and the leaders of various sects. He also has powerful forces around him. Who dares not to pay close attention to him? Tang Yuehua frowned. Even she could feel the other party's awe-inspiring gaze. It was really stressful to be enemies with such a person, but he went out these days. He should be taking the girl NET to him to get spirit ring. The target is the Star Do Great Forest. As he expected, the three-titled Douluo also went with him. Chapter 136. Tang Hao met Ning Fengzi. He is not in Tiendu city. Tang Hao's heart moved and he asked, according to what you said, there are several girls around that boy. Which one is he hunting for a spirit ring? Tang Yuehua frowned and said, the information I got is that all the girls went with him and who they helped to hunt for a spirit ring is their internal information and outsiders can't get to know so much. They all went. Humph, do they think the Star Do Great Forest is a fun place? Tang Hao's face was ugly. Tang Yuehua suddenly reacted, brother, you don't think that some girl stayed behind and wanted to catch her to exchange for sister-in-law's relics, right? Tang Hao's face was a little unnatural and he said coldly, why not? Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Hao seriously, brother, didn't you say that you disdain to bully the weak? Attacking a little girl is not in line with your identity as a dignified Haoshan Douluo, and it is also different from my memory of my brother who looks down on the world. Tang Hao was silent for a moment and said lightly, didn't that Guangling Douluo also bully Xiao Wu? If they can do it on the first day, Tang Hao can't do it on the 15th? Tang Yuehua said, but they are members of the evil Wuhan Hall. They are bad people. Isn't it normal for bad people to do bad things? But brother, you are a hero who stands tall and upright. Heroes should not follow the villain, otherwise he is not worthy of being a hero. What is the difference between him and the villain in our eyes? Tang Hao's blue turned black and he shook his head and said, Yuehua, you are too naive. The enemy will do everything to us. If we still insist on the so-called principle of being a good person, we will never be able to defeat the enemy. I disdain to attack the weak, but the people of the Spirit Hall are not included. Since those girls have fallen into depravity and joined the people of the Spirit Hall for glory and wealth, they do not deserve my respect. It is natural to deal with the people of the Spirit Hall by any means. Because the Spirit Hall is a cancer in the Soul Master world, we are eliminating harm for the people. Even if the means are excessive, we should not be blamed. Tang Yuehua sighed softly. Of course she was not so naive and she knew that her brother had some truth in what he said, but for some reason she suddenly felt a little lost. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Hao's old cheeks. His face was full of stubble, his hair was like a chicken coop, and the smell of wine and sweat on his body was particularly pungent in this room full of elegant fragrance. She frowned slightly. Brother was not so sloppy before. She was too excited when they first met and didn't pay much attention to it. Now that she has calmed down, she can't stand it. Brother, it's late at night. You should rest first. We will discuss any plans tomorrow. Tang Yuehua tried to speak in a gentle tone. Tang Hao hummed. He really wanted to have a good sleep after traveling continuously. Now that he knew that the three-titled Douluo were no longer in Tiendu city, his tense heartstrings ed and fatigue spread all over his body. The NET day, Tang Hao changed into clean clothes. Although he still looked sloppy, he didn't have that disgusting smell. Brother, the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect master Ning Fengzi is here to visit you and wants to meet you. I think you can discuss it. We all have a common position in dealing with the Spirit Hall and we can definitely join forces. Tang Hao glanced at Tang Yuehua unhappily. Yuehua, did you leak my information to Ning Fengzi? Tang Yuehua nodded submissively. Brother, sect master Ning is not our enemy. Now our top priority is the Spirit Hall. The conflicts of interest between the three sects can be slowly divided after dealing with the Spirit Hall. Tang Yuehua had no choice but to persuade him earnestly. She knew that Tang Hao had a big prejudice against the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, but it was too dangerous for him to face the Spirit Hall saint alone, so she took the initiative to reveal the news to Ning Fengzi and asked him to come to her door. It was just like what she thought. Ning Fengzi is a calm and pragmatic person. Face is both important and unimportant to him. He took the initiative to meet Tang Hao when he got the news without putting on the airs of the three sect masters. Tang Hao nodded reluctantly. Then let's meet. Inside the room, Tang Yuehua as the host introduced the two parties to each other. No introduction is needed. More than 10 years ago, how could Ning Fengzi not have seen the Haoshan twins who were in the limelight, not to mention Douluo, the original successor of the Haoshan sect, who was known as the most talented person in the Haoshan sect since Tang Chen. It was hard not to attract his attention. Haoshan Douluo, I didn't expect you to change so much. I almost couldn't recognize you. It seems that the incident was a big blow to you. Douluo Chen Xin and Bone Douluo Gurong both sighed. Sect Master Ning Douluo Bone Douluo, it's a pleasure to meet you. Tang Hao casually bowed and sat on the chair. He was not young already, si years old, a generation older than Ning Fengzi but a generation younger than the two-titled Douluo. Although he and Ning Fengzi were equals, he did not intend to treat the two-titled Douluo with respect as a junior. Brother Tang, I am so happy to see you safe and sound. Brother Tang's feat of killing the Spirit Hall Pope really made me excited, and I wish I could take his place. Unfortunately, my strength is limited and I am not good at fighting, so I can only look up to Brother Tang's back. Ning Fengzi's flattering words made Tang Hao's mouth twitch. Others don't know, but doesn't he know it himself? He didn't kill the Spirit Hall Pope at all. He just killed a titled Douluo elder and injured the Pope Qianunji. Although the injury was serious, it was not fatal. Knowing that he took the blame and caused his father's death and the sect suffered heavy losses, Tang Hao had no way to explain. He didn't know how Qianunji died, but it was definitely related to him severely injuring the other party. He couldn't get rid of this blame, and no one would believe it if he told others. Master Ning, you came to Yu Yuan to find me. Are you here to discuss how to deal with the Spirit Hall? Tang Hao was too lazy to play along, so he got straight to the point. Ning Fengzi's presence remained unchanged, and he smiled and said, it's too early to talk about dealing with it, it's just a rainy day. Tang Hao's face darkened. What I mean is, if the Spirit Hall has no ambition, you will also be content with the status quo? Ning Fengzi asked back, what's wrong with being content with the status quo? We can't take the initiative to provoke the Spirit Hall, right? How much do you know about their strength? Just the strong ones who have been posed are close to being titled Douluo. This is such a terrifying strength that my 7 treasures glazed tile sect naturally can't afford to provoke. Unless it's a last resort, I won't fight against the stone with an egg. Tang Hao smiled disdainfully in his heart. He had carefully asked Yuehua last night. Their Haoshan sect now has more than one palm of titled Douluo, and they are all Haoshan hammer spirits with invincible attack power. The Spirit Hall has nearly 10 titled Douluo. Is it amazing? Then why did you come to me? I have an irreconcilable relationship with the Spirit Hall, and I will definitely settle accounts with them in the future. Tang Hao directly stated his position, and he was not afraid of Ning Fengzi knowing it. Anyway, his hatred with the Spirit Hall has been going on for a long time, and who on the mainland doesn't know it? Ning Fengzi sighed. Brother Tang Hao, you are free to deal with the Spirit Hall, but the strength of the Spirit Hall is unfathomable. If you act rashly, it will be like hitting a rock with an egg. You return to Tiendu city. You don't want to take action against the son of the Spirit Hall, do you? Tang Hao nodded. I came here for him. Ning Fengzi looked solemn. I advise Brother Tang Hao to calm down. There are 3 titled Douluos around the son of the Spirit Hall. Recently, poison Douluo Dugabo has been very close to him and even sent his granddaughter to him. We must be on guard. In addition, the strength of the Saint of the Outer Spirit Hall is also unfathomable. Even Uncle Jian was injured by him. I know you are very powerful, but are you sure you can deal with the siege of 4 or 5 titled Douluo level masters? Tang Hao was silent for a moment and looked at Jian Douluo. Your Majesty, Chen Xin Wang Shenmeng is just a soul saint, but he can hurt you. Is he really that powerful? Chen Xin's face turned cold. Your Majesty, Haoshan, are you doubting my strength? As soon as the voice fell, the breath on his body and the powerful soul power approached Tang Hao like a sharp sword. Tang Hao's face condensed and the breath on his body also burst out, colliding with the breath of Jian Douluo. It roared like thunder in the void. Tang Yuehua, who had low soul power, turned pale as if struck by lightning. Yuehua, Tang Hao and Jian Douluo each restrained their breath, and Ning Fengzi had already fallen on Tang Yuehua with a colorful light. Brother, I'm fine, Tang Yuehua said with a wry smile in a melancholy mood. Speaking of which, she also has a useless martial spirit. She has been ridiculed and looked down upon in the sect. Her situation is somewhat similar to that of Yu Xiaogang of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Otherwise she would not have been running around for the sect alone. On the one hand, she had to show her value to the sect. Whether it was a practical need or a psychological need, it drove her to do so. On the other hand, she was similar to Yu Xiaogang. She was just escaping. When she was away from her acquaintances, naturally no one would say that she was a waste. Even if they thought so in their hearts, no one dared to say so when she represented the Haoshan sect. But Tang Yuehua was still very disappointed because she could not bear even a trace of the momentum leaked out. As long as they were soul masters, no one did not want to become a strong person. Tang Yuehua certainly had a dream of becoming a strong person, but the useless martial spirit was an eternal pain in her heart, so she especially admired those soul masters with strong strength and great spirit. That was why she was always Tang Hao's little fangirl, and she always remembered that her brother fought all over the world unrivaled in his peerless power. Seeing that Tang Yuehua was indeed fine, Tang Hao turned to look at Jian Douluo. Your Majesty, Chen Xian's 7-killing sword is indeed powerful. I admit that I underestimated you. Jian Douluo. Chen Xian's face was still not very good and he sneered. What do you think? Do you still think that I was injured by a mere soul saint because of my lack of strength, not because that soul saint was too evil? Tang Hao took a deep breath. Your Majesty, please tell me in detail about the situation at that time. I really can't imagine how a soul saint could cross the chasm like a natural moat and hurt a super Douluo like you who is hard to beat in the world. Chen Xian said lightly. If it was a regular soul skill or a soul power competition, he would naturally not be able to hurt me, but the powerful and weird soul skills he showed in just a few fights with me were almost unsolvable, especially the spiritual blade. I can only passively resist, unable to counter-attack or crack, but passive resistance alone cannot avoid injury. Although the injury is not fatal, at most it gives me a splitting headache on the spot and then it will slowly recover after a period of pain. He can't release it several times in a short period of time, but it is enough to make me uncomfortable. If an ordinary titled Douluo encounters such a powerful spiritual blade, as long as he is hit a few more times, I am afraid he will have to lie down on the spot. Spiritual blade. Tang Hao's face is gloomy. This is not good news for him. What he is proud of is strength, the terrifying attack power of the clear sky hammer, but spiritual attack is a very unfamiliar field and it is an invisible and elusive force. No matter how powerful his clear sky hammer is, it will only hit the air with one hammer, so I advise you to think twice. The two titled Douluo beside him have soul power higher than mine and they are at least super Douluo of level 97. Sword Douluo. Chen In kindly advised. We have carefully checked those two people. Judging from the clues recorded in various documents, they should be Guangling Douluo and Qingluan Douluo, who dominated the world decades ago. These two people are from your grandfather's generation and have long disappeared from the sight of the world. If they hadn't suddenly appeared, I would have even forgotten their existence. After all, I was still a child at that time. Tang Hao's face became more gloomy and Tang Yuehua's face was even paler. 97 level titled Douluo. This is close to the peak of soul masters and there are two of them at once. Thinking that such people are their enemies and not far away, the pressure coming in front of them makes people almost breathless. Ning Fengzi sighed. The spirit hall has too deep a foundation. These are only the two who have appeared. No one can tell how many more have not appeared, but I guess that the spirit hall should have more than 10 titled Douluo. Tang Yuehua felt even more heavy-hearted and sighed. On the bright side, the known titled Douluo are Guangling, Qingluan, Ling Yuan, Zhu Gui and the Pope. That Ling Yuan Douluo is said to be the youngest of the 9 elders in the Elder Hall. Does this mean that there are 8 titled Douluo ahead of her? Even if Qingluan and Guangling are left out, there are still SI, which adds up to at least 12. We all thought that the Spirit Hall had more than 3 titled Douluo, which was already very powerful, but 3 might just be a fraction of them. She couldn't say any more. She was afraid that if she continued she would lose the courage to go against them. Ning Fengzi smiled bitterly and said there are at least 12 titled Douluo, which is SI times that of our 7 treasures glazed tile sect and 12 times that of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. The most terrifying thing is that among the spirit masters below the titled Douluo, the spirit hall also far exceeds any other force. Even the spirit masters owned by their own force account for more than half of all the spirit masters. Your Majesty, Haoshan, in this situation are we not satisfied with the status quo, but are we actively seeking death? Tang Hao had a gloomy face and didn't know what to say. Ning Fengzi continued, besides, the holy son of the spirit hall is very evil. I have seen him several times, but I still cannot see through him. Although he seems to have done nothing since he came to Tiendu city, the empire has undergone earth-shaking changes since his arrival. It is hard to believe that all this has nothing to do with him, but I still can't understand what his motive is. If he directed the turmoil in the empire, is it just to kill Prince Xueying for revenge? But at that time Emperor Xueya had already given up Prince Xueying. With the strength he showed, killing Xueying was like killing an ant. Even with Dugubo's protection it was useless. Why make such a big fuss? Even Emperor Xueya is dead. What good will it do for him to have Emperor King He take the throne? Ning Fengzi frowned more and more as he spoke, and he was really puzzled. Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua certainly couldn't figure it out. They looked at each other in silence and the atmosphere in the room became more depressing. Finally Ning Fengzi looked at Tang Hao deeply and said in a deep voice, if His Majesty Haoshan must fight to the end with the Spirit Hall, there is only one way, that is to find your grandfather who has disappeared for decades. As long as he returns and leads the Haoshan sect to fight against the Spirit Hall sect, like us will dare to stand on the opposite side of the Spirit Hall with a clear attitude. Otherwise we can't be the first to come forward. If it really doesn't work, it's not impossible to compromise with the Spirit Hall. It's just an straw mother-in-law on both sides. Grandfather Tang Hao sighed in his heart. He also wanted to find his grandfather to make decisions for him, but he really didn't know where to find him. Let's stop here today. I have made it very clear about the strength comparison between the enemy and us. I hope Brother Tang can seriously consider it and don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Ning Fengzi left Yu Yuan with the two titled Douluo sword. Douluo Chen Xin Ning Mei said Feng Zhi mentioned Tang Chen and said that he would not fight to the death with the spirit hall. If he really couldn't do it, he would surrender. Is he trying to force Tang Chen out? Ning Fengzi nodded calmly. Indeed, there is an intention in this regard. If there is still one person in this world who can hope to lead the various sects to fight against the spirit hall, it must be Tang Chen. If Tang Hao and even the Haoshan sect are not given enough pressure, how can they desperately look for Tang Chen? Bone Douluo said Tang Chen has disappeared for decades and is almost forgotten by the world. Maybe he has already died. Ning Fengzi said calmly, everyone says Tang Chen is so powerful. Since he is at the top of the world, he must not die so easily. If the people of Haoshan sect really desperately search for him, they may find him. We are different from Haoshan sect. We can surrender, but Haoshan sect cannot surrender. If they don't want to be destroyed, Tang Chen is their only hope. Ning Fengzi couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad. The Seven Treasures Glaze sect was not like Haoshan sect, which had no way out. He felt a little comforted, but the price was to surrender to the spirit hall, which made him sad. Jian Douluo comforted, why be so pessimistic? The spirit hall may not have the ambition to unify the continent. Even if it does, our major sect and the two empires united may not be unable to deal with the 12 titled Douluos. Just the 3 sects add up. Yu Yuanzhen, the 2 of us, Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, that 5 Xingluo empire also has Dai Tianfeng, and the elders of Haoshan sect may have also made breakthroughs. The strength gap is not that big. Ning Fengzi smiled faintly, shook his head and said 12 is just our conservative estimate. The actual number will only be more, not less. And there is Du Gabo, who has an ambiguous attitude. As for ambition, although there is no evidence, I am almost certain that the turmoil in the Tiendu empire was manipulated by the Holy Sun. He must have a huge plot unknown to the public. Does this look like he has no ambition? Jian Douluo's face changed. Fengzi, you told Tang Hao that if it doesn't work we will surrender. Is that your real idea? Ning Fengzi nodded seriously. For me, the inheritance of the sect will always be the first priority. As long as the 7 treasures glaze can continue to exist, it doesn't matter if I bow my head for a while. After thousands of years, maybe the spirit hall will be in ruins, but the 7 treasures glaze sect will still stand. But the premise is that our inheritance must continue. Jian Douluo pressed his understanding. Then what are you going to do? If you want to sit on the fence and wait and see, some back roads must be arranged in advance. Otherwise, if the spirit hall wins, it may not give us the opportunity to surrender. Ning Fengzi laughed at himself. Yes, it's time to prepare a back road. Even Lu Erlong understands this truth. How can I, who claims to be a wise man, turn a blind eye to it? Chapter 137. Bright Flash Butterfly and Green Scale Dragon King. Stardo Great Forest. Wang Shenmeng and his party traveled all the way and finally arrived at their destination after more than 20 days. First, we found a hotel in the town to stay. Although we passed many cities along the way, we still had to spend the night in the wilderness. After sitting in the carriage for more than a month, we were a little tired. Before entering the forest, we had to take a good rest in the town and replenish some food, water, etc. The net morning, after asking the store to take care of the carriage, we walked to the Xingde Great Forest. Familiar breath. After many years, I am finally back again. Xiao Wu looked at the boundless primeval forest with an excited look on her face. However, she did not propose to go back to the Lake of Life to see Daming and Erming, worried that these two 100,000-year-old soul beasts would be opposed to their master's eyes and bring them fatal disasters. She did not want the two sides to fight to the death. No matter which side was hurt, it would make her uncomfortable. Wang Shenmeng also pretended not to know the existence of Daming and Erming. He could not use these two soul beasts, and the existence under the Lake of Life made him very wary. Now is not the time to contact them. Without enough bargaining chips and the strength to protect themselves, if you rashly go to their door, you may be killed. Wang Shenmeng asked curiously, Ayan, are you also from the Xingde Great Forest? Ayan shook her head. No, there are too many soul beasts in the Xingde Great Forest. Blue silver grass is a food for herbivorous soul beasts and cannot grow. I grew up slowly in a hidden valley outside. That valley is hidden enough. There has never been any trace of humans, and there are no powerful soul beasts, so I can grow up safely. That's right. Wang Shenmeng nodded. Ayan is different from Xiaowu. Although Xiaowu is a rabbit, she can still run around. Ayan is a grass. Before she has a certain level of cultivation, an ordinary animal can eat her. Dugu Yan said, Your Highness, our spirit rings are fine. With more time we will definitely find the right one. But your spirit rings require a long lifespan, and it may be difficult to find a suitable spirit beast. Wang Shenmeng said, It is indeed difficult to find. I can now fully withstand spirit rings over 100,000 years old, but although the Xingde Great Forest is large, 100,000-year-old spirit beasts are rare. Even if there are a few, they are not a match for me. But it doesn't matter if there are number 100,000-year-old spirit beasts. 50,000-year-old spirit beasts are fine. His first spirit ring has the ability to absorb energy to increase the age of the spirit ring. Now that the yin and yang 5 elements circulate back and forth, the increased age can be applied to all spirit rings. As long as there is enough flame source energy and the body can withstand it, it is not impossible to increase all spirit rings to 100,000 years. Therefore he does not pursue me at age. As long as the quality of the spirit beast's bloodline is high enough and can bring powerful spirit skills, it will be fine. In fact, there is no having powerful soul skills does not matter much. When reaching the title Douluo realm, the reliance on soul ring skills will be greatly reduced. The soul master can control the soul power at will, and the soul power is also powerful enough. A random attack has great power, which is not much worse than soul skills. Some people have created various secret techniques which are even more powerful than soul skills, such as the Great Sumi blowing secret technique and the Ring Explosion secret technique of the Haoshan sect and the 7-stroke and 1-word kill secret technique of Sword Douluo Chen Xin, which are all innovations in the use of soul power. Even at the god level, soul skills are completely useless. Gods have begun to cultivate the power of law. The tricks they create will surpass most soul ring skills. For example, the 13 styles of the sea god are tricks created by the sea god. They are not soul ring skills, but they are countless times more powerful than soul ring skills. Wang Shenmeng has extremely powerful soul skills so far, but some of his secrets are just as good as soul skills and some are even more powerful. For example, the Dragon Snake 9 transformations he passed on to Douluo is definitely not inferior to any 100,000-year soul skill. Even if he doesn't use soul ring skills now and uses all his own martial arts and soul skills, he has the confidence to compete with titled Douluo. The Xingde Great Forest is so big that it's hard to find a 100,000-year soul beast, but there are still many 70,000-80,000-year soul beasts. Xiao Wu grew up in the Xingde Great Forest. No one can compare with her in terms of familiarity with the forest. Wang Shenmeng said, Xiao Wu, you are familiar with this place. Do you know where there are butterfly or moth soul beasts that are 70,000 to 80,000 years old? It would be best if there are 100,000 years old. Let me think about it. Xiao Wu bit her finger and thought hard for a while. Suddenly her eyes lit up. I remember that a long time ago a butterfly soul beast appeared in the Xingde Great Forest. It came and went without a trace. It was called the Bright Flash Butterfly. Bright Flash Butterfly? Wang Shenmeng immediately thought of the information about this soul beast. It is a magical soul beast with the ability to teleport in space. In the legend, it has the speed of light in the normal state. When teleporting, it comes and goes without a trace. It travels 1,000 meters in a flash. It is the most mysterious and difficult soul beast among butterflies. Yes, Xiao Wu nodded repeatedly. I also condensed the 3rd soul ring and obtained the soul skill of teleportation, so I suddenly remembered it. After all, when I saw the bright flash butterfly, it was tens of thousands of years ago. At that time I had not yet transformed. Wang Shenmeng was overjoyed. Okay, then let's take this bright flash butterfly as the target first. After Zuqing and Yanzi I get the soul ring, you take me to the place where the bright flash butterfly has appeared before to see if I can find it. Xiao Wu did not feel ashamed to betray the soul beast. For her, perhaps only the softbone rabbit is considered the same kind, and this is still a soul beast. In her eyes, ordinary softbone rabbits are like people looking at monkeys, and they will never be regarded as the same kind. As for other soul beasts, many of them still use softbone rabbits as food. Softbone rabbits also use carrots as food and sometimes eat blue silver grass. Even if these species are all soul beasts, they will never think that they are from the same group. She nodded quickly. Master, don't worry, I still remember the general location, but I haven't heard of that bright flash butterfly since then. Maybe it has left or hidden, or it may have been eaten by other soul beasts or killed by humans. After all, tens of thousands of years have passed, but if it is not dead, it may be more than 100,000 years old. Bright flash butterfly has top level blood. It can reach more than 100,000 years of cultivation after practicing for tens of thousands of years. It is too difficult to catch it. Don't worry about it, just help me find it. More than 100,000 years old. This is really a pleasant surprise. Wang Shenmeng certainly didn't think that there were only two 100,000-year-old soul beasts, Ming and Ming, in the Xingde Great Forest, except for the one under the Lake of Life. Such a large forest with countless soul beasts, there must be hidden 100,000-year-old soul beasts. The wisdom system of those soul beasts who can practice for 100,000 years is definitely not inferior to that of human. The most important thing is to hide to survive the tribulation or avoid being hunted by human. If they have some special abilities, it is normal that they are difficult to be discovered. Although Wang Shenmeng does not necessarily have to pursue a 100,000 soul ring, he would certainly be eager to get a soul ring with a higher age. Besides other things, absorbing a 100,000 soul ring can increase the soul power by several levels, and a soul bone will definitely be dropped. Although he has a lot of soul bones, he still only has 2 eternal soul bones so far. He has not absorbed any of the regular soul bones in the SI parts of his body. The reason is nothing else, he just doesn't like it. For him, he is unwilling to absorb soul bones that are less than 100,000 years old. You should know that once these soul bones are absorbed, it will be difficult to take them out. The head and torso bones will never be returned once absorbed. Unless the soul master dies, they can be taken out from him. Even if it is the soul bones of the limbs, the price to be paid is extremely huge. Every time a soul bone is taken out, one limb must be amputated and the soul power will drop by 10 levels. Who can bear this? Of course, Wang Shenmeng has the ability to regenerate broken limb. He can also cut off his limbs, grow them again, and then reabsorb soul bones, but the regrown limbs also consume the essence of life, and they are definitely not as good as the original one. Wang Shenmeng is confident that he can get a set of 100,000 soul beasts, so he is too lazy to absorb soul bones of 70,000 or 80,000 years. Although 100,000 soul beasts are rare, they are not rare in the entire Douluo continent. There are countless powerful soul beasts hidden in the vast ocean. The ones that appear in the original book are only a part of them, not to mention the far north where there is a million-year soul beast waiting for him to harvest. He has even the shame of the soul beast has been used, and it has accumulated such a huge amount of energy and vast spiritual power. It is so compatible with me, and it will be an opportunity for my dreamland to shine into reality. There are many soul beasts in the forest. Everyone should be vigilant. Although Ziyan and I are here to ensure everyone's safety, it is better to be careful. Wang Shenmeng ordered Ziyan, you go in the front, I go behind, Zuyun and the others go in the middle. Don't run away alone and don't leave our sight. Well, we know. The women nodded obediently. This is the Xingde Great Forest. Even the titled Douluo dare not rush in without scruples, so they dare not take it lightly. This is my first time to come to the Xingde Great Forest. It is really so big and primitive. There are so many powerful soul beasts in it. Zhu Zuqing looked at the towering trees around with curiosity. This is just after entering the edge of the forest, and there are many soul beasts. Some of them have thousands of years of cultivation. The first 2 soul rings she obtained were obtained in the soul hunting forest. Compared with the Stardo Great Forest, the soul hunting forest is not worth mentioning. Every time you come to the Stardo Great Forest for the first time, you will feel shocked. You will get used to it. Zhu Zuyun smiled lightly, but her heart was particularly soft. She thought of the first time she came to the Stardo Great Forest 5 years ago. She met His Highness here. The fate began, and then they finally entangled for a lifetime. Walking and stopping in the forest for 4 or 5 days, she didn't find a suitable soul beast. The main reason is that everyone's vision has been improved and their martial spirits have evolved. Of course, they hope to absorb higher quality soul rings and don't want to make do with it casually. Anyway, there is a lot of people in the world and everyone is very patient. In line with your idea of better to have nothing than to have something bad, they gradually go deeper into the forest. This time Wang Shenmeng personally helped Zhu Zuqing and Duguyan obtain spirit rings. Duguyan was fine. In previous years Dugubo was with her. As the only granddaughter, Dugubo doted on her to the bone, so of course he obeyed her orders without any impatience. Unfortunately, she had been poisoned by snake venom in previous years. Spirit rings with too high age and quality would make her green scale snake martial spirit more powerful, but also make the snake venom more severe. She was afraid that she could not bear it, so the spirit beast she looked for was not too powerful. And Zhu Zuqing was hunted in the soul hunting forest by the elders of the clan. There was not much room for choice of captive spirit beast, and she was just a girl who was not very optimistic after all, so she basically had no say. But now it is different. Duguyan can finally absorb any high quality spirit ring without restriction. Of course, she has to be very selective, and Zhu Zuqing no longer has to look at the faces of the elders of the clan and can also try to choose better spirit beast, whether it is quality or age, to be perfect. Yanzi, you have made some achievements in practicing the 9 transformations of dragon and snake. Your physique has been greatly enhanced. You have also eaten a few top grade herbs. I will give you another one of the Kibisuanlongdan grass. This fairy herb has incredible effects on dragon, snake and sub-dragon. After you take it combined with the 9 transformations of dragon and snake, it should allow your green scaled snake martial soul to successfully evolve into the green-scaled Dragon King martial soul. By then the fourth soul ring can absorb 10,000 years. Wang Shenmeng said so during the break. He saw that Duguyan's green eyes had almost returned to black and white and his hair had mostly returned to black. He thought it was time to take the herb. During this period he practiced the 9 transformations of dragon and snake with Duguyan every 2 days. Not only did their relationship heat up rapidly, reaching the point of being inseparable and in love, but they also practiced this secret method to the critical moment. This is much faster than Dugubo's speed. The old man was groping alone and he was too deeply poisoned. Without 3 or 2 years he would never be able to be reborn. Ah, fairy grass, can I take it now? Duguyan was pleasantly surprised. Although she knew that she had her share of fairy grass, she still missed it every time she ate it, especially when she saw that her sisters had benefited greatly from taking the fairy grass. She couldn't wait. She was the oldest in the family but not the most skilled. She was completely outclassed by Zhu Zuyuan. She wanted to fight for herself. At least she couldn't be worse than others, right? Now Zhu Zuyuan's martial soul has evolved into a 9-life spirit cat and her cultivation speed is faster. She is already a level 45 soul master while she has just reached level 40. She is 2 years older than him, so she feels a little uneasy. It's okay. You were poisoned by snake venom before. After taking these immortal herb they may conflict with the snake venom. Now most of the snake venom has been removed with the spirit snake molting. The dragon snake 9 transformations has also reached a critical period. After taking the herbs you don't have to worry about the influence of the snake venom. You can also use this to cultivate the dragon snake 9 transformations and completely evolve your spirit into the green scale Dragon King. Great! Duguyan was overjoyed. She hugged Wang Shenmeng and bit his face. She happily took the immortal herbs, sat cross-legged on the blanket and began to take them according to his instructions. Chapter 138 Quetzalcoatl. It took Duguyan 2 or 3 hours to absorb the immortal herb. The effect of the green mysterious dragon gallbladder herb was extremely strong. If she hadn't cultivated the dragon snake 9 transformations successfully, she might not be able to withstand the sudden burst of medicinal power if she took it rashly. However, after Wang Shenmen's treatment, the fire poison contained in the jade dragon grass has not only been removed but the medicinal properties have also been neutralized to a certain extent. Without damaging the efficacy, it can be absorbed more safely by the soul master. In addition, Dugu is no longer the same as before, so although the process took a little longer, it was successfully absorbed safely. During this period Wang Shenmeng also helped her to transform. The last 3 changes of the dragon snake 9 changes helped the immortal herb to work and complete the practice at one time. Boom! Duguyan summoned her martial soul and saw that the green-scaled snake had completely lost its original appearance and had turned into a black water dragon with green scales. The raging rain and fog emanated from the dragon's body with black background and green patterns, and the huge dragon's might made the surrounding soul beasts tremble. The 2 huge eyes of the dragon shone like metal balls with 2 horns on its head, 4 limbs on its belly and 5 claws on its feet. The black scales emitted sparkling waves flowing like water, and the green patterns on the scales were like ripples in the water emitting corrosive poisonous mist. It really turned into a dragon. Spirit Fini Douluo claimed. Her martial soul advanced to the Fini and had already ranked among the top martial souls. At this time the black dragon martial soul gave her the feeling that it was not weak at all. So powerful. Duguyan was full of excitement. The new martial soul was much more powerful than the previous green-scaled snake. Even Grandpa's green-scaled snake king could not be compared. After a while Duguyan put away her martial soul and felt that the remaining snake venom in her body was completely removed, but the snake venom did not disappear. She absorbed the toxins removed by the snake sloughing many times before and condensed all the snake venom in the dragon ball, again becoming a natural magical power, but it would never bite back. My martial soul not only has a powerful poison attribute but also has a water attribute. This fairy grass is too powerful. Duguyan was dizzy. She didn't expect that one day she would also have a martial soul comparable to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Re. Then Yu Tianheng would have no reason to be proud in front of her in the future. Wang Shenmeng knew this very well. The poison attribute is the innate ability of your original green-scaled snake. Most of the green-scaled snake's martial soul's abilities are in snake venom. Now the snake has turned into a dragon and it has become a more terrifying poisonous dragon. As for the water attribute, it is because this green mysterious dragon gall grass absorbed the cold attribute energy from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, and then after being neutralized by the fairy grass it became a water attribute. In fact, it was the energy of the ice dragon king that made the ordinary dragon gall grass grow into a fairy grass. It was also because of this that it was so suitable for Duguyan, allowing her ordinary green-scaled snake martial soul to directly evolve into the top beast martial soul that is not inferior to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Re. Under the dual effects of the dragon snake 9 9 transformations and the dragon gall grass. If it was Douluo, even if there was no fairy grass, there would be a great chance that he would directly rely on the dragon snake 9 transformations to cultivate into a real dragon, because his martial soul has evolved into the green-scaled snake king, which is already among the top martial souls. And Douluo's martial soul is just an ordinary green-scaled snake, which is a long way behind her grandfather's martial soul, and it is not even a top martial soul. Lingfeng Douluo said, you have both water and poison attribute. Yanzi, these two attributes complement each other. By blending poison into water, it can sneak into the night with the wind and moisten things silently, or it can be poisonous and corrode everything. There is too much potential to be explored. Douluo nodded repeatedly. Well, Sister Xian is right. If it is ice attribute, it is incompatible with poison. Water attribute is just right. Although it does not have the extreme attack power of ice attribute, water can also accumulate huge attack power in its softness. And not only does it not repel snake venom, but it is more conducive to the use of poison. Wang Shenmeng was also very satisfied with this change and nodded. This fairy grass is a perfect match for Yanzi. Douluo sighed, poor my grandfather, I have been guarding such a magical herb, but I don't know any of them. I have suffered so much for so many years in vain. Wang Shenmeng shook his head and said, gentian grass itself is poisonous, and it is specifically targeted at dragons and snake. If the toxicity cannot be resolved, not to mention the green-scaled snake, even the real dragon can be poisoned to death. But as the saying goes, things will turn into the opposite when they reach the extreme. If the toxin can be neutralized or even transformed, gentian grass will be a super ELIR for dragons and snake. The gentian grass you took was the one I spent a lot of time to transform the toxicity into medicinal properties. Fortunately, Grandpa didn't take it carelessly before, otherwise he would have died. He changed his words at this moment. He had thought about each other before, but after taking the last step with Douluo, he still felt that it was not appropriate to call Douluo brothers, so he changed his word and called him Grandpa. Douluo was startled, and then he remembered that most of those fairy herbs were highly poisonous. Now that I think about it, Grandpa is really lucky. In a place full of poisonous grass, he didn't accidentally take the wrong medicine. Now let's continue to look for soul beasts. Although Yanzi's martial spirit has changed from a snake to a dragon, there are similarities between dragons and snake. A powerful snake may not be worse than a real dragon, so a snake soul beast of good enough quality is also acceptable. Wang Shenmen's soul master knowledge is so rich that his words are almost the truth in the eyes of the women, so naturally no one doubts it. As for the soul beast that Zuking needs, the most suitable one is the tiger. Zuking's netherworld spirit cat martial spirit has evolved into the hell yellow spring netherworld cat, which can transform into a ghost body and should have a certain control over ghosts. The tiger has a natural ability, which is to transform the soul of the person bitten to death by it into a ghost. If you absorb the tiger's soul ring, you may not be able to obtain this natural ability, but it will definitely have additional benefit for your ghost body, and you may get a big killer move in the ghost body state. Zuking's eyes lit up and her heart was immediately moved. Although the ghost body is invisible and elusive, it also has its disadvantages. That is, when attacking the enemy, it must transform into a human body. Otherwise, the human and the ghost are in two different spaces. It is difficult for the enemy to hurt her, and it is also difficult for her to hurt the enemy. Then search in this direction. The group searched in the forest for a few more days and encountered many soul beasts of various types. As they gradually went deeper into the forest, the age of the soul beast they encountered became higher and higher, and 10,000-year soul beasts appeared frequently. If I'm right, there is a powerful snake soul beast hidden in this valley. Before a valley, Wang Shenmeng looked around the surrounding environment and saw many traces of snake living there. Douluo picked up a feather several meters long on the ground. It was white and soft, emitting a faint soul power fluctuation. She asked curiously, a lot of these feathers have fallen off nearby as if the birds are molting. Shouldn't there be a big bird soul beast in this valley? Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly. Who said feathers must grow on bird? Can't snakes grow hair? What? Hairy snake? Douluo heard for the first time that snakes can grow hair and immediately shook her head and said, I have some knowledge of snake soul beasts. Snakes have only scales and birds have feathers. I have never heard of snakes growing hair. Wang Shenmeng laughed and faced everyone's curious eyes. Explaining the world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. Not to mention snakes with feathers, there are even snakes with human head. He took the feather and looked at it carefully, nodded and said, if I'm not mistaken, there is an extremely rare snake soul beast hidden in this valley named Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl? What kind of snake is this? Even Xiao Wu was puzzled. Wang Shenmeng said, Quetzalcoatl is extremely rare. It is the king of soul beasts. There may not be many in the entire Douluo continent. We are lucky. The biggest difference between Quetzalcoatl and ordinary snakes is that it has a pair of wings on its back which can crawl on the ground, and it can also spread its wings and fly in the sky. There is such a magical snake with feathers that can fly. Everyone was amazed. Wang Shenmeng immediately began to make arrangements. Quetzalcoatl can swallow cloud and spit out mist, can be big or small, and the most powerful part is that its body is extremely tough. An ordinary Quetzalcoatl can easily strangle steel. Once a Quetzalcoatl over 10,000 years old is entangled, titled Douluo will have a headache, and those below titled Douluo are likely to be strangled to death. Judging from this feather, the Quetzalcoatl in here is about 11,000 years old. If you are entangled by it, you will definitely die. Xian, you stay here to protect Zuyun and the others. I will go in and take a look. Your Highness, since Quetzalcoatl is so powerful, I'll go in. Lingfeng Douluo would rather work harder than let the little man take any risk. Although he knew that he was very powerful and had the strength not inferior to that of titled Douluo, he still subconsciously protected him behind him. Quetzalcoatl is very cunning. It can fly and dig holes. There are so many underground caves connected to each other in this mountain. If you go in, it will sense your breath and will definitely go deeper underground. No matter if it hides dozens of miles underground or quietly runs to another mountain to hide, we can't catch it anymore. Wang Shenmen's martial soul possessed him and his breath changed. The hiding ability of the third soul ring was activated. Only 4 of the 7 soul rings were left, 2 yellow and 2 purple. The breath emanating from his body also dropped to the level of Soul Lord. With the strength I have shown now, I have no power to resist the 10,000-year-old Quetzalcoatl. It will definitely not run away. As long as we lead it out of the cave, it will be easy to deal with it later, even if it can fly. Spirit Fini Douluo carefully sensed it and could only see that Wang Shenmen's cultivation was at the level of Soul Lord. He was so flawless in his disguise that even she, titled Douluo, could not see any clues. She nodded and said, Your Highness's ability to hide is enough to deceive Quetzalcoatl. But be careful. After luring it out, let the 2 worshippers act together to avoid any accident. Trust my strength. Wang Shenmeng patted Lingfeng Douluo. Since the change of her identity, this sister has been focusing all her attention on herself. She is full of protective desire and is afraid that she will be hurt at all. Okay, I will protect them. Lingfeng Douluo said no more so as not to make him feel that he was looking down on him. Wang Shenmeng spread his wings and flew directly into the valley. The valley is gourd-shaped with a narrow entrance and getting wider and wider inside. The cliffs on both sides are thousands of feet high, making the light in the valley dim and gloomy, which is exactly the environment that snake-like. Wang Shenmeng pretended to chase a colorful pheasant and circled the valley. He had roughly determined the hiding place of Quetzalcoatl in a very deep, narrow and hidden underground cave. He was also sure that the other party had discovered him. In the end, after all his effort, he let the colorful pheasant soul beast run away. He was also exhausted, but he still insisted on walking out of the valley. Although Quetzalcoatl was cunning, it was just a soul beast after all, not a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and its wisdom was limited after all. After observing secretly for a while, he did not find any instance that could threaten his life. That human was so weak that he dared to enter the territory of his great Quetzalcoatl. Today he had a good meal, the taste of a human soul master. It tastes better than most soul beasts. This little human can be strangled to death with one tail. Isn't it here to serve food? He immediately crawled out quietly. Just when Wang Shenmeng was about to reach the edge of the valley, a fishy wind suddenly came from the bushes several feet high behind him. He turned his head quickly. There was a fog in front of him. He couldn't see his fingers. In the fog there was a sweet and fishy smell that made people dizzy. At the same time, a huge black tail like a whip of God suddenly whipped towards him. This was all thanks to Wang Shenmen's strong mental power. After practicing the Wuji demon eye, his vision also reached the level of seeing far as near, seeing small as big, and seeing through the truth and falsehood. He was very observant, so although the fog obscured his vision, he could still see through the rain and fog and clearly see the tail whipping at him like lightning. Bang! He instinctively dodged at the critical moment, but he was unable to dodge and was whipped away by the giant tail. He rolled several times in the air before he stabilized his body with a painful look on his face and flew out staggeringly. Swoosh! Humanistic anger flashed in Quetzalcoatl's eyes. He was very angry that he didn't whip the little human to death, and he immediately chased after him. Quetzalcoatl was very fast and soon caught up with Wang Shenmeng. His body was like a flexible whip. This time he not only whipped him but also had the power of spinning to wrap him up at the same time. Wang Shenmeng struggled hard, but he still failed to escape successfully. He was whipped half to death by Quetzalcoatl, and then his whole body tightened and he was actually entangled by it. In a moment, more of Quetzalcoatl's snake body wrapped around Wang Shenmen's body. Quetzalcoatl was like a rubber band. It could make its body thin and long, and its toughness was terrifying. He felt that even non-strength old Douluo would find it difficult to break free from the Quetzalcoatl wrapped around him. Once it was entangled in close range, the huge pressure made it difficult for people to use their soul skills, and they could basically be declared dead. Fortunately, Wang Shenmeng was not an ordinary soul master. Although he he was only a soul saint, his physical strength and power were inferior to even Soul Douluo. Although he was tightened by Quetzalcoatl, he could not cause any substantial damage except for some discomfort. Quetzalcoatl also found something wrong. This weak human had an unusually strong body. It immediately opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Wang Shenmeng's head. Bang! Wang Shenmeng punched Quetzalcoatl's head directly, knocking it dizzy. Then a series of fists fell on his head. Quetzalcoatl screamed and tried to escape, but Wang Shenmeng grabbed his vital point and let it strangle him and then dragged him out of the valley. Chapter 139 Eternal Soul Bone. Is this Quetzalcoatl? It's really different from ordinary snake. Wang Shenmeng threw the unconscious Quetzalcoatl to the ground and immediately attracted the attention of the women. A small 10,000-year soul beast, no matter how powerful it is, can never be the opponent of Wang Shenmeng now. If he wasn't afraid that he would run underground, why would he use a trick to lure the snake out of the hole? The most powerful attack method of Quetzalcoatl is to entangle, strangling people to death with powerful force. This 10,000-year Quetzalcoatl has top blood and its real strength is at the level of ordinary soul beasts of 60,000 to 70,000 years. Ordinary soul fighters can't even think of taking it down, and being entangled by it will be dangerous. Unfortunately, this move didn't work on Wang Shenmeng. He was originally a diagonal warrior, and with the continuous tempering of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, he stood there and let the Quetzalcoatl entangle him, but he couldn't do anything. It doesn't look very good. It just has a pair of wings more than ordinary snake, but these wings are really beautiful, a bit like the swan wings of the Tiendu royal family. Zhuge Yan touched the wings of the Quetzalcoatl, feeling bursting with love, and couldn't understand why such beautiful wings would grow on such a treacherous snake. You think it's not good? That's because I knocked it out. Don't underestimate it. Even Soul Douluo can't hold it. Once it gets into the cave or flaps its wings and flies away, your grandfather will be helpless. Wang Shenmeng saw that the women didn't see the power of the Quetzalcoatl and immediately sent a mental attack to it, and the Quetzalcoatl woke up with his eyes rolled. Seeing a group of weak humans watching him, Quetzalcoatl was furious, forgetting his prisoner status, hissing his ferocious fangs like a sharp sword, his long snake tongue sweeping across and at the same time spewing out countless clouds, blocking everyone's sight, even disturbing their mental perception. Bang! The soul ring under Lingfeng Douluo's feet lit up. A large ball of fire swept through the void, burning and evaporating the cloud, and the scarlet snake tongue was also ignited by her flame. Quetzalcoatl hissed, turned around and ran. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky at the first moment of attacking. What a cunning soul beast! Lingfeng Douluo glanced at the pale-faced women who were frightened by the sudden fierceness of Quetzalcoatl. The powerful momentum oppressed them so much that they could hardly breathe. Even if Quetzalcoatl's attack was just a feint, it was actually a retreat to buy time to run away, but the powerful soul power still made them stiff and feel the horror of death. Whoosh! Spirit Kite Douluo spread out his finny wings that covered the sky, and the strength of the 94th level titled Douluo was fully unleashed. It was so fast that it was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The fiery red finny flew across the sky, and in an instant it arrived first and stood on the back of Quetzalcoatl. The terrifying soul power plotted, pressing Quetzalcoatl to fall directly from the sky. With a bang, he fell to the ground and was knocked unconscious again by a palm. How is it? Do you still think Quetzalcoatl is not that great? Zhuge Yan said shyly. I am ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. This soul beast can kill me without a second strike. It is like a toy in your hands, but in our eyes it is an invincible and terrifying instant. Then he said excitedly, such a powerful soul beast must have very good soul skills. Wang Shenmeng agreed, the soul skills must be good. There is a high possibility that soul bones will implode. Come and kill it. He took out a 2-meter giant sword from the storage soul guide. This was specially made by him to kill soul beasts. It was extremely sharp and could not be blocked by the skin and flesh of 10,000-year soul beasts. Although he was now, it was no longer useful, but Zhuge Yan obviously had no ability to kill Quetzalcoatl. Even if Quetzalcoatl could not resist, it could not kill the other party and could only use tools. Zhuge Yan took the giant sword, walked to the front of Quetzalcoatl and stabbed it fiercely in the eye. All the women watched intently. They had all done this kind of thing, except for Xiao Wu and Ayin. As long as they were soul masters above level 10, they had killed soul beasts with their own hands. Yes. The unconscious Quetzalcoatl let out a tragic hiss and struggled frantically, but it was unfortunately suppressed by Lingfeng Douluo with his soul power. Zhuge Yan pierced the Quetzalcoatl's head with a long sword and stirred it fiercely a few times. No matter how powerful a soul beast is, it will not survive if its head is pierced and its brain is crushed. However, the vitality of Quetzalcoatl is extremely tenacious. Even if it was killed, it still twisted on the ground for several hours before gradually stopping. A circle of black soul rings floated out from the body of Quetzalcoatl. Yanzi absorbed it quickly. Remember, in addition to the impact effect of soul power on the body. The 10,000-year soul beast also has a soul shock which is aimed at the spirit and soul. If you can't bear it, you will become a fool at best or die immediately at worst. Wang Shenmeng reminded again that no one can help with the absorption of soul rings and you can only rely on yourself. All he can do is to let Duguyan strengthen her foundation as much as possible and make sufficient preparations before absorbing the soul ring. Well, I will succeed. Duguyan nodded firmly, sat on the ground, pulled the soul ring of Quetzalcoatl over and put it on her martial soul. Soon Duguyan showed a painful look on her face. 10,000-year soul rings are not so easy to absorb, not to mention the powerful Quetzalcoatl soul ring. If her martial soul had not been close to the level of a true dragon and had not been tempered by fairy grass and the NET level top-grade herbs to refine her bones, blood and flesh, I am afraid that the soul ring would have plotted and she would have died. Everyone stared at Duguyan nervously. After 3 or 4 hours the pression on her face gradually calmed down. Suddenly her face turned pale and she groaned in pain with blood flowing out of her mouth and nose. Yanzi. All the women were a little nervous. Although Zhu Zuyun and Duguyan had some intention of competing for favor, they were sisters after all and she didn't want her to get into trouble. It's okay, this is a soul shock. It will be fine after it passes. It's safe now. Wang Shenmeng was the least uneasy. No one knew Duguyan's situation better than him. He didn't worry about failure at all, otherwise he wouldn't let her absorb it. At this moment Duguyan's aura suddenly surged and her soul power fluctuated violently, which was a sign of a breakthrough. It fluctuated 3 or 4 times before it stopped. Amazing. How many levels has Yan Zi broken through? Zhu Zuyun said with some sourness. After she took the immortal herb and her martial soul evolved, she broke through from level 42 to level 45. During this period the residual medicinal power pushed her to break through 2 levels. Later the speed slowed down. Now she is only level 47. Duguyan absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring and her soul power broke through one after another, almost catching up with her. Wang Shenmeng said Yan Zi is now level 45. She can break through 5 levels in a row. In addition to the effect of the 10,000-year soul ring, part of it is the transformation of the residual medicinal power after taking the top-grade herb and immortal herb. This is the only time. There will be no such good things in the future. Xiao Wu said that's not bad. She is level 45. She is only 21 years old. In a few years she should have no problem practicing to Soul King in the Soul Master competition. She is now level 32. She is a little confident that she can break through to Soul Sect before the competition, but she can't think about Soul King unless she eats the acacia heartbroken red. At this moment something strange happened. Duguyan showed a painful pression again. Her body was bloody and bloody. It seemed that something had drilled out of her bones and crushed her muscles, bones, blood and flesh. Ah! Duguyan screamed on the ground, feeling that this body was not hers anymore. Her bones were shattered bit by bit and then healed bit by bit under the action of a powerful force, and finally shattered again, healed again and shattered again. Everyone was at a loss. Lingfeng Douluo stared at the bloody body with envy. This is a soul bone. Judging from the part attached to the ribs, it is an eternal soul bone. Wang Shenmeng nodded. It is indeed an eternal soul bone. For a soul beast as powerful as Quetzalcoatl, the probability of plotting soul bones is very high, but it is still a big surprise to be able to plot eternal soul bone. Eternal soul bones are much more precious than ordinary soul bone. They can grow with the growth of soul masters. If a soul master can become a god, then the eternal soul bones can be upgraded to artifacts all the way, which is incomparable to ordinary soul bone. Even 100,000-year soul bones have their limits, but eternal soul bones have no upper limit. Chapter 142 Soul Skills. Wang Shenmeng has harvested a lot of ordinary soul bones for so long, but only 2 eternal soul bone. One head soul bone brought him immortality, and the other eternal soul bone on one of the dragon bones on the spine also brought another ability that was almost immortal. Yanzi will have to suffer a lot to absorb the eternal soul bone. Wang Shenmeng couldn't bear to see Duguyan's painful appearance, and a soul skill of endless life fell, which immediately increased her recovery speed several times and greatly relieved her pain. In fact, there is no great danger in absorbing soul bones, but the eternal soul bone is different. It is not the traditional SI soul bones and does not take up space, but similarly when it is absorbed the pain is countless times more painful than the traditional SI soul bone. Absorbing soul rings can't help, but absorbing soul bones can be treated. After a while Duguyan finally absorbed the eternal soul bone, but it was only a preliminary fusion. It would take some time to achieve perfect fusion. During this period if someone attacked her they could take away the eternal soul bone, but after perfect fusion they could not take it away. Even if she was killed the eternal soul bone would only be scrapped. Yanzi, what soul skill did you get? Everyone gathered in front of Duguyan and asked curiously. After Duguyan absorbed the soul bone the pain disappeared immediately and a full power emanated from her body, giving her a feeling of sweetness after bitterness. Her clothes were already bloody and she was sweating profusely. "I'll change my clothes first." As a girl who loves cleanliness, she couldn't stand this. She quickly took off her clothes with a red face and then used the innate water control ability of the green scale black dragon to condense a rain curtain and carefully wash her body. She didn't dare to hide and not go out. This was the Xingde Great Forest and she was already relatively deep. There were 10,000-year soul beasts everywhere. If she wasn't careful, her life would be in danger. Fortunately, the people present were all good sisters and the only man was her own man, so there was nothing to be too cautious about. Duguyan blushed and took a cold shower on the spot. It was winter and she was shivering with cold. Fortunately, she had just absorbed the soul ring and soul bone and the soul power in her body was boiling, dispelling a lot of cold air. She now has a very high affinity with water, otherwise she would probably catch a cold. After changing into clean new clothes, she finally felt comfortable. Duguyan then began to show her gain fourth soul skill, Infinite Feathered Serpent. As the dark fourth soul ring under Duguyan's feet shone, a dark ring emerged between her hands and pondered infinitely in the void. In the blink of an eye it was already 10 meters in radius. Then the ring suddenly broke from a node and turned into a huge feathered serpent. Go! Duguyan controlled Quetzalcoatl and flew to Wang Shenmeng in the blink of an eye, wrapping around his waist, biting its tail, forming a closed Ouroboros circle. Instantly the wrapping force increased several times, tightly tightening around his waist. As the Ouroboros swallowed its tail bit by bit, it tightened and tightened, making Wang Shenmeng's waist thinner. "You all like to try out new tricks on me. I'm easy to bully, right?" Wang Shenmeng roughly felt the power of the Ouroboros. It was also because of his strong strength. If an ordinary Soul King was strangled like this, it would be hard to say what would happen. There is a high possibility of strangulation. It is worthy of the 1000-year-old Quetzalcoatl soul skill. The control and lethality are all extremely powerful. Wang Shenmeng felt that the power of the Ouroboros had reached its limit, so he stretched out his hand, grabbed the head and tail of the Ouroboros and forcibly broke it apart. Although this Ouroboros is an energy body transformed by the soul power carried by the soul skill, Wang Shenmeng has now begun to touch upon the wonder of the transformation between reality and illusion and actually caught the energy body alive as if it were a physical entity. Swoosh! Duguyan took the initiative to disperse the soul skill and the Ouroboros dissipated directly. "Isn't this because you are strong? If I use my sisters to test my skills and if I hurt your beloved baby, won't I be blamed to death?" Duguyan rolled her eyes at Wang Shenmeng, but she was in a very good mood. The new soul skill can be controlled and attacked and the power did not disappoint her. If she uses all her strength, the Soul King can also fight. This was simply unimaginable before. You have to know that more than a month ago she barely reached level 36 or 37, let alone the Soul King. She is not a match for any soul master. Thinking of the person who brought her all this, Duguyan's heart surged with tenderness and she looked at Wang Shenmeng with affection. "I feel like I can't beat you now," Zhu Zuyun said sourly. The position of the first sister is no longer secure. Her martial soul is not worse than Duguyan's, but her fourth soul skill is just average. A soul skill of 2,000 or 3,000 years can only be considered a good soul skill, which is completely inferior to the top soul skill of 10,000 years. "That's right, I am older than you, so I should be your sister. Now I am stronger than you, so I have to call you sister from now on." Duguyan was proud and the depression that was suppressed by Zhu Zuyun before disappeared. "Tisk, what's there to be proud of? When I cultivate to Soul King, I will also get a super powerful soul skill." Zhu Zuyun can only hope for the NET soul skill. Her soul power is 2 levels higher than Duguyan and she will definitely be promoted to Soul King faster. By then she will still be the most powerful. Yin said softly, "Sister Yanzi, what powerful skills does your eternal soul bone have?" Duguyan was not dissatisfied at all when Yin, the last one to enter, called her sister. Yin's gentleness was popular with both men and women. It had only been a short time since she came and several girls had become very close to her. "The eternal soul bone gave me the ability to fly." Duguyan activated her soul power and 2 white wings suddenly appeared behind her. The wings had a perfect streamlined shape, saw feathers and long and graceful wings. In Wang Shenmen's eyes they were somewhat similar to the angels in her previous life and also somewhat similar to Qian Ren Yui's golden angel wings, except for the different colors. Duguyan flapped her wings and the whole person flew up lightly, circling and soaring in the void with extremely fast speed and flexible turns, showing her powerful flying ability. "So amazing!" Zhu Zuyun and Xiao Wu both showed extremely envious pression. "This is the ability to fly. Apart from flying soul masters, only those who have reached the level of titled Douluo can fly in the air with soul power flying, but it is still not as good as the real flying soul skills." Although Zhu Zuking did not speak, envy can be seen in her eyes. Flying is a dream hidden in everyone's heart. In the world of soul masters, although the possibility possibility of realization has greatly increased. It is still an unattainable dream for most soul masters who are not flying. Only Lingfeng Douluo doesn't care. She is originally a flying soul master. The flying ability of the Fini martial spirit is rare in the world. Moreover, she is a titled Douluo and will enter the ranks of Super Douluo in the future. Flying is as common to her as walking. A yin is not envious either. Her 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor right leg bone has two soul skills, one of which is wildfire, cannot be blown away and the wind blows it back to life, which gives her unparalleled regeneration ability, and the other soul skill is flying. Of course this flying ability is much worse than Duguyan's wings. Duguyan landed from the sky feeling so happy that she proudly announced, "My eternal soul bone will be called the wings of the feather god from now on. From now on I am also a flying soul master." Chapter 141 Nether White Tiger. Zhu Zuqing wanted to obtain the third soul ring, so everyone walked a distance to the periphery. Soul beasts have a strong sense of territory. From the edge to the core, the strength of soul beasts is progressive. In the 10,000-year soul beast territory there are indeed soul beasts below 10,000 years old. After all, 10,000-year soul beasts also need food, but in the 10,000-year soul beast territory it is basically impossible to have soul beasts with top bloodlines below 10,000 years old. Any soul beast with extremely high bloodline is a king in the same age group. Isn't it good to be the king outside? Why should you rely on other soul beasts and become minions or even food? The tiger roar we heard before should have come from the forest ahead. Wang Shenmeng led everyone to stop in front of a primeval forest. This forest was on the back of the mountain and was quite dark. Even in broad daylight it gave people a gloomy feeling. A yin commented, "This forest is so dark. If there is a tiger it must be a dark attribute tiger." A dark attribute tiger. Wang Shenmeng immediately thought of the dark demon evil god tiger. This is a terrifying soul beast of the darkest and most evil. It is 50,000 to 60,000 years old, but it has the true strength of a soul beast of more than 100,000 years. Even the two licking beasts in the core of the forest cannot beat it alone. It takes two beasts to join forces to drive it away. However, it is impossible for the dark demon evil god tiger to be in this forest. It needs to devour other soul beasts to grow, and these low-level soul beasts outside can't do anything at all. Besides, the previous roar could not have been made by a soul beast with 100,000 years of strength, otherwise the girls with low strength would not have been unaffected. Wang Shenmeng was a little disappointed. If he encountered the dark demon evil god tiger he would have to take it down no matter what. Even if he couldn't use its spirit ring for the time being, he could suppress it and kill it when he could use it. Unfortunately, the dark demon evil god tiger was hated by both spirit beasts and human spirit masters. It was the enemy of the world, so it had no place to live and wandered around. It was also good at hiding. Finding it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. "I'll go in and take a look." Duguyan volunteered and got the flying spirit bone automatically. Her self-confidence was unprecedentedly strong. She was confident that there was no spirit beast that could threaten her in this 1,000-year spirit beast area. Even if she couldn't beat it, she could escape. "I'll go with you." A yin could also fly. She was worried that Duguyan would be alone without anyone to take care of her, so she wanted to go together to help. "Go everyone. No need to look. The spirit beasts here are not threatening and can't run away. Just go in and hunt them." The reason why the Quetzalcoatl was involved before was because the Quetzalcoatl could fly and drill holes. Once it drilled into the ground there was nothing to do, so it was necessary to lure the snake out of the hole. But for a mere tiger of several thousand years there is nothing to worry about. No matter how high the bloodline is, can it outrun a titled Douluo? "Well, let's go in together. I'll go in front." Duguyan took the lead. She is now a level 455 soul sect and her martial soul has evolved into a true dragon. In this 1,000-year soul beast area her safety is almost guaranteed. As long as she doesn't encounter a 10,000-year soul beast she has the confidence to deal with it. "Okay, this time I'll leave it to you to catch the soul beast. Ziyan and I will support you. You can also practice." Wang Shenmeng was watching and there would be no accident. Seeing that several girls were eager to try, he simply let them toss. "Great, I've been holding it back for so long and finally I have a chance to take action." Xiao Wu has no empathy for soul beasts, especially tigers. Softbone rabbits occupy an important position in the tiger's diet. She is very happy to have the opportunity to kill a powerful tiger. "Don't be too careless, Xiao Wu. You are just a little soul master. How can you have the courage to look down on a 1,000-year-old tiger?" Zhu Zuyun glanced at Xiao Wu and followed Duguyan with A Yin on the left and right, and then Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, the two weakest ones, followed at the end. Roar. Soon after, a roar sounded like thunder and the huge tiger whose cave entrance was blocked by human soul beasts rushed out with a roar like thunder. "It's the netherworld white tiger, which fits you very well, Zuqing." Looking at the tiger's snow-white body but with a dark aura, Zhu Zuyun recognized recognized it at a glance. How could she not recognize it? After the Xingluo Dai family and the Zhu family's martial soul fusion technique, the martial souls of both sides became like this. Although she had not practiced the martial soul fusion technique with Davis, she was very familiar with the record and portraits of the clan. The Netherworld White Tiger is more powerful than the Dai family's White Tiger martial soul. The pure White Tiger martial soul is not outstanding among the top martial souls, but the Nether White Tiger is not a top-level instance that belongs to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re, and it is also the biggest reliance of the Xingluo Dai family. Be careful, the Nether White Tiger is powerful and fast with strong lethality and defense. Don't let it get close to you. While Zhu Zuyun was speaking, the tiger had already pounced toward Duguyan with sharp claws and sharp fangs which made people shudder. The fourth soul skill, Infinite Ouroboros. Duguyan was well prepared and immediately called out the fourth soul skill. A black ring flew out from between his hands and turned into a dark feathered serpent phantom, spewing clouds from his mouth, blocking the enemy's sight while waving poison, and then the feathered serpent phantom entangled the enemy. Black Jade Blue Silver Spear. First soul skill, Blue Silver is indestructible. Second soul skill, Blue Silver is immortal. Third soul skill, Blue Silver is indestructible. With Duguyan performing the control soul skill, Ayin turned to attack, and the black spear tip issued terrifying destructive power, stabbing towards the head of the Nether White Tiger. Zhu Zuyun's body flashed and the whole person disappeared. He performed the 50,000-year-old Shadow Leopard Cat's left leg bone soul skill, Shadow Without Trace, and then appeared on the top of the Nether White Tiger's head. With a move of Nether Thrust, a bloody hole was poked in the head of the Nether White Tiger and the bones were pierced. Zhu Zuking and Xiao Wu became soy sauce, but they were unwilling to just watch others perform. Third soul skill, Teleport. Xiao Wu's figure suddenly disappeared, and the NET moment she appeared behind the Nether White Tiger's buttock. The first soul skill, Waist Bow, was used. She bent into a wonderful arc in the air and kicked the Nether White Tiger's buttocks with all her strength, causing it to stagger. It just failed to dodge Duguyan's soul skill and was completely entangled by the feathered serpent god around the neck. The powerful Ouroboros tightened, frantically strangling the Nether White Tiger so that it couldn't breathe, and its two claws desperately tore at its neck. Bang! While the Nether White Tiger was entangled by the Ouroboros and struggling on the ground, Ayin's Black Jade Blue Silver Spear suddenly pierced its head, and the tip of the spear was exactly on the bloody hole pierced by Zhu Zuyun. The extremely sharp spear directly penetrated its head, and the bloody tip of the spear came out from its chin. The Netherworld White Tiger was immediately severely injured and on the verge of death. Its strength became even weaker, and it was even more unable to break free from Duguyan's Ouroboros. After rolling on the ground for a few rounds, its eyes rolled back and it was strangled to death. Its body twitched from time to time, and it was obvious that it was dying. Chapter 142. Dare not go home. Not bad. The cooperation is very good. This is how we should do it in the future. Wang Shenmeng watched the whole battle and saw that several people took down the Netherworld White Tiger in a few seconds, which was beyond his expectation. However, he thought about it again. These girls are no longer the same as before. Their martial souls are very powerful and their cultivation is not weak. There are 2 soul sect, 2 soul lord, and a level 30 great soul master. In the original work, this configuration was also very good during the all-continent high-level soul master competition. Most teams did not have a soul sect. Zhu Zuking didn't have time to make a move. She circled around the Nether White Tiger for a few times and hesitated. Is this Nether White Tiger too old? I'm afraid I can't bear it. Wang Shenmeng said it 4 meters long without the tail and at 4,000 years old. Generally, the minimum age of the 3rd soul ring is 1,700 years and the 4th soul ring is 5,000 years. But your martial soul is no longer the same as before. You just took the immortal grass and absorbed a high-age soul bone. Adding all these together, it won't be a problem to absorb a 4,000-year soul ring. When you get the 4th soul ring, you can also absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Well, I'll absorb it then. Zhu Zuking trusted Wang Shenmeng unconditionally. He would never hurt her. Since he said it was okay, it would definitely work. Hurry up and kill it. If you don't do it, it will die on its own. Wang Shenmeng took out his giant sword again and handed it to Zhu Zuking. Zhu Zuking saw that the Netherworld White Tiger was breathing out more than it was breathing in and knew that time was urgent, so she quickly took the giant sword and chopped at the White Tiger's neck. This sword was forged with special ore and superb skills. It could pierce the bones of a 10,000-year-old soul beast, let alone a 4,000-year-old Netherworld White Tiger. She chopped off its head in a few strokes and a purple soul ring floated out of the corpse. Zhu Zuking immediately returned the sword to Wang Shenmeng and then sat on the ground to pull the soul ring onto her martial soul. The process was smoother than expected. The 1,000-year soul ring had no soul vibration, so as long as it could withstand the impact of soul power, it could be successfully absorbed. 3 or 4 hours later, Zhu Zuking successfully absorbed the soul ring and her soul power broke through, continuously stopping at level 34. Zhu Zuyun said disappointedly, what a pity, it seems that there is no eternal soul bone. Eternal soul bones are hard to come by, so how can they be obtained so easily? But there is a left arm bone. Wang Shenmeng used a sword to cut open the limbs, torso and head of the nether white tiger and only found a soul bone. The left arm bone comes from a 4,000-year-old nether white tiger, which is also very good. That being said, everyone wanted to absorb it. They had a higher vision. The 4,000-year-old nether white tiger left arm bone was a very precious instance for ordinary soul masters, but they looked down on it. Unless it was an eternal soul bone, it would be a loss if they didn't have an ordinary soul bone of more than 10,000 years. I succeeded. Zhu Zuqing stood up excitedly, and the joy on her cold little face could not be suppressed. Wang Shenmeng said, let's see what the soul skill is. Is it more like controlling ghosts in the underworld or more like attacking? Zhu Zuqing said the soul skill is called Night Parade of 100 Ghost, which is the ghost controlling ability of the underworld white tiger. After thinking for a while, he said ordinary tigers don't seem to have this ability. The white tiger of the Dai family can't control ghost. Wang Shenmeng shook his head. That's not the problem of the white tiger, it's the problem of the soul master. There are still some differences between soul masters and soul bees. Without the netherworld attribute, you will definitely not be able to contact ghosts. The reason you can get this soul skill is not only because you are like the netherworld white tiger, but mainly because your new martial soul has the special features of traveling through the world and being a human and a ghost. But this soul skill is very good. As your strength increases, you can capture more powerful ghosts in the future, and it will not be useless because of the lack of power. In fact, most soul masters rarely use the first few soul skills when they reach the high level of soul masters. There is no other reason. The soul skills of hundreds or thousands of years are too powerful for soul Douluo or title Douluo. Unless it is a passive soul skill of the amplification type, ordinary active attack soul skills will inevitably fall behind. Come on, try it. Zhu Zuqing nodded, and the martial soul possessed her body. The pupils of her eyes changed from the former emerald green to red, as if two flames were burning. Fourth soul skill, 100 Ghosts Rampant. Roar. A huge tiger roar sounded, and a huge ghostly white tiger phantom appeared behind Zhu Zuqing. Along with the ghostly white tiger phantom, there were also several eerie ghosts covered in blood and flesh, very creepy and look very scary. They made different movements according to Zhu Zuqing's instruction. These are the ghosts left by the people killed by the nether white tiger. I can now have up to 4 ghosts at the same time. With each additional spirit ring, the number of ghosts I can control will double. However, if the ghost strength is too low during life, the less consciousness it retains after death. At least it must be a spirit master to retain complete consciousness. Ordinary people's ghosts are confused. Zhu Zuqing is still very familiar with her new spirit skills. The ghost can retain 70% to 80% of its strength before death. If it has just died, the ghost can be attached to the corpse, forming an effect similar to borrowing a corpse to revive the soul, but borrowing your own corpse. It looks like a living person, but it is actually dead. But ordinary people can't tell the difference. Yes. Everyone took a breath of cold air. This spirit skill is too weird and makes people dizzy. Okay, now you all have your spirit ring. From now on, let's concentrate on finding the possible light flash butterfly. But the new year is coming soon. I'm afraid we will have to spend this new year in the forest. There is no other way. Counting the time spent on the road, it has been almost 2 months since we came out. It is not worth going back to celebrate the new year now. It is a waste of time to run back and forth. If Wang Shenmeng was alone, it would be fine. He can fly. It is far from the Xingdu Great Forest to Tiendu City, but it is much closer to Wuhan City. He can fly back in half a day. It's a pity that he can't leave a few girls in the forest and run back to celebrate the new year alone, right? As for taking them back to Wuhan City, Wang Shenmeng said that he didn't have such a big heart. If he really did that, he would definitely not have a good new year. Things have to be done step by step. First of all, he has to deal with the teacher and let her recognize the fact that he has a harem. Otherwise, Wang Shenmeng is afraid that he will not be able to get out after returning, and the teacher will definitely not let him go. Anyway, helping Qian Ren Yue steal the country has been completed, so there is no need for him to stay in Tiendu City for a long time. If he is forced to stay, Wang Shenmeng really has no good solution. He can't beat him, and he can't beat him even if he can. Reasoning is definitely not acceptable, and he can't escape the teacher's palm in the end. So he came out, and he didn't plan to go back in the short term. He will wait until the Soul Master competition in a few years, and then he will return with his harem group. In the future, he will mainly stay in Wuhan City. What's the matter? It's just a new year. As long as you are here, it doesn't matter where you are. Dugu Yan's affectionate words made Wang Shenmeng very happy. Other girls had similar ideas, so this new year was spent in Xingdu Great Forest. Of course, he didn't really spend the new year in the wild. There are many small towns outside the forest. Find a hotel with good conditions and book it directly. directly. Although it is not as comfortable as the Wuhan Hall, it is also interesting. Chapter 143. See who can outlast whom. Xingdu Great Forest. Wang Shenmeng and his group came again in a group. The new year has passed and after a few days of rest I came here full of energy again. However, this time I only brought Xiao Wu with me and the other girls stayed in the town for the time being. There is no other reason. This time it is very likely to attack a 100,000-year soul beast and it is not safe to bring them with me. The light flash has the ability to move in the void, which is hard to prevent. If any girl has an accident, Wang Shenmeng has no confidence that he can definitely save her. After all, it is a 100,000-year soul beast. If it happens, the little soul master and soul ancestor will die on the spot. As for bringing Xiao Wu with me, she needs to lead the way. Xiao Wu is very familiar with the inner area of the forest. She has seen the light flash butterfly before, so bringing her with her can always help. In addition, all three titled Douluo came. This is an attack on a 100,000-year soul beast and it is a soul beast that is extremely good at hiding and flying. It is definitely impossible to take it down with fewer people. Now there are 4 people just right and we can surround it from all sides and we have a much better chance. As for the safety of the girls who stayed in the town, there was no need to worry too much. The soul masters who came here were all hunting for soul rings. Under normal circumstances no one would look for trouble. Not everyone is the Shrek 7 devils who believe that not causing trouble is mediocre. Besides, Wang Shenmeng has already transferred a soul saint from the nearest big city to secretly look after it, so the possibility of problems is extremely small. It just ahead. When I saw the bright flash butterfly, I was with my mother and my mother and I saw it by accident. Xiao Wu almost let it slip and quickly changed her words, afraid of posing the instance of Daming and Erming. You want to talk about your 2 brothers Daming and Erming? Wang Shenmeng smiled and showed his cards directly. Ah, master, how did you know? Xiao Wu's face turned pale and she begged, Master, Daming and Erming are my best friends, please don't hurt them. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly, don't be afraid, I won't kill them. When the opportunity comes in the future I will show them a bright way. Thank you, master. Although Xiao Wu didn't know what the so-called bright way was, she was very happy to get the promise of the master not to kill Daming and Erming. Well, if you want to thank me then behave well. Wang Shenmeng smiled and glanced at Xiao Wu, making her face slightly red and her big eyes suddenly filled with water. Lead the way. Oh, Wang Shenmeng followed Xiao Wu. He really didn't want to kill Daming and Erming now anyway. He couldn't use the spirit ring. It would be better to look for spider-like soul beast at the teacher's place. If you can't find any, you can try to get the 2 licking beasts first. Of course, even if the teacher can't use them, the final fate of the 2 licking beast of Ming and Ming will definitely be to contribute soul rings and soul bone. After all, there are many women around him, so they can always be useful. But the so-called pointing out a bright way is certainly not to fool Xiao Wu. If De Ming and Ming are willing to sacrifice themselves, then he will try to preserve their souls and revive them after becoming gods in the future, and even give them more opportunities to compensate. This is something that even Tang San in the original work can do, so Wang Shenmeng can certainly do it. But if De Ming and Ming don't know what's good for you, then Wang Shenmeng will indeed not kill them, but he can't guarantee that others will not kill them either, such as his own teacher. If he insists on killing them, he can't stop him. After walking for a while, the front suddenly opened up. It turned out to be a very sunny place full of unknown golden trees, and the trees were full of golden flowers exuding bursts of fragrance. It's just the beginning of spring and there is such a large sea. The main reason is that this place is very sunny. The sun can shine almost from rising to setting. Of course, it also has a lot to do with the species of trees. This tree seems to bloom very early and it is possible that it will not wither all year round. Golden trees, golden flowers, golden sunlight from the sky, all you can see is a golden ocean. The strong golden light makes people unable to open their eyes, as if looking directly at the sun. This tree is really a strange species. Wang Shenmeng has never seen this kind of tree, not even heard of it. There seems to be no other soul beast in this golden sea of trees. It is very quiet, like a paradise. There is no other reason. The golden light is too dazzling. Whether it is a human or a soul beast, they can't open their eyes here and naturally they can't survive. And these trees grow towards the sun, absorbing all the sunlight, making other plants unable to survive. In addition to these trees, the ground is also bare without any other plant. In this way, even if some soul beast can see without eyes, they can't find food. Such a harsh environment is a dead end for soul beasts, so this forest seems to be another world. Wang Shenmeng narrowed his eyes and felt that there was a way. The living environment of a 100,000-year-old soul beast is always special. For example, the blue bull python lives in the lake of life. Except for the one hidden under the lake of life, I believe that no other soul beast dares to live in the lake. This dead end is avoided by other soul beasts, but perhaps for the light flash butterfly it is heaven. This can also explain why the light flash butterfly butterfly rarely shows up. Living in this place where soul beasts are extinct, even if it shows up the outside world does not know. After a long time even most people and soul beasts have forgotten its existence. It seems that this soul beast uses these golden flowers as food, and it is good at hiding and teleporting. If it doesn't want to be discovered, it is really hard to find it. Wang Shenmeng stood outside the sea and did not rush in. He turned to Xiao Wu and said, if you miss your two brothers you can go find them now. We will meet in the town in a few days. I will wait for you there. Xiao Wu bit her lip and said, Master, can I go back? You are not going to drive me away, are you? Wang Shenmeng laughed and said, I didn't let you go before when you wanted to go. Now I let you go but you still don't want to go? Go back. It's not safe here now. Go back to your two brothers. Haven't you seen each other for a long time? Xiao Wu hesitated. Wang Shenmeng said, I know they are in the lake of life. Master, Xiao Wu lowered her head with a guilty conscience. She really suspected that the master wanted to follow her and find the hiding place of Daming and Erming. It turned out that she had misunderstood. The master had known where they were for a long time and really wanted to go home to see them. Master, I will go back then. Don't worry. I will definitely come back within 7 days. Xiao Wu made a serious promise. She never thought of never coming back. Well, go ahead. Xiao Wu looked at Wang Shenmeng deeply, turned around and ran towards the core of the forest. After walking a distance she contacted Daming and Erming in a special way. Wang Shenmeng watched Xiao Wu leave, not worried about her safety, knowing that she had a way to notify the two licking beasts immediately. In the original book, as soon as she returned to the forest, Erming came and took her away for a while. This is already the core area of the forest, not far from the Lake of Life. Wang Shenmeng believed that it would not be long before the Titan ape would take her away. Sure enough, less than an hour later a roar of beasts came from afar. The earth shook and the terrifying breath of soul beasts caused countless soul beasts in the forest to flee in panic. Wang Shenmeng sensed the fleeting breath fluctuations in the golden sea of trees and secretly raised the corners of his mouth. His breath had been completely hidden. The other title Douluo were at a distance and restrained their own breaths. Xiao Wu was a soul beast. He believed that the light of the bright flash butterfly could not detect him with mental power, while the breath of the Titan ape was as dazzling as a candle in the dark night. It suddenly came to this place. For soul beasts with strong territorial awareness it was impossible not to react at all. At least they would secretly check the situation. As long as it moved it could not escape Wang Shenmeng's mental perception unless it completely hibernated. After the breath of the Titan ape disappeared in the distance, Wang Shenmeng sent a message to the three title Douluo. Now Xiao Wu is safe and can attack without restraint, and he has already locked onto his prey. Even though the bright flash butterfly is extremely good at hiding, it only reveals a trace of mental fluctuations, but once he catches it, don't even think about running away. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A quarter of an hour later, three titled Douluo flew in from 3 directions, and together with Wang Shenmeng they surrounded the center of the forest. At this time the bright flash butterfly seemed to have discovered something was wrong, and its mental fluctuations became more intense. Suddenly a giant tree deep in the forest suddenly turned into a dazzling golden light, like a small sun suddenly erupting. Even though the 4 people's soul power was boiling, they were still stimulated by the extremely strong golden light, and their eyes hurt so much that tears flowed down their cheek and they were temporarily blinded. Not only that, even their spirits were attacked, and there was only a golden light in their perception and nothing else. Wang Shenmeng was a little better than the other 3. He could use his mental power freely and practice pupil skills. He was only affected for a moment, but in this short moment he saw a golden butterfly flying after the tree turned into golden light and disappeared directly from the spot. The net moment chase. Wang Shenmeng's dream butterfly martial soul, the tentacles on his head can sense information over a large range through the grass. With his current cultivation he can roughly sense the information within a radius of dozens of miles. Although it is very vague, he can still sense the violent soul power fluctuations of 100,000-year soul beast. At this time he was a few miles away and sensed the information of the bright flash butterfly. For a titled Douluo, such a short distance can be reached in a few breaths. Among the 4 people, 3 are extremely fast-flying soul masters. The only Guangling Douluo is not a flying soul master, but the titled Douluo can fly in the air. Although the speed is much slower, his cultivation is profound, like a ray of aurora flying away, and he can barely keep up. Whoosh! Before they could catch up, the butterfly flashed to another place again and again, out of the range of perception. If Wang Shenmeng hadn't marked it in his mind, he would have lost it immediately. This soul beast is really difficult to deal with. With such a terrible innate ability, it is determined to run. Even if the great elder comes, I'm afraid he can't catch up. Guangling Douluo sighed. His speed is already very fast for a non-flying titled Douluo, but compared with the 3 around him it is far behind. But these 3, one is a god-level flying martial spirit, one is a fire Fini, and one is a wind-attributed Fini Qingluan. The speed is faster than the other, but none of them them can be faster than the bright flash butterfly. If he relied on Guangling Douluo alone, he couldn't even catch its hair, and he might not be able to find it even if it stretched out in front of him, let alone hunt it. Don't worry, I've already made a spiritual mark on it. We keep chasing it. I can't stop its ability to flash in the void without consuming soul power. After Wang Shen dreamed of the bright flash butterfly, he had already decided that the NET soul ring would be it. He had to catch it even if it took a year or two. Anyway, the only instance under the lake of life that he feared would not come out to make trouble. They could walk sideways in the Star Do Great Forest, and even in the entire continent there were very few places that could make the four of them afraid. That soul beast had nowhere to escape, and they had no shortage of time. As long as they kept wasting time, they didn't believe they couldn't catch it. Qingluan Douluo said, the three of us are flying soul masters. Flying is an instinct and consumes very little soul power. Although the soul beast has reached 100,000 years, its soul power is not infinite. If it doesn't work, call for help from the spirit hall. It will eventually die. Guangling Douluo shouted, there is no need to call for help for the time being. If the four of us join forces, we can't even take down a mere 100,000 soul beast. Isn't it a joke? Anyway, I can't afford to lose that person. Wang Shenmeng said, no need to call for help. As long as we block it for a while, I can use the Lianji stillness field to freeze it. Then it will be easy to capture it. Qingluan Douluo reacted, yes, I forgot that you have two more domain. The 5 elements life and death domain may not be suitable for capture, but the 2 principles static domain is definitely a super time and space move. Once used, it will ensure that the bright flash butterfly cannot escape. Wang Shenmeng said, after all, it is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Its single cycle soul power is much higher than mine. I can only freeze it for a moment at most. You have to take it down in this extremely short moment. Don't underestimate the enemy. Spirit Fini Douluo said, as long as it can't teleport away, the three of us will attack together, and it will definitely not be able to withstand it. Even if it doesn't work once, at least it can be seriously injured. If we come a few more times, won't it be easy to capture it? Wang Shenmeng suddenly reacted, Lai, you're right, you can't hit it too hard. If you kill it, it will be a waste of time. Guangling Douluo and Qingluan Douluo were a little entangled. They had to try their best to defeat the other party, but they couldn't hit it too hard. This was not easy to grasp. They didn't know the bright flash butterfly, so who knew how hard to hit? At the beginning they could only try to hit it lightly, otherwise they might have to do it repeatedly. The four of them chased it. The butterfly hit every time, but soon it sensed their breath again. It didn't dare to stay and fight, so it fled directly, disappeared one after another, and when it appeared again, it was already several miles or even more than 10 miles away. The two sides played hide and seek, chasing and escaping. After 3 or 4 days, Wang Shenmeng finally caught up with it and finally reached the range where he could apply the 2 yin static field. Limited yin and yang stillness field go. Instantly a huge golden ring flew out from his body, and the ring black and white halo rotated, and a 2 yin and yang tai chi image could be vaguely seen. Wherever it passed, the void solidified and stopped, and all time and space were fi-ed, and the bright flash butterfly burst out with brilliant golden light again, piercing people's eyes and burning people's spirits, and then hurriedly prepared to retreat. Then the yin-yang tai chi ring pressed down from the void. The brilliant golden light stopped in an instant, and the bright flash butterfly was also fi-ed there with human horror in its eyes. Chapter 144 Great Harvest and Heaven-Defying Soul Skills. Swoosh, boom, swoosh. As the bright flash butterfly was fi-ed, the 3 titled Douluo, who had been prepared for a long time, instantly played their strongest move. At the titled Douluo level, soul skills are no longer so important. The huge soul power has great power even if it is a flat attack. Besides, most of the titled Douluo have their own unique skills which can be used in conjunction with soul skills to deal super high damage. Most soul masters have only 9 soul skills at most. The first 4 soul skills are either 100 years or 1,000 years old. At the level of titled Douluo, their effects are not as good as normal attacks unless they are passive amplifications or soul skills with special effect. Therefore, if you only rely on the soul skills brought by soul rings, the means of fighting against the enemy of the titled Douluo will be extremely scarce. There are only a few tricks back and forth, and it is easy to be targeted and restrained. Therefore, developing your own unique skills is the path that every titled Douluo must take. Guangling Douluo and Qingluan Douluo have entered the realm of titled Douluo for almost a decade. In such a long time, I don't know how many powerful big moves they have accumulated, many of which are even more powerful than the 9th soul skill. Even the spirit Fini Douluo has his own unique skills. At this time he transformed into a fire Fini that covered the sky and the sun, burning with flames all over his body. When his wings flap, countless feathers burning with flames condensed into a huge flaming sword in the void, lashing down at the bright flash butterfly. At the same time, a huge wind blade and a terrifying arrow light almost fell on the bright flash butterfly. butterfly at the same time. The bright flash butterfly let out a shrill hissing sound and was severely injured in an instant, but it also escaped the control of the Lianji static field and flashed away more than 10 miles away. Chase, take its life while it is sick. The 4 people chased after it, and when they saw the bright flash butterfly again, they were surprised to find that the almost fatal injury it had received before had completely healed. How is this possible? The light-feathered Douluo was confident in his attack. The Aurora arrow also carried the power of ice and snow. Even if it couldn't kill the bright flash butterfly, it could at least make it lose most of its combat power. If it wanted to recover, it would take dozens or hundreds of years. Don't even think about it. Not to mention the attacks of Qingluan Douluo and Lingfeng Douluo. Even if the bright flash butterfly only had 1 breath left, it was normal. How could it recover in such a short time? However, the bright flash butterfly's breath was visibly weak, as if its soul power was greatly consumed. Everyone was not surprised at all. It must have used a very terrifying skill to recover from its injuries. If it had such a heaven-defying ability without paying a price, it would have been invincible long ago. No matter what secret method it has, it must not be used at will. Let's fight it. Wang Shenmeng took the lead in flying towards the bright flash butterfly, and after leading the 3 people, they surrounded it again from different directions. After another day and night, the light-sensitive flash butterfly, which was in a much worse state than before, was finally fired again. However, this time before it was fired, a layer of golden armor appeared on its body. 3 attacks fell on it, most of which were blocked by the golden armor, and the remaining small part injured it, but the injury was much lighter than last time. It escaped again. This butterfly is the most difficult soul beast I have ever seen. Guangling Douluo couldn't help but sigh. It can run, defend, recover, and has a certain attack power. Any 100,000-year-old soul beast is much easier to capture than this bright flash butterfly. Even if our lineup is the legendary 2 kings of the soul beast forest, they have already suppressed it, but they can't handle this butterfly. Qingluan Douluo nodded in agreement. I found that butterfly soul beast with high bloodlines are not difficult to deal with. Each one is very powerful. Fortunately, this kind of soul beast is very rare, otherwise it would be too unfriendly to human soul masters. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, don't worry, bright flash butterfly is already at the end of its strength and can't run for much longer. It is proud enough to be hunted by us for 4 or 5 days without sleep. Then let's go and capture it so as not to have more troubles at night. Although Lingfeng Douluo was a little tired, he was full of energy when he thought that he was catching soul beast for his man clean. All difficulties can be overcome. Take a break. You are not tired, but I am. I am still a soul saint, but I can't compare with your deep soul power. Wang Shenmeng sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a few herbs and gave one to each person. These can only be regarded as top-grade herbs, not even top-grade. He has a lot of them in his hand. Although they don't have any heaven-defying effect, they are still very powerful in restoring soul power and mental power. A quarter of an hour later, after absorbing the herb, the soul power and mental power of the 4 people were almost restored. We must take it down in one fell swoop this time. If we let it run away again, we will become a joke. Wang Shenmeng sensed the position of the butterfly and then ordered the 3 to outflank it from different directions. 2 hours later, Liang Yi stillness field fi boom. 3 attack fell on the bright flash butterfly that was fired again. This time it finally couldn't hold on. The golden armor was directly defeated. The powerful attack made it dying. Boom. Wang Shenmeng used the move Thunder and Heaven Shatter to transform the heaven and earth energy within a radius of dozens of meters into terrifying lightning, which bombarded the head of the bright flash butterfly and electrocuted it directly. The reason why he used the big move this time instead of the big sword was because the 100,000-year soul beast had thick skin and flesh, and the big sword could not break the defense, so the lightning force was more powerful. Terrible soul skill, Guangling Douluo commented lightly. In his eyes, Wang Shenmen's so-called martial arts were all variants of soul skills. In essence, they were still soul skills, but the special way of cultivation broke the attribute restrictions, allowing soul masters without thunder attributes to launch thunder attribute attacks. This alone made him admire him very much, and he learned Xiantian Qianqin Palace with a flattering face, and now he has practiced Shui Shi Daoshan. Similarly, as compensation for this help, Qingluan Douluo also learned Xiantian Qianqin Palace and practiced Feng Shi Po Di, and Lingfeng Douluo practiced Huo Shi Burning Ye, which was a happy ending for everyone. Of course, Wang Shenmeng is not hiding his secret. Learning martial arts is different from soul skills. It is much more complicated. Ordinary soul masters should not be distracted. First, improve the soul power to the titled Douluo. After having a long life, it is not too late to practice slowly. Tang San has made some achievements in martial arts. That is because he has the foundation of his previous life. He already knows it. This life is just picking it up again. Wang Shenmeng has dreams as the basis, has unlimited time to study, and has unlimited fault tolerance. Moreover, sleeping is like practicing, so studying martial arts is not a burden for him. It would not work for others. Strictly speaking, Soul Master training has a FIED template which is much simpler and more efficient than martial art, except that the FLE ability is not as good as martial arts and the means are relatively FIED. The power alone is not bad. Moreover, soul skills can be quickly mastered. Just put on soul rings and it will be fine. However, a martial arts skill that shocks the world and makes ghosts cry requires a long time to practice and it is easy to go wrong. Therefore, apart from Xiantian Gong, Wang Shenmeng did not ask people around him to study martial art. At this stage he still focused on cultivating soul power. A circle of red soul rings floated out from the body of the bright flash butterfly. Wang Shenmeng pulled it to his martial soul and instantly the terrifying energy rushed into his body, wandering in the meridians, washing his limbs and bone. Wang Shenmeng groaned. With his physical quality absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring also felt painful, but that was all. The huge energy did not cause him any danger. Everything went smoothly. After 3 hours the soul ring was completely absorbed. Boom! The soul power broke through the bottleneck of level 80. The improvement brought by the 100,000-year soul ring plus the energy accumulated in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes allowed his soul power to break through several levels in an instant and become an 84-level soul Douluo. Just then his left hand was in great pain and it was instantly bloody and blurred by a violent energy. After a moment it healed by itself and then it was torn again and healed again. Wang Shenmeng looked at his left hand quietly. This little injury was not worth mentioning to him. Feeling the energy surge on his left hand, he also felt a little surprise. Is this an eternal soul bone? Your Highness is so lucky, Guangling Douluo said sourly. Although he was happy for his Highness, in his heart he was envious. 100,000 years of eternal soul bones, what a chance against the heavens, not to mention that 100,000 years of soul beast must drop regular soul bone. In other words, this bright flash butterfly contributed 2 soul bones and a soul ring, which is not in vain for our painstaking efforts to kill it. Qingluan Douluo's eyes were complicated. He was a 97th level super Douluo and he didn't have 100,000 years of configuration until now. His Highness got 3 in a blink of an eye. Even though he had extraordinary skills in cultivating chi, he couldn't hold it back. Oh my god, you are too biased. The two Douluos looked at each other and felt sympathetic. Only Lingfeng Douluo was purely happy for Wang Shenmeng, not jealous at all, and looked at him with affectionate eyes and a hint of admiration. Half an hour later the eternal soul bone on his left hand was also absorbed. When he waved his hand, golden light annihilated all objects around him. Eternal soul bones may not produce soul skills, but they will have powerful effects such as the 8 spider lance's ability to devour. In the later development, eternal soul bones will also be affected by the absorption ability during growth and may not necessarily derive soul skills, nor may they have a FIED growth pattern, and even the shape and attributes may change. Having unlimited possibilities and unlimited growth, this is the most precious part of eternal soul bone. In the original work, Tang San's 8 spider lance finally evolved into the 8 wings of the sea god, which is the reason Wang Shenmen's new eternal soul bone has no soul skills, but the golden annihilation light it emits has terrifying destructive power. The corner of Lingfeng Douluo's eyes twitched. Even he felt that the golden light was a little dangerous. It definitely had the ability to hurt titled Douluo. Qingluan Douluo thought this soul bone carries the power of the destructive side of the light flash butterfly. Wang Shenmeng nodded and said the light flash butterfly actually has another name called the time flash butterfly. Each word represents a powerful ability. Now I know that its ability to instantly recover is the power of time. It resets the body to 3 seconds ago and all the damage naturally disappears. What, the power of time? Reset time? Time flows backward? The 3 people were shocked. In Douluo continent, soul beasts related to time are simply unheard of, much rarer than soul beasts with space attribute. Wang Shenmeng said it means time goes backward, but it can only go backwards for yourself or others, not for the whole space and time. The time of going backwards depends on the physical condition and the longest time is 30 minutes. For example, if you are seriously injured and dying, or a powerful soul master is in a state of release, you can only go backwards for 3 seconds at most, and you can go backwards for 30 minutes in a healthy state. It can be used up to 3 times a day. If it weren't for my 2-element static field that can even freeze time and space, we would be dreaming of catching the bright flash butterfly. Qingluan Douluo smiled bitterly and said, this is the most amazing thing about the bright flash butterfly. Compared with its flash escape, it is not inferior at all. Wang Shenmeng agreed. Yes, time and space are always one of the most powerful laws. Even if you can only comprehend a little bit of it, you can EERT unpredictable power. He got another benefit from obtaining the soul ring of the bright flash butterfly this time, which was to gain the power of time and space, so that his dream world also derived its own laws of time and space. Although it was still very weak, it also gave this world the final final necessary structure to become a world of its own. Yin and Yang, the 5 elements time and space, are the most basic elements of a world, and none of them can be missing. He clearly felt that the world was growing rapidly and could already spontaneously absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Although it was still an illusory and unreal world, it was perfecting towards a complete world. Reality and falsehood are relative, and there is no clear boundary between reality and illusion. In the eyes of Buddhists, all worlds are illusions, and they are all upside down delusions, but for those who are not enlightened, this world is extremely real. Wang Shenmen's dreamland now has vague signs of interfering with reality. When he becomes a titled Douluo, I believe the boundary between reality and illusion will become more blurred. Wang Shenmeng continued. The light flash butterfly, or the time flash butterfly. The word light symbolizes the sacred and beautiful side. The word yin represents time and the word empty represents space. Its dark and destructive side is suppressed by the bright and beautiful side, and it plod completely when it dies and becomes an eternal soul bone. Wang Shenmeng raised his left hand. Look, the golden light on his left hand gradually turned into a pitch black light full of the breath of darkness and destruction, which was completely opposite to the sacred and beautiful breath of the light flash butterfly. This is the true appearance of the eternal soul bone. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Buletin Ku is a top soul beast of 100,000 years. Even the eternal soul bone that plods is different from ordinary soul beast, but it's not surprising when you think about it. The 3 of them have lived for so long, but they have never seen a 100,000-year-old eternal soul bone. 100,000 years is a hurdle. Soul beasts that have passed this age have undergone qualitative changes and have some special features. It is also normal. Now let me see which part of the soul bone fell. Wang Shenmeng opened the body of the bright flash butterfly, and a piece of golden soul bone jumped into his eyes, as bright and beautiful as the sun eluding a bright breath. This is the sitting arm bone. Qingluan Douluo smiled and said, very good, you have a 100,000-year-old eternal soul bone in your left hand and a 100,000-year-old left arm bone in your left arm, and they are all from the same soul beast. Your left hand will become the most terrifying part of your body. Wang Shenmeng rolled his eyes. The most terrifying part of my body is clearly my head. He picked up the soul bone and started to absorb it directly. Among the conventional soul bones, he has not absorbed any of them so far. Soul bones below 100,000 years old are of limited help to him, and he does not want to use them to take up space. Now that he has finally absorbed the first left arm bone, he has to think of a way to get the remaining pieces together as soon as possible. Among them, he already has a target for the trunk bone. The deep-sea demon whale king is very good. It is a million-year-old soul beast and a demigod. Its trunk bone must be powerful enough. There is no need to consider the head soul bone. If the soul beast Shame wants to explode soul bones, it must be a spiritual soul bone. This is also a million-year-old soul bone. After absorbing it, he expects that it will be related to his plan to become a god. The left leg bone of the evil demon killer whale king is also good. In the original work, except for the Tianmeng ice silkworm, the others all belong to Tang San. Now of course it cannot be left to Xiao Sanzi. The left arm bone was absorbed quickly. Ling Feng Douluo couldn't wait to ask, Your Highness, what soul skills do you have? Wang Shenmeng said calmly, the soul ring brings me 2 soul skills, namely Aurora Explosion and Void Flash Escape, and the 2 soul skills of the soul bone are Light Holy Armor and Reverse Time. Light Holy Armor is the armor used by Light Flash Butterfly before, and its defense ability is very good. Aurora Explosion emits a violent golden light in an instant which can temporarily blind people's eyesight, burn mental power, and destroy mental perception in a short time. It is very effective in escaping and killing enemies. These 4 soul skills plus the destroying soul bone on Your Highness's left hand are the collection of all the talents of Light Flash Butterfly. Your Highness, it can be said that the bright flash butterfly was completely plucked and not a single bit was wasted. Qingluan Douluo sighed. 100,000-year soul beast, the benefits it brings to the soul master are really huge. Haha, I have to thank you all. Wang Shenmeng stood up, patted his sleeves and smiled. We should go back. Chapter 145 Gift. After waiting in the town for 2 days, Xiao Wu came back as expected. Then the group transferred to Tiendu city and spent almost a month on the journey. This time it took more than 3 months to go back and forth, and even the new year was spent outside. It was freezing cold when we left and it was warm when we came back. After the new year, everyone generally grew 1 year older. Wang Shenmeng was 14 years old, Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu were 12 years old, Zhu Zuyun was 20 years old, Du Guyan was 22 years old, Qian Ren Yui was 21 years old, and Hu Lina, who was far away in Wuhan City, was 19 years old. After careful calculation, most of the people around him were older women. Wang Shenmeng did not admit that it was a problem of his hobbies. Who made him like girls older than him? You're supposed subordinate Saras welcomes your highness back. Welcome the three majesties, welcome all the ladies. The platinum bishop Saras still had that humble smile on his face and welcomed Wang Shenmeng and his party in, and then he disappeared tactfully. This man, apart from being opportunistic, is also quite perceptive, doing things properly and providing thoughtful services. He is a subordinate who will please his superiors. Zhu Zuyun smiled as Saras left. She and Saras had dealt with each other a lot, and she and Saras were often in charge of trivial matters on weekdays. Although she despised this man a little, she didn't hate him. Loss was respectful to her, and if she performed well in the NET few years, His Highness should not hesitate to reward and promote her. Take a good rest these days. Being away for several months in a row is novel and interesting, but it's still not as comfortable as being at home. Wang Shenmeng walked outside the palace and called Qinglu and Douluo. Uncle Qing, how long have you not been back to the spirit hall? Don't you miss your brothers? Qinglu and Douluo glanced at him and smiled lightly. Your Highness, just tell me what you want to say. Why beat around the bush? Well, you know me well. You are worthy of being the best partner. Sister Schwetter has an urgent matter to return to Wuhan City. The snake spear and thorny porpoise beside her cannot leave, otherwise it will easily arouse suspicion. You escort her back after the matter is over, Wang Shenmeng said solemnly. Qinglu and Douluo's face also became serious. It was related to the young master, and His Highness was so serious. It seemed that the matter was not small. He nodded immediately and said, Your Highness, don't worry. With me the young lady will be safe. Well, I trust your ability very much. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, in addition, I have a few small gifts to give to acquaintances, and I would like to trouble you to help bring them. Qinglu and Douluo's mouth twitched. This is what you want to say the most, right? Tell me, who is it? For who, Lina or that woman? Wang Shenmeng was not embarrassed anyway. His true nature had been exposed long ago. As for his romantic affairs, the two-titled Douluo said that they didn't care. You can do whatever you want. It's for Nana. The teacher has one too. I don't feel comfortable with others sending it, and the person I trust the most is you. It just so happens that you escorted Sister Schwetter back to Wuhan City. Isn't this a coincidence? Qinglu and Douluo was still very happy. Listen, the person Your Highness trusts the most is me. After so many years of getting along, although we have inevitably stumbled, our feelings are still very deep. Although he knew that His Highness's words were suspected of buying people's hearts, Qinglu and Douluo didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He nodded and said, Don't worry, I promise to deliver it to you. Wang Shenmeng immediately took out a few jade bows, pointed to two of them and said, These two are for Nana. He pointed to the rest and said, These are for the teacher. The bows were filled with magical herbs, of course. One of the herbs given to Hulina was Wangchuan Kaiashulu, a magical herb that enhanced her mental power and eyesight, and it was very compatible with Hulina. I believe it could make her mental power soar and make the infinite demon pupil more complete. The other magical herb was King Kyuyama, which had immeasurable benefits for the FO spirit. After Hulina took two magical herbs in a row, the fire FO spirit with the ability of charm could definitely evolve into a nine-tailed FO. This was definitely not inferior to the spirits of the real dragon and the Fini. The little FO had already practiced Xian Gong and had gained these benefits. During the Soul Master competition, it would not be a problem for him to break through and become a Soul Emperor. As for the Jade Bows given to teacher Bibi Dong, they contained 10 magical herbs, 2 of which were given to Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. These two had been in his childhood. When he was young, he helped him a lot. One of them personally verified his talent and secretly protected him in the soul hunting forest. Needless to say, the other one protected him for more than half a year. If it weren't for Ghost Douluo, he might have died when he met Davis. The one given to Ju Douluo was the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, and the one given to Ghost Douluo was the 9 nether mysterious grass that matched him. After the two of them took it, their potential increased greatly, and it was no problem for their soul power to break through to level 90 SI. The remaining 8 plants were all given to the teacher. No matter how she dealt with them, she could take them herself or reward her subordinate. Anyway, no matter who you forget, you can't forget the teacher. He is a filial child, and his filial piety has never changed over the years. Wang Shenmeng took out 2 more bows, pointed to one of them and said, This is for Yan. There is a secret method in it, teaching him how to perfectly master the power of fire and rock in his martial soul. Although his martial soul has the dual attributes of fire and earth and possesses the quality of a top martial soul, he has difficulty reconciling the two attributes, causing them to affect each other. Fire affects earth and earth suppresses fire. Even 80% of the martial soul's ability is lost, can't use it. My secret method is to teach him the way of fire and earth. After learning it, fire and earth will not only not hinder each other but can make fire into an endless source of earth. When the two are superimposed, it will perfectly EERT the power of his lava giant martial spirit. Qinglu and Douluo was slightly moved. The value of this secret method is too great for Yan, and it is definitely not worse than a fairy grass. Wang Shenmeng did not forget his 2 younger brothers. Although he had had a brief unpleasantness with Yan when they first met. Yan soon defeated him and took him in as a lackey. Evil Yu is needless to say. As for the eldest brother-in-law, of course he has to take care of him. This bow is for Xiaoyu. There is also a fairy grass in it, Taiyin Yukian, which is believed to make Xiaoyu's moon blade undergo a qualitative change from a simple crescent moon to a waning moon, a full moon, a half moon, and other forms. That's all the gifts I want to give. The great elder probably doesn't think much of my little things, so I won't show off. The landlord family doesn't have any surplus food, although Wang Shenmeng has harvested dozens of immortal herbs, including the ones given away today and the ones he ate. He has already eaten at least 20 of them. The rest must be used urgently and not be a spendthrift. By the way, I have to give one to Douluo. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd is very suitable, and Sister Erlong, one immortal herb should allow me to complete the final strategy and completely snatch it from you, Xiao Gang, right? Such a beautiful sister is friendly to me. How can I leave it to you, Xiao Gang, to eat? I must snatch it away. Chapter 146. Affectionate Man Yu Tianheng. Wang Shenmeng sneaked into the palace again that night and had a warm conversation with Sister Schwetter, discussing many things to pay attention to and the work to be handed over. Then the NET day, Sister Schwetter returned to Wuhan City under the escort of Qinglu and Douluo and officially started the divine test. This was 7 or 8 years earlier than in the original book. This matter is extremely confidential. So far only Wang Shenmeng, Qian Ren Yui and Qian Daoliu know about it, and even teacher Bibi Dong has been kept secret. There is no way Qian Daoliu does not trust Bibi Dong at all. Qian Ren Yui and Bibi Dong have a quarrel, and Wang Shenmeng certainly can't tell the teacher. Elder Thorn, Elder Snake Spear, you should know what happened, right? In the Emperor's bedroom, Wang Shenmeng summoned the 2 generals Heng and Ha, who were beside Qian Ren Yui. Your Highness, the young master has already told you that from today on you are the Emperor of Tiendu. We brothers will serve you like we serve her, and there will be no disobedience. Snake Spear, Douluo said in a deep voice. Regardless of the young master's instructions or the identity of His Highness, it is natural for them to obey his orders, and there will be no resistance. Very good. During the time when Sister Schwetter is away, I will take his place in the Tiendu Empire. You two must cooperate with me well. If there are any secrets that I don't know, you must remind me in time. No matter how clear Qian Ren Yui's instructions are, there will always be omissions. At this time, the 2 guards who have followed her to lurk in the Tiendu Empire for more than 10 years can fill in the gaps. The 2 Douluos bowed and said, I will obey your orders. Very good. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly. From today on he would start a life of running between the palace and the spirit hall. He would be the emperor in the palace during the day and handle government affairs. At night he would go back to the spirit hall to play happily with the girls. The combination of work and rest would not be so difficult to endure. So far the girls still don't know that he went to the palace to be the emperor during the day. It's not that he doesn't trust them, but he wants to be on the safe side. Such a big thing is related to the plan of the spirit hall and his becoming a god. The fewer people know, the less risk of exposure. The fewer people know, the better. During this period of time, the busiest thing in the Tiendu Empire was to suppress the rebellion. When Qian Ren Yui was there, a lot of preparations were done. Now it was Wang Shenmen's turn to make the decision, and he immediately launched the crusade. The process is not described in detail one by one. In short, the forces loyal to the emperor still have the advantage. Coupled with the support of major soul master forces such as the 7 Treasures Glaze Sect and the 4 Elements Academy, the suppression of the rebellion went smoothly. Wang Shenmeng also took the opportunity to eliminate dissidents, destroy some noble families that are disobedient or hostile to the spirit hall, and then install their own people. Many loyal and reliable spirit masters of the spirit hall have infiltrated. In addition to the families that were eliminated in the rebellion, the Tiendu Empire ushered in a round of purges. After the purge, the empire was completely renewed, but it was also infiltrated by the spirit hall like a sieve. While Wang Shenmeng was busy with the power struggle, the girls at home were not idle. They have begun to practice in the simulated environment and have begun to participate in the fighting spirit field to hone their combat effectiveness and cooperate in combat. With the strength of the 5 of them, they are naturally invincible. They soon became famous in the major fighting spirit field and attracted the attention of those who are interested. On this weekend, the girls did not go to the fighting spirit again, but took a day off. Alas, I don't know what His Highness is busy with every day. I can't see him every day during the day. If he didn't come back at night, I would have thought he had left Tiendu City. Dugu Yan's tone was somewhat resentful. She was worried about him because she couldn't see him every day. She did come back at night, but there were many sisters and they were all treated equally. She didn't have much time to love him, and she didn't finish saying many intimate words. A Yin said, Your Highness is in a high position and he must have a lot of things to shoulder. It's for our good that he didn't tell us. Didn't he say that it would get better after a while? We don't add burden to His Highness, which is the greatest support for him. Dugu Yan curled her lips. Is it okay to know that you are considerate, gentle and considerate of others. I just miss your highness. When I have some free time I can't help missing you. Life seems to be boring without your highness by my side. Zhu Ziyun laughed and said, you are done. You are suffering from lovesickness. You can see each other every night and you miss me like crazy. Isn't this too clingy? You are indeed a beautiful snake. You can't do anything else but cling to me. Dugu Yan retorted, humph, I am a dragon now, not a snake. You are talking as if you don't miss me. Who is still calling your highness's name in his dream when he just took a nap? Zhu Ziyun blushed and stopped talking. She missed him too. People say that a day without seeing each other is like a long time. She felt it. Forget it. I don't want to think about that heartless man. There are so many beauties at home. He can't bear to stay away from home. I'm going out to play too. I won't come back at night. I'll make him angry to death. Dugu Yan left the spirit hall as soon as she said she would. Do you believe it? Zhu Ziyun looked at the remaining sisters. She said she would not come back at night. I bet that she would come back and wait for favor before dark. She only knows how to bet hard. Who of you wants to bet with me? Xiao Wu said disdainfully. Only fools would make a losing bet. Zhu Ziyun rolled her eyes. Aren't you a stupid rabbit? Xiao Wu said angrily. You are the fool. Your whole family is a fool. Zhu Zuqing glared at her. Xiao Wu, you even scold me. Ling Feng Douluo looked unkind. Xiao Wu, we are all his highness's people and we are a family now. You dare to scold me, right? It seems that I need to loosen your muscles. Xiao Wu screamed. Oh no, I was wrong. Dugu Yan came out of the spirit hall and did not go home. Grandpa was the only one at home obsessed with the dragon and snake 9 transformations every day, which was boring. She went out of the spirit city directly and came to the Tiendu Royal Academy. The Tiendu Royal Academy was built between mountains and rivers covering a large area. Dugu Yan studied at the Tiendu Royal Academy for many years and was very familiar with every plant and tree here. The guard obviously knew her and no one stopped her at all. Soon someone recognized her. It's Dugu Yan. Dugu Yan is back. Why is she back? Didn't she go to climb up the social ladder? She is now a member of the spirit hall. Why doesn't she come back to see me? I have friends here. She is a person who forgets her principles for the sake of profit, and she will also care about her friends. There were people who said all kinds of weird things along the way. Dugu Yan listened to a few of them. Although she was unhappy, she was too lazy to pay attention to those people. Yanzi, you are back. Are you here to see us? At this time former teammate Oslo ran out and greeted happily. Dugu Yan was also very happy. I came to see you, and by the way I have something to do with Lingling. Oslo winked. Looking for Lingling? I thought you were looking for the captain. You don't know, after you dropped out of school the captain didn't know how sad he was. He wanted to look for you several times but he gave up when he heard that you left Tiendu city. He finally waited for you to come back and he was about to go and you came. Why are you looking for me? Dugu Yan's face sang. This Yu Tianheng is really a dog skin plaster. I have clearly rejected him but he still doesn't give up. Now that I have a partner he actually comes to me. Isn't this destroying my happiness? What if it causes misunderstandings from my man? Oslo also knew that the captain was unrequited love and coughed dryly. Well, why did he look for you? How could you not know? Don't stare at me. It's not me who wants to look for you. Oslo saw Duguyan's bad look and quickly shrank his neck. He looked at Duguyan's green pupils becoming black and white and her green hair returning to black and said in surprise, why did your pupils and hair change color? Are you poisoned? Duguyan laughed dumbly. The fact that she was bitten by the snake venom was a top secret. Only she and her grandfather knew it. Outsiders thought that their green pupils and hair were normal phenomena of the green scale snake martial spirit. No, I'm fine. Where is Lingling? I have something to do with her. Oslo pointed behind Duguyan. Isn't she here? Duguyan just turned around and saw Yu Tianheng beside Ya Lingling looking at her with surprise and said affectionately, Yanzi, you finally came to find me. I knew that you would not be willing to leave me and would come back to me eventually. Chapter 147 Humiliating oneself. Yu Tianheng, don't be so sentimental. I'm here to find Lingling who's looking for you. Duguyan quickly stepped back, distanced herself from Yu Tianheng and then made her position clear. Yu Tianheng's face froze but he still didn't give up. Yanzi, I don't believe you have no feelings for me at all. Did your grandfather force you to be with that spirit hall saint? I don't believe you will fall in love with someone else. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Duguyan said angrily. What do you mean by falling in love with someone else? I have never accepted you. What's wrong with you? I said there is no possibility between us. I already have someone else in my heart but you still pester me like a dog skin plaster. If you continue like this I will not be polite. Yu Tianheng's face turned blue and red and his hands were creaking. He was one of the Blue Lightning twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect and the strongest competitor for the NET sect leader. When had he ever suffered such an injustice? But thinking that his biggest purpose in coming to Tiendu Royal Academy was to catch Duguyan and use the power of her grandfather Dugabo to help himself become the successor of the sect leader, he forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart, endured the last bit of temper and said softly, Yanzi, I don't believe you will do this to me. I said after that I will marry you. When I become the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re, you will also be one of the most noble women in the world. Isn't it much better than following the son of the Spirit Hall? He is a corrupt person, a playboy, and has many beautiful women around him, all of whom are raw. What good results can you get by following him? Dugu Yan was furious. Shut up, I don't allow you to slander him. Yu Tianheng, I may not bother to pay attention to you if you say me, but if you dare to insult my boyfriend I will never let you off. As he said, his aura rose and he was ready to teach Yu Tianheng a lesson. Yu Tianheng's face was ashen and he cursed Dugu Yan. Don't be shameless, you would rather give up to the son of the Spirit Hall than accept me. In the final analysis you are just a vain and power-hungry bitch. When others abandon you like a rag you will regret it. Bang! Dugu Yan threw an angry punch at him as fast as lightning. Yu Tianheng subconsciously raised his hand to block it but was knocked back several meters by a terrifying force. He staggered for several steps before he could stand firm. His right hand, which had touched Dugu Yan, was in great pain. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Not only was Yu Tianheng unbelievable, but even the people watching around him gasped. This was Yu Tianheng, the grandson of Yu Yuanzhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re sect. He had the top beast martial spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re, and was known for its strength and attack. Among beast martial spirit there was almost no one who could compete with them in melee combat, but Dugu Yan knocked Yu Tianheng back with one punch. Looking at his appearance, he was obviously at a great disadvantage. Humph, show your martial spirit or you will lose even more miserably. Dugu Yan smiled coldly. She hadn't activated her martial soul yet. She just used a flat attack. She knew Yu Tianheng's strength. He was a level 36 soul master. He was stronger than her before, but now she didn't take him seriously. She was a level 45 soul sect. She was one level higher than him. The difference in soul power reached 9 levels. Even when she was using the green-scaled snake martial soul, she was confident that she could defeat him. Not to mention that her green-scaled black dragon martial soul was not weaker than the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re, and even stronger. It was not difficult to beat Yu Tianheng. No, they really dueled. How could Yanzi be the captain's opponent? Oslo was so uneasy that he was running around. Not to mention his friendship with Dugu Yan. Dugu Bo was vindictive. If his granddaughter came to the school to visit her friend and was injured by Yu Tianheng, wouldn't he go to the door to take revenge immediately? Not to mention that Dugu Yan has now joined the Spirit Hall and has become a person close to the son of the Spirit Hall. If she is injured, the Spirit Hall will not let it go. Stop hitting, Captain, don't be impulsive. Yu Feng and Shi Mo brothers were also uneasy. These two people were their friends. Although Yan Ziyi withdrew halfway, which made them quite dissatisfied, they were not to the point of turning against each other. Ya Lingling stopped them quickly. Oslo was desperate. Ya Lingling shook his head. How can I stop them? No matter the captain or Yan Ziyi who will listen to me. The NET moment she had summoned the 9-star begonia martial spirit. If Yan Ziyi was injured, she would treat her immediately. Yan Ziyi came to find her. If she was injured by Yu Tianheng, she would feel even more guilty. Damn it! Yu Tianheng's eyes were red and the contempt in the other party's tone made him feel humiliated. He roared immediately and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re spirit possessed him. A dazzling blue light suddenly lit up from the center of Yu Tianheng's eyebrows, and then the blue light instantly spread, descending from his eyebrows to his whole body. Lines of blue-purple electric shocks burst out like little snakes wandering around his body. On the surface, Yu Tianheng's changes were not very big. In addition to a blue lightning mark on his forehead, there was only one part of his body that changed because of the spirit possession, and that was his right arm. The sleeve on his right side plotted and turned into ashes due to the expansion of his right arm. The length of his arm increased by more than half a foot. The whole arm was extremely thick and covered with blue-purple scales. The hand turned into a claw covered with the same scales, and every joint on the hand became extremely thick, circling around him. The blue-purple snake electricity kept condensing or flowing on the arm. The 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, did not hover on the body like other soul masters, but hovered on this special mutated arm. Dugu Yan narrowed her eyes. As a former teammate, she knew Yu Tianheng's martial soul very well and knew that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul could only obtain soul rings from sub-dragon beasts. Starting from level 30, every time a soul ring is obtained, there will be an additional dragon-like part on the body when using the martial soul. Like Yu Tianheng's right arm, now it is the change of his first limb. This is the so-called dragonization. Therefore, Yu Tianheng's right arm now is no longer in the category of human beings but a dragon arm with dragon scales attached to it, and his right hand has also become a dragon claw, so the attack power is extremely terrifying. Dugu Yan, it's not too late for you to regret now. As long as you admit your mistakes to me and be obedient in the future, I can forgive you. Although Yu Tianheng hated her to death, he still gritted his teeth and gave her another chance when he thought of Dugu Yan's Dugu bow behind her. Dugu Yan sneered. I will say the same thing to you. If you are willing to admit your mistake and apologize to me now, I can let you go. Otherwise don't blame me for not talking about the friendship of our former teammate, bitch. Yu Tianheng roared. His body flashed and he rushed toward Dugu Yan with his right hand dragon. The lightning power on his arm condensed into a huge dragon claw in the void and slapped Dugu Yan fiercely. This was his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Martial Soul Possession. Fourth soul skill, Infinite Ouroboros. After Dugu Yan's martial soul was possessed, there was no big change and there was no sign of dragonization. Only a black dragon scale the size of a pigeon egg appeared on his forehead. Her skin was also covered with a layer of extremely fine dragon scales. If you don't look closely you can't see the change. Her body already contains the majestic power of the real dragon. Her 10 fingers still look like slender jade fingers, but the essence inside has become a dragon claw, becoming the most terrifying weapon. Of course this dragon claw is not as good as Yu Tianheng's right arm that has been completely transformed into a dragon, but her dragonization is all round. With the improvement of soul power level, all round improvement will appear until she becomes a soul saint and directly turns into a real green scaled black dragon. Dugu Yan didn't plan to fight with Yu Tianheng at this time and chose to go all out. The fourth black soul ring on his body flashed and between his hands a feathered serpent flew out, bringing rain and fog to submerge Yu Tianheng. Soul sack. 10,000 years of fourth soul ring. After Dugu Yan showed his soul ring, the crowd around him applauded immediately. What did they see? Before Dugu Yan left Tiendu Royal Academy he was only a level 36 soul master. Less than half a year later he actually became a soul sec. What's even more incredible is that the fourth soul ring has reached 10,000 years. This has violated the common sense of the soul master world. The limit of the fourth soul ring is 5,000 years. This is something that many soul masters have personally practiced for countless years. No one has ever seen a fourth soul ring as long as 10,000 years. This must be the benefit that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall brought to Yanzi. I finally know why Yanzi joined the Spirit Hall without hesitation and was devoted to it. If it were me I would do the same. Oslo said with great envy. He was no longer worried about Dugu Yan but worried about the captain. Yu Feng said solemnly, have you noticed that Yanzi's spirit is different? When the spirit was possessed before, the legs would turn into green scaled snake and only the upper body would remain human. Now it looks the same. Oslo slapped his head. I always feel something is wrong. If you didn't say it I wouldn't have remembered it. Yanzi's spirit has mutated. Can it mutate after birth? And it must be a benign mutation, otherwise it would not be able to bear the fourth spirit ring of 10,000 years. Ya Lingling listened to the conversation between the two while nervously watching the rain and fog. Unfortunately the rain and fog block people's vision and even affected their spiritual perception, so she couldn't see what happened in the rain and fog at all. She looked at Yanzi with envy. It was rare for a martial soul to mutate after birth and it was benign. Yanzi was lucky. She thought of her 9-star begonia martial soul, the most powerful Oiliary martial soul on the continent, which was not inferior to the 7 treasures glazed tower, but it had an irreparable defect which made their 9-star begonia family withered and far from being comparable to the 7 treasures glazed sack. What made her even more sad was that because of her birth her grandmother died of illness in advance. If she had a daughter in the future, if her daughter happened to have the 9-star begonia martial soul before awakening, would her mother also die soon? For this reason she was very depressed, silent, indifferent and cold, with almost no sense of existence, and she didn't even have many friends. Yanzi was her only best friend. If my martial soul can mutate and solve the congenital defects, I am willing to do anything. Ya Lingling muttered in her heart, and suddenly a hope rose. The saint's son, whose talent is unrivaled in ancient and modern times and whose talent is unparalleled in the world, can he also solve his own problems? Just in the time of these few words a scream suddenly came from the rain and fog. No, something happened to the captain. There is almost no doubt that Yu Tianheng, a mere soul master, how could he resist the 10,000-year soul skills of a soul master? Dugu Yan sneered and waved his hand. A figure flew out of the rain and fog and fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 148. Embarrassed Qin Ming. Yu Tianheng was tightly tied up by a dark ring and his 2 hands were also tied inside. The ring was still tightening. Yu Tianheng's face was blood red, his face was ferocious, his eyes were bulging and his waist bones were tightened and crackling. Ah! Yu Tianheng raised his head and screamed, making a shrill scream. Yu Tianheng, I didn't intend to pay attention to you. You kept pestering me and speaking rudely. This time I just taught you a lesson. If you don't know how to live or die any time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Dugu Yan waved his hand and the infinite Ouroboros ring dissipated. Yu Tianheng was still lying on the ground, unable to get up. He was twitching in pain and his arms were twisted into a strange arc. It was obvious that both arms were broken. His waist was even strangled with a bloody mark almost cut off in half. His sweat, a cruel woman. Everyone took a breath and felt a chill still on their back. Oslo flashed to Yu Tianheng and cried sadly, Captain, Captain, how are you? What's the matter? Duguyan, did you hurt Tianheng like this? Just then a middle-aged man in his early 30s walked over quickly. He had an ordinary appearance, simple black hair, simple and plain clothes, and his exceptionally bright eyes oozed anger. When he saw Yu Tianheng's miserable condition, his face turned ashen. Oslo said angrily, Teacher Qin, the captain and Yanzi had an argument. Yanzi attacked the captain and it turned into a fight. The captain was injured like this by Yanzi. After saying that, he yelled to Yelingling, hurry up and treat the captain. Yelingling nodded, and the pink crab apple of the two-handed sword began to emit a strange fragrance. A petal-shaped white light fell on Yu Tianheng and his broken arms were restored directly. The blood marks on Yu Tianheng's waist that almost tightened his stomach also disappeared quickly. After a moment he stood up directly. He looked at Duguyan with resentment. His eyes were deep, hiding a trace of fear, and his breath fluctuated, but he did not dare to rush up again. Teacher Qin suddenly turned around, stared at Duguyan fiercely and said coldly, Duguyan, in my Tiendu Royal Academy you killed the captain of the Tiendu Royal team. Are you provoking our Tiendu Royal Academy? I don't care what despicable means you used, and I don't care who you rely on. Now apologize to Tianheng immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. In his opinion, Duguyan is not Yu Tianheng's opponent at all. To hurt Yu Tianheng like this he must have used despicable means such as poisoning. Impossible. Duguyan stared at Teacher Qin coldly. Teacher Qin Ming, you once taught me and I respect you, but it doesn't mean I can let you bully me. I am no longer a student of Tiendu Royal Academy and you have no right to order me. Qin Ming laughed angrily. Very good, it is precisely because you are no longer a student of Tiendu Royal Academy that you wantonly kill the students of the academy here, which is a provocation to us. I just asked you to apologize for your grandfather's sake. If you refuse to apologize, I'm afraid you will find it difficult to leave the academy. Are you sure? Duguyan sneered. I came to see my good friend Yelingling. Yu Tianheng was entangled, rude, and insulted me and my boyfriend. What's wrong with me teaching him a lesson? He is not good enough and was defeated by me openly. If you all want to force your way out, it means that you are defending the way without reason and intend to bully the weak. If you bully the weak first, don't blame me for asking my grandfather to bully the weak later. You defeated Tianheng openly. Qin Ming was stunned and Yu Feng quickly told Qin Ming what happened just now. Qin Ming's face was extremely ugly. He was surprised at the changes of Duguyan, shocked by the fourth soul ring of 10,000 years and angry that she was ruthless. Tiendu Royal Academy was once where she studied and Yu Tianheng was her former captain, but she was so cruel to him. But if we really talk about this, they are really not right. It was Yu Tianheng who got involved first, spoke rudely and insulted Duguyan and the son of the Spirit Hall. Duguyan then taught him a lesson. If this matter gets out of hand, it will also involve the Spirit Hall. If the Spirit Hall also wants to pursue the matter of Yu Tianheng insulting the son, it will not be so easy to resolve. The Spirit Hall is domineering and will make a fuss even if it is unreasonable. If this is reasonable, won't Yu Tianheng be in big trouble? Dugubo may still be afraid of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, but the Spirit Hall probably won't care too much. The son of the Spirit Hall has a respected status and scolding him is not a trivial matter. If it makes a big fuss even for the sake of the Spirit Hall's face, people will have no choice but to pursue it. Instantly Qin Ming woke up from his anger and fell into an awkward situation. Just now the harsh words have been spoken. If he back down after being threatened by Duguyan, won't he lose face? Duguyan didn't intend to let him go so easily and said lightly, Teacher Qin Ming, let me ask you one more question. Are you sure you want to bully the weak and stand up for Yu Tianheng? Qin Ming's face flushed and he had a huge resentment toward Duguyan. After all, I was once your teacher, so why can't I give him a way out? How can he get off the stage in such an aggressive way in public? Just when Qin Ming's face was flushed and he couldn't move forward or backward, a gentle voice came. Yu Tianheng was wrong first. The failure of the fair duel can only be blamed on his inferior skills. Our Tiendu Royal Academy never stands up for such personal grudges. Yu Tianheng's rude words and insulted Miss Dugu and His Royal Highness the Son of God in the Academy are due to the law discipline of our Academy. I apologize to Miss Dugu and His Royal Highness the Son of God on behalf of the Academy. Will the girl calm down? Education Committee. Qin Ming looked at the white-haired old man who was walking slowly with a face full of shame. This person was the Chief Education Committee member Meng Shenji. Duguyan was quite respectful to Meng Shenji and hurriedly bowed slightly. Duguyan meets Meng Education Committee. How dare I ask the Education Committee to apologize? This matter is over. I just hope Yu Tianheng will not bother me again in the future. Meng Shenji smiled lightly. Although Yu Tianheng is a student of the Academy, we cannot restrict his freedom, but we don't care about these personal grudges. Duguyan smiled knowingly. The old Education Committee's meaning was very clear. If he bothers you, you beat him. No matter how hard he beats, we will not stand up for such a thing. Meng Shenji said, ask His Royal Highness the Holy Sun for me. When Xueying rebelled, I also worked with His Royal Highness to capture Xueying. I admire His Royal Highness very much. Only people like His Royal Highness can cultivate such an outstanding genius as Miss Dugu. He had obviously heard about the matter of the fourth soul ring of 10,000 years and was sure that this was cultivated by Wang Shenmeng. Du Guiyan smiled lightly. Don't worry, I will convey your greetings to you Education Committee. Meng Shenji laughed. Then I won't bother you anymore. If you have time, come back more often. After all, this is where you once studied. Watching Meng Shenji leave, Du Guiyan looked at Ye Lingling. Lingling, come with me. I have something to tell you. Chapter 149 Du Guiyan's Showdown. Ye Lingling followed Du Guiyan and left. Direct Life campus was opened. The noise just now was so loud that even the Education Committee was alarmed. Du Guiyan didn't want to be watched by others, so she just came out directly. Yanzi, what do you want to tell me? Du Guiyan got straight to the point. Lingling, do you want to solve the defect of martial soul? Ye Lingling's heart skipped a beat and she said calmly, you know I'm always eager to solve the defect of martial soul, but how is it possible? What's the use of wanting to make up for the congenital defect that ancestors of all generations can't make up for? Du Guiyan said, what if someone can help you solve it? Ye Lingling's breathing was rapid. Who is it? Du Guiyan smiled lightly. You have actually thought about it, right? Ye Lingling showed an e-pression of as e-pected. It's His Royal Highness the Son of God, right? Yes, except for him there is absolutely no other person in the world who can solve your problem. Believe me, because you are my good sister, I can't bear to see you depressed and living in depression and pain because of the problem of martial soul. Du Guiyan said half truthfully. Ye Lingling opened her eyes wide, looked at Du Guiyan hopefully and said in a trembling voice, he can really help me solve the defect of my martial soul? You didn't lie to me? Du Guiyan held Ye Lingling's hand and said softly, you should have seen my changes. It's not an exaggeration to say that I have been reborn. This is all brought to me by your highness. To tell you the truth, my current state is normal. My previous green eyes and green hair were actually due to the backlash of snake venom. I couldn't live past the age of 30, which was worse than you. Ah! Ye Lingling covered her mouth in shock. You never told me, so you are also carrying great pain and misfortune? We two really share the same suffering. Du Guiyan laughed at himself. I am much worse off than you. I suffer from the severe pain brought by the backlash of snake venom every day. In order to cover up this secret, I have to be 50 strong in front of others. Do you know that when I am talking and laughing with you, I may be suffering from bone-eroding pain? Yanzi, you are so pitiful. Ye Lingling didn't expect that her best friend actually had such a past that she couldn't bear to look back on. Compared with her own martial spirit defect was not so difficult to accept. She felt pity in her heart and held Du Guiyan's hand. Yanzi, I'm sorry. For so many years I didn't notice your pain. I thought you lived a happy life every day and I was jealous of you. It's not your fault. I tried my best to hide it. Then why did you hide it? Tell me, maybe my mother can help you. Du Guiyan sighed. It's useless. This is the snake venom brought from the mother's womb. It is the innate characteristic of the martial soul. Unless you can find a way directly from the martial soul, it can't be cured, and yet is the best. I am good at healing, not solving martial spirit defect. As for why I have to hide it, it is because my grandfather's backlash is more serious than mine. I can live for another 10 years, but my grandfather may die at any time. It is only by relying on a special hot spring that he can barely suppress it, but he may not be able to suppress it at any time. It can be said that every day may be the last day. What Grandpa Dugu also. Ye Lingling only knew at this time that the high and mighty poison Douluo was in danger, but there was no news from the outside world. It can be seen how well they concealed it. Now you know why I have to hide it, right? Ye Lingling nodded. I understand. How can I not hide it? Dugu Bo has a weird personality, acts extreme and is vindictive and petty. Over the years he has few friends and many enemies. If you know his situation, don't you rush to add insult to injury. Even the captain Yu Tianheng, who pursued Yanzi with a purpose, would change his mind. If Yanzi failed to find a husband's family that could protect her and her grandfather suddenly passed away, she would probably end up badly. No wonder Grandpa Dugu knew that Yu Tianheng's purpose in approaching you was not pure. He obviously didn't like Yu Tianheng, but he didn't oppose him pursuing you. It turned out that he hoped you could get the protection of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Reef family. Du Guiyan smiled bitterly. Yes, my grandfather suffered 10 times more pain than me. He never slept well at night, not to mention that the pain would double if it was not cloudy. He lived a life worse than death. If it weren't for me, I'm afraid he would have let the snake venom implode and end it all. Ye Lingling felt the trembling of Du Guiyan's cold little hand and felt distressed and tried. Then how is Grandpa Dugu now? Du Guiyan smiled. My grandfather has recovered. Not only has the snake venom been cured, but he has also gained a lot of benefit. You will know when you see him in the future. That's great. Ye Lingling was sincerely happy and asked expectantly, is this also the credit of His Royal Highness the Holy Sun? Du Guiyan smiled happily. Yes, he brought a new life to me me and my grandfather. The greatest luck in my life is to meet him and we like each other. Ya Lingling bit her lip and suddenly felt a little envious. Yanzi was so lucky to meet a hero who could save her from the darkness. If it were me I would also be devoted to him, right? Du Guiyan said softly. Lingling, I believe that His Highness can definitely cure your martial soul defect, but it will definitely cost a lot. What do you plan to pay back? Ya Lingling said without hesitation, if His Highness can really solve my martial soul defect, I am willing to do anything. Du Guiyan smiled and said, what if I let you and I be sisters? Sisters? Aren't we the most good sisters? I'm talking about another kind of sister. Ya Lingling was stunned at first, then suddenly realized her pretty face turned red. She bit her lip and asked softly, is this what he meant? Du Guiyan shook her head. No, it's what I meant. I really can't bear to see you live in pain, but the treatment process may involve close contact, so I let you prepare yourself in advance. If you receive treatment and have such close contact, can you still marry someone else in this life? Even if you still want to marry, he won't allow it. Ya Lingling lowered her head, feeling confused. She was looking forward to solving her spirit defect but was also shy about the process and the result. When Du Guiyan saw that she did not object, she knew that she had accomplished her mission. She came to find Ya Lingling. Half of the reason was indeed for Ya Lingling's good and the other half was that the team lacked an auxiliary spirit master. Wang Shenmeng had told her about Ya Lingling and hoped that she could help him poach her. After paying some physical strength and energy, Du Guiyan was served comfortably, so she agreed to her man's ridiculous request and took the initiative to come to help him pick up her girlfriend. Of course there was also a little selfishness, which was that she hoped that after Ya Lingling joined the sister group, the two of them would join forces to compete with the Zhu sisters in the competition for favor, otherwise she alone could not compare with the sisters' unity. Chapter 150 Haoshan Douluo vs Lingfeng Douluo. Lingling, if you don't say anything I will take it as your consent. However, should I discuss this matter with Aunt Ye first? Du Guiyan believed that Ya Lingling would not refuse and believed that Ya Weiyu would be happy to see it happen. Ya Lingling took a deep breath, raised her head, her cheeks red as the sunset. She looked at Du Guiyan seriously. Yanzi, I believe you will not lie to me and I believe you will not harm me. Since you think His Highness is someone you can trust, why should I refuse? Du Guiyan joked, of course I won't harm you. Believe me, even if the martial soul defect is not solved, you will fall in love with His Highness after you get along with His Highness for a long time. You are destined to be sisters with me in this life, real sisters. Ya Lingling blushed and whispered, then I will go back to Tiendu city first and make it clear to my mother. Du Guiyan said, let's go back together. I have also made an agreement with His Highness. He doesn't know yet. I acted on my own and hope that His Highness will not punish me. When she talked about punishment, her face turned red like an apple. Ya Lingling secretly spit in her heart. Yanzi looked like she was in heat. She must have no good intentions. The so-called punishment was probably not serious. She quickly stood up, then let's go. The two immediately returned to Tiendu city and then went their separate ways. When Du Guiyan returned to the spirit hall, it was still dark. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening when Wang Shenmeng sneaked back from the palace. No one would disturb him at night, and with the two-titled Douluo snake spear and thorny porpoise covering him, it would not happen that he would be discovered to have left the palace. At night, Du Guiyan told her what happened during the day in bed. Wang Shenmeng silently mourned for Yu Tianheng for a second and then he no longer cared about this person. I helped you deal with Ya Lingling. This is my best friend. How are you going to reward me? Du Guiyan drew circles on Wang Shenmeng's chest with one hand, asking for credit. How to reward? I'll take you flying. Wang Shenmeng took Du Guiyan flying several times, making her almost faint with excitement, and then let her go reluctantly. The next day Wang Shenmeng went to the palace again. Du Guiyan got up with a refreshed spirit. After finishing her training, she came to the Ye family. Soon she saw Ya Lingling and Ye Weiyu. Aunt Ye Lingling. Ye Weiyu's prescience was a little complicated and she smiled slightly. Yanzi, thank you for your troubles for our family. If Lingling really solve the martial soul defect, it will be her honor to serve His Highness the Holy Sun in return, and I have no objection. Du Guiyan was full of confidence. Aunt Ye, don't worry, I talked to His Highness last night and he said to let Lingling go first and he should be able to see the situation. That's good. Ye Weiyu nodded and said, when will we go there? Your Highness has gone out for something now and will not be back until the afternoon. After lunch, come to the spirit hall. Du Guiyan just came to talk about the situation. After that he said, goodbye Aunt Ye Lingling, I have to go back to participate in the team battle. I'm leaving first. Ye Weiyu smiled and said, I heard that you girls have formed a team and are participating in the soul fighting arena. Are you planning to participate in the soul master competition in 2 years? Yes, we will be the second team of the spirit hall and compete in the Tiendu Empire. Lingling will also be a teammate in the future. Du Guiyan had nothing to hide. This matter would soon be no secret. Their information would inevitably appear frequently on the desks of various colleges in the future. Back to the spirit hall, the five set out again, led by Lingfeng Douluo to the Tiendu great soul fighting arena to participate in the soul fighting. But soon after they came out, Ling Feng Douluo's E-Press Zion froze. Everyone be careful, someone is spying on us. What? Where? The 5 women's faces changed and they looked around vigilantly. You can't see him. This person is very powerful. If he hadn't had a violent emotional fluctuation just now causing his mental power to be unstable, I might not have been able to find him. Xiao Wu's face turned pale. Is it a titled Douluo? It must be, and it's a powerful titled Douluo. Ling Feng Douluo's feeny eyes were frosty and his sharp eyes swept across the buildings. The infinite demon pupil saw far as near and saw small as big and saw through. All disguises were removed and they soon locked onto a restaurant a few hundred meters away. There, she was full of energy and ordered, send a signal quickly, don't run around, wait for His Majesty Guangling and Saras to arrive and leave this person to me. Okay. Zhu Zuyun quickly took out a flare from the storage soul guide, which was actually a soul guide. Its effect was similar to smoke, but it would not be interfered by the outside world, and the distance and clarity of the transmission were far greater than smoke. Bang! A colorful fire flew up to the sky, plotting a colorful butterfly in the air. The whole Tiendu city, even outside the city, could see it clearly. Swoosh! The man in the distance seemed to have realized that he had been discovered, so he simply stopped hiding. A huge momentum burst out like a rolling wolf smoke, and the whole person was like a cannonball shooting towards Ling Feng Douluo. Everyone retreat behind me. Ling Feng Douluo looked solemn, and the red 9th soul ring on the other party was particularly dazzling. Boom! The Fini spirit was activated, directly turning her into a fire Fini that covered the sky and the sun. The sharp Fini claws grabbed the flying title Douluo directly. Get out of here! An angry and rough voice sounded like thunder. It's him! A Yin's face changed. Her eyes were as cold as water and she showed hatred. Dugu Yan hurriedly said, Sister Yin, do you know him? Who is he? A Yin said word by word, Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. What Tang Hao? The faces of the women changed drastically. This was a famous super strong man who had beaten to death the previous pope and a titled Douluo elder. They didn't know much about the specific details, but the more they knew about the strength of the spirit hall, the more unfathomable it seemed. Those who could become popes must be the strongest in the world. For example, the current pope Ling Feng Douluo once admitted that she couldn't even escape from the hands of the pope. Therefore, in their eyes, the pope of the spirit hall is the most powerful person on the continent. How powerful must Haoshan Douluo be to be able to kill the pope and a titled Douluo elder? Don't be afraid, Tang Hao is not that scary. Sister Xian can handle it. A Yin had seen Qian Sunji with her own eyes and knew that he was a straw bag he could cultivate into a non-titled Douluo because his inherited martial spirit was too powerful and his real strength was just like that. The Fini claw of Ling Feng Douluo faced a pitch-black giant hammer. The hammer was cylindrical with many mysterious patterns and a blood-colored mark on it, exuding an unparalleled domineering aura and a strange power with a strong murderous aura which weakened her power by more than 10%. Killing God Domain. Ling Feng Douluo had seen the Killing God Domain on Pope Bibidong, so he naturally recognized the same domain at a glance. Looking at the iconic martial spirit, he immediately recognized the person. Is it you, Tang Hao? Bang! The giant hammer and the Fini claw collided violently, and the aftermath of the terrifying power spread out. The surrounding street seemed to collapse in pieces. Fortunately, when they saw the soul masters fighting, the people on the street rushed to escape, so there was no major casualties. Facing the terrifying and domineering power of the clear sky hammer, although the Fini claw of the spirit Fini Douluo was extremely powerful, it could not match it with strength alone. The whole body flew backwards for dozens of meters before it stabilized in the air. But Tang Hao's clear sky hammer was also blocked, and the spirit Fini Douluo was not injured, and no one took advantage. Tang Hao looked at the spirit Fini Douluo with fear and then looked straight at Yin, shaking with excitement.